Chapter 1 The Saint-Asoph Heavenly Demon Temple. Deep within Xiang sect, along a winding path, I am dressed in Adar Krob held a golden rope, Theotherin tethered to a young woman whose hands were bound. With a fierce glare, Thagiril gloweretta the boy ahead of her, yet shua since nared be the binding rope, unable to can 11 teslitis tray suff virgilnergy, rendering here entirely mercy. Sensing the palpable intent to kill emanating from behind, the boyder ned to hair with a serious expression. Donna glary at me so I am nothing new ho capture die you. Thegor remained silent, the male sane hearai e sun diminished. Noticing this, the boy Morella smirked. People ain't this world a rooter lie unreason a blighty squitet tiresome. Choosing not to engage further, Hedra word. The boy snimua Su Ching, a member of here my of traversers. Talkin to Xiang sect a sad direct, disciple be his master at engage, Hesoon discovered that thighs witrapov sorts. Thoth his benefactor ways indeed de Nelderof Xiang sect, his soleduty was to guard the forbidden ground soft he sect, which were essentially a prison. Alas, Berlatoyerson to his tenuri at Xiang sect, his so-called master vanished Tau under the world, leaving Heimelana tours the prison for nearly adkid. What kindoff predicament was these? Fortunately Heladerunko vira dis son aniki advantage. With this thought, Su King Puladutaz mal black bouclet from his robe. The cover bore a Theominus character for Revel, exuding a sinister merely upon sight. The Bukhoff villains. This was the name Su King had chosen for it. All prisoners sent to the forbidden prison were undoubtedly heinous figures from the outside world. Once the were escorted here, their names would be inscribed in the Bukhoff villains, which would grant them a significant in cultivation. Today, another prisoner had been brought in, and lo and behold, it was a girl. Asmala crept across Su King's face. Previously, Hahadon lion counter at a hortifoldermento day, definitely hate a female companion. Moreover, judging be her looks, she was quite remarkable, far surpassing the protagonist's soft he films he had won from these lands. Heffel fortunatito havi sachaya candai now. Heck couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Needle note pricked. The girl, named Shifeng, felt a surge of discomfort as he observed Suke's smug demeanor. She was the Saint-Asoph heavenly demon temple. With her strength, she was soon her peer-synth Qingsong realm, save for the ancient immortals. Yet, the old man of Xiang sect, devoid of fan of martial ethics, had conspired to capture, leading to her transportation as sex prison. What she did not expect was that the guarding. This prison Wasimir cultivatoreth cheer refinement stitch. This bath led her completely. After 12 full hours of walking, when Su King brought Shifeng to the prison, disbelief flickered in her eyes. In Hermond, Apperson Schuldbetterk, foreboding place see filled with instruments softer tree and chains and agrium. However, what lay before your way Samagestick mountain? From the foot of Thizamit, numerous scour charts were arranged, resembling a prime location for habitation. They found themselves in a room halfway up the mountain. Euclithis a prison? There was nothing gabuth this place the trees ombled a prison ein, slightest. A Thizmamit, Su Ching, wearing Esimuwat amiable smile, said, all right, these will be your residence from now. You may find it a be ton familiar first, view most ppe daptwit hinaik. As Heregar dead the seemingly unguarded Su Ching, Shifeng narrowed her eyes slightly. She scrutinized her surroundings. Reflecting gaunt the process of her capture, there had been no apparent flaws. The Su King before he erded not resemble member of heavenly demon temple. Could this true lip the forbidden ground of Xiang sect, a place from Wakeske puisid tobe impossible? Now, let's go through the formalities. Su King's voice snapped Shifeng back to reality. Your name? Shifeng. Your identity? Saint-Asoph heavenly demon temple. What were you imprisoned for? Hemph, it wasn't snared by Orold geezer sotherwise, with my strength, how cold the shapen? All right, you understand. Su King Wavita Shandan note her name his Bukhoff villains. Soon after, information regarding Shifeng began to materialize within the book. Name Shifeng Saint-Asoph heavenly demon temple. Cultivation second stage of nascent soul. Talent perfect. Relationship hostile. Gain 400 cultivation points per. Description an exceptionally gifted cultivator with the potential to shake the heavens and earth. Not bad, another experience Sijames arrived. However, the term perfect was quite striking. Ta possess such a level of talent me and their future would involve individuals, capable faltering the verfabrico freely. One Kethi relationship was resolved, he would have another competent subordinate. He. Observing Su King's mute expression, Shi Feng's eyes narrowed. Now had I have arrived, surely you can untium? Other words, Su King iridis throat and replied earnestly, no problem. From no one, the Cicerome. If you have Iasus, feel free to seek me out, just try not to get into conflicts with authors, or he will nother see te tortellate. Ash spoke, Su King began to retract the binding rope. Just as she was about to pull it back, Shi Feng's sudden lie lunged forward like a specter. Her hand shot towards Su King's neck, and the explosive energy sent the entire courtyard flying. Just as Cher palms drew within 3 feet off Su King's neck, an overwhelming killing intent enveloped Theria, causing the temperature of the courtyard and off the mountain to plummet. An unfathomable pressure descended, halting Shi Feng in midair, rendering he runnable to Mavivnanik. What is happening? Shi Feng's pupils contracted. This sensation fell taken to bangs, scrutinized by some ancient powerhouse, leaving airbody paralyzed with fear. Otherwise, she feared shwood meet a singular fatiath. A this moment, Su King turned around. His esperana trace of emotion, yet a spiritual ner guy flowing, from within him began to swell. His cultivation level ascended rapidly. Chi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, God transformation, void return, integration, great ascension. Untilth tribulation. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar upted from above them. The heaven shifted inhu. Dark clouds descended, the atmosphere grew tense, and with hin flickerings, storm clouds, a dragon-like silhouette emerged. A tribulation level powerhouse. Shi Feng artricid to her throat. If the terrifying pressure bore down even further, shwood her libit torn to shreds. The soon assuming boy before your was, in fact, a tribulation level powerhouse? This. Shi Feng felt as if her head might explode. She had always believed herself top-themist gifted among her peers, yet she had never anticipated that Su King would bid he most formidable existence in sect. Meanwhile, Theather nefarious entity say top the mountains insid thrice overwhelming power inside, exchanging thoughts telepathically. Looks like another Roni has been captured. Probably just an Other house demolition. Indeed, that Su fellow never seems stogatangry, except when some owned resto demolishes property. When he does, Hunli sheshes true firm Hakud withstand that? Let's keep a low profile well like a disperse shortly. Chapter 2 The Villain in Forbidden Grounds. The dark clouds roiled, enveloping the entire mountain in a shroud of darkness. Shi Feng's fist drained off color, complete a lit avoid off Tekin fit in she had moments prior. A this moment, she felt a to quail, poised to be crushed at an imminent. An overwhelming sense of despair and powerlessness rendered her breathless. At this time, Su King's sagazi settled upon her. His frigidity and chills thruff her, making her feel lace of her but I no longer belong to her. I believe him mentioned that I can't get angry? Ash's words fell, Su King clenched his fist. That ascending pressure instant caused Shi Feng to break into cold sweat, her bonus cricking under the strain. Shekawold hardly breathed, her complexion as pale as a sheet, and in her dazed state, she envisioned both her long deceased mother beckoning her. In that moment, Su King sighed and gradually lowered his hand. Instantaneously, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, the ominous clouds above vanishing as if they were Remora phantoms. A ray of light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the mountain, as if some strain had been lifted. Shi Feng collapsed to the ground, gasping for air greedily. The sweat in her forehead soaked the tips off her hair, and she had no strength left to muster, her eyes filled solely with terror. How could such a formidable being exist within the forbidden grounds of the Yang sect? Moreover, judging by his appearance, how old could it possibly be? All these information bombarded Shi Feng's mind, utter licituring the confidence she had her board within. At that moment, Su King approached Shi Feng. The previous pressure had vanished entirely, leaving behind an Arad hat posed no threat. Yet, Shi Feng dared not lift their gaze to meet Su King's eyes. Su King knelt down, gently patting Zifeng's shoulder, and remarked, Shi Feng, I sit. You are not permitted to until the house is repaired. Moreover, Shu dai uderet to pinthi housey again. Ishalyapindi orvery crown. Head. Apeculiar smila curlingat the corner sofas mathanerethil sentence. Zai Feng broke he and toe cold sweat upon hearing these. Who, indeed, is the true a demon cultivator here? I citrulie propria tephora righteous demon suppressor utter such words? It wasnly after Su King departed that Zai Feng managed to exhale with some relief. Yet, to claim that she was soon afraid would be fulzi hood no nekud havi anticipated, chamonstrous present sariciting. Ithin the forbidden ground soft seeing sect. We had nuna spoke no this before? Newcomer, Ariel right? As Zai Feng was adjusting her breath, three figures approached from the side. Zai Feng Gueralai raised her head to observe them. Three men approached, and Betheroras, each possessed at least the strength of fat transformation stage cultivator. Zai Feng discreetly placed her hand behind her waist, ready forbiddly at a moment's notice. However, the newcomers were an ordinary individuals recognized, here intentions from air movements. Thelidrov Tetrios mild and explained, "You needn't worry where you'll confine it, here you swell. Weemer like amateur mind da please do refrain from upending the house you get wish to enjoy a few or so life." Up in hearing this, Zai Feng's expression turned to nefast astonishment. Aloft him were a confined here? Could it be thought they real from the demonic pathy? As this thought crossed her mind, Zai Feng suddenly noticed a fragmented edible thinging from Thuastofti leader, bearing Thuni Quisia law for heavenly demon hall. Even in its incompletate, she recognized it instantly. Ario from heavenly demon hall? Zai Feng inquired. The leader was taken aback a thad bean adjacents had heard the words, heavenly demon hall, has scrutinized Zai Feng closely, and then, trembling with excitement, Herazetta Shandon asked, Could he but saintus? Zai Feng furrowed her brow and replied, Indeed, Andier? The man, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, I am Zhan Yuntian, the hall master of Yaji Hall. Zai Feng jolted. She had vaguely heard this name before. It was at during the pinnacle of heavenly demon hall's glory, the 8 hallmasters established under the Palasich possessed Panai transformation stage strength. The former master of Yaji Hall was reportedly named Zhan Yuntian. Yet, her father had spoken of Zhan Hall master having perished in Evira imagined would still be live within the forbidden ground Sofziang sect. Moreover, in Hermond, Zhan Hall master weighs a figure of Fimin's capable of instilling fear across the entire King realm with Judalif Tophusfoot. Yet now, before her, he peered far less sympathizing than she had envisioned. Shwood believe it if Simiana told her he was merely Xifeng from Xiang sect. Are you truly Uncle Zhan? Xifeng gasked in disbelief. These ways a stark interest to her preconceived daimiji of Zhan Yuntian. Zhan Yunshin dead fervently, overwhelmed with emotion. He had never anticipated that the newcomer would bit Saintus off heavenly demon hall. Here Kaldhau, upon the Saintus birth, had stud of inquish those righteous cultivators, proclaiming to the Lord. Once he have severe at the head soft hosey oldman, shall return and present the masajif for the young lady's full moon celebration. But thought Yerne had left him to the dungeon soft Xiang sect. With this thought, Zhan Yuntian began to devise the plan in his mind. Having survived in the forbidden grounds for nearly 20 years, how understood its rules well. Zhan Yuntian stepped forward and reassured, Don't worry, young lady as long as I, old Zhan, am alive in this forbidden ground, I will ensure ye suffer no grievances. Xifeng gradually rose, scrutinizing Thetwa Minfling King Zhan Yuntian. Realizing her apprehension, Zhan Yunshin introduced, Fonet, young lady Thesa Tora Thigi King from the southern region and fielder known as Ying from Thuester, Isaac. Up in hearing this, Zai Feng couldn't help you gasp in astonishment. The Gu Kingoth southern region and Tiendi sect from Thwestern region these sewer formidable figures from renowned demonic organizations within King Kangrealm. It was from Areth Gu King's strength had long since Syriac had void return stage, yet the two had been captured by Xiang sect. Zai Feng momentarily struggled to digest these information. In the next moment, Shasudan Lai realized the Taltos confined, here were prominent, figure soft to demonic pathy. Zai Feng Gluck Tpend inquired, Uncle Zhan, what do you know about Headman's suppressor here? Zhan Yuntian pondered for a moment before finally speaking, Ion Leno that the demon's suppressor is Namedsu Kingbayan that, I'd know thave much information. However, I can share an incident that occurred here. Zifeng frowned and asked, what incident? Zhang Yuntian took a deep breath and began to recount. When he was first captured here, the Junjin was indeed a veritable place, housing governed individuals, Krino Ned within King Kang Realm's demonic pathy. However, Fielder from Ziang sect while was overseeing this place inexplicably vanished, leaving Gonlis a disciple, Su Qing, to become the demon suppressor of this forbidden dungeon. It was because of this that approximately 2 years ago, the prisoners in the dungeon united, intending to seize the opportunity of the forbidden ground, weaken powers to break. At the time, had no intention of collaborating with them rather, I sub toleverage their strength to escape from another direction, but known cold day for reason. At this point, Zhang Yunshin cleared his throat, still haunted by the memory. Notenly, Buthgu Kingen Jangles displayed Luke's soft trepidation. At the time, there were over 10 demonic cultivators, each possessing at least transformation stage strength. Such a force, even I believed, could tear through tis forbidden ground letality entire insect, they would surely emerge with gars. It was then the 21st discovered Su King's strength we had perceived. Chapter 3. The senior brother of Ziang's sect Shifeng listened intently to Zhang Yuntian's description. The more she heard, the more alarmed she became. How could Su Qing, at such a tender age, have reached a realm unattainable by others a mere 8 years ago? When he was still a mere child, it was utterly astounding. Not only Shifeng, but even Zhang Yuntian and the other two felt a lingering dread. Had they not hesitated for a moment and followed the main force to break through, they would have joined the 100-odd demons who perished that day. Observing Shifeng's fearful demeanor, Zhang Yuntian felt a slight sense of relief. There was no need for the young lady to be overly concerned. Although Su Qing possessed formidable strength, he was unlikely to act against them without provocation. At least, since the destruction of the Heaven Prison 8 years ago, he could have easily established another one with his capabilities. Yet he chose not to do so. Instead, he created several places on the mountain for cultivation and encouraged them to enhance their strength. Upon hearing this, Shifeng was even more puzzled. Encouraging them to strengthen themselves? To those hypocritical righteous individuals, the ones confined in the Forbidden Land were nothing short of heinous villains who would relish seeing their power diminish. Why would he allow them to improve their strength? Unable to contain her curiosity, Shifeng asked, why? Zhang Yuntian shook his head in response, I am not certain. Perhaps in Su Qing's eyes, regardless of how much we progress, we will not stir much of a storm in his hands. With these words, Shifeng felt an increased apprehension towards the demon suppressor of the Ziang sect. The newcomers were unpredictable, often overturning houses. Constructing a house was quite a laborious task for her. Su Qing made his way up the mountain path towards the peak while reflecting on this matter. Ever since the Ziang sect appointed him as the demon suppressor, he had dealt with numerous demons over the past decade. Previously, those demons often underestimated his youthfulness and engaged in petty schemes, ultimately meeting their demise at his hands. He had thought that capturing the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, who was around his age, would be easier to manage. To his surprise, she was no different from the previous demons. Upon arriving at the mountain, she too began to wreak havoc at Su Qing's side. Wishing that these demons would behave, he recalled when he first arrived here with his master, there were over 100 demons in the Heaven Prison, each rapidly increasing in strength. Within a year, he had reached the transformation stage, 2 years for the integration stage, and in 3 years, he was a step away from crossing the tribulation.as for his current cultivation level. Even he was uncertain of its extent. In any case, he understood the principle that there could never be too much strength. One mountain would always stand taller than another. If he could cultivate more demon subordinates, it would be a long-term source of sustenance. With this thought in mind, Su Qing pondered how he could make those demons genuinely submit to him. As he contemplated, Su Qing arrived at the Xianyan platform atop the peak. There, he caught sight of a man dressed in a Taoist robe, seated against the fierce winds atop the mountain. Upon seeing this man, Su Qing couldn't help but exhale a breath of relief. He then retrieved the evil person register from his bosom. Name: Yi Jian, eldest disciple of Ziang sect, cultivation, half-step to returning void talent, perfect relationship, respect benefit, 1,200 cultivation points per hour. Description: entering the Tao through the sword. He looks down upon the world in his heart, There is no distinction between good and evil, only an unwavering determination to grow stronger. Looking at the information on the evil person register, Su Qing couldn't help but shake his head in reflection. He recalled when he personally brought this senior brother into the Forbidden Land. He had been quite baffled. Later, he learned that the elders of the Ziyang sect sought to win over Yi Jian to solidify their position within the sect. However, Yi Jian refused. Without communicating with anyone, he struck down that elder with a single sword. Because of this incident, he committed a grave offense and was cast into this place. Although disciples who slay their own sect elders commit a great sin, Su Qing held high hopes for Yi Jian. What is a sword cultivator? Fearless, unafraid, without thoughts, and without desires. If one must always consider the consequences of their actions, such a sword cultivator cannot be deemed a true sword cultivator. At this moment, Yi Jian slowly opened his eyes as he stood. His tall, pine-like stature on the dark stone made him appear as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yi Jian drew his sword and stepped down from the stone, his gaze falling upon Su Qing as he spoke. "Have you brought back another demon today?" Su Qing, sitting nearby, let out a long sigh. Indeed, the demonic aura these days is exceptionally heavy. They overturn houses at the slightest whim, and constructing a house is no easy feat for me. After speaking, Su Qing took out a set of table and tea utensils from his storage bag and began to sip his tea. Yi Jian did not respond. In his eyes, overturning houses was merely a trivial matter. Su Qing frequently invoked the might of heaven and earth to suppress demons, and Yi Jian genuinely feared that one day Su Qing might lose control of his strength and reduce the entire mountain to rubble. Once seated, Yi Jian politely sipped from a cup of hot tea and then said, "Su, I believe you should occasionally rein in your power. Otherwise, even though this is the forbidden land of the Ziyang sect, with its numerous restrictions, it may still struggle to withstand your overwhelming presence." Yi Jian spoke candidly. Acknowledging that he could not match Su Qing was not a matter of shame. Conversely, given Su Qing's tendency to invoke the might of heaven and earth, not only they but even the entire Ziyang sect would likely find it challenging to endure. Su Qing merely nodded in agreement before shifting the topic. "Speaking of which, you must be close to breaking through, right?" he inquired. Yi Jian shook his head. "Not yet. I still lack one step. I cannot tell how long it will take for this final step." Su Qing took a deep breath. Sword cultivators do not follow the same path as ordinary practitioners. Breaking through requires traversing a path more arduous than that of common folk. Ordinary cultivators may simply take some medicine to break through, but for sword cultivators, the key lies in comprehension. It is truly unfortunate. If Yi Jian could break through to returning void, his cultivation would multiply. Given Yi Jian's nature, he would undoubtedly become a long-term source of sustenance. Yet he did not understand how a sword cultivator should comprehend. At that moment, Yi Jian lifted his starry eyes and continued, "A few days ago, the sect leader sent someone over, asking you to go to the main peak to discuss some matters." His tone was seasoned, reminiscent of an antique engaging in conversation. Su Qing leaned back, shrugging nonchalantly. What matters could they possibly discuss? Isn't it just another mess for me to clean up? I want to go. That old fellow can do nothing to me anyway. Let me tell you, last year he wanted me to take charge of Miaoshuan Peak. He thinks I don't know. He wants me to oversee Miaoshuan Peak, so he has an excuse to go there to admire beauties, claiming that looking at beauties elevates his mood. "Pa, that old lecher." Yi Jian nodded in agreement, casually asking, "I recall you sneaked a visit to Miaoshuan Peak as well." Su Qing's face turned red as he earnestly replied, "That's entirely different. I'm still young, while that old lecher is over 1,000 years old. What's wrong with my stealing a few glances?" Watching Su Qing, who spoke with such conviction, Yi Jian couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. "However, I believe you should still pay a visit to the main peak." Yi Jian set down his teacup and said calmly, "Most of us here are demons, and prolonged exposure may inevitably impact one's temperament. With your strength, Su, you could easily carve a new path, adding some vitality to this nameless peak." Su Qing waved his hand, intending to refuse. Yet, Yi Jian's words suddenly sparked an epiphany within him. Indeed, currently, there were only a few demons in the Forbidden Land, and the cultivation resources provided were limited, but he could recruit some disciples to join. As long as the evil person register could record their names, he could later guide them to enhance their strength. Would that not be a more solid foundation for consolidating relationships among the demons? With this realization, Su Qing dropped the teacup from his hand. Yi Jian, I just realized how astute you are. Su Qing burst into hearty laughter. As his voice fell, Su Qing leaped into the air. A streak of azure light illuminating beneath his feet, transforming into a radiant arc as he soared into the clouds. Yi Jian gazed at the teacup lying on the ground, his thoughts gradually drifting away. Moreover, his starry eyes began to grow solemn. In his previous life, it seemed he had never heard of Su Qing's name. Was the fate of this life also being rewritten? Chapter 4. The Invincibility of Sword Cultivators? The next day, the setting sun cast its glow upon the peak of the nameless mountain. The golden rays made the entire mountain appear exceptionally resplendent. Su Qing returned in a foul mood. Wearing a face as if everyone owed him money, he had initially intended to seek out the sect leader, that old man. But it turned out that the old lecher had been caught red-handed sneaking off to Miaoshuan Peak the day prior and was currently being interrogated by the other elders, causing all sect matters to be delayed by 3 days. It was truly frustrating that just when he had finally thought to discuss matters with that old man, such an incident occurred. That old fellow truly has no sense of propriety, Su Qing muttered under his breath. Yet he did not voice the thought that he should at least have been informed of the situation. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Qing pushed open the door and stepped inside. What greeted his eyes was an ancient maple tree, its leaves shimmering brightly in the glow of the setting sun. In the courtyard stood a remarkably poised young man, who was meditating with his eyes closed. It was only when Su Qing returned that Yi Jian opened his eyes and cast a glance in his direction. The scene was so picturesque that even Su Qing couldn't help but feel a flutter of envy. Everything was so beautiful, yet alas, he was just a man. Su Qing sighed. Didn't I bring back a maiden? Why is it that I see this fellow every day? It seems that my plan to recruit disciples must be executed without delay. Yi Jian was uncertain about what Su Qing was contemplating. Yet upon witnessing the disdainful expression on his face, he could not fathom how he had offended this esteemed figure. Su, did something troubling occur during your visit to the main peak? Yi Jian inquired. Haha, just speaking of this matter incites my ire. Just yesterday, I remarked that old lecher lacked self-control, and lo and behold, he was caught red-handed at Miaoshuan Peak. Over 30 peak masters and more than 70 elders interrogated him for 3 days and nights. My trip was utterly in vain, Su Qing replied, his frustration palpable. Yi Jian nodded calmly. Though his emotions were far more complex in both his past and present lives, he had always envisioned the leader of the Ziyang sect as a composed and seasoned individual. However, after his interactions with Su Qing, he suddenly realized that everything about the Ziyang sect contradicted his previous knowledge, including the once stable leader, who now bore the moniker of Old Lecher. Such a stark contrast would have shattered his worldview. Had he not already attained a clear and tranquil sword heart? By the way, you must have other reasons for seeking me out besides this matter, Su Qing suddenly posited. Taken aback, Yi Jian paused for a moment before responding. Indeed, as I mentioned before, I stand on the precipice of a breakthrough in my swordsmanship, yet I find no avenue for advancement in my current meditative state, which is why I sought your counsel. Su Qing shrugged dismissively. Asking me is of little use. I am not a sword cultivator. Yi Jian smiled wryly and shook his head. While this was indeed true, he found himself with no alternative path to pursue. At that moment, Su Qing crossed his arms and said earnestly, however, I have heard that most cultivators need to gain experience through actual combat. Since your arrival here, I assume you have not truly engaged in battle for quite some time? Yi Jian silently nodded in agreement. Noticing this, Su Qing raised his gaze slightly and suggested, what if we engage in some sparring? Upon hearing this, Yi Jian instantly became alert. He was self-aware enough to recognize that sparring with Su Qing could lead to his own demise. Su Qing seemed to sense Yi Jian's apprehension and chuckled. Fear not. If we are merely sparring, I will restrain my strength to the Huashan realm. Yi Jian narrowed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. If Brother Su truly suppresses his strength, I dare say you may not be my match. Su Qing laughed. Why is that? Yi Jian replied confidently, because in the realm of sword cultivators, one is invincible at the same level. As these words left his lips, Yi Jian's aura erupted forth, boom. In an instant, the space around him swelled with an unparalleled and terrifying presence, causing the atmosphere of the entire Wuming Peak to plummet dramatically. Su Qing remained unfazed, his gaze sharpening as his own aura began to rise steadily, reaching the Huashan realm. Meanwhile, Yi Jian hovered in the air, his white robes flowing ethereally as he appeared like a transcendent being gazing down upon the world. "Brother Su, I beg your pardon." The moment the words left his mouth, Yi Jian split into countless afterimages, unleashing a cacophony of resonating sounds throughout the space. These sword intents advanced relentlessly, with the closest one to Su Qing being a mere 3 feet away, leaving him no room to evade. Su Qing raised his hand, channeling his true energy to block the myriad of sword energies that surged toward him. Without pausing, Yi Jian swung the sword in his hand, causing the remaining rays of the setting sun to gleam with resplendent golden light. In that fleeting moment, even the spiritual energy of Wuming Peak began to converge towards Yi Jian. Su Qing felt a tinge of surprise. The long whispering dragon sword technique? Upon discerning Yi Jian's movements, Su Qing became increasingly convinced of the technique being employed. At this moment, a shimmering aura enveloped Yi Jian, as if elevating him beyond the ordinary. A single afterimage spiraled around him, resembling a coiling dragon. In the next instant, as Yi Jian's sword descended, the space trembled violently. What is happening? On Wuming Peak, Zhang Yuntian and others immediately soared into the air. As they sensed the overwhelming aura approaching, astonishment left them speechless. A single strike from the Huashan realm had reached the level of Fan Su's strength. Even if they were to face this attack directly, none dared to claim they could withstand it unscathed. Zhang Yuntian focused on the location of the spiritual energy's movement, murmuring, "No wonder they say sword cultivators must be stifled in their infancy." Witnessing it firsthand, they truly are extraordinary. At that moment, Shifeng arrived late. Gazing at the flow of sword energy, disbelief filled her heart. "Uncle Zhan, is there a sword cultivator in this forbidden area?" she inquired. "Miss, on Wuming Peak, offending anyone is less dangerous than incurring the wrath of that sword cultivator. You must understand, sword cultivators never require a reason to kill," Zhang Yutian cautioned. Shifeng's hair stood on end. She had thought her own achievement of the Yuaning realm at her age was a prodigious feat, only to discover that on Wuming Peak, there were so many other extraordinary talents. Even a sword cultivator with such formidable strength, it was unfathomable. Without restrictions, the sheer might of this sword would be enough to obliterate the entire Wuming Peak. Simultaneously, Yi Jian's oppressive aura enveloped Su Qing's location. The ground beneath them cracked continuously, the upheaved debris vanishing into nothingness, and even the courtyard began to tremble, the formations reaching their limits. "He must not demolish my residence." Su Qing furrowed his brow. As he beheld the overwhelming sword intent bearing down upon him, Su Qing raised his left hand and unleashed a burst of golden light, boom. In an instant, a sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed through the space. As the sword energy dissipated and spread forth, shattering the Wuming Peak's great formation into countless fragments, Yi Jian's expression shifted, hastily swinging his sword to counter the backlash in that brief moment of defense. He was sent hurtling backward over 100 feet. Only when he came to a halt in midair did he realize his hand gripping the sword had begun to tremble slightly. What pure true energy! Yi Jian cast a lingering glance at Su Qing. Even as he stood at the threshold of Fan Su, facing Su Qing's Huashan strength, he felt an unsettling disadvantage. This Su Qing was truly an anomaly. Chapter 5. What is a genius? Yi Jian cursed inwardly, yet simultaneously, the flames of battle ignited within him ever more fervently. What do sword cultivators yearn for most? A thrilling and exhilarating battle. If he were to defeat an ordinary opponent in just a few moves, it would be dreadfully mundane. Only when geniuses clash can the true significance of cultivation be revealed. Buzz! At that moment, even the sword in Yi Jian's hand resonated with a harmonious sound. In an instant, a purple aura surged throughout Wuming Peak. Even above their heads, a circle of purple light encircled them, enveloping the summit of Wuming Peak in a celestial phenomenon. Su Qing's gaze lifted slightly as he observed the spectacle above, a subtle smile gracing his lips. that fellow Yi Jian has truly attained enlightenment. Simultaneously, Zhang Yuntian and the others, witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, were struck with a Theo provoke a celestial phenomenon upon breaking into the Fan Su realm was a feat they had not achieved even in their own breakthroughs. Is this the might of sword cultivators? At this moment, Su Qing raised his right hand, summoning several beams of golden light from Wuming Peak, intertwining them with the erased golden light that reached into the clouds. In an instant, a formation imprint spiraled upward from the peak, covering the sky. The original phenomenon now appeared ordinary in comparison. The onlookers gazed up at the sky, their minds unable to settle. What are you all doing standing there? This opportunity, if missed, will take years to encounter again. Just then, Su Qing's voice suddenly resonated from behind the four. Shifeng paused for a moment, then became aware of the unprecedented wave of spiritual energy enveloping Wuming Peak, its richness rivaling that of a paradise. This was the benefit derived from invoking a celestial phenomenon. The four exchanged glances at the unexpectedly arrived Su Qing, nodding politely before immediately entering a meditative state. Su Qing, arms crossed, gazed upward, his heart equally exhilarated. It is no exaggeration to say that Yi Jian is a rare genius of the Ziyang sect and centuries. His breakthrough into the Fan Su realm could provoke such an extraordinary phenomenon. Once their strength surged, his daily cultivation gains could increase by several percentage points. As Su Qing sensed the aura emanating from Yi Jian, his eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, every blade of grass and tree on Wuming Peak, even the gentle breeze brushing against him, harbored a concealed sword intent. This young man still wishes to fight. Su Qing furrowed his brow. Even though this sword intent was deeply concealed, akin to a sharp blade hidden within its sheath, it was a matter of when it would erupt and blood would surely flow. At this moment, Yi Jian stood surrounded by swirling purple energy. He bore his sword, his star-like eyes shimmering with a hint of purple light. The instant he opened his eyes, the entire Wuming Peak trembled, even the smallest pebbles rising into the air. What is happening? Shifeng roused from her meditative state. She could distinctly sense the threatening aura surrounding her. As if countless sharp blades were poised at her throat. In that moment, she realized how tiny she truly was. Indeed, even a mere pebble or leaf could obliterate her. The reality was as such. Yi Jian had grasped the latest level of swordsmanship. The wind could become a sword. The earth could become a sword. The leaves could become a sword. Everything could be a sword. At that moment, Yi Jian's gaze was fixed downward. Brother Zhan, do you dare to accept my sword? In the next instant, Yi Jian's voice echoed throughout the unnamed peak. Beside him, both Gu Wang and Zhou Yang looked at Zhang Yuntian with a hint of sympathy. Sitting cross-legged below, Zhang Yuntian felt his scalp tingle upon hearing this challenge. Why single me out? Haven't you been sparring with Lord Su all along? Zhang Yuntian couldn't help but rise to question. I cannot match you, Yi Jian replied candidly. The crowd was left speechless. Why call on us if you can't win? They had all witnessed the earlier confrontation. Yi Jian, even at half-step into the void realm, possessed such strength, and now having broken through, his aura surged, accompanied by swirling purple energy, akin to the power of heaven and earth. Even though they were all void realm cultivators, it was impossible for them to contend with him. Seeing Zhang Yuntian hesitate, Yi Jian softly reassured, do not worry, I will not use lethal force. If you are afraid, you may join forces with the three of you. At these words, Shifeng, who had been standing behind, felt a heavy weight in her heart. Such arrogance. As the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, she believed that their members were no less capable than those so-called geniuses. If Zhang Yuntian were to face Yi Jian alone, he might find it challenging, but to challenge three seasoned masters of the demonic path at once was an audacious claim. Moreover, this was only after Yi Jian had just broken through to the void realm. Shifeng was not the only one with such thoughts. Zhang Yuntian and his companions felt similarly offended. Even though they had spent over a decade on this unnamed peak, their former pride had been tempered somewhat, but they were certainly not to be trampled upon by a mere newly ascended sword cultivator. Seeing Su Qing remain silent, the three of them took to the air. The once auspicious sky that had showered purple energy was now engulfed by roiling dark clouds. In an instant, two starkly different phenomena erupted above, creating a cacophony of thunder. Is this the battle between greats of the Void Realm? Shifeng was taken aback. The battle she had witnessed were merely at the Transformation Realm level. Yet what lay before her now was a clash of talents at the Void Realm. Such a level of combat was not to be trivialized. You seem to have stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity on your first day here, Su Qing remarked, having appeared beside Shifeng, raising his hand to conjure a golden light that enveloped the entire unnamed peak. After all, he did not wish for these individuals to wreak havoc in his domain. Shifeng gazed at the youth beside her, her heart swirling with complex emotions. This level of combat could only be described as cataclysmic, yet to Su Qing, it seemed merely a test, a means to broaden their experiences. What kind of existence could utter such words? Bang! Just as Shifeng's thoughts wandered, a thunderous explosion from above snapped her back to reality. At that moment, an infinite battle intent flickered in Yi Jian's eyes. The sword he had just unleashed had even cleaved a gap in the heavens above. Zhang Yuntian and his companions responded with their vast waves of true energy, and compared to Yi Jian's, the intensity of their aura was even more ferocious. However, Yi Jian remained unfazed, instead radiating a profound energy that coalesced into numerous flying swords behind him. This was the essence of the sword condensed into form. Yi Jian had indeed comprehended the sword path to such a level. Zhang Yuntian's pupils constricted. At this moment, Yi Jian brought his hands together. The sword blades hovering behind him rapidly condensed at a visible pace, making him appear as a sword immortal in the world. What defines a genius? If one cannot stand against 10 or even 100, how can they hope to attain the Tao and seek immortality? Be careful, three of you. Chapter 6. One must not disregard humanity. As Yi Jian's words fell, the battle intent within him could no longer be contained. He stepped into the void, wielding his sword, while countless flying swords resonated in the air, tearing through the fabric of space with their piercing sounds. Attack! Zhang Yuntian and the others did not intend to hold back. At such a moment, any sign of mercy would undoubtedly mean handing over their lives to the opponent. In an instant, the space surged with overwhelming might. The oppressive force descending from above rivaled that which Su Qing had unleashed on a previous occasion. Moreover, the ground trembled incessantly, and even the formation of the unnamed peak felt the repercussions. With the 36 peaks of the Ziyang sect faintly sensing the disturbance emanating from deep within the sect, these individuals were truly creating a significant uproar. Su Qing frowned, raising his hand to press downward. Immediately, the golden light enveloping the unnamed peak expanded 100-fold, encompassing all four of them within its radiance. Even so, Shifeng, standing on the peak, could still feel the overwhelming might emanating from the four. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and she found it impossible to move even an inch. Just then, the sword light unleashed by Yi Jian surged once more, upon contact with the power released by the three. He was abruptly pushed back 80 zhang and swiftly formed a sword seal. Countless flying swords converged at that moment, coalescing into a divine sword of white light that pierced the heavens. Damn it! The sword path ascendant, Zhang Yuntian cursed vehemently, feeling his legs weaken. Was this truly the Void Realm? He considered himself a formidable figure at the 4th level of the Void Realm, yet he had faced formidable opponents at the 7th level without flinching. But this sword path ascendant was utterly beyond reason. Brother Yi, temper your strength, temper your strength. Both Gu Wang and Zhou Yang shouted urgently. This time, they truly acknowledged the situation. They were astonished that even a draw among the three of them would be remarkable, never anticipating that Yi Jian possessed such transcendent abilities. Unless they revealed their trump cards, this sword would surely cost them their lives. We are all under the same roof. Why take it so seriously? At this moment, Yi Jian, enveloped in brilliant white light, radiated an aura of sword intent that filled the heavens without leaving a single gap. Noticing the three below pleading desperately, Yi Jian showed no intention of relenting. His fighting spirit surged. There was no time to hold back now. With this thought, Yi Jian completed the sword seal in his hand. He raised his right hand, 2 fingers guiding the seal, and swung downward. Buzz! A gale that swept the heavens roared forth like a tidal wave. All the defensive energies before him crumbled like mud and bricks, swept away effortlessly. Zhang Yuntian and his companions' expressions changed dramatically. This was utterly unreasonable. At that moment, a soft voice echoed through the space. That's enough. A beam of light appeared in the sky, catching the overwhelming sword with just 2 fingers. In an instant, all the swirling energies and that world-destroying sword intent dissipated completely. Zhang Yuntian and his companions were sent stumbling backward, and even Yi Jian felt an invisible pressure pushing him back a step. At this moment, Su Qing applied slight pressure with his fingers, and the so-called divine sword of white light shattered instantly, scattering into countless tangible fragments of spiritual energy. You little brat, you've got to be joking. How can I show off in front of others now? Su Qing approached, expressing his dissatisfaction. Yi Jian merely smiled casually, unconcerned. In his heart, only the strongest of intentions remained. He had thought that the sword he had just unleashed was invincible among his peers. Yet, having sensed Su Qing's aura, which was also at the Void Realm, he realized that his sword path still required further honing. Yes, for whether losing to Su Qing would suppress his sword heart? What nonsense! He could not be compared to an anomaly. Zhang Yuntian and his companions watched Su Qing intervene and finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had just witnessed Yi Jian's world-destroying sword aimed straight at them, and for a moment, it felt as if they were about to meet their ancestors. In their minds, aside from Su Qing, whom they dared not offend, another figure had now been added. The growth of sword cultivators was truly a formidable challenge. As for Shifeng, she dared not even breathe as she watched the earlier scene unfold. Yi Jian had suppressed 3 masters of the demonic path without any means of retaliation. Yet the one called Su Qing had effortlessly neutralized the ultimate sword strike with merely 2 fingers. What kind of monster was this? Shifeng's mind was a chaotic mess. Such an existence had never been heard of before, and yet he was content to remain in the Ziyang sect's forbidden area, serving as a mere demon-suppressing envoy. What on earth was happening in this world? Under Su Qing's counsel, Yi Jian was finally satisfied, continuing to solidify his newly acquired cultivation. As for Zhang Yuntian and his companions, they dared not even take a deep breath. Having spent over a decade in this forbidden area of the Ziyang sect, they had learned to be wise. Following Su Gu meant a steady supply of food, and they could cultivate in peace here, more comfortably than in the outside world. Although they had been thoroughly intimidated by their encounter with Yi Jian, they had also gained immensely from it. Coupled with the purple energy released during Yi Jian's breakthrough, Zhang Yuntian and his companions felt confident they could soon break through to the next minor realm. For them, seeking to transcend a minor boundary at this moment is by no means an easy task. Overall, today has yielded more rewards. After bidding farewell to Su Qing, Zhang Yuntian and the others returned to their respective abodes. Initially, Zhang Yuntian had hoped to leverage today's gains to make a breakthrough to the 5th level of the returning void. But he sensed the profound distress reflected in Shifeng's expression behind him. "Miss, are you all right?" Zhang Yuntian inquired. Shifeng lifted her head, her gaze vacant as she responded, "Uncle Zhang, do you think I am a waste?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian immediately countered, "Miss, there is no need for such self-doubt. Your talent is unparalleled within the Heavenly Demon Temple. If you were to consider yourself a waste, then the term genius would cease to exist in the world." Shifeng offered a bitter smile. "Yet today I have realized that there are far too many individuals more talented than I." Zhang Yuntian was momentarily taken aback, fully understanding whom Shifeng was referring to. He sighed, bending down to speak earnestly. "Miss, you must not compare yourself to those 2. They are truly anomalies. Furthermore, there is no need for you to belittle yourself. With your talent, Su Qing may not surpass you. But that swordsman is certainly not invincible." At his words, Shifeng's expression gradually regained clarity. Indeed, she had been training in the most advanced techniques of the Heavenly Demon Temple, and throughout her life, she had been the most extraordinary genius within the temple. She had never encountered a rival within the entire Qing Tsang realm. Youth was on her side, and many opportunities still lay ahead. Although Su Qing was undeniably a prodigy, there was no need for her to feel despondent. As for that swordsman, while he was currently formidable, he was not truly invincible. If she could master the heavenly demon techniques to perfection, reaching the same level, she could very well be his equal. She had previously stood at such a lofty position that she had overlooked the existence of others with equally terrifying gifts. Now that she had witnessed it, she should strive to surpass them. If she deemed herself inferior, how could she claim to be a genius? A newfound determination gleamed in Shifeng's beautiful eyes as she turned to Zhang Yuntian, stating, "Uncle Zhang, could you teach me ways to grow stronger?" Zhang Yuntian nodded with a sense of satisfaction. For reasons unknown, as he looked at Shifeng before him, he felt as though he were gazing upon the former master of the temple. "Miss, Uncle Zhang." Just as the two were immersed in their sentiments, a voice shattered the atmosphere. "Why are you two awake in the middle of the night? Don't you have work tomorrow?" Chapter 7. Joyful thoughts. These demonic cultivators truly lack ambition. Even Yi Jian has broken through to the returning void. Yet these fellows remain blissfully unaware of any sense of urgency. As Su Qing repaired the grand formation of Wuming Peak, he voiced his thoughts aloud. The 5 individuals confined within Wuming Peak had become a steady source of sustenance during this period. Over the past 3 years, aside from Yi Jian's breakthrough today, the other 3 had shown no signs of progress, and it was unlikely they would make significant advancements in the next 3 to 4 years. Reflecting on this, Su Qing couldn't help but sigh. They ought to put in more effort, he mused. With this thought, he opened the villain's ledger he had kept close. The first page contained his personal details. Name: Su Qing, Demon Suppressor, Cultivation. Talent: Legendary. Total cultivation: 75809-5610300. Description: Villains have their own nemesis. You are the bane of the antagonists. As he gazed at his information, Su Qing reclined on a bamboo chair. Exhaling deeply, he vaguely recalled meeting his dubious master for the first time at the age of 5. When the old man proclaimed that his talent was a once-in-a-millennium occurrence, and that his very existence was meant to save the world, however, he had never believed it. Him. That unreliable individual was no different from a child trafficker on the streets. It was only after obtaining this villain's ledger that he became convinced of his extraordinary talent. Initially, he had been quite diligent. Yet after a year of cultivation, he realized that the progress he had made was far less than what he could achieve by simply slacking off. Thus, Su Qing came to a realization. What a load of nonsense this legendary talent was. It paled in comparison to the advantages he had. He had come clean. He was merely a cheat. Consequently, he abandoned cultivation altogether, spending his days at Wuming Peak indulging in food and drink, amassing an unfathomable amount of cultivation within just a few short years. As it turned out, being a cheat was even more formidable than being a champion. However, there was one issue that plagued him. Ever since he formally entered the tribulation period 7 years ago, his cultivation level had remained a series of 3 question marks. He was uncertain of what level he had attained after 7 more years. Deep down, he believed that the classification of cultivation levels could not merely stop at the tribulation stage. Perhaps the subsequent realms were simply beyond his current reach. Because of this, he had accumulated an unfathomable amount of cultivation over these years. Occasionally, he would compress his cultivation and, relying on his legendary talent, he had managed to develop several techniques that could be invoked solely with true qi in just a few short years. If others were to learn of this, they would surely be left in shock. Learning even one technique was exceptionally challenging, let alone creating one from scratch. One would need an unfathomable level of talent. Not to mention the fact that he had successfully developed several techniques. Yet, even with such accomplishments, Su Qing still felt it was too slow. In fact, many times, he found himself dreaming and pondering what other uses true qi might possess. It could be said that over these past few years, he had pushed the potential of true qi to its limits. With this thought, a mischievous smile suddenly crept across Su Qing's lips. Speaking of which, it has been a while since I last used that. With that in mind, he sat up abruptly, raised his right index finger, and conjured a wisp of true qi in the air. In an instant, the true qi spread through the air at an astonishing speed, forming a mirror-like artifact before his eyes. Within the next moment, several images of young maidens frolicking in a spring gradually materialized within the mirror. If the sect leader, that old lecher, were to witness this scene, he would probably spit blood in shock. No wonder he hadn't encountered Su Qing in the past 2 years. It turned out he had already comprehended such techniques. The key was that he had secretly learned them without teaching him. How ungrateful! The following day, Su Qing enjoyed a peaceful slumber, as was his custom. He raised his hand and waved, directing Tru Chi to draw water from a bucket, watering his vegetable garden one by one. If others were to see him so frivolously using Tru Chi, they would undoubtedly berate him mercilessly. How can Tru Chi be used in such a manner? However, Su Qing was indifferent to such opinions. Tru Chi belonged to him. He could use it as he pleased. Moreover, he felt that the cultivation framework in this world was overly rigid. They were all too focused on fighting and cultivation without exploring the myriad other uses of Tru Chi. One must live this life to the fullest and indulge in the pleasures of existence. Soon after, he pushed open the door to the storage room, carrying several baskets of vegetables as he made his way up the mountain. "Vegetables are ready," Su Qing announced as he approached a small courtyard, gently knocking on the door. Moments later, Zhang Yuntian was the first to open the door, greeting him with a beaming smile. "Lord Su? How many can I take today?" Zhang Yuntian's affable grin resembled that of a kind-hearted middle-aged man, making it hard to reconcile this face with that of the former dark overlord. "Of course. It's the same as usual, but since you were the first today, you can take an extra one," Su Qing replied casually. Zhang Yuntian nodded with a hearty laugh. Even if it was just one more. It filled his heart with joy. It wasn't that Su Qing was mistreating them. Rather, the vegetables were imbued with a purity of spiritual energy that surpassed even those found in so-called blessed lands. They had considered growing their own, but the vegetables they cultivated simply could not compare to those obtained from Su Qing. Zhang Yuntian accepted the basket, bowing with exaggerated gratitude. Soon after, two more individuals swiftly emerged from the courtyard. Upon seeing that Zhang Yuntian had claimed the first position, they immediately began to scold him. "Old Zhang, that's just too unfair. Didn't we agree to take turns each week? Go away. The rules of the cultivation world? You are far too naive and need to toughen up. You old cabbage, you must share a piece with me today. Otherwise, we will settle this with a few rounds. Did you just break through yesterday? I was just frustrated after being humiliated by that brat Yi Jian, and if I can't beat him, why would I be afraid of you?" As they spoke, the three rolled up their sleeves and cracked their knuckles. Ready to brawl over a single vegetable, Su Qing stood by silently, having witnessed this scenario countless times over the years. It was akin to two dogs barking at each other from opposite sides of a door. They would start off fiercely, but once the door opened, they would immediately fall silent. As for who the door was, naturally, it was Su Qing himself. "Dio, you still want them?" At that moment, Su Qing, having lost interest in their squabble after observing their antics, decided to interject. Yes, Lord Su, please take your time." Gu Wang and Zhou Yang hurriedly stepped forward, wearing harmless smiles as they took the basket. After delivering to the three, Su Qing made his way to Shifeng's residence, presenting her with the vegetables while also checking on the repairs she had made to the small courtyard. To his surprise, Shifeng had indeed managed to restore the courtyard in just one day's time. Su Qing even began to entertain other ideas. Perhaps he could have Shifeng handle the construction of more houses in the future. The capable must bear more burdens. Thus, with a basket of vegetables in hand, Su Qing ascended the mountain. After delivering Yi Jian's portion, he finally reached the summit, where he beheld a figure exuding an ethereal aura, akin to a celestial being detached from the mundane world. A handsome immortal with flowing white hair. Upon seeing this silhouette, Su Qing raised his hands in inquiry. "Did you not mention that you were being interrogated by the various peak masters and elders? How is it that you have come to visit me today?" As his words fell, the handsome immortal turned to face him, revealing a face bruised and battered, a stark contrast to his previous graceful demeanor. Upon witnessing this visage, Su Qing could not suppress his laughter. "Ha ha ha!" The sect master frowned and declared, "Be serious." "I am the sect master." Su Qing shrugged, unable to contain his mirth. "It's nothing. Speak as you will. I was merely reminded of something amusing. Ha ha ha." Chapter 8. The sect master of Xiang sect Daochen, the esteemed sect master of Xiang sect. To outsiders, Daochen always appeared as a figure of celestial grace, transcending the mundane, a prominent personage in the Qingcang realm. However, one fateful night, while wandering the lush grasslands of Miaoshuan Peak, he inadvertently encountered a mischievous spirit. That meeting shattered his carefully crafted image. The spirit he had met that night was none other than the very individual standing before him now, grinning like a fool. What was more astonishing was that this individual, Su Qing, possessed formidable strength. Initially, Daochen believed he alone had reached the great ascension stage within Ziyang's sect, only to discover Su Qing surpassed him in prowess, utterly redefining his perceptions of the cultivation world. A mere lad under 20, a transcendent capable of overcoming tribulations. Should he share this revelation, others would undoubtedly dismiss it as mere boasting, and yet the truth remained. Su Qing was indeed of such caliber, and disbelief could not alter that fact. With these thoughts in mind, Daochen cleared his throat and remarked, "I heard you sought me out at the main peak yesterday." Su Qing, stifling his laughter, replied, "Indeed, I did seek you out. But I never anticipated that the illustrious sect master of Ziyang's sect would be caught red-handed at Miaoshuan Peak." A teasing glimmer danced in Su Qing's eyes as he spoke. Daochen's expression darkened. This was indeed a dismal chapter in his history. Yet, he pondered why he had not seen Su Qing in the past 2 years, despite their frequent visits to Miaoshuan Peak. Peering at Su Qing with suspicion, Daochen adopted a serious tone. "Let us set aside the trivial matters for now. I actually wish to discuss something important with you, concerning the Heavenly Demon Hall." This, Su Qing's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "The Heavenly Demon Hall? Is this about the saintess we brought back the other day?" Su Qing inquired. "Precisely. Not only is she the saintess of the Heavenly Demon Hall, but she is also the daughter of the current Demon Lord. Her talents are exceptional, and her future is limitless. The Heavenly Demon Hall will not let this matter rest easily," Daochen replied gravely. Su Qing nodded in acknowledgement. After all, such prodigious talent could undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the future, possibly rivaling even Yi Jian's exceptional abilities. Yet, here was a potential powerhouse of the Demon Hall, inexplicably ensnared within the righteous sect, oblivious to her fate. Naturally, others would resort to cunning measures. Daochen continued, "Recently, I have heard from the elders of the Outer Peaks that several disciples have gone missing within our sect. I suspect it is the work of the Demon Path. The Heavenly Demon Hall is known for its insidious methods, although this nameless peak is a forbidden ground for Ziyang's sect, with numerous restrictions. It is imperative that you remain vigilant." Su Qing scoffed. "I am well aware. No need to remind me," he nonchalantly remarked. "Speaking of which, that saintess from the Demon Hall was quite unruly on her first day. But now she is remarkably compliant, much easier to manage than previous visitors. Next time, do bring back more of her kind. Otherwise, you know my temper. My methods can be rather heavy-handed." Daochen regarded him with skepticism, suddenly recalling the scene from 8 years ago when over 100 demon cultivators broke free from their celestial prison. Even he sensed that the dynamics of the Qingsong realm were shifting. Yet, Su Qing had single-handedly subdued all the demon cultivators with a mere slap, eliminating them all without exception. The weakest among them were all formidable beings at the divine transformation stage. It was akin to swatting flies. With a hint of irritation, Daochen remarked, "I suspect you are merely trying to attract more women into your life." Su Qing reclined casually. "That is not entirely out of the question." Daochen rolled his eyes. "I knew you were of such a nature." Su Qing smirked. "What of it? It's far better than you, an old cucumber, still sneaking around Miaoshuan Peak's grasslands." Daochen's face flushed with embarrassment. "Didn't we agree to refrain from mentioning that?" Su Qing dismissed the topic. Since their encounter at Miaoshuan Peak, they had formed a camaraderie akin to that of old friends. Though he often teased Daochen about being an old cucumber painted green, they both understood the underlying affection in their banter. Furthermore, it was unlikely that Daochen would truly retaliate. After all, what could he possibly do? By the way, Daochen suddenly seemed to recall something. "Yesterday, I sensed a faint purple aura emanating from your vicinity. Has Yi Jian achieved a breakthrough?" Su Qing did not conceal the truth and nodded with candor. Upon seeing this, Daochen felt a surge of excitement. Yi Jian had been nurtured under his guidance, and he was well aware of the young man's terrifying potential. However, Yi Jian had rashly slain an elder simply because he disapproved of the elder's conduct. The slaying of an elder by a disciple was a grave taboo within Ziyang's sect. As the sect master, Daochen was bound by the sect's laws, and other elders eagerly awaited his downfall. Ultimately, he had no choice but to confine Yi Jian to the forbidden area, hoping that in due time, the matter would be forgotten. However, in recent years, whenever he sent inquiries regarding Yi Jian's intentions, The young man showed no inclination to return to the main peak, content with his life in the forbidden area. Now, to add to the irony, he had achieved a breakthrough to the Void Return stage. How old was Yi Jian? Not yet 30, yet a Void Return swordsman. He could easily surpass Dao Chen in the future, potentially becoming Ziyang's sect's strongest member in nearly a millennium. Such a prodigy had been relegated to the forbidden area by the rigid old fogies of their sect. It was a bitter pill to swallow, akin to consuming 10 lemons in one go. Noticing the forlorn expression on Dao Chen's face, Su Qing consoled him. Do not fret. You should be pleased. Look, Yi Jian is still a member of Ziyang's sect. As am I. With us here, Ziyang's sect shall surely soar to new heights. Upon hearing these words, Dao Chen's expression grew even more despondent. He had never truly regarded Su Qing as a peer. Moreover, the notion of handing over his nurtured genius to someone else for the sake of performance was a sentiment few could comprehend. Alas, perhaps it was fate. At least the young man had not suffered any damage to his sword heart due to Su Qing's presence. Dao Chen sighed, finding some solace in that thought. Su Qing, however, did not dispute this perspective. In truth, for Yi Jian to recognize the disparity between himself and Su Qing was a form of progress. The desire to challenge and surpass an unattainable goal could stagnate one's own path in swordsmanship. This was precisely why Su Qing held such high hopes for Yi Jian. The two exchanged casual remarks, and Dao Chen even brought forth some of his treasured tea leaves to share. Upon seeing the tea, Su Qing understood the unspoken message. It seemed that the old cucumber sought refuge from the storm brewing around him. After all, being interrogated by over 30 peak masters and numerous elders was hardly a dignified affair. Just as the tea was prepared, Su Qing paused in his movements, his gaze slowly lifting to the left. Not only he, but Dao Chen also narrowed his eyes, their gazes fixed in the same direction. Have you sensed something? Dao Chen asked in a low-voiced "Is that even a question?" Su Qing rose gradually. It seems the people from the Heavenly Demon Hall are here. Dao Chen squinted. What does it matter who they are? Su Qing cracked his knuckles. If they dare to cause trouble on my turf, I am eager to see how many lives they possess. As his words echoed, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from Su Qing's being. Boom! In an instant, an invisible pressure enveloped the nameless peak. The trio of Zhan Yuntian, who had just procured some vegetables, felt a chill run down their spines. Oh no, what has Su Qing lost his mind over today? Regardless of anything else, let us hide for now. Just to be clear, if one of my vegetables goes missing, our business will be unfinished. Chapter 9. The Heavenly Demon Hall, a confluence of talents. Wu Yu, the Hall Master of the Heavenly Demon Hall. His strength had long since reached the late stage of divine transformation, making him a notable figure in the Qingsong realm. On this day, he had been dispatched by the Hall Master to infiltrate the heart of Ziyang's sect. Armed with the unique life jade of the Saintess, he faced no difficulty locating her whereabouts. He exuded confidence. Having mastered the Heavenly Demon Hall's unique stealth techniques, even a formidable cultivator at the Void Return stage or a harmonization expert would be unable to detect his presence. Furthermore, in recent days, the Heavenly Demon Hall had dispatched numerous operatives to the periphery of Ziyang's sect, effectively diverting its attention outward, making it nearly impossible for anyone to uncover his movements. Yet, just as he was closing in on the Saintess's life jade, he suddenly felt an immense force crashing down upon him, akin to a mountain collapsing. In an instant, his vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself bound by celestial ropes. Rendered motionless like a hapless pig, before him stood a group of individuals, leaving him utterly bewildered. The sect master of Ziyang's sect? This aura, is that a Void Return stage swordsman? Wu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he surveyed the individuals surrounding him, particularly fixating on Zhan Yuntian. Shock coursed through Wu Yu as he regarded Zhan Yuntian, who, in turn, stared back in disbelief. Zhan Hallmaster? Wu Yu felt his mind whirl in confusion. Zhan Yuntian inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly as he remarked, "Is it truly you?" After all, they were both members of the Celestial Demon Hall, and Zhan Yuntian vaguely recalled a remarkably talented junior from his time there, whose name, if memory served him correctly, was Wu Yu. At this juncture, Gu Wang and Zhou Yang approached, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle in their eyes. A considerable number of individuals had been brought here, yet Wu Yu was the only one in over a decade who had willingly come to this place. The members of the Celestial Demon Hall were indeed exceptional talents. At that moment, Wu Yu also took note of Gu Wang and Zhou Yang. His extraordinary memory recalled that he had once been dispatched by the Hall Master to engage with various factions within the demonic realms, and he was acutely aware of the relevant identities associated with them. Almost instantaneously, Wu Yu confirmed their identities: the Southern Domain's Gu God Hall and the Western Domain's Celestial Earth Sect. These were formidable cultivators at the returning Void stage, rumored to have been missing for over a decade. Yet here they stood. Could it be that these three masters of the demonic path had come to rescue him? Just then, the figure of Shi Feng appeared behind the crowd. Upon seeing her, Wu Yu began to struggle violently. "Hall Master Zhan, lend me a hand," Wu Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide with desperation. "Help with what?" Zhan Yuntian frowned. "Just take the Saintess back. Don't concern yourself with me." Wu Yu writhed like a worm. In his view, Zhan Hall Master must have anticipated the events of the day. With the capabilities of three returning Void Stage Masters of the demonic path, it should not be an insurmountable task to extract someone from this place. However, before he could formulate further arguments, Zhan Yuntian had already lunged forward, delivering a kick to Wu Yu's abdomen. Wu Yu was taken by surprise, nearly expelling his lungs from the force of the blow. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhan Yuntian glared fiercely. In truth, Zhan Yuntian's heart nearly leapt from his chest. Goodness, do you not perceive the gravity of the situation? It is not merely Su Qing standing nearby. Even Dao Qin's presence here makes escape an impossibility. Are you speaking without thinking? Immediately, Su Qing placed a hand on Zhan Yuntian's shoulder, casually remarking, "It seems you are quite familiar with him." Upon hearing this, Zhan Yuntian's scalp tingled with fear. "Ahem, Lord Su is jesting. We have merely crossed paths a few times, hardly a close acquaintance. Besides, with our meager skills, how could we possibly escape from your domain?" Upon uttering these words, the prostrate Wu Yu wore an expression of utter disbelief. "Hall Master Zhan, what has come over you? Why do you grovel before such insignificant figures?" Wu Yu gritted his teeth. "Insignificant figures?" At this, Zhan Yuntian's heart raced. "You foolish child, do you truly not comprehend the implications? To refer to Su Qing as an insignificant figure, the last person who did so has grass growing 2 meters high on their grave." Zhan Yuntian steeled himself and, in a swift motion, struck Wu Yu with a palm. Boom! Wu Yu was sent flying over Tinzhong, crashing into the mountainside and leaving a human-shaped indentation in the rock. Su Qing glanced over, stating indifferently, "Do not kill him. I still have matters to discuss with him." Hearing this, Zhan Yuntian felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Rest assured, Lord Su, I am mindful of that." Su Qing nodded slightly. "Very well, bring him to the mountaintop later." With that, Su Qing began to ascend the peak, accompanied by Dao Qian and Yi Jian. Watching the trio depart, Zhan Yuntian finally exhaled, casting a glance in Wu Yu's direction. His eyes betraying a hint of sympathy. It could only be said that Wu Yu was incredibly unfortunate. Not only had he arrived at the Forbidden Grounds, but he had also coincidentally encountered Su Qing and Dao Qian on this very day. Had he arrived just a day earlier, the atmosphere would not have been so dire. At this moment, Shi Feng approached Zhan Yuntian and quietly inquired, "Uncle Zhan, I cannot help but wonder, must we remain under Su Qing's control indefinitely?" Zhan Yuntian pondered for a moment before sighing in resignation. "At the very least, Su Qing is unlikely to kill us without cause. That is certainly preferable to those self-proclaimed righteous hypocrites. Furthermore, once a person is dead, there is nothing left. As long as we live, there remains a glimmer of hope for escape. Young miss, do not overthink it. With your talent, you shall undoubtedly have the opportunity to leave in the future. Moreover, within this forbidden ground of the Ziyang sect, you can focus on your cultivation without too many concerns. Perhaps that is not such a bad thing after all." Shi Feng nodded silently. Although she had tried to put Su Qing out of her mind, when actually confronted with him, she could not help but acknowledge the truth. He was an insurmountable mountain. She could not comprehend why such extraordinary individuals existed in this world, as if they were entities beyond the rules of reality itself. At the summit of the unknown peak, Yi Jian stood guard at the mountain path, while Su Qing and Dao Chun settled beneath a robust millennium-old cypress to continue their tea. After Dao Qian brewed the tea, he channeled his true energy to infuse the finest spring water into the cups before taking a slow sip. Su Qing. Though it is somewhat awkward for me to say this, I feel it necessary to mention. Dao Qian said after swallowing his sip. Just say it outright, Su Qing replied nonchalantly. When you make your next move, could you refrain from indiscriminately releasing your tribulation stage pressure? I'm no longer a young man. I cannot endure it, Dao Qian said, a look of embarrassment on his face. Not to mention others, even as a prominent figure in the Qingcang realm, I usually do not carry myself with such airs. Yet your pressure comes without warning and affects all indiscriminately. Those unaware might think a certain ancestral figure is causing chaos in the Ziyang sect's forbidden ground. As time passed, even if he reached the great ascension stage, he could not withstand such fright. Upon hearing this, Su Qing took a sip of tea. Deep in thought, I shall do my best. Su Qing replied with anoddi. In truth, he had no desire to intimidate others. Based on the cultivation level indicated in the evil man's register, he suspected he was releasing less than 1/10 of his true power. He had not anticipated that controlling his cultivation would pose such a challenge. Side-eye in the courtyard, Zhang Yuntian, wincing in pain, forced a piece of lettuce into Wu Yu's mouth. Before long, Wu Yu regained consciousness. Upon setting his eyes on Zhang Yuntian, Wu Yu immediately braced himself, as if facing his greatest enemy. What is the matter? Zhang Yuntian asked, observing Wu Yu's sudden vitality. Wu Yu let out a cold snort, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he declared, "Hmph, spare the act. Hall Master Zhan has been missing for 17 years. The Hall Master has long declared that Zhan Hall Master has perished elsewhere. If you were to reveal your true self honestly, I might still regard you as a man, but speaking to me in this guise makes you believe I am a fool?" Listening to Wu Yu's words, Zhang Yuntian was left bewildered. What nonsense had this child concocted? At that moment, the door to the courtyard swung open, and Shi Feng entered. Upon seeing her, Wu Yu promptly dashed forward. "Saintess!" He approached Shi Feng and respectfully knelt, exclaiming, "I am Wu Yu. Greetings to the Saintess." Shi Feng glanced at Wu Yu before turning her attention to Zhang Yuntian. She sighed and shook her head. "Hall Master Wu, here. No one's status holds any significance. Please rise." Wu Yu lifted his gaze, astonished at Shi Feng's demeanor. Had this been in the Celestial Demon Hall, Shi Feng would have undoubtedly maintained a firm attitude. Her standing only second to the Hall Master. Indeed, during his time in the Celestial Demon Hall, any disrespect towards the Saintess would result in a death sentence. Yet the Shi Feng before him seemed unconcerned with such formalities, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. If it were not for the life jade confirming that she was indeed the Saintess of the Celestial Demon Hall, he might have suspected that Shi Feng, like Zhang Yuntian, was merely disguised as a member of the Ziyang sect. "Saintess, do you not wish to return?" Wu Yu inquired, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Return?" At the mention of the word, Shi Feng scoffed derisively. "Here, who can return? You may as well sense the formations and restrictions upon this peak. Not to mention that there is a tribulation stage powerhouse presiding here." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's expression instantly paled. "A tribulation stage powerhouse?" Wu Yu stammered, struggling to articulate the term. It was said that tribulation stage powerhouses possess the ability to manipulate the laws of heaven and earth, almost transcending the constraints of reality, capable of moving mountains and filling seas with a mere gesture. However, for nearly 1,000 years, no reports had emerged of a tribulation stage powerhouse existing within the Qingcang realm. Only figures like Dao Qian, who had reached the Great Ascension stage, occasionally appeared in the public eye. Yet everyone understood the nature of the Great Ascension stage. If that was the case, how could one even begin to comprehend the existence of a legendary tribulation stage powerhouse within the heart of the Ziyang sect? Wu Yu swallowed hard, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Now do you understand why we refrained from acting? Had I not intervened earlier, your fate would have been tenfold worse than before." At that moment, Zhang Yuntian approached and spoke. Upon hearing his words, Wu Yu felt a lingering unease in his heart. However, if this matter were indeed true, then everything would make sense. Yet, no one had anticipated that within the very heart of the Ziyang sect, there existed a formidable being at the transcendent stage. If this were to spread, who would dare provoke the Ziyang sect? Wu Yu found it difficult to regain his composure in his worldview. The Heavenly Demon Hall was already a top-tier presence in the Qingsong realm. Even the mighty Ziyang sect could contend with it. But now, upon hearing this revelation, he understood the vast disparity between the two sides. Zhang Yutian continued, "Since you have now regained your senses, accompany me. However, you must remember, no matter whom you encounter, do not act recklessly. Anyone on this peak is beyond your reach." This was no jest from Zhang Yutian. Aside from Shifeng, the weakest among them was at the Void Return realm. Any of them could easily subdue Wu Yu in a contest. Wu Yu gazed intently at Zhang Yutian and said solemnly, "Zhan Hall Master, are you truly going to hand me over to that self-proclaimed righteous hypocrite?" Zhang Yutian shook his head and sighed. "Wu Yu, you are someone I have witnessed grow within the Heavenly Demon Hall. If I intended to harm you, I would not have rescued you. If you face this calmly, there may yet be a glimmer of hope." Wu Yu snorted coldly. "I, Wu Yu, serve solely for the Hall Master. If it comes to betraying him, what is the worth of my life?" Zhang Yutian chuckled lightly. "Very well, then come with me to see. If Su Qing truly intends to ensnare you, you may as well end your life right here." Wu Yu nodded in agreement, having already prepared himself thoroughly. A severed head is but a small price to pay. He had long cast aside concerns of life and death. Before long, Zhang Yutian led Wu Yu to the summit, pressing him to the ground before standing to the side. Wu Yu's gaze was fixed ahead. Seated at a stone table were two individuals, Dao Chen and a relatively young boy. Compared to the sword cultivator behind him, the strength of everyone present seemed to overshadow that of the boy. Yet, Zhang Yutian had said that any individual on this peak could easily bring Wu Yu to his demise. Could it be that this boy was not as simple as he appeared? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Su Qing's gaze fell upon him. "Speak. Did the Hall Master of your Heavenly Demon Hall send you here?" Su Qing asked casually, his tone unassuming. Hearing this, Wu Yu let out a cold snort. "Dismissing the inquiry, and if so, you have taken away our Heavenly Demon Hall Saintess, merely sending me to retrieve her. What is so improper about that?" His tone was unwavering. Su Qing nodded, rising to his feet. "In that case, you must have considered your own death as well." Wu Yu laughed coldly. "A man born amidst heaven and earth fears not death." With those words, Wu Yu had already closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of his fate. However, Su Qing did not strike immediately but turned to Dao Chen. "I recall the sect's regulations. What should be done with those who refuse to yield even unto death?" Su Qing inquired. Dao Chen's expression darkened. "Do you even hear the nonsense you're spouting? What questions have you posed? Why should anyone answer?" Nevertheless, Dao Chen eventually nodded, stating, "According to sect rules, they should be imprisoned in the forbidden area, to be dealt with later." Su Qing smiled and nodded, then turned to Wu Yu and said, "Since you are so obstinate, I shall confine you here. Are you agreeable?" Wu Yu furrowed his brow, uncertain of Su Qing's intentions. However, he caught a sidelong glance at Zhang Yutian, who was signaling him with his eyes. Wu Yu took a deep breath, snorted, and offered no reply. Su Qing smiled, producing a ledger of villains. Sure enough, a new page appeared. Name: Wu Yu, Hall Master of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Cultivation: 8th stage of transformation. God talent: exceptional relationship. Hostile reward: 1,000 cultivation points per hour. Description: a fiery character of the demonic path. He cannot abide self-righteous cultivators and excels in stealth and concealment techniques. Chapter 11. Seeking the Sun-Eating Taoist. Having dealt with Wu Yu, Su Qing and Dao Chen exchanged no further words. It was only after half an hour had passed that they finally sighed in relief. Dao Chen lifted his eyelids, perplexed, and asked, "Why did you insist on leaving him in the forbidden area?" "That fellow's aim is singular: to take back the Saintess of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Keeping him here, he will surely contemplate how to escape every day." Dao Chen did not speak too bluntly, for Wu Yu was merely a pawn sent by the Heavenly Demon Hall, of little value. Most individuals from the Heavenly Demon Hall had strong wills, and Wu Yu, possessing extraordinary stealth techniques, could infiltrate the Ziyang sect unnoticed. This alone proved his capabilities were far from ordinary. Logically, such a person should be eliminated to prevent future troubles. Yet, how could Dao Chen comprehend Su Qing's methods? The secrets of the villain ledger were something he had never disclosed to anyone, his greatest trump card. Su Qing couldn't help but smile. responding nonchalantly, regardless of how skilled he is at escaping. Once he is here, he will have to behave himself. As for why I keep him, I have my own plans. With that, Su Qing slowly closed his eyes and drained his cup of tea. Observing Su Qing's confidence, Dao Chen's thoughts began to drift. He did not know what Su Qing was plotting, but since Su Qing had expressed himself thus, he felt considerably reassured. After all, Su Qing's strength was evident, and many of the great formations in the sect were crafted by him. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Su Qing, despite appearing laid back, had made substantial contributions to the sect. This was why he had agreed to allow Su Qing to establish a small courtyard on Wuming Peak rather than reset the prison. With this thought, Dao Chen also relaxed. Since you have your plans, I shall say no more. However, with this failure of the Heavenly Demon Hall's operation, it is likely to provoke the older generation within at this point. Dao Chen glanced at Su Qing with a hint of foreboding. If anything happens to the Ziyang sect, it will fall upon you to address it. Su Qing smiled and nodded. Why do I get the feeling you have become so courteous? After all, I am a member of the Ziyang sect. If trouble arises, I will not stand idly by. Hearing this, Dao Chen felt warmth in his heart. He and Su Qing had debated many matters, yet now it seemed that in critical moments, this brat was indeed quite reliable. Su Qing then added, by the way, since we are on this topic, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Dao Chen nodded readily. Speak freely. Su Qing tapped the stone table with his index finger, saying casually, this Wuming Peak is too desolate. I intend to cultivate some disciples. Upon hearing this, Dao Chen was somewhat taken aback. 2 years prior, he had asked Su Qing if he wished to take up a position as an elder on another peak to nurture disciples. Given Su Qing's strength, he could easily serve as a peak master. Why, then, had he suddenly developed an interest in cultivating disciples? As this thought crossed his mind, a comical smile appeared on Dao Chen's face. You, don't tell me you are thinking of playing the nurturing game. Dao Chen raised an eyebrow. Su Qing waved his hand dismissively. Do not impose your sordid thoughts upon me. I have conditions for accepting disciples. Dao Chen inquired, what are your conditions? Su Qing replied slowly, I will only accept those with exceptional talents and will not take in those with poor character. The two conditions seemed simple, and Dao Chen understood them at once. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized something was amiss. Exceptional talent was understandable, but what did rejecting those with poor character mean? Wasn't that the opposite? Are you certain you want those with poor character? Dao Chen questioned. Incredulous. Indeed, the best are those with past transgressions, Su Qing reiterated. Dao Chen was utterly bewildered. Everyone hoped that their disciples would be as virtuous as possible. Su Qing, however, sought out the more troublesome individuals, those who had committed wrongs. What a unique standard for selecting disciples. Dao Chen regarded Su Qing quizzically, his earlier change of opinion now replaced with the realization that Su Qing was far from ordinary. No, he couldn't even be classified as human. With this thought, Dao Chen finally accepted the situation. I will do my best to help you find some, though they may be scarce. Moreover, Wuming Peak is a forbidden area of the Ziyang sect. You must also supervise those who have committed grave offenses. I will bring a group over for you to evaluate, Dao Chen stated solemnly. That works, Su Qing nodded. Ahem, if there are no other matters, I shall stay with you for the next few days to ensure those individuals do not cause any trouble. As you wish, Su Qing replied nonchalantly. 8 years ago, over 100 demonic cultivators were dealt with. Why would I fear a few currently confined here? This old fellow is clearly afraid of returning only to be held accountable by those peak masters and elders. However, it matters little, as he has nothing else to occupy his time. The Hall of Heavenly Demons stands majestically in the heart of the Azure Dragon Valley, surrounded by steep mountain ridges that seem to enclose it in a protective embrace. Numerous halls are scattered along the cliffs, yet only in the deepest part of the center lies the most sacred main hall of the Heavenly Demon Hall. At this moment, the hall appears orderly, but a sense of unease permeates its interior. The Saintess has been captured, and the dispatched demon soldiers have returned with scant useful information. Even the master of the Martial Hall, renowned for his stealth, has been absent for 2 whole days without a word. Inside the main hall, a hall master strides in, bowing respectfully as he addresses the hall master seated upon the supreme chair. Esteemed hall master, Wu Yu's expedition to the Ziyang sect has yielded no news. He has likely fallen into their clutches. Might I inquire about your next course of action? Bai Hall Master asks. Zhuanchen, seated upon the supreme chair, remains lost in thought, not responding immediately. Were it not for his hand occasionally tapping the armrest, one might question whether that figure is indeed Zhuanchen himself. In that moment, Zhuanchen slowly lifts his gaze, his deep voice resonating throughout the hall. The Ziyang sect's focus should be on the periphery. Moreover, Wu Yu's concealment techniques are beyond the grasp of any mere cultivator beneath the great ascension stage. Perhaps that old coot Daochen is personally guarding Feng'er. Upon hearing this, Bai Hall Master's expression shifts dramatically. Daochen personally guarding the Saintess? How then can we hope to rescue her? The Ziyang sect's strength is formidable, with a profound foundation. Each of the 36 peak masters and 72 elders is no trivial opponent, not to mention their direct disciples, who are on the verge of reaching the transformation realm. With Daochen himself overseeing the Saintess, do we truly still have hope of rescuing her? Bai Hall Master sweats profusely. It is not that he intends to back down, but the Ziyang sect's depth is overwhelmingly daunting. As the foremost righteous sect in the Azure Tsang realm, the Ziyang sect is indeed a true leader. If it comes to a direct confrontation, the Heavenly Demon Hall stands no chance of toppling the Ziyang sect. Just as Bai Hall Master utters these words, an invisible force strikes with the ferocity of a blade, sending him hurtling away. Poof! Bai Hall Master coughs up a mouthful of blood, crashing to the entrance of the hall before coming to a halt. At this moment, Zhuanchen's icy gaze fixes upon Bai Hall Master as he declares, Feng'er is the most gifted individual in the Heavenly Demon Hall in a millennium. In the future, not even Daochen, let alone the entire Azure Tsang realm, can restrain her steps. Regardless of the cost, I shall bring Feng'er back from the Ziyang sect. Should I hear you utter such words again, next time, the target will be your head. Bai Hall Master struggles to his feet, respectfully nodding, I shall obey. Zhuanchen snorts coldly, tossing a storage ring. Upon catching it, Bai Hall Master's face reveals a hint of confusion. Then Zhuanchen speaks, within this storage ring lies the rare materials and treasures I have acquired over the years. I need you to take it to Shuyuan Mountain and seek out the sun-devouring Taoist. This revelation, Bai Hall Master's complexion pales. The sun-devouring Taoist? The legendary figure closest to achieving the transcendent stage? He is still alive. Days later, after Daochen departs from Wuming Peak, he assures Su Qing that he will handle the matter. Yet the following day, news arises that the peak masters have once again pressured Daochen to the main peak for further interrogation. Su Qing, however, is disinclined to intervene. That old rascal ought to temper his behavior. At his age, still acting in such a manner tarnishes his reputation. Such matters are better left in his hands. With great power comes great responsibility. Su Qing muses. According to the weekly schedule for delivering vegetables, Su Qing times his visit to the small courtyard. With an additional person present, he must provide an extra portion of greens. Fortunately, the number of people is not excessive. Otherwise, his few acres of land would struggle to meet the demand. Yet he contemplates that if he indeed attracts disciples, the supply of vegetables will surely need to increase, necessitating even more cultivation. It seems that his current plot of land will undoubtedly prove insufficient. He must expand further, he muses. Today, the first to arrive is still Zhang Yuntian. As usual, the three of them engage in a heated dispute over a single vegetable. Such scenes have seemingly become habitual upon Wuming Peak. If one day they cease their quarrels, it would be quite the rarity. Shifeng appears far more adept than during her initial vegetable collection. Perhaps having savored the distinct flavors of these greens, she is no longer as haughty as before. The only stubborn one remains Wu Yu, who, having recently arrived, gazes at Su Qing with barely restrained agitation, ignoring the vegetables left at the door. Ultimately, Zhang Yuntian stealthily claims them for himself. Yi Jian continues his routine, as if the Xianyun platform has become his second home, spending his days there, absorbing the first rays of purple energy carried by the wind. Observing Yi Jian, Su Qing is often reminded of his own self a decade ago, when he was still diligent and aspiring, until he discovered the joys of taking shortcuts, which led him to abandon his efforts entirely. Yi Jian, the goods are placed here. Remember to take them back later, Su Qing casually remarks. Yi Jian responds without turning his head. When Su Qing finishes his tasks and descends the mountain, two piercing sounds suddenly echo through the air. Shortly after, two venerable figures, exuding an otherworldly air, descend upon swords, their hands clasped behind their gray robes, heads held high, embodying a certain grandeur. Su Qing turns to face the two. The elder leading the way appears somewhat portly, with a weathered visage and an unusual badge on his chest. While others might mistake it for a mere symbol of status, within this badge lies formidable magical power. Behind the elder stands a seemingly youthful disciple, who, in reality, is several decades old, possessing strength equivalent to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Su Qing recognizes the two. The elder is Yang Xiong, the second elder of the main peak of the Ziyang sect. Following him is his direct disciple, Ouyang Feng. Su Qing has had little interaction with either, having only crossed paths occasionally when Daochen summoned him to the main peak. Thus, it is likely that neither knows the extent of his abilities. Their visit to Wuming Peak today cannot bode well. Once they land, Su Qing approaches to inquire, "What brings you, second elder, to my humble Wuming Peak?" Yang Xiong casts Su Qing a disdainful glance in his eyes. Su Qing is merely a long-absconded disciple of the sect. Even if he is aware of Su Qing's status as a demon suppressor, it pales in comparison to the standing of a second elder. With an air of arrogance, Yang Xiong states, "Su Shidi, your memory seems quite short. Today marks the 5th anniversary of Yi Jian's confinement in the Forbidden Zone. According to sect regulations, should he continue to refuse to acknowledge his guilt, I am well within my rights to enforce the sect's decree on the spot." Upon hearing this, Su Qing's eyes narrow slightly. He had indeed forgotten about this matter. He is well aware of the circumstances surrounding Yi Jian's slaying of an elder and subsequent confinement. However, Daochen should have successfully suppressed this issue within the sect. Even recently, Daochen hoped he could facilitate Yi Jian's release. Why then does another person come to seek retribution? At this moment, Yi Jian steps down from the Xinyan platform, his brow exuding brilliance, causing even Yang Xiong to tremble involuntarily. "You, having reached the returning void stage." Yang Xiong's eyes widen in disbelief. It is well known that the resources required to transcend to the returning void stage are substantial. In the confines of this forbidden zone, without the sect's provision of spirit stones and magical treasures, achieving such a breakthrough is nearly impossible. Let alone Yi Jian, a renowned sword cultivator, whose path to advancement is exponentially more arduous than that of a typical returning void cultivator. Realizing this, Yang Xiong's gaze shifts to Su Qing, and his anger intensifies upon seeing Su Qing's nonchalant demeanor. Could it be that this fellow has supplied Yi Jian with the resources sent over? Absurd. Yang Xiong seethes internally. At that moment, Ouyang Feng, standing behind Yang Xiong, rebukes, "Yi Jian, shouldn't you be imprisoned in the celestial dungeon? How can you appear here so brazenly? Su Shidi, what sort of management is this?" Su Qing furrows his brow, fixing his gaze on Ouyang Feng, his tone icy. "Why should your management be any of your concern?" Ouyang Feng's face darkens, his finger pointing at Su Qing as he prepares to scold him. "Enough!" Yang Xiong interjects sharply, directing his cold gaze at Yi Jian. "Why, Yi Jian, do not presume that reaching the returning void stage grants you license to act as you please. You have still slain a member of my Ziyang sect. A crime severe enough to warrant 10 death sentences." Yi Jian, sword in hand, replies with calm indifference, "I once believed the Ziyang sect had only one parasite among its ranks. Today, I realize there are numerous." Yang Xiong's countenance darkens, his expression nearly dripping with malice as he fixes his gaze upon Yi Jian. "What do you mean by that?" Yi Jian responds nonchalantly, the second elder should be well aware. Yang Xiong snorts coldly. "Yi Jian, do you truly fear death?" Yi Jian slowly closes his eyes, stating, "If given the chance again, I would do it just the same." At his words, Yang Xiong's breath surges dangerously. In the blink of an eye, the prowess of the 9th level of the Void Returning Realm was displayed in all its glory. Even Ouyang Feng, standing beside him, felt the overwhelming aura and promptly retreated to a safe distance, a smile flickering across his face. After all, such a formidable being was none other than his master. At this moment, Yang Xiong's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Yi Jian, the murderous intent emanating from him capable of shattering all existence upon the Xianyun platform. Even the vegetable basket placed beside Su Qing was sent flying, disappearing without a trace. "Why, Yi Jian, you are quite bold." How dare you utter such words in my presence? Even if the sect leader intervenes today, I shall still extract your rebellious bones. Yang Xiong's voice echoed across the skies of Wuming Peak. Yi Jian's sharp gaze remained fixed on the unfolding scene, his sword intent dissipating much of Yang Xiong's oppressive pressure, yet he could still sense a hint of intimidation. This was the strength of the 9th level of the void-returning realm. Yi Jian mused, however. A slight smile soon graced his lips. Despite the pressure he felt, it paled in comparison to the threat posed by Su Qing. Although Yang Xiong was powerful, he still had the strength to fight back. With this thought, Yi Jian's grip on the sword sheath grew increasingly fervent. Just as the two sides were poised for confrontation, Su Qing appeared beside Yang Xiong, placing a hand on his shoulder. In an instant, the oppressive aura on Wuming Peak vanished without a trace. Second Elder, is it not customary to seek my opinion before making a move on my territory? Su Qing's tone was calm. Yet it bore an unfathomable chill. At that moment, Yang Xiong finally grasped the situation. How is this possible? When did you reach the void-returning stage? The 13th chapter, Those Under My Care. Void-returning stage? How could he possibly be at the void-returning stage? Ouyang Feng's pupils trembled incessantly. How old was Su Qing? He wasn't even 20 this year. A void-returning master under 20 years of age had never been recorded in the annals of the Ziyang sect. Yang Xiong's face flushed with rage in his eyes. Su Qing was merely that carefree fellow, a cheap apprentice picked up at random. Although their encounters had been infrequent over the years, the aura emanating from Su Qing had always been feeble. When did this fellow begin to conceal his strength so deeply? Su Qing, what do you intend to do? I am the second elder, and you, a mere demon suppression envoy, dare to point fingers at me. Yang Xiong turned to glare at Su Qing. In response, Su Qing narrowed his eyes, revealing no trace of emotional fluctuation. The next moment, the aura enveloping him, including his hand, was shrouded in genuine energy, not just him. Yang Xiong felt an invisible force compelling his heart to tremble. This was not the dread that a mere void-returning stage could instill, especially considering Su Qing was clearly just a young lad under 20. Su Qing, you dare? Yang Xiong roared. Su Qing's lips curled into a nonchalant smile, expressing indifference as he replied, Second Elder, this is not your main peak on my territory. No one has the right to dictate terms to me. Those under my care are not subject to your scrutiny. As his words fell, Su Qing's genuine energy erupted violently. Yang Xiong stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Fortunately, Ouyang Feng rushed forward to catch him, preventing any embarrassment. Su Qing, you have betrayed. Yang Xiong steadied himself, his face flushed and neck thick with indignation. You are merely a lowly demon suppression envoy, whose duty is to monitor the prisoners in the heavenly prison. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? To this, Su Qing leisurely replied, You are aware that I am a demon suppression envoy, without a clear mandate, acting on my own accord. Do you wish to violate sect rules and come to my Wuming Peak for a visit? As he spoke, Su Qing's gaze sharpened. Yang Xiong's face changed drastically. He had come here because Dao Chun had been restricted by other peak masters and elders. Unable to step out of the main peak, as long as Dao Chun wanted to protect Yi Jian, revenge would be impossible for him. Thus, he had chosen this moment, thinking there was only Su Qing present, and dealing with Yi Jian would be a mere afterthought. Yet he never anticipated that Su Qing had, unbeknownst to him, broken through to the void-returning stage. No wonder Dao Chun entrusted Wuming Peak to Su Qing. He must have known Su Qing's depth all along. With this thought, Yang Xiong fixed his gaze on Su Qing and said, Su Qing, do you truly intend to offend me over this wretched creature? Upon hearing this, Yi Jian, who had remained silent, now exuded a sharp gaze, brimming with murderous intent. Unexpectedly, Su Qing raised a hand to stop him, coldly stating, Second Elder, if you continue to be so unreasonable, even though we belong to the same sect, I will still kill you. Su Qing's tone was chillingly resolute. That moment, even Yang Xiong himself was taken aback by Su Qing's icy demeanor. Su Qing's strength was no trifling matter, and Yi Jian had also reached the void-returning realm. Yang Xiong could hardly expect to gain an advantage against the two of them. Especially after Su Qing's last words, It seemed he truly did not care for the identity of the Ziyang sect and might genuinely take action against him. The people of Wuming Peak are all madmen. Yang Xiong's heart trembled incessantly. At this moment, Yang Xiong's expression shifted dramatically. He stared at Yi Jian with a mixture of uncertainty and rage. Su Qing and Yi Jian. He never anticipated such monsters existed within Wuming Peak. Very well, Su Shizhi, you are quite impressive. Yang Xiong gritted his teeth, pointing a finger at Su Qing. Second Elder, I advise you to tread carefully. If it were not for our shared sect affiliation, your current actions would be tantamount to courting death. Su Qing's words were as sharp as a frost blade. Oh, this attitude. Yang Xiong felt a chill at his neck. Ouyang Feng beside him trembled with rage, yet he could do nothing against Su Qing. The once seemingly frail junior was now of such a formidable caliber, leaving him begrudgingly unsatisfied. Clearly, he was the talented figure of the Ziyang sect. At this moment, Yang Xiong slowly rose, his previous air of authority replaced by a demeanor of trepidation. Su Qing, I will certainly report today's events to the sect leader, and he will personally come to question you. Su Qing chuckled. Second Elder, feel free. Emph. Yang Xiong scoffed, taking to the sky with Ouyang Feng, swiftly departing from Wuming Peak. Watching the two flee, Yi Jian squinted, seemingly deep in thought. At this moment, Su Qing approached and said, Yi Jian, you need not worry that a few days ago, Dao Chan sought me out. He will not allow this uncut gem of yours to be tarnished, but Yang Xiong is a wolf in sheep's clothing and will certainly not relent easily. Saying this, Su Qing could not help but smile. He turned to Yi Jian and said, by the way, you weren't actually thinking of attacking just now, were you? Yi Jian confidently replied, with my current strength, I believe I am no weaker than Yang Xiong. Su Qing nodded, indeed, but do not underestimate the foundation of the Ziyang sect. After all, he is still the second elder, and his strength should not be taken lightly. However, rest assured, it won't be long before he can no longer stir trouble. Upon hearing this, Yi Jian's heart jolted slightly. Does Su brother mean? He began, surprised that Su Qing simply waved a hand. This is my territory after all. If this old fellow can act so recklessly here, if I do not take action, would it not invite everyone to come and take a bite out of me? Do I not care for my own dignity? With a sigh, Su Qing gazed at the vegetable basket that had been placed aside. Well then, I must procure another basket. This grudge must be remembered, and I will settle accounts with that second elder in due time. You continue your cultivation. I will have someone bring you another portion shortly. With that, Su Qing turned and strode down the mountain without looking back. Watching Su Qing depart, Yi Jian's gaze gradually shifted to the horizon. In his heart, there lay a secret unspoken. He was a reincarnator. In his previous life, he had been marginalized by an elder, leaving him with regrets as he pursued the sword path. Living again, he thought it was the heavens' favor, allowing him to refine his swordsmanship to perfection. It seemed that fate was indeed steering towards that direction, yet the troubles he encountered were even more numerous than he had anticipated. Most astonishing of all was that Su Qing, whom he had never encountered in his previous life, now appeared as if sent by heaven to assist him. If he could not cultivate his sword path to its utmost in this life, it would surely be a waste of his second chance. Su brother, the kindness shown in this life will surely be repaid by Yi in the future. Yi Jian vowed with a resolute heart. The 14th chapter, the scheme against Yi Jian. Leaving Wuming Peak. Yang Xiong's expression fluctuated unpredictably. He had already devised a plan. Today was meant to be Yi Jian's demise. Yet, not only Yi Jian, but even Su Qing, whom he had never regarded with a second glance, had unexpectedly broken through to the void returning stage without his notice. What terrified him the most was Su Qing's age. Yang Xiong had witnessed Su Qing enter the Ziyang sect with his own eyes. At that time, Su Qing had just turned 5. Little did he expect that a mere 12 or 13 years later, Su Qing would have already achieved the void-returning realm. Was this talent? It was simply impossible. Even the most extraordinary individuals in the history of the Ziyang sect could not have reached the void-returning realm before the age of 20. Surely there must be some trickery involved. This is simply impossible. Yang Xiong wielded his flying sword, his brow furrowing in the AIRAT that moment. Ouyang Feng, standing nearby, also took note of Yang Xiong's condition. As a direct disciple. Ouyang Feng prided himself on being one of the most talented individuals within the sect. Upon encountering those two today, he suspected that the blow was not only to his own pride but also to Yang Xiong's. He understood this sentiment all too well. However, like Yang Xiong, he could not fathom how the individual surnamed Su achieved the strength of the Void Realm. After pondering for a while, Ouyang Feng could not resist speaking up. Master, it seems that Su Qing harbors numerous secrets. To my knowledge, our sect leader appears to hold him in high regard. Do you think that could be a factor? Upon hearing this, Yang Xiong turned his gaze toward Ouyang Feng, as if contemplating something. Su Qing's master, Elder Feng, had once shared a close relationship with Dao Chan. Yet, Elder Feng was known for his reclusive nature. Despite being an elder, he was not listed among the 72 elders of Ziyang sect. Thus Yang Xiong seldom paid attention to him. However, considering the bond between Elder Feng and Dao Chan, it was not inconceivable that Dao Chen's regard for his disciple, Su Qing, was on par with that of his own direct disciples. Moreover, Yi Jian was imprisoned in the Forbidden Grounds, and it was likely that Dao Chen's attitude towards Su Qing would be even more favorable. Indeed, that must be the case. Yang Xiong seemed to grasp something, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth as he declared, I said it all along. How could that young rascal Su Qing possibly break through to the Void Realm at such a tender age? It must be that old trickster Dao Chen who is up to something, employing some method or formation to temporarily boost his strength. Upon uttering these words, Yang Xiong revealed a ferocious grin. He understood everything now. No wonder when Su Qing arrived at the main peak, his strength was merely at the qi refining stage. Yet upon reaching Wuming Peak, that fellow had seemingly ascended to the Void Realm. The disparity was so stark that unless he had been cultivating since birth, he could not believe Su Qing's strength could genuinely reach the Void Realm. At that moment, Ouyang Feng also experienced an epiphany after hearing these words. Initially harboring doubts about his own cultivation, he now felt reassured, considering himself a pillar of Ziyang's sect. Su Qing and Yi Jian were merely relying on some special means to wield power beyond their own. With this thought, Ouyang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly suggested, Master, I suddenly have an idea that might assist you in swiftly eliminating that wretched Yi Jian. This. Yang Xiong paused momentarily. A smile crept onto his lips as he looked at Ouyang Feng and asked, Truly worthy of my excellent disciple, speak forth. If you can aid me, I shall ensure you become the chief disciple of Xing's sect. Ouyang Feng was overjoyed. I am grateful to my esteemed master. Yang Xiong waved his hand. First, share your plan. Ouyang Feng nodded eagerly, stating, The reason master fears Yi Jian is simply that during the incident at Wuming Peak, Su Qing and Yi Jian utilized some clandestine means to elevate themselves to the Void Realm. If we can lure him away from Wuming Peak, the matter becomes vastly simpler. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiong nodded thoughtfully, though he still found it somewhat implausible. While there was some truth to it, Yi Jian was currently confined at Wuming Peak, with Su Qing and Dao Chan shielding him. How could he possibly escape unscathed? Yang Xiong inquired. Ouyang Feng chuckled, replying, Master, how could you forget? It is only us who have been unwilling to release Yi Jian. As long as we turn a blind eye, no one will obstruct him. As for how to draw him out, I recall hearing that Yi Jian has a sister. At this point, a glimmer of mischief flashed in Ouyang Feng's eyes. Hearing this, Yang Xiong's brows furrowed. He had also heard of Yi Jian's sister. But she was merely a commoner. According to the customs of the Qingcang realm, cultivators could not casually harm commoners. Only those of the demonic path would act without restraint. If discovered, it would jeopardize Yang Xiong's esteemed position as the second elder of Ziyang sect. Ouyang Feng, observing Yang Xiong's silence, understood his concerns. He continued, Master, there is no need to fear the so-called sect rules. A mere commoner does not necessitate our intervention. I happen to know a martial arts family. I merely need to provide a small incentive, and I am certain they would be willing to accept that time. We can send a disciple from our sect to inform Yi Jian, and I believe he will certainly take the bait. Upon finishing, a triumphant smile graced Ouyang Feng's lips. He was well aware of Yi Jian's character. Though he appeared aloof and unrestrained, he was, in fact, deeply concerned for those around him. If he were to wait a century, all his friends and family would have passed away, leaving him powerless. However, at present, Ouyang Feng could easily summon some capable individuals to take action against Yi Jian. Dealing with Yi Jian would be a simple task. At this moment, a sly smile also played at the corners of Yang Xiong's mouth. This was indeed a clever plan. Once outside Wuming Peak, that wretched Su Qing would be powerless to interfere. Yang Xiong burst into delighted laughter. So, Master, what do you think of my plan? Ha ha ha. Rest assured, you are my direct disciple. Once Yi Jian is dead, the opposing elders will no longer voice their dissent. At that point, the title of chief disciple shall undoubtedly be yours. Yang Xiong exclaimed, clapping Ouyang Feng on the shoulder with a laugh. Thank you, Master. Ouyang Feng laughed without reservation. For a long time, Yi Jian had been a shadow looming over him. He was clearly a rebellious individual who had defied the sect, yet he was confined to the forbidden grounds while the elders of the sect, even the sect leader, still retained his title of chief disciple. Thus, Ouyang Feng had no choice but to remain in the shadows, eye in his eyes. Yi Jian's accolades rightfully belonged to him. What had Yi Jian done for the sect? Ouyang Feng had achieved tenfold more than Yi Jian. Yet, why did no one acknowledge him? In everyone's eyes, he would forever be second, eternally overshadowed by Yi Jian. Why should that be? Therefore, only by eliminating Yi Jian could he claim his rightful place and no longer be referred to as the second senior brother. Ouyang Feng's gaze fixed on the distance, his thoughts drifting far away. Why Yi Jian? This time you shall obediently meet your end. Rest assured, I shall always remember you. Chapter 15. Rebirth. As the lightbulb days later, the autumn skies were bright and clear. Su Qing followed his daily routine, methodically executing his tasks. As for Yang Xiong and the others, he had long since cast them from his mind. Yi Jian was a member of Wuming Peak. If there were to be any action against him, Su Qing would be the first to oppose it. What was Yang Xiong to him? A mere individual at the Void Realm's later stage, easily extinguishable with a mere flick of his hand. Were it not for the fact that they were all members of Xiang's sect, the moment Yang Xiong made a move against him, Su Qing would undoubtedly teach him a lesson. With this thought, Su Qing clasped his hands behind his back, inspecting his vegetable garden. Ever since he sensed the insufficiency of the garden's yield, Su Qing had gradually begun to expand its capacity, irrigating the land with spiritual spring water to nourish every inch. Today, he observed that the soil was now quite rich and suitable for planting vegetables. He wondered when that old fellow would send someone over. Su Qing murmured to himself, I can't let a few days of evasion lead to an extended period of questioning. Can I? It has been 10 days without a word. Suddenly, Su Qing's gaze fell upon the vegetable patch that had already been sown. In his memory, this patch should have remained intact. Each vegetable seemed to be flourishing, nearly ready for harvest. Yet, oddly enough, a few plants were missing. What could have happened? He should not have tampered with this patch. Su Qing scratched his head, pondering. He had inscribed his own formation mark within the garden. Even if Tinjan Yuntian attempted to steal from it, they would find it impossible to enter. Could it be that he truly forgot? Su Qing shook his head and sighed. Well, it's just a couple of plants. I probably overlooked them at some point. Su Qing was too lazy to investigate further. The formation showed no signs of malfunction, and there were only a few of them at Wuming Peak, so it was likely just a lapse in his memory. Subsequently, he summoned his true energy to sow the remaining patches. Once the vegetables matured, the batch he had sent over would be ready for consumption. He truly considered himself a diligent person. Su Shixiang. Just as Su Qing was finishing up with the garden, a melodious voice rang out from afar. Su Qing looked up, and soon, a girl descended from the sky, carried by the wind. The girl had long hair cascading down her back, a red string tied around her delicate wrist. Her complexion was flawless, and every smile and frown revealed a hint of vivacity. Clad in a white robe, she exuded an air of purity and distance. Su Qing recognized her. Lin Wenyi, the chief disciple of Miaoshuan Peak, with a cultivation level at the second stage of the nascent soul. She was also a rare talent, receiving focus training from Miaoshuan Peak. However, due to the nature of the Tongxian mirror, he had overheard during his nighttime observations of the amusing happenings at Miaoshuan Peak that this junior sister, Lin, harbored affections for none other than Yi Jian. How infuriating! What could that wretched boy possibly have that made him so appealing to such an exceptional girl? Was I not handsome enough? Su Qing? However, kept his innermost thoughts to himself and approached with a beaming smile. Lin Shimi, it has been quite a while, Su Qing greeted, cupping his hands. Lin Wenyi nodded with a smile, displaying a measure of politeness. Indeed, the last time they met was likely 3 years ago, and back then, Su Shixiang appeared much more youthful than he does now. Lin Wenyi's gentle smile exuded a certain charm. However, upon hearing her words, Su Qing's face flushed with embarrassment. This was a sore spot for him. He held a relatively high status among his peers in the sect, being the sole disciple of his master, which placed him above the vast majority of other disciples. When he was merely 12 or 13, attending various peaks of Ziyang's sect, he often found himself conversing with junior disciples who regarded him as their junior due to his age and stature. Even though he was called Shixiang, it was likely that very few truly saw him as such. They regarded him more as a younger brother. Su Qing was unbothered by this, crossing his arms and inquiring, "There's no need to dwell on the past. Did you come to Wuming Peak today to see Yi Jian?" Upon uttering these words, Lin Wenyi's cheeks flushed slightly, adding to her beauty. She remained unaware of her own reaction and replied, "Indeed, but this matter is quite urgent, as it seems Yi Shixiang's family is in trouble." After saying this, Lin Wenyi took a letter from her storage bag. Su Qing was taken aback, and as he received the letter and read its contents, a grave expression took hold of his features. There exists a clear rule within the cultivation world. Practitioners must not interfere excessively with mortals, let alone ordinary rural households. Yet, curiously, a distant aristocratic family, which had no business meddling, was suppressing a humble rural woman. If there wasn't some ulterior motive at play, he would have truly lived a fruitless life. Yang Xiong. The name quickly surfaced in Su Qing's mind. As he thought of this individual, a killing intent began to brew in his gaze. How could the second elder, having failed in his direct approach, resort to such despicable methods? Did he assume that the cultivation world was filled with fools? At this moment, Lin Wenyi noticed the hidden malice in Su Qing's eyes, her delicate face betraying a hint of surprise. How could Su Qing, merely at the qi refining stage, possess such formidable killing intent? Soon after, Su Qing regained his composure, carefully tucking away the letter as he said, "Shimi, come with me. Let us see what Yi Jian has to say." Lin Wenyi, slightly dazed, responded, "Oh, all right." With that, Su Qing led Lin Wenyi along the mountain path towards the peak. Along the way, Lin Wenyi considered slowing her pace to avoid leaving Su Qing behind. However, after a short while, she realized she had overthought it. That Su Qing, although appearing to move leisurely, was in fact much faster than she had anticipated. And without putting in extra effort, she felt she might struggle to keep up. It seemed that Su Shixiang was not the hopeless case others had claimed him to be, Lin Wenyi mused. She recalled her master's admonitions to ignore Su Qing and to not heed the gossip circulating within the sect. It seemed her master must have known something. As they made their way up, Zhang Yuntian and others also noticed the arrival of new guests at Wuming Peak. When they caught a glimpse from afar, they were taken aback to find a female disciple from Ziyang's sect, which was quite unexpected. Since the incident 8 years prior, Wuming Peak had rarely seen visitors apart from Dao Chun, let alone disciples. The unexpected visit from a Ziyang sect elder a few days ago had already surprised them, and today's occurrence left them even more perplexed. Only Wu Yu, lurking in the shadows, narrowed his eyes, seemingly contemplating something. Soon, the two arrived at Xianyun platform. Yi Jian sat as usual upon a massive stone, his sword sheathed beside him, immersed in meditation akin to a statue. From a distance, Lin Wenyi spied Yi Jian. His silhouette, reminiscent of 10 years ago, transported her back in time. She bit her lip, struggling to call out, "Yi Shixiang. Yi Jian." Su Qing called out to the figure. Yi Jian snapped out of his meditation, turning to face them, his ethereal form appearing particularly handsome against the high winds, his robe billowing gracefully, enhancing his charm. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Wenyi, a complex emotion flickered across his gaze. The two shared a moment of silent connection. Su Qing observed the pair with a peculiar expression. "What is this? Are you two expecting me to play the third wheel here? Darn those mutual affection fools." Chapter 16. Matters that must be addressed. Ahem. Su Qing cleared his throat loudly, drawing the pair back to reality. Yi Jian then leaped down, greeting, Su Xiong, Lin Shimi. Su Qing shot him a glare, leaving Yi Jian puzzled as to what had offended him this time. Su Qing casually handed the letter to Yi Jian. This letter was brought by Shimi. It would be wise for you to approach it with caution, Su Qing stated flatly. Why? Yi Jian nodded, casting a glance at Lin Wenyi. The fact that Shimi had personally come for this matter indicated its gravity. Upon opening the letter, Yi Jian's brows furrowed deeper with each word, and the rage emanating from him soon eclipsed even Su Qing's earlier fury. In an instant, the letter in Yi Jian's hand disintegrated into countless fragments, scattering into the air. The whole family. I will ensure that you are torn to shreds. Yi Jian's aura surged violently, the veins on his hand bulging. Even Lin Wenyi felt a pang of fear at this sight. During their ascent, she had heard Su Qing mention some details from the letter, and she understood why Yi Jian was so enraged. Lin Wenyi gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. She had thought her own talents were exceptional, but Yi Jian's prowess was even more formidable. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of Xiang's sect. Yet, why must such a diligent individual be treated in this manner by the sect? In that moment, Su Qing placed a hand on Yi Jian's shoulder, causing the latter's rage to somewhat subside. Why, Yi Jian? I know you are furious, but don't you find it peculiar? Su Qing said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yi Jian turned his gaze towards Su Qing. He understood that this situation was far from simple. A little thought revealed the underlying intricacies. However, there were matters he could not ignore. Contemplating this, Yi Jian held his sword and proclaimed, Su Xiong, I have received too many favors from you over the years, but for today's events, if I do not act, it would compromise my sword path's integrity. Therefore, no matter what lies ahead, I must proceed with that. He formed a sword seal with one hand, and the sword within its sheath soared into the air, Yi Jian gliding forth like a flowing river, disappearing from Wuming Peak in the blink of an eye. Shixiang. Lin Wenyi's forehead beaded with sweat. Currently, Yi Jian was still under confinement, and if he left Wuming Peak now, he would surely face the Elder's wrath. He alone could not bear the consequences. This kid, Su Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not wish for his long-term benefactor to encounter any troubles. Moreover, with Yi Jian's remarkable talent, despite his mistakes, he was undoubtedly a valuable asset. In a world where rigid hierarchies stifled growth, stunting the potential of such gifted individuals was an absolute tragedy. With this thought, Su Qing strode down the mountain. Lin Wenyi turned to him, unable to contain her curiosity. Su Shixiang, where are you going? Su Qing turned his head and replied, I cannot simply allow him to take such risks. Clearly, this is a trap. If we let him blindly leap into it, the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenyi trembled slightly. If even a great cultivator at the returning void stage could face peril in such a place, how could it be safe? Did Su Shixiang perhaps overthink it? Lin Wenyi felt a pang of worry. No, Su Qing replied resolutely, Do you truly believe that a mere mortal could deliver a letter to Xiang's sect in front of an aristocratic family? At his words, Lin Wenyi suddenly realized the implications. It was evident that this was a trap designed to lure Yi Jian. But who sought to harm him? She remained completely in the dark. At that moment, Su Qing spoke calmly, You should return to Miaoshuan Peak. If you wish to aid Yi Jian, have your master keep an eye on those who go missing from the sect in the coming days. Their strength is likely to be at least at the transformation stage. With that, Su Qing departed from Xianyun platform without looking back, leaving Lin Wenyi standing there, deep in thought, monitoring the powerful cultivators within the sect. Could it be that those aiming to harm Yi Jian were individuals from their own sect? Lin Wenyi clenched her fists tightly. When she lifted her gaze, a newfound determination shone in her eyes. In the next moment, she leaped into the air, riding the wind towards Miaoshuan Peak. Yi Jian's family home lay not far from the area governed by Xiang's sect. The distance of several thousand miles was covered in merely a quarter of an hour on Yi Jian's flying sword. He gazed down at the collapsed wooden house and trampled fields, his fury intensifying. The whole family scoundrels. Yi Jian descended rapidly. The flying sword beneath him glimmered like a streak of light as he propelled himself down, his foot touching the tip of the sword, and he slashed downward with a fierce blow. Scattered beneath, the warriors of the Ho family aimlessly rummaged for items of some value, their mouths spewing curses. Truly, a handful of impoverished wretches, devoid of any profits. After all, it was the master's arrangement. Rumors suggested that the family's elders had offended someone from the immortal sect. With such a group of destitute souls, how could they possibly incur the wrath of the immortal sect? Who knows? Regardless, we should just mind our own business. But you must admit, that young lady, born in such a place, has skin as tender and fair as can be. The few men idly chatted among themselves. Just as they remained blissfully unaware, a violent gust of wind swept down from above. Their hair stood on end, and before they could react, a terrifying pressure descended upon them. As if the heavens themselves had collapsed, obliterating all present within moments. The assembled crowd had no inkling of how they met their demise. Only one person remained unscathed, trembling as he beheld the scene before him, his pupils shaking as if in the throes of an earthquake. "Tell me, where have the inhabitants of this place been taken by you?" In that moment, the last surviving warrior of the Ho family heard a whisper in his ear. The voice was akin to that of a demon, causing his breath to falter. "Spare me, I was merely following orders. The mother and daughter here were simply taken away in secret. I know not their whereabouts." The warrior's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Faced with such a harbinger of death, what chance did he have to negotiate? Upon hearing this, Yi Jian coldly shoved the warrior aside and turned to leave. Before he had taken more than a few steps, the warrior's internal energy surged uncontrollably, and his body erupted in a thunderous explosion. Flesh and blood scattered, the sight of his demise sending shivers down spines. In that moment, Yi Jian's eyes glinted with ferocity. "I care not who your benefactor may be. Should you take my kin, there shall be a price to pay meanwhile," atop the peak of the Ziyang sect. Yang Xiong observed the images transmitted by the recording stone in his hand, his face betraying no hint of the joy he felt. The bait had been taken. That fool indeed returned, seeking revenge. "As long as I possess this recording, even if the plan to eliminate Yi Jian falters, it will serve as a contingency. After all, not only the Ziyang sect but all righteous sects in the Qingsong realm abide by a strict rule. Do not lay hands on mortals. Yi Jian has slain so many from the martial families. Should this footage circulate, it will surely stir a tempest. At that point, even Dao Chun may struggle to protect Yi Jian, for the other sects may not extend their mercy. Yi Jian, oh Yi Jian, it is unlikely you will escape unscathed this time." Yang Xiong let out a long breath, his grip on the recording stone filled with confidence. Chapter 17. When the tree stands out. The wind must bring it down. Yi Jian's hometown. As Su Qing arrived, the desolation laid before him vividly illustrated the events that had transpired. Particularly a pool of spilled blood hinted at the sharpness of Yi Jian's murderous intent. Once begun, it would be challenging to put an end to it. Su Qing stood rooted, murmuring softly to himself. He did not believe that Yang Xiong was a foolish donkey. Having employed such tactics, there had to be a backup plan in place. Now, it was likely futile to attempt to dissuade Yi Jian. It would be better to let him fight with abandon. If one were to be constrained by rules in every endeavor, they would hardly resemble a swordsman. With this thought, Su Qing placed a hand on his hip and vigorously tousled his hair. Truly, things were becoming increasingly worrisome. Having spoken, Su Qing's thoughts shifted, and his form vanished like a lingering shadow. At the Ho residence, a renowned martial family in the Central Plains, the estate alone spanned 100 miles, and with the connected villas, it encompassed a full 300 miles, an expanse that even some immortal sects could not rival. On this day, the head of the Ho family stood atop the main building, swaying a wine vessel in his hand, a smug smile dancing on his lips. That moment, an elite warrior from the Ho family approached from behind. Judging by his aura, this individual had reached the nascent soul realm. He was the first expert nurtured by the Ho family, Ho Qing. "Master, as per your instructions, the two individuals have been delivered to the designated party." Ho Qing spoke softly. "Well done. Once this matter is resolved, I shall not treat you poorly," Ho Gongming replied with a smile. Ho Qing bowed in gratitude. Yet he still could not comprehend. With the Ho family's resources, there was no need to expend effort on such trivial mortals, for this would tarnish the Ho family's reputation, a most thankless endeavor. Seeing that Ho Qing had yet to withdraw, Ho Gongming turned to inquire, "Do you have any further business?" Ho Qing clasped his hands and then spoke. Master, that mother and daughter are but mere mortals, lacking any traces of cultivation. It seems unnecessary to mobilize so much for them. I do not quite understand. Upon hearing this, Ho Gongming chuckled lightly. You needn't ponder so much. After all, you are my trusted aide. I can reveal to you that there are significant figures overseeing this matter, Ho Gongming said mysteriously. Significant figures? Ho Qing's brow furrowed. In the mundane world, the Ho family could already be considered formidable. If the master referred to someone as powerful, could it not imply that they were a high-ranking member of a sect? Ho Qing inhaled deeply. Upon learning this, he found it even more perplexing. How could the mother and daughter, devoid of any cultivation, possibly offend a prominent figure from the immortal sect? There must be some hidden agenda. Just as Ho Qing was about to voice his doubts, a tremendous explosion echoed at the estate's entrance. Boom! The violent sound reverberated throughout the entire Ho residence. Even those standing atop the main building felt the earth tremble beneath them. What is happening? Ho Gongming's brow knitted and concerned. That moment, Ho Qing leaped into the air, taking position atop the main building to gaze in the direction of the explosion. As he focused, he beheld a gray-robed man hovering in midair, wielding a 3-foot sword, his gaze sharp and piercing like a blade. One glance could ignite a spark. Cold sweat began to bead on Ho Qing's forehead. This oppressive force was not something an ordinary cultivator could exude. It was likely that the opponent had surpassed the nascent soul stage. No, it could even be a formidable practitioner of the void return phase. Just as Ho Qing remained in shock, Yi Jian descended from the sky. With each step he took, he appeared both ethereal and illusory, covering 100 yards in merely 3 strides. You must be a righteous sect sword cultivator. Why do you attack my Ho residence? Are you unaware of the rules of the cultivation world? Ho Qing spoke through gritted teeth, his throat tightening. However, Yi Jian showed no sign of wavering. He raised his sword, which had inexplicably found its way to Ho Qing's throat. Reveal where my mother and younger sister are being held, and I may grant you a swift death. Yi Jian's tone remained devoid of emotion. What? Ho Qing's pupils constricted as he suddenly recalled their previous discussion. In an instant, clarity dawned upon him. No wonder such a grand operation was undertaken to capture a pair of unremarkable mortals. It turned out that they were none other than the mother and sister of this sword cultivator before him. Master, how could you be so foolish? Ho Qing lamented internally. Even if one wished to curry favor with a senior from the immortal sect, offending a sword cultivator of the void return stage would spell disaster for the Ho family. At that moment, another figure descended from the main building. The newcomer was none other than the head of the Ho family. Ho Gongming. Yi Jian cast his gaze downward, and Ho Gongming immediately felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon him. Such terrifying strength. Ho Gongming swallowed hard. Although he was not particularly afraid, he had received news from Ouyang Feng and had the second elder of the Xiang sect backing him. What of the void return phase? At the end of the day, he was just a single individual. Without a background, without power, being overly ostentatious would surely lead to his downfall. Ho Gongming grinned, sneering as he spoke. You must be Yi Jian? Upon hearing this, Yi Jian's gaze fell upon Ho Gongming. To know his name meant this individual was certainly acting on someone else's orders. Who commanded you to do this? Yi Jian asked succinctly. Ho Gongming replied with a smile. It matters not. I shall tell you. The one seeking your life is an elder of the Xiang sect. Even with your destined talents, you are but one person. Today, I offer you a single piece of advice. When the tree stands out, the wind must bring it down. Beside him, Ho Qing fell silent. It seemed evident that the head of the family was already privy to the entire situation. And now, he was positioning himself directly against the sword cultivator before them. At that moment, Yi Jian's eyes glimmered like ice, his aura and sword intent surging to their zenith. Even the air around him crackled with the sound of tearing space. What a bold declaration. The wind must bring it down. Let us see what you possess to bring about my demise. Yi Jian roared. In an instant, countless sword intents descended like streaks of light. Panic surged within Ho Qing, and he hastily fled downward. In his eyes, every structure in the Ho residence that dared to stand against Yi Jian's sword might was instantly reduced to powder. Some Ho family warriors, merely spectators, had no time to flee. all crushed into a bloody pulp beneath the weight of this sword might. Why must the head of the family go to such lengths? Ho Qing could never comprehend. Given the Ho family's foundation, they were utterly ill-equipped to confront a void return cultivator. Let alone, this was a sword cultivator. He could not help but turn his head to gaze. At this moment, Ho Gongming had merely retreated over Tinzhong, yet he had not sustained any significant injury. Ho Qing was taken aback. He was aware of the head of the family's strength. Like him, they were both merely at the nascent soul stage. How could he withstand the might of the opponent's sword? At that moment, Yi Jian also furrowed his brows slightly. When he beheld the emerald light blossoming from Ho Gongming's chest, he solemnly remarked, "So that fellow has indeed provided you with protective items. No wonder you dare to boast so brazenly before me." Ho Gongming propped himself up and nonchalantly replied, "Elder Yang Xiong has promised me treasures far beyond these. In fact, I have been eagerly awaiting your attack." Upon finishing his words, Ho Gongming let out a cold laugh. The emerald light at his chest grew increasingly radiant. In an instant, the entire Ho residence was enveloped by a grand array of azure light. Chapter 18. 1 against 5 countless beams of azure light pierced the heavens, enveloping the entire Ho residence within their grasp. The overwhelming pressure that bore down upon them felt capable of easily suppressing any cultivator within. Yi Jian gripped the sword hilt and raised his gaze towards the sky, facing the immense pressure without displaying even a hint of trepidation. The smile on Ho Gongming's face gradually stiffened. According to Yang Xiong, this formation could suppress even those at the peak of the void-returning stage, yet the present Yi Jian showed no signs of being overwhelmed. Instead, the sword intent emanating from him intensified. What could this mean? Impossible. Yang Xiong would not deceive me. We are in the same boat. He has no reason to lie to me. Ho Gongming's complexion paled slightly. Yi Jian bore the weight of this pressure. Advancing step by step with his sword raised, eye in his eyes, an unparalleled sword intent radiated as he murmured, "Is this the source of your confidence? It seems that old scoundrel Yang Xiong has not truly equipped you with anything of real use." With that, Yi Jian lifted the sword's edge, swinging it with such ferocity that the entire array erupted with a cacophony of explosive sounds. Boom. In the next moment, an overwhelming force descended upon the Ho residence. Not only was the power unleashed by Yi Jian's sword swing significant, but the supreme spiritual pressure emanating from the array also roared with a cracking sound. It seemed that within mere seconds, this formation would shatter. Bang! In the following moment, a thunderous sound reverberated through the space. Yi Jian was sent flying backward, the residual waves nearly obliterating everything in their path. Ho Gongming raised his arms to shield himself from this residual force but was still pushed back several dozen zhang. When he regained his senses, he happened to see 5 figures standing aloft in the sky. Each individual possessed at least the peak prowess of the transformation stage, with 3 formidable void-returning experts present. Ha ha ha! I knew it. This time I bet correctly. The Ho family is about to prosper. Ho Gongming felt an overwhelming thrill within it. This moment, Yang Xiong stood at the forefront, his hands clasped behind his back. The cyclone from the previous explosion billowed his robes, and even with his slightly protruding belly, he exuded an air of transcendence. He looked down at the retreating Yi Jian and declared, "You wretched beast. Not only did you slay an elder within the sect, but today you dare to escalate your transgressions by wantonly slaughtering the innocent. As a righteous sect, how can we allow you to go unpunished?" Yang Xiong's demeanor was righteous, exuding an air of condemning evil. The other elders nearby nodded in agreement. Initially, they believed that Yi Jian had changed during his 5 years of reflection in the Forbidden Zone. But now that they witnessed him attacking the martial arts family, they felt it necessary to temper his ferocity. "Yi Jian, at this point, what further explanations can you provide?" At that moment, Ouyang Feng stood behind, arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. In response, Yi Jian straightened his back, wiped the blood from his lips, and raised a devilish smile. "What explanations, ha ha ha!" He laughed heartily, the sound echoing through the air long after. Then, his gaze sharpened like a blade as he fixed it on the newcomers, stating vehemently, "You incessantly claim that cultivators must not harm mortals. My mother and younger sister have never provoked anyone. How could they be unjustly targeted by this despicable Ho family? Yang Xiong, you old scoundrel, if you possess even a shred of integrity, tell me, was this deed committed by you? His accusations reverberated throughout the space. Yang Xiong's expression turned slightly grim, yet he understood that everything remained under his control. What have I done? I have been occupied with sect affairs these past few days. Even if you wish to slander me, at least provide a semblance of evidence. Moreover, you claim that members of the Ho family captured your mother and younger sister. Where are they? Surely you cannot assert that a mere martial arts family could conceal them in a place beyond your reach. Yang Xiong calmly articulated his response. Wei Jian let out a cold laugh. If Yang Xiong had not said such things, he would have remained uncertain. The old scoundrel attempted to distance himself from the matter, placing all the blame squarely on Yi Jian, which undeniably clarified that he was indeed behind this affair. Shameless old thief, incessantly prattling about being a righteous sect, yet engaging in such despicable schemes behind the scenes. If I do not slay you today, I shall no longer be called Yi Jian. As his words fell, Yi Jian's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of golden light that tore through the space. Hurtling rapidly towards Yang Xiong, the sword in his hand manifested several sword energies, flickering continuously in the direction of his opponent. Each strike radiated with a sharp brilliance. Aside from the 3 void returning elders who could withstand the onslaught, the other 2 elders, upon sensing the threat, had already begun to retreat. With merely his own strength, he confronted 5 formidable cultivators. Such talent and power were indeed terrifying. Esteemed colleagues, this child dares to strike at us. We need not hold back, lest we suffer a counterattack from this beast. Yang Xiong spoke solemnly. The other elders remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement, now that the evidence was irrefutable. Having witnessed Yi Jian's aggression against the martial arts family and his proactive assault on them, these points alone were sufficient grounds to initiate judgment against Yi Jian. Buzz. In an instant, the 5 elders unleashed their power simultaneously. Faced with Yi Jian's assault, they dared not be negligent, especially since they had already reached a decision. The fierce winds they unleashed clashed against the incoming sword energies, creating a tempest that sliced through the earth. Carving countless fissures, a wave of metallic sweetness surged in Yi Jian's chest, yet he refused to yield an inch. Confronting the onslaught of the 5, he chose to endure the impact head-on. Boom. The explosive force from both sides erupted in the heavens, unleashing a shocking might. The deafening roar sounded as if the very heavens were descending in wrath. Yi Jian staggered backward, his hand gripping the sword trembling incessantly. He desperately pressed his left hand against his wrist, forcing himself not to tremble so violently, and lifted the sword's edge, his gaze unwaveringly fierce. Yet at that moment, the 5 of Yang Xiong had only retreated a few steps. Even those few steps were enough to reveal a hint of astonishment on their faces. Especially for Yang Xiong, the murderous intent in his eyes heightened significantly. He had not anticipated that this wretched beast would grow in strength so swiftly. If he did not eliminate him today, it would become increasingly difficult to deal with him in the future. Yang Xiong silently vowed, further solidifying his determination to kill Yi Jian today. Not only the 5 above, but even the 2 from the Ho family and Ouyang Feng were equally astonished. To confront 5 formidable cultivators single-handedly, and merely appear somewhat disadvantaged, was indeed remarkable. It is worth noting that Yang Xiong was a renowned void-returning late-stage cultivator, far surpassing Yi Jian in both experience and strength. Yet, despite the confrontation, he had failed to slay Yi Jian with a single strike. Even Ouyang Feng, reluctant to admit it, acknowledged that Yi Jian's talent was indeed beyond his reach. However, Yi Jian must live to return today. At this moment, Yang Xiong stepped forward, regarding the somewhat pale Yi Jian, and declared loudly, "As you all can see, this wretched beast possesses formidable strength and harbors no respect for us. It would be prudent to execute him here to prevent any unforeseen consequences." Upon hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances, appearing somewhat conflicted. Nevertheless, given Yi Jian's earlier actions, it was evident that he posed a threat to them. After a moment of hesitation, they nodded heavily. "We heed the 2nd elder's counsel." Upon hearing this, a subtle smile crept onto Yang Xiong's lips. He gazed at Yi Jian, filled with immense satisfaction. "Today, you shall finally meet your demise." Chapter 19. Do you have any last words? With those words, Yang Xiong could hardly contain his eagerness. He charged forward, taking advantage of Yi Jian's momentary disarray, unleashing his true energy as the very space seemed on the verge of collapse. The overwhelming aura surged forth, creating an atmosphere that was decidedly lethal. Not only that, but the four behind him also joined the fray. 5 powerful presences surged forth, even creating a massive pit in the ground beneath the weight of their combined might. Yi Jian, gripping his sword, continuously adjusted his aura. He paid little heed to the current predicament, fixated solely on the singular goal of ending Yang Xiong's life. Even in death, he must ensure that this old dog pays the price. He gazed ahead, staring at the approaching figure of Yang Xiong, the old dog, who was rapidly closing in. Just as the two were about to collide once more, a beam of golden light flickered into existence in the air. Before Yi Jian could strike, it felt as though his own aura was nourished by some gentle spiritual force, causing the previously oppressive vortex to dissipate at that very moment. Simultaneously, Yang Xiong and the others, who were poised to kill Yi Jian, found themselves repelled by the very true energy they had unleashed, which recoiled back upon them. The 5 of them were sent hurtling backward, suffering significant injuries from the backlash of their own power. What was going on? Yang Xiong gritted his teeth, gazing upward. They were so close. If only they had killed Yi Jian, everything would have been manageable. With the evidence in his possession, it would have been a piece of cake to eliminate Yi Jian. But why did an unexpected turn of events arise at this critical moment? Suddenly, after the golden light descended, a figure slowly emerged from within it. Upon seeing the person, Yang Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Qing. How could this be? He had always believed that Su Qing had relied on some grand formation to elevate his strength in a short span of time, which was why he had deliberately lured Yi Jian out of Wuming Peak, hoping to avoid any disturbances from that pesky boy. Yet, Su Qing had appeared precisely at this moment. Moreover, the technique he had just displayed seemed beyond the capabilities of even a peak void return cultivator. Didn't it? How had he achieved this? Meanwhile, the other 4 elders also cast their gazes towards Su Qing. Upon seeing him, they were utterly astonished. How old was Su Qing? How could he exhibit such terrifying power? Was there truly such a prodigy in this world? At this moment, Su Qing crossed his arms and slowly opened his eyes. A wisp of white energy emanated from the corners of his eyes. Not only that, but a pale blue true energy surged around him, enveloping his entire being, as if it were freely attracting the winds of the space around him. At that moment, Su Qing turned his head to look at Yi Jian behind him. You acted rather recklessly this time, but fear not. While you were battling them, I have already rescued your mother and little sister, Su Qing said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yi Jian shuddered, warmth flooding his eyes. In his previous life, he had walked the path of swordsmanship alone, with only Lin Wenyu by his side. In the end, he had been left utterly alone until his demise. This time, for the first time, he felt what it meant to be protected. That prodigy, younger than him, was more dependable than anyone he had ever encountered. Yi Jian's heart was a tumult of emotions. However, Yang Xiong was not so sentimental. Looking at the suddenly appearing Su Qing, his anger flared. Su Qing, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to rebel against the Ziyang sect as well? Yang Xiong immediately accused. Su Qing looked back with indifference, a sneer escaping his lips as he replied, Second Elder, you truly have a talent for casting blame without seeking the truth. Is it true that the rules of the Ziyang sect are merely blank sheets of paper? At these words, the other elders frowned slightly. Their earlier hesitation stemmed from the understanding that regardless of any wrongdoing, the reasons needed to be clarified. However, in their eyes, the evidence against Yi Jian was already irrefutable, and immediate punishment seemed justified. Now, with Su Qing's reminder, could there be more to this than met the eye? At that moment, Yang Xiong scoffed. Yi Jian has been indiscriminately killing the innocent. The evidence is undeniable. I even prepared a recording stone to prove it. Let us see how you defend yourself now. As he spoke, Yang Xiong produced the recording stone from his storage pouch. The image displayed was that of Yi Jian slaughtering dozens of members of the Hou family in his hometown. The 4 elders nodded in agreement. With such evidence, Yi Jian's transgressions were indeed beyond doubt. However, facing such footage, Su Qing merely smiled coldly and said, I find myself curious. Second Elder, weren't you recently occupied with matters within the sect? How is it that you had the leisure to set up a recording stone in Yi Jian's hometown? Or do you possess the foresight to know that trouble would arise there? The series of probing questions left Yang Xiong panting heavily. Moreover, with each question, the other elders seemed to sense that this matter was far from simple. Previously, Yang Xiong had claimed he was busy at the main peak and had no time to venture out. Yet the recording stone displayed events occurring thousands of miles away. If there were no ulterior motive, why would he place the recording stone so far away? Second Elder, you might need to clarify this matter thoroughly. One of the four elders remarked. They were not fools, and the tide was turning against Yang Xiong. Seeing those who had once fought alongside him suddenly shift their stance left Yang Xiong seething with anger. Do not let that brat mislead you. Yi Jian's guilt in killing the Hou family members is well established. Just moments ago, he even attacked us, had it not been for the five of us working together. He might have truly killed any one of us, he argued. Such a monster should have been executed according to sect rules. Discussing the recording stone is meaningless now. Yang Xiong's argument seemed sound. Yet, Su Qing only laughed louder. It appeared the second elder still wished to conceal something. In that case, I too have something I would like the elders to see, Su Qing said nonchalantly. With that, he waved his arm, and two beams of golden light emerged in the space around them. A swirling mist revealed two figures slowly approaching Su Qing from behind. The moment Yi Jian saw them, his heart soared with excitement. Mother, little sister, you're really safe. Yi Jian trembled as he rushed to support his mother. Jianer, I'm fine. Thanks to this benefactor's timely intervention, we managed to escape from that dark prison. His mother said, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Brother, I'm so scared. They were so fierce. I almost thought I was really going to die. Yi Xin cried as she clung to Yi Jian. Witnessing the appearance of the mother and sister, Yang Xiong felt his mind go blank. What was happening? Hadn't he specifically ensured that these two were locked away in a completely secure location? Was it possible that Su Qing had rescued them? That was utterly inconceivable. At that moment, Su Qing, arms crossed, leisurely remarked, Second Elder, do you have anything else to say? Chapter 20. Yang Xiong's fury gazing at the two women, who displayed no signs of true energy fluctuation. The expressions of the other four elders grew increasingly grim. If what Su Qing said was true, then they had been merely pawns in Yang Xiong's scheme. Realizing this, the four of them turned their gazes toward Yang Xiong. Second Elder, is what Su Shi's nephew saying true? Second Elder, please clarify the entire sequence of events. I initially thought Yi Jian had truly caused a significant disturbance. Could it be that you orchestrated all of this? The relentless questioning forced Yang Xiong to take a few steps back. Such a meticulously crafted plan had been disrupted by that wretched boy. Su Qing. Yang Xiong's chest heaved, his neck reddening like a boiling pot. He looked at the four elders and said in a low voice, Esteemed elders, 5 years ago, Yi Jian personally killed a member of our sect. A grave offense that should warrant death according to our sect's rules. Yet the sect master has continuously shielded this monster. Now, Yi Jian's guilt in killing is a matter of fact, even if I, Yang Xiong, am to blame. So what? He has violated the rules and deserves punishment. With these words, Yang Xiong laid bare his entire scheme. Even Ouyang Feng and Hou Gongming, who had been lurking in the background, broke into a cold sweat. By revealing his hand like this, Yang Xiong was effectively admitting that the Hou family and he had conspired in this scheme. Despite being the second elder of the Ziyang sect, Yang Xiong was still beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. However, the Hou family was merely a martial arts lineage. While they held some status in the secular world, they were virtually insignificant among the immortal sects, let alone the fact that they had offended a void-return sword cultivator and that inscrutable young man. What hope did the Hou family have for survival now? At that moment, Su Qing cast an amused glance at Yang Xiong and said, What is this? The second elder is finally done hiding. Yang Xiong shot Su Qing a venomous glare, gritting his teeth as he replied, Su Qing, you have repeatedly thwarted my plans. I had intended to spare you in consideration of Elder Feng's reputation. But as the Ziyang sect's demon suppressor, you constantly protect this monster. Are you truly willing to risk the wrath of the Ziyang sect? Upon hearing this, Su Qing merely dug at his ears and replied dismissively, "Second elder, why do you keep repeating the same phrases? To be honest, I'm quite tired of hearing them." Yang Xiong's expression darkened, almost dripping with malice. He glared at Su Qing, his fists cracking ominously, and in that moment, he suddenly unleashed his full power. "You wretched brat. Now that you've left Wuming Peak and lost the Formation S support, let us see how you can stop me. I, Yang Xiong, declare that Yi Jian must die today." With that proclamation, Yang Xiong unleashed his post-void return power to its utmost limits. The space around them shattered as multiple rifts appeared, causing the four elders to gasp in shocked it. Turned out that Yang Xiong had been holding back, likely anticipating this very moment. Yi Jian was already in a weakened state, and with two ordinary individuals standing behind him, if he were to face Yang Xiong head-on, he might survive, but his mother and sister would surely perish. The battle amidst the late stage of the Void Return realm is certainly beyond the endurance of mere mortals. Witnessing Yang Xiong make his move, Su Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. "Second elder, I once thought you possessed a modicum of intelligence. Yet now, as you strike, do you not also contravene the so-called rules?" Su Qing chuckled softly. "I care not for your rules. If you dare obstruct me, I shall annihilate you alongside the rest." At this moment, Yang Xiong had long since lost his reason. "How dare a trivial late-stage Void Return practitioner speak so boldly before me?" Su Qing snorted coldly. As his voice faded, he raised his hand and pointed forward to Ian. The next instant, an obscure golden energy coalesced upon Su Qing's fingertip. Yi Jian's mind sharpened. As a practitioner of the Void Return stage, he could sense the sheer terror of the energy Su Qing was gathering, as if it were compressing all of his true qi into a singular point. Without an exceptional mastery over true qi, this energy could detonate him at any moment. What sort of confidence did Su Qing possess to dare wield such a divine power? At that moment, Yang Xiong paid no heed to Su Qing's glowing orb. In his eyes, it was but a minuscule light, incapable of posing any significant threat. Conversely, he could not believe that he, a venerable practitioner of the Void Return stage with centuries of cultivation, would fall to a mere youth of scarcely 20. "Su Qing, you shall die alongside Yi Jian." Yang Xiong exerted all his might to unleash a terrifying wave of pressure toward Su Qing. A mere parlor trick, Su Qing narrowed his eyes, then slowly raised his fingertip, unleashing a beam of golden light towards Yang Xiong. Bang! In the next moment, a blinding radiance erupted above them. The two forces collided instantaneously, yet there was no sign of a standoff. Instead, it was a unilateral display of spiritual might that sent Yang Xiong hurtling 100 feet away. "What?" Upon witnessing this scene, the four elders gaped in astonishment. That was Yang Xiong, a great practitioner of the late Void Return stage. Even within the Ziyang sect, he ranked among the top 5. Yet here he was, unable to muster any resistance against Su Qing. How could this be possible? Not only the four elders, but even Ouyang Feng's pupils trembled in shock. Yang Xiong was his master, a figure he revered like a deity. Yet such a person, when faced with Su Qing, could not even match the standards of an equal. This utterly shattered his worldview. Ouyang Feng felt as such, as did Hou Gongming behind him, along with Hou Qing, the foremost expert of the Hou family, all displaying expressions of utter disbelief. "It's over for the Hou family," Hou Gongming muttered vacantly. He had pinned all hopes of the Hou family upon Yang Xiong. From the earlier battle, it was clear everything was proceeding according to his plan. But why? How could the venerable second elder of the Ziyang sect be unable to deal with this young man? Had Yang Xiong truly been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self after all these years? At this moment, Su Qing slowly raised his gaze, looking toward Yang Xiong 100 feet away, and shook his head slightly. "I had thought your strength might barely catch my eye. Yet it seems you possess nothing more than this power, lacking even a single proper technique." Su Qing spoke coolly. Yang Xiong glared at Su Qing, his fury surging. However, after that previous strike, he found himself calmed. Given Su Qing's ability to display such terrifying power, he could only wonder what kind of extraordinary treasure Dao Qian had bestowed upon him. Being insulted by such a junior made his face burn with humiliation. "Su Qing, you have forced my hand. At this moment, Yang Xiong took a deep breath, and the true qi within him began to surge forth. Behind him, a golden Dharma manifestation faintly appeared. The golden light Dharma? Yang Xiong had actually comprehended the essence of the Dharma manifestation. In an instant, all present gasped in astonishment. Even Yi Jian was shaken. To hold the position of elder in the Ziyang sect, Yang Xiong indeed possessed extraordinary means. Chapter 21. Merely a realm. Ascend if you wish. At this moment, the golden light Dharma manifestation enveloped Yang Xiong, continuously enhancing his strength. His aura escalated, subtly reaching the threshold of half-step integration. An overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf everything beneath him. Even Ouyang Feng and the others could only hastily retreat, seeking refuge at a considerable distance to observe the battle, especially Ouyang Feng. He had never heard of his master comprehending the golden light Dharma, indicating it was a technique he would not resort to unless absolutely necessary. Now that Yang Xiong had reached half-step integration, augmented by the essence of the Dharma manifestation, no matter how monstrous Su Qing might be, he could not possibly contend with a half-step integration expert. Ultimately, victory would rest with them. At this moment, the four elders were being pressed back by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Yang Xiong. On the battlefield, only Su Qing and Yang Xiong remained in confrontation. Even Yi Jian had been instructed by Su Qing to first ensure the safety of the mother and daughter. At this point, Su Qing casually glanced at Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong snorted coldly and declared sternly, "I know not where your strength originates, but I am certain it cannot possibly belong solely to you. Now, my power is comparable to that of half-step integration, and with this golden light Dharma, even true integration experts would find me a worthy opponent. Let alone you, if you are wise, seek a path now, and for the sake of Elder Feng and the sect master, I may spare your life." In response to Yang Xiong's threat, Su Qing dismissed it lightly. "If this is your limit, then it only reveals how short-sighted you truly are." Yang Xiong gazed at Su Qing with disdain. Stubborn fool. Before he could finish, Yang Xiong could no longer restrain himself. He brought his colossal hand down, and the sheer force of his palm bore the might to rend the heavens. With just this one strike, he tore a gaping rift in the sky. The sight left the spectators astounded. This was the power of one nearing integration. Below integration, all void return practitioners were but ants. The pressure that a mere realm commanded was utterly terrifying. Let alone Su Qing. Even if the four of them united to counter this strike, they would likely be unable to withstand Yang Xiong's palm. However, against this blow, Su Qing's gaze sharpened, and he showed no inclination to flee. Did he intend to withstand it head-on? Everyone entertained this strange thought. Su Qing had indeed astonished them with his earlier display of strength. Yet now, Yang Xiong stood at half-step integration. What could Su Qing possibly use to block it? Only Yi Jian understood. During their time at Wuming Peak, they had often been filled with dread due to Su Qing's fluctuations in true qi. Yang Xiong had kicked a solid iron plate. He could only hope to learn from this experience in his next life. At this moment, Yang Xiong towered several times larger, resembling a giant. His skin took on a gray-silver hue, and his eyes shone with golden light, as if every movement of heaven and earth lay within his grasp. Those around him felt an overwhelming pressure that made it difficult to raise their heads. In this moment, Yang Xiong seemed capable of commanding the very earth with a mere gesture. Making it bow before him, "Die!" Yang Xiong thundered. His voice, imbued with the might of heaven and earth, sounded as if one enormous hand could obscure the sun, crushing all living beings. The entire spanned 100 miles. Yet under Yang Xiong's palm, it was instantly reduced to ruins. This was the might of an integration expert. Even though the Grand Elder of Ziyang sect had long since entered the integration stage, they rarely witnessed him in action, let alone in a life-and-death struggle that shook the very heavens. How terrifying indeed! All present wore expressions of horror. The power of an integration expert was truly humbling. However, Su Qing remained as serene as ever as he watched the enormous hand descend. He focused his gaze, raised his right hand, and pointed upward once more. "Roll." This simple word shattered the overwhelming force bearing down upon him. A surge of spiritual pressure tore through the layers of power, creating a breach in that colossal hand, accompanied by a sharp sound. Not only that, but the light waves Su Qing emitted even pierced through Yang Xiong's divine technique. A beam of golden light shot into the heavens, sending Yang Xiong flying once more. Everything transpired so swiftly that none present could discern what had just occurred. The same technique had yielded an identical outcome? What had Su Qing done? Yang Xiong was a practitioner of half-step integration. Suddenly, Su Qing's figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages as he traversed the 100 feet to approach Yang Xiong with explosive speed. At this moment, Yang Xiong's mind went blank. He had no understanding of how he had met his defeat. What kind of divine technique was that? Yang Xiong pondered in confusion. The Ziyang sect possessed no such techniques. Could it be that Elder Feng had imparted it to Su Qing before departing? Before he could contemplate further, Su Qing had already arrived before him. Yang Xiong's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily exclaimed, "Su Qing, I am the second elder of the Ziyang sect. Out of respect for our seniority, you must address me as Shishu." Before he could finish his words, Su Qing calmly replied, "So now you seek to leverage relationships? Yet I preferred the arrogant demeanor you displayed earlier." Yang Xiong's face turned ashen, and he quickly channeled his true qi to retreat. However, Su Qing's speed was unfathomable, far surpassing him. Before he could escape much distance, Su Qing was already standing in front of him, waiting. The swiftness, the might, the overwhelming sense of oppression. Yang Xiong has only now begun to comprehend. Perhaps his initial line of thought was fundamentally flawed. Su Qing may not have relied on any formation to enhance his power. Rather, he inherently possesses such formidable strength. "What level have you reached?" Yang Xiong gasped, his voice trembling. Su Qing, with his arms crossed, lifted his gaze and replied, "To me, the concept of a level is defined solely by my own perception of it. Whatever I wish to believe is my level, that is what it is." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiong's heart raced uncontrollably. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, a fear of annihilation that could strike at any moment. From the aura of true energy emanating from Su Qing, he sensed a power that transcended the composite stage, perhaps even reaching the legendary realm of the tribulation stage. "You actually?" Yang Xiong exclaimed in horror. Before he could finish his thought, Su Qing clenched his hand. An ethereal force seemed to grip Yang Xiong's neck, an endless pressure that caused his face to flush crimson. At that moment, those below gazed upwards, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, the scene had undeniably showcased Yang Xiong in absolute dominance. In yet another instant, Su Qing had once more ensnared Yang Xiong firmly. Now, it felt as though Yang Xiong's life could be snuffed out at any second. Witnessing this, Elder Si Ming's heart jolted. "Oh no, could it be that Su Shizhi truly intends to kill Yang Xiong?" One elder suddenly pondered. The other three elders hesitated, yet thought it improbable that Su Qing would act so recklessly. However, in the next heartbeat, Su Qing, before the eyes of all present, clenched his right hand. The pressure shattered Yang Xiong's physical form, instantly transforming him into a spray of blood that erupted in the air. In an instant, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence. Chapter 22. Rooting out the problem, Su Qing has truly killed someone, and the victim was none other than the second elder. Yang Xiong, which sent shockwaves through all four elders, to slay a half-step composite stage powerhouse without revealing the extent of his own strength. What astonishing prowess this demonstrated. In that moment, not only the four elders, but also Ho Gongming and Ouyang Feng, lurking at a distance, widened their eyes, left utterly speechless. Everyone was rendered numb by this shocking spectacle. Only Yi Jian, after ensuring the safety of his mother and younger sister, raised his gaze toward the direction from whence the disturbance had come. He knew that everything had come to an end. Yet, a twinge of regret lingered within him. Ideally, he would have preferred to resolve the matter himself. But given his current capabilities, he understood that he was truly incapable of confronting Yang Xiong head-on. Furthermore, Yi Jian was acutely aware that his escape from Wuming Peak had already been a significant achievement. If he engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Yang Xiong, even the sect master would find it difficult to absolve him. Su Qing's slaying of Yang Xiong had, in essence, safeguarded him once more. "Su Xiong, this act of kindness, I truly do not know how I shall repay it in the future." Yi Jian sighed deeply, gazing at the horizon, and slowly closed his eyes, At that moment, Su Qing gradually retracted his aura and approached the four elders, who felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of him. For a moment, they even contemplated whether Su Qing intended to silence them. Only when he halted a short distance away and clasped his hands did he speak. Yang Xiong, with his wolfish ambition, plotted this conspiracy, which fundamentally violated the sect's regulations. My actions were not taken lightly. Had I not slain him, it might well have been my life at stake. I hope the esteemed elders understand that I was left with no alternative. The four elders comprehended the gravity of the situation. What had transpired was beyond their involvement. Yang Xiong's actions had undoubtedly cast aside the rules, and Su Qing's response was merely an act of self-defense. However, one elder spoke up. While Yang Xiong was indeed at fault, according to sect regulations, he should have been brought back for the sect master and the grand elder to interrogate. Su Shixi's killing of him also contravenes the rules. Upon hearing this, the other three elders exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a flicker of anger. It was evident to even the most foolish observer that Su Qing's strength was unparalleled, even if his methods were not his own. The previous scene spoke volumes. If he could effortlessly slay a half-step, composite stage powerhouse like Yang Xiong, what did they matter? Was this fool even thinking before he spoke? How did he come to hold the position of elder? One elder, expressing a hint of regret, attempted to speak. However, Su Qing merely cast a dispassionate glance at the elder who had accused him and calmly responded, "No need for further discourse. The act of slaying an elder is always wrong. And moreover, I acknowledge my negligence in allowing Yi Jian to escape. Upon my return, I will naturally face the sect master's judgment." With that, Su Qing turned and departed. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze fell upon the elder who had questioned him. The latter felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had inadvertently offended someone he could not afford to antagonize. Watching Su Qing leave, the three elders sighed in unison, particularly glancing at the elder who had spoken. Now keeping a respectful distance. Such a person was unworthy of sympathy. The principle of trouble arises from careless words was something one should ingrain in their heart from the moment they entered the realm of cultivation. The fact that the elder had uttered such words was enough to demonstrate that he had reached the limits of his capabilities. Outside the Ho residence, Su Qing scratched his head in frustration. This matter was indeed a headache for him. He had always wished to remain uninvolved in any conflicts. Having read countless novels in his past life, he was all too aware that once one became entangled in a particular affair, it would only lead to further complications. This was precisely why he had remained holed up at Wuming Peak, diligently accumulating his cultivation. Yi Jian, I must have a serious talk with you later. Being so reckless, you might not even know how you could meet your end. Su Qing sighed deeply for the elder who had questioned him. Su Qing suspected he was merely a pawn of Yang Xiong. Just like the elder Yi Jian had once slain, it was likely that Yi Jian had no idea he was embroiling himself with someone of Yang Xiong's caliber. Now that he had gotten involved, Su Qing knew he had to clean up the mess as thoroughly as possible. He certainly did not wish to exacerbate the situation. With this in mind, Su Qing sought out Yi Jian. Upon seeing Su Qing, Yi Jian immediately clasped his fists and knelt. "Thank you, Su Xiong. For your assistance, I am at a loss for how to repay this favor," Yi Jian exclaimed. Before he could finish, Su Qing waved his hand to interrupt. "There's no need for such flattering words. If you were a woman, I might enjoy hearing it, but you're a grown man. What's the point of this?" Su Qing shot him a glance. His tone irritable. Yi Jian was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Indeed, he had allowed his emotions to get the better of him. Given Su Qing's strength and capabilities, he wouldn't even regard such promises. As long as he held this gratitude in his heart, that would suffice. With this thought, Yi Jian rose and inquired, "Su Xiong, did you truly slay Yang Xiong?" Su Qing nodded silently, shooting him a glare as he replied, "Yes, if I hadn't killed him, who knows what kind of trouble he would have stirred up in the future. With your temper, you'd probably run out every few days, and Dao Chun would be pointing fingers at me. I wouldn't have any grounds to refute." Yi Jian was momentarily stunned, then said, "But in doing so, Su Xiong, haven't you also violated the sect's regulations?" Upon hearing this, Su Qing chuckled. "Do you think I am like you? Dao Chun won't make things difficult for me. Rather, you, with your reckless actions, have been under my watchful eye. What you did was exceedingly rash. just like when you killed that elder without considering the consequences. Your only fate would be death. You ought to learn from this. With that, Su Qing playfully tapped Yi Jian on the forehead. The jab stung, yet Yi Jian understood that some lessons were indeed worth heeding. Had Su Qing not intervened, he would not have only failed to rescue his mother and sister, but might have found himself in peril as well. Su Xiong is right. I shall remember this. Yi Jian said solemnly. Are you certain? Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Absolutely, Yi Jian affirmed, lifting his head earnestly. However, Su Qing shook his head. I doubt you've genuinely grasped it, Su Qing replied blandly. Yi Jian furrowed his brow. Unsure of what he had overlooked in the next moment, he suddenly recalled something but looked uncertainly at Su Qing. Soon after, Yi Jian focused intently and said, Su Xiong, are you referring to rooting out the problem completely? Upon hearing this, Su Qing nodded in approval. If this matter was not entirely eradicated, one could never know which jester might re-emerge in the future. Your vulnerability has already been detected. Thus, it is essential to eliminate all those who conspired against you to prevent future threats. Su Qing's eyes glinted with a cold light. Yi Jian immediately understood. The Hou family, having been implicated with Yang Xiong in this affair, would undoubtedly be the primary target for elimination. Following that, Ouyang Feng would also be a concern. Although Ouyang Feng was merely Yang Xiong's disciple, his influence might be even more formidable than that of the Hou family. Just as Su Qing had stated, if these loose ends were not tidied up, similar troubles would likely arise repeatedly in the future. This time, he had to resolve all these underlying issues definitively, just as he had in his previous life. Chapter 23. The Elder's Calculations. When confronted with ruthless individuals, one must make choices that are even more ruthless. Once one chooses a side, they must bear the consequences of having chosen wrongly. Su Qing silently observed Yi Jian as he handled all matters, his heart devoid of any turmoil. Perhaps it was due to the events of 8 years prior that he had long since grown indifferent to matters of life and death. For this world is thus. The notions of good and evil are determined solely by one's actions. Who will safeguard the rights of the weak? Only by continuously strengthening oneself can one ensure the protection of their rights. After this day, many discovered that the Hou residents had been utterly annihilated. The once illustrious Hou family of Zhengzhou had now faded into the annals of history. After dealing with the remnants of the Hou family and the fleeing Ouyang Feng, Yi Jian returned to Su Qing's side and casually mentioned, the remnants have all been dealt with. However, after this incident, I wish to take my mother and younger sister to the vicinity of Ziyang's sect. Without Yang Xiong and the others around, I would feel much more at ease here. Su Qing nodded silently. He was indifferent to this matter. Now that Yi Jian's ancestral home lay in ruins, it was indeed time to seek a new refuge. The Ziyang sect was a commendable option. With Dao Chen's assistance, matters would be significantly easier. Once you are certain, I will speak to Dao Chen upon our return. He should not refuse your request, Su Qing said. Thank you very much, Yi Jian sighed in relief. For what? Once we return, be prepared for punishment, Su Qing frowned. Yi Jian chuckled dryly. Although he and Su Qing shared a decent relationship, he understood that some matters had to be dealt with as they were, and he was fully aware of that. Moreover, he realized that perhaps due to his prolonged silence, he had forgotten some past events. Perhaps he now needed a force to spur him on. Upon returning to the Ziyang sect, Su Qing instructed Yi Jian to return to Wuming Peak and await his punishment, while he himself proceeded to the main peak. As the core of the Ziyang sect, Zixiao Peak was perpetually shrouded in purple clouds. Rivers cascaded down the mountains and fragrant flowers adorned the lush forests. Gardens, small courtyards, and pavilions dotted the mountainside. The higher one ascended, the more one could behold the majestic abode of the immortals standing above the clouds. This was the main peak of Ziyang sect, renowned as one of the 9 great peaks of the Qingcang realm, Zixiao Peak. Gazing at this peak exuding an ethereal charm, Su Qing stepped through the mountain gate and immediately felt a distinctly different energy coursing through him. Perhaps due to his innate talent, he could sense the spiritual energy of Zixiao Peak, almost visibly converging towards him. It seemed far more abundant than during his last visit. Evidently, Zixiao Peak had put in considerable effort over the past 2 years. Su Qing pondered to himself. Compared to his desolate Wuming Peak, the moment he stepped through the gate, the atmosphere felt entirely different. Along the way, Su Qing encountered numerous disciples in just 2 years. The faces of those on the main peak had changed significantly. How could there be such a transformation in just 2 years? Su Qing murmured. Senior brother Su. At that moment, a clear, melodious voice rang out. The voice was familiar. Su Qing turned to see Lin Wenyu jogging towards him. Junior sister Lin, you're here too? Su Qing inquired, turning to face her. Yes, what a coincidence. After all, it has been quite some time since senior brother Su visited the main peak. I didn't expect to run into you today. Lin Wenyu replied with a beaming smile. Just here to handle some matters, Su Qing said nonchalantly. He preferred not to delve into Yijin's affairs, lest it cause her unnecessary worry. Lin Wenyu glanced at Su Qing, then stepped closer, her hair cascading down, faintly carrying a delicate fragrance. She lowered her voice and said, Senior brother Su, as per your instructions, the elders of the sect have mostly been present these past few days. However, yesterday, the second elder took 4 elders out, and no one knows what they were up to. Strangely, those 4 elders returned last night in a fluster, reporting something to the Grand Elder and the sect master. They appeared quite anxious. Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt a wave of embarrassment. What else could it be? It was highly likely they were reporting on him. Su Qing cleared his throat and said, I've returned to deal with this matter. Junior sister need not be overly concerned. Lin Wenyu, looking somewhat surprised, remarked, It seems senior brother is indeed not as simple as the rumors suggest. Su Qing smiled, but offered no reply. Meanwhile, several bystanders who overheard their conversation exchanged glances, sneering at Su Qing's demeanor. Especially since Lin Wenyu was known as a talented individual in the Ziyang sect, it was rather amusing to see this unknown waste of space acting so high and mighty. What a pretentious display! Su Qing noticed the disdainful gazes around him but paid them no mind. The more they looked down on him, the better. It would spare him from a heap of trouble later. Besides, he had been absent from the main peak for so long. If they had the capability, they could come to Wuming Peak to confront him. If they dared to come, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Crossing the plaza and stepping onto the jade stairs, Su Qing walked ahead, lifting his gaze to the gilded plaque at the center of the grand hall above, where the characters Ziyun were inscribed. The Ziyun Hall was the domain of the sect master of the main peak. Even before entering, he could already catch a whiff of the fragrant incense emanating from the censer, invigorating his spirit. At this moment, the elders within the Ziyun Hall were seated, seemingly engaged in discussion. Upon noticing Su Qing's entrance, many elders displayed expressions of surprise, while some scrutinized Su Qing closely, particularly the 4 elders who had seen Su Qing before. Now wore expressions tinged with wariness. What brings you here? At that moment, a beautiful woman rose and said, Quickly leave. This is not a place for you. Lin Wenyu opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, the woman interrupted, Have you stopped listening to your master? Hearing this, Lin Wenyu bit her lip and nodded, Disciple obeys. After Lin Wenyu exited, many elders began to alter their attitudes towards Su Qing. Almost half of the elders regarded him with an interrogative demeanor. Su Qing, it has come to our attention that you recklessly allowed Yijin to escape from the forbidden area, and you even deliberately killed the second elder, Yang Xiong. Is this true? One elder questioned. Nephew Su, considering Elder Feng's regard for you, we do not wish to make things difficult for you. Please enlighten us on how you managed to kill the second elder, another elder added. Yang Xiong's strength ranked among the top 5 in the Ziyang sect. They were curious about Su Qing's methods and urged him to speak truthfully. Nephew Su. A flurry of inquiries ensued, each elder's face devoid of expression. Aside from Dao Chun, no one present knew of Su Qing's true strength. In their eyes, if Su Qing truly could kill Yang Xiong, he must have practiced some sinister technique. What other means could he possess? Listening to the relentless questioning from the elders, Dao Chun, who had remained silent at the head of the table, could no longer restrain himself. Enough! With his words came an overwhelming aura that silenced all the elders at once. In that moment, Dao Chun slowly rose, surveying all the elders before finally fixing his gaze on Su Qing. He then spoke slowly. Yang Xiong violated sect rules and conspired with others to harm mortals, which is a grave breach of our ironclad laws. According to sect regulations, Yang Xiong was destined to die. And Su Qing acted to cleanse the sect of this transgressor, which is not a wrongdoing. Is there anyone present who still harbors doubts? Chapter 24. the might of compressed heaven and earth. Dao Chen's words unequivocally defended Su Qing. The last time Dao Chen spoke with such authority was 5 years ago, during the incident when Yi Jian killed an elder. Though Yang Xiong had committed an offense, the most pressing question remained. Why did Su Qing possess the strength to slay Yang Xiong? Most people present recognized Su Qing. After all, Elder Feng had brought this young man to the main peak over a decade ago, and he was still at the qi refinement stage. Allowing someone of such limited strength to guard a forbidden area had always felt inappropriate to them. Had it not been for Dao Chen's reassurance, they would have raised objections long ago. However, with Su Qing having killed Yang Xiong, how could this matter simply be brushed aside? Sect Master, I believe the crux of the matter lies not in whether Yang Xiong is dead, but rather in how Su Qing acquired such power. Indeed, we do not know the source of Su Qing's strength, at the very least. Our Ziyang sect does not possess any exaggerated techniques that could elevate one's power to such an extent. We implore the sect master to discern wisely. Nephew Su has long been in the forbidden area, and we are unaware of his circumstances there. Perhaps he has cultivated some technique from the demonic path. A continuous barrage of questions erupted once more. Even Dao Chen furrowed his brow. He had promised Su Qing to keep this matter under wraps. After all, a calamity stage cultivator under 20 years old, once revealed, would surely send shockwaves throughout the Qingsong realm. Over the years, aside from the battle 8 years ago, Su Qing had rarely engaged in combat. It was precisely due to the numerous restrictions of the formations within the forbidden area that others had failed to perceive his true strength. Yet now, due to Yi Jian's actions, Su Qing had openly dealt with Yang Xiong in front of others. As such, Su Qing's strength had indeed become a focal point of suspicion. If he remained silent, everyone would assume Su Qing had resorted to the demonic path. If he spoke out, he could not guarantee that everyone present would keep their mouths shut. If this stalemate persisted, it was likely that the elders of the Ziyang sect would not be satisfied in the end. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Ziyun Hall grew increasingly tense. Just then, Su Qing cleared his throat and said, "Since the elders are curious about my methods, I shall demonstrate once more. There is no need for unnecessary complexity." Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions shifted dramatically. This implied that Su Qing was indirectly admitting to having killed Yang Xiong. What means had he employed? This is the point of greatest perplexity for all the elders. Even the 4 elders present, who witnessed the events firsthand, could merely grasp a superficial understanding and remained utterly baffled by the methods employed by Su Qing. At that moment, the Grand Elder spoke in a deep voice. Since young Master Su is so forthcoming in his agreement, as long as the techniques employed are not of a sinister nature, this matter can indeed be dealt with leniently. Upon hearing this, the other elders nodded silently in agreement. However, in their eyes, Su Qing, as the demon suppressor of the nameless peak, residing in such an inhospitable place, could only collude with the demonic path to learn some dark arts. How could he possibly elevate his strength so rapidly? Only Dao Chen harbored doubts. Could it be that Su Qing truly intends to reveal his strength? Has he decided to stop hiding? Subsequently, Su Qing added, "If I am to demonstrate, it would be best not to do so here, lest I inadvertently demolish the Ziyun Hall, which I cannot bear the responsibility for." The elders scoffed in disdain. "Very well, we shall see what extraordinary abilities you possess." With that, the elders slowly rose to their feet. At this moment, Su Qing turned and walked towards the hall's entrance. Upon reaching the door, he lifted his gaze, and an aura began to emanate from him, continuously surging forth. The true energy surrounding him surged upward at that moment. In just the span of 2 breaths, he directly attained the peak of the transformation stage. What? The elders, still on their way over, were struck with astonishment merely by sensing the fluctuations emanating from Su Qing. The peak of the transformation stage. Su Qing was actually a grand cultivator of the transformation stage. A transformation stage cultivator under the age of 20. Such talent could likely only be possessed by the ancient monsters recorded in the sect's ancient texts. Right? Even Yi Jian, who was previously hailed as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, broke through at the age of 23. Could it be that he had been suppressing his cultivation to avoid drawing attention? The elders began to discuss among themselves at this moment. The Grand Elder couldn't help but remark, "I extend my gratitude to you, Master Su, for your understanding. Rest assured, The primary fault in this matter does not lie with you. Therefore, in accordance with the sect's regulations, you need only to enter the Yinluo secret realm for a month of contemplation. Upon hearing this, the other elders exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their surprise. The Yinluo secret realm? It had been quite some time since they had heard of this place. If the Nameless Peak was regarded as the forbidden ground of the Ziyang sect, serving as a prison for various malevolent entities, then the Yinluo secret realm was a close second, a domain dedicated to confining disciples for introspection. However, this alone was not sufficient to instill fear in the elders. The key concern was that the Yinluo secret realm had been sealed for a decade. The reason for this was the continuous expansion of energy within, leading disciples who entered to succumb to madness within a fortnight. What scheme was the Grand Elder concocting? At this moment, Daochen's aura became exceedingly heavy, as if he were ready to confront the Grand Elder right then and there. It was only after the Grand Elder conveyed a message that Daochen's presence somewhat subdued, his expression growing more serious. Given this, let us proceed as the Grand Elder suggests. Shortly, I will accompany him to escort Su Qing to the Yinluo secret realm for a month of contemplation. Daochen declared in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other elders shifted. From the outset, Daochen had made his stance clear, aligning himself with Su Qing. The events that transpired in the Yinluo secret realm a decade ago were well known to all present. Why had Daochen suddenly agreed to Su Qing's visit? Noticing the lingering hesitation among the other elders, Daochen spoke sharply. What is it? The matter has reached a conclusion, yet you linger here. Have all sect affairs been settled? At this, the elders clasped their fists in acknowledgement and took their leave. In an instant, only 3 individuals remained on the mountainside. After a moment of silence, Su Qing was the first to break the atmosphere. Speak then. I have heard some whispers regarding the Yinluo secret realm. After all, my master was still in the Ziyang sect at that time, Su Qing said calmly. The Grand Elder let out a soft sigh before responding. You are correct, Master Su. The reason I wish to arrange for you to enter the Yinluo secret realm is that 6 months ago, I sensed a familiar aura emanating from within. Su Qing furrowed his brow in curiosity. Whose? The Grand Elder spoke gravely. The previous sect master. What? The previous sect master? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of surprise. As a member of the Ziyang sect, he was well aware that Daochen had ascended to the position of sect master approximately 70 years ago. 70 years was a long span for Su Qing, yet for the Ziyang sect, it was but a fleeting moment. Rumor had it that the previous sect master was the most formidable power nearing the tribulation phase. Having swept through the Qingcang realm undefeated, known as the invincible entity beneath the tribulation, such a paragon of strength had vanished without a trace after an outing 70 years prior, leading to Daochen assuming control over the sect's affairs. Su Qing hesitated. Wasn't the previous sect master said to have gone missing? How could he suddenly re-emerge from the Yinluo secret realm? The Grand Elder replied solemnly. I too possess no insights on this matter. However, now that there is a potential lead, I harbor a personal hope that someone might venture into the Yinluo secret realm to uncover some clues. With this, Daochen fell silent. The fate of the previous sect master had always been a significant regret for the Ziyang sect. Even after 70 long years, they could not forget the figure who had once led the sect across the entire Qingcang realm. One could surmise that had the previous sect master survived, he might have already attained the tribulation phase. With such a powerful presence at their helm, the Ziyang sect would be invincible in the Qingcang realm. Given this, why have I been chosen? I do not believe this to be mere coincidence. Su Qing's voice resonated once more. The Yinluo secret realm has a restriction, allowing only cultivators under 100 years of age to enter. This limitation, while seemingly trivial, also restricts our elders. However, Master Su, being young and possessing capabilities beyond ordinary reach, may uncover something significant within the Yinluo secret realm. This is the thought shared by both myself and the sect master, the Grand Elder elucidated. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Su Qing nodded in quiet understanding. Indeed, he was the most suitable candidate for the expedition to the Yinluo secret realm. At this juncture, Daochen spoke softly. I did not wish to trouble anyone with this matter. Yet the Yinluo secret realm has remained dormant for a decade, and we, the old guardians, cannot investigate the situation ourselves. I have faith in your strength. However, The decision to go or not ultimately lies with you. Su Qing raised his gaze, stating, going poses no issue, yet I cannot overlook the rumors surrounding the Yinluo secret realm. At the very least, I would appreciate some tangible provisions. As he spoke, Su Qing rubbed his hands together, clearly expressing his desire for some treasures. Witnessing this, the Grand Elder burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! It seems I have been rather forgetful. Indeed, it would be remiss of me to send you into such perilous territory without equipping you with some treasures. With that, the Grand Elder produced 3 artifacts from his sleeve. Su Qing immediately recognized that these 3 were all protective treasures. Given the uncertainty of what lay within, these artifacts would safeguard his mind, body, and enhance his spiritual will, potentially proving beneficial in the Yinluo secret realm. The Grand Elder explained. Su Qing accepted the artifacts with gratitude, not hesitating to express his appreciation. All right, I accept this task, Su Qing affirmed. However, before I depart, I must return to the Nameless Peak, as I will be away for a month. The Grand Elder nodded. No problem. Su Qing clasped his fists. Then I shall take my leave for now. I will meet with the sect master to proceed to the entrance of the secret realm before nightfall. The Grand Elder said nothing further. Since the matter had been settled, there was no need for further questioning. As Daochen had indicated, if Su Qing were unwilling, he could simply refuse. There was no need to engage in further negotiations. Should he manage to resolve the issues within the Yinluo secret realm and uncover the whereabouts of the previous sect master Sora, it would prove crucial for the Xiang sect. The instructions Su Qing had to relay were straightforward, primarily concerning the vegetable garden and the supervision of the unruly demonic cultivators. However, given Yi Jian's strength, overseeing these individuals would be more than sufficient. As for Yi Jian, he could deal with matters upon Su Qing's return from the Yinluo secret realm. As Su Qing departed from the Nameless Peak, Daochen's demeanor grew slightly solemn. Su Qing, I am unsure what awaits you in the Yinluo secret realm. Given that it has the capacity to drive individuals to madness and delusion, it stands to reason that it may differ from its former state. Therefore, you must exercise caution. Daochen pondered aloud. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Daochen, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Why mention this now? Perhaps I should reconsider and simply return to the Nameless Peak, as they have no way of knowing whether I have truly left. Daochen replied, I must concede, among the entire sect, only Su Qing could face such matters without a hint of trepidation. Upon reflection, if even Su Qing cannot resolve this, there is no one else in our sect who could. At that moment, Su Qing interjected, by the way, have you managed to find a few individuals as I requested? Daochen smiled and shook his head. Well, I found a few, though some are still said to be in seclusion. However, the elders were quite willing to send them over, considering your peculiar request. Su Qing smiled lightly. I certainly have my reasons. As they conversed, the pair soon arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. The Grand Elder appeared to have been waiting here for some time. Upon seeing the two arrive, the worry in his eyes seemed to lessen considerably. You arrived early, Grand Elder. Were you concerned I might not show? Su Qing teased. Ha ha, Master Su, your word is your bond. Such integrity is rare within our sect nowadays. The Grand Elder responded candidly. Daochen interjected. Let us refrain from further pleasantries. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement and retrieved a light blue pearl from his sleeve, stating, This is a calmness pearl I retrieved. Carrying it will help maintain your mental equilibrium. With this artifact, you should be able to avoid certain unusual situations upon entry. Su Qing accepted it, feeling a refreshing chill merely by holding it. However, he had no particular expectations regarding his state of mind. Thank you, Grand Elder, he replied, clasping his fists once more. This is the least I could do, the Grand Elder chuckled, continuing to produce a map. This is a structural map of the Yinluo secret realm. Although I cannot guarantee it reflects any changes, it should be largely accurate, aiding you in navigating the interior. Su Qing nodded and accepted the map. Once all preparations were in order, Daochen and the Grand Elder finally activated the Yinluo secret realm. After a decade of dormancy, the long-sealed entrance was obscured by overgrown weeds. Fortunately, the path was not difficult to locate. Su Qing plunged into the entrance, transforming into a streak of light that vanished within. Observing this scene, the Grand Elder felt a nagging sense of unease. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, Is it not the case that Su Qing seems to have prepared too little? Aside from the 4 treasures I provided, it appears he has brought nothing else. Dao Chen shook his head. Let that worry go. I believe those 4 artifacts are sufficient. After all, it is not as if there are any truly vicious entities within. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, and then came to a realization. Indeed, it makes sense. As he spoke, the 2 once again sealed the entrance and departed with a sense of purpose. Chapter 27. The Azure Ox in the Secret Realm. Ever since the elders learned of Su Qing's venture into the Yinluo secret realm, news of it spread swiftly among the various peaks. The disciples, upon discovering that someone had entered the long-sealed Yinluo secret realm, were taken aback. Someone had been imprisoned in the Yinluo secret realm? Was it not said that those who entered either went mad or succumbed to demonic possession? What transgression had this Su Qing committed? I seem to have heard that name before. He is apparently the demon suppression envoy guarding the forbidden grounds. By seniority, we ought to address him as senior brother. The demon suppression envoy? His strength must be formidable. Then, do not be swayed by their boasts. I know him. It is said he has been in the sect for over a decade, yet remains at the Qi refinement stage. Rumors about Su Qing began to circulate wildly throughout the sect, encapsulated in the phrase, 10 years of demon suppression, unknown to the world. One morning of confinement, the realm recognizes him, at Team Yaoshuan Peak. Lin Winnie had also heard of Su Qing's situation. She initially thought Su Qing had urgent business at the Ziyun Hall, but it seemed the elders were judging him, intending to confine him within the Yinluo secret realm. But what grave error had Su Qing committed that warranted such punishment? That day, Lin Winnie approached her master, Lan Yuqing, the peak master of Miaoshuan. Master, why has senior brother Su been imprisoned in the Yinluo secret realm? Lin Winnie inquired from the steps below. Lan Yuqing let out a soft sigh and turned to his cherished disciple. Some matters are not as simple as you perceive. The secrets that Su Qing harbors are likely known only to the sect master and that missing elder Feng. His assignment to the Yinluo secret realm is likely not merely for contemplation. Best not to pursue this further, he replied gently. Lin Winnie refrained from pressing further, though she remained perplexed about the secrets surrounding Su Qing. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with determination. She resolved to visit Wuming Peak one day to inquire with brother Ye.in the Yinluo secret realm. During the early days of the Ziyang sect, this locale served as a sanctuary for talented disciples to meditate in seclusion. The interior was shrouded in mist, ideal for cultivating one's state of mind. Although referred to as a secret realm, it resembled a miniature world, with mountains, waters, and pavilions, seemingly a gift from the heavens. Upon entering the Yinluo secret realm, Su Qing beheld the swirling mists, with only a small bridge ahead to traverse. As he looked further, everything appeared hazy. Strangely, while the outside was overgrown with weeds, this interior was impeccably clean, and upon closer inspection, the grass blades bore visible cut marks. Was it not said that no one had entered for 10 years? Su Qing murmured to himself. Surveying the surroundings, he found little distinction from the outside. Most astonishingly, the mist seemed to hinder his spiritual perception. He soon realized that not only the mist but even the water beneath the bridge possessed similar properties. This place is rather intriguing. Su Qing chuckled softly. Resolutely, he began to step onto the small bridge. As he admired the scenery and the lotus flowers beneath, it felt as if he were immersed in a landscape painting. He walked on, with the sun setting and the moon rising, the sky gradually darkening. Su Qing continued his journey, the end of the bridge seemingly out of sight, while the path he had taken appeared to be consumed by the encroaching mist. Strangely, as night fell, the surrounding mist showed no sign of dissipating, and the atmosphere shifted, as if something peculiar lurked within the fog. Su Qing halted, retrieving a map from his storage pouch. According to the map, the bridge was not as lengthy as it seemed, yet he had walked for an extended period, indicating some obstruction. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept past him, as if something were blowing cold air upon the back of his head, sending shivers down his spine. Creak, creak, creak. In an instant, a cacophony of creaking sounds erupted around the mist. The noise resembled the grinding of bones, sending tingles across Su Qing's scalp. Despite the eerie commotion, Su Qing felt no fear. Instead, his curiosity deepened. This secret realm had remained sealed for 10 years, yet no one had noticed the peculiar occurrences within. Suddenly, beneath the bridge, black arms began to surge forth, as if clawing their way out of the depths of hell. Reaching toward the bridge, hundreds of severed limbs seemed capable of dragging the entire bridge into the waters below. Su Qing regarded this scene with composure. "How theatrical," he muttered. Shaking his head slightly, he unleashed a powerful aura. Pressing downwards, suppression. In an instant, all the arms emerging from the waters were crushed into innumerable wisps of black mist, dissipating into the lake. Furthermore, the overwhelming force even caused the water to surge mightily. However, despite this, the fog above him had only receded slightly. Seeing this, Su Qing's patience began to wane. "Stop hiding. If you do not wish for me to shatter this place with a single strike, then reveal yourself at once," Su Qing declared, raising his gaze. As his words fell, the small bridge beneath him suddenly vanished, along with all surrounding scenery, transforming entirely. The space twisted, and in the next moment, he found himself within a celestial palace. Countless treasures, elixirs, and celestial artifacts lay before him. At that moment, several celestial maidens floated down from above, swaying their skirts, dancing gracefully within the palace. In the blink of an eye, the maidens encircled Su Qing, their fragrance intoxicating, their enchanting forms swaying in a mesmerizing manner, igniting a fire within him. Su Qing touched his nose, his face flushing slightly. "This illusion knows me well," he mused. Yet, illusions are ultimately just illusions. No matter how alluring, they are merely a collection of bones. Stealing his resolve, Su Qing's eyes shimmered with a radiant white light. Break the illusion. At that moment, the white energy emanating from his gaze began to unravel the objects before him. The celestial maidens, treasures, and divine weapons before him transformed into nothingness. Su Qing let out a regretful sigh. When he lifted his gaze once more, a flicker of anger danced in his eyes. Seems my earlier warning went unheeded." Su Qing remarked, a slight smirk playing on his lips. With his cold smile, the true energy within him surged dramatically. In the next moment, as the environment prepared to shift once more, Su Qing's aura shattered the illusion before him. Forcefully break the formation. Crack, crack. The illusion began to fracture continuously. It was as if a mirror had been shattered, with everything in the space tearing apart until the illusion was utterly destroyed. As the illusion faded, Su Qing found himself standing upon a patch of grass. There was no mist, no rare treasures, only the verdant earth beneath him and the blue sky above. At that moment, a blue ox ambled over, chewing on grass, its head swaying. Strangely, its eyes glowed a blood-red hue. A cow. Su Qing gazed at this peculiar scene, doubting whether he was still within an illusion. "Moo!" The blue ox shook its head and let out a long bellow towards Su Qing. In the next moment, the ox began to grow in size, its breath producing wisps of white smoke, creating an entrancing illusion. In less than 3 breaths, the blue ox had grown to an impressive height of 7 meters. Even Su Qing, looking up, found himself dwarfed by its sheer size. Yet, Su Qing remained unfazed, narrowing his eyes. Could it be that this ox is the reason for the transformation of the Yanluo secret realm? Chapter 28. The Threat from the 8th Realm. Boom. Suddenly, the blue ox stomped towards Su Qing, who swiftly dodged to evade the blow. The terrifying force cracked the ground, creating countless fissures. Just the sheer power of the strike astonished Su Qing. It seemed that even the divine techniques wielded by Yang Xiong could scarcely compare to the might of the blue ox's kick. Moo. Upon seeing Su Qing evade, the blue ox exhaled puffs of white mist, causing the entire space to tremble. Su Qing's expression sharpened. This blue ox likely possessed the strength of the integration stage, yet he could not fathom why such a creature existed within the Yanluo secret realm, especially since he had never heard of it from Daochen. Boom! In the next moment, the blue ox charged again, its blood-red eyes wild with madness, attacking Su Qing indiscriminately. Su Qing evaded a few strikes but eventually came to a halt. Continuing in this manner would yield no resolution. Realizing this, Su Qing decided to unleash his full power, breaking free from restraint. Peak of the Tribulation Transcendence. Roll. Su Qing pressed down, his voice reverberating with authority. As the words fell, golden patterns enveloped the entire space. a law seal materialized before Su Qing, and the aura it exuded from the impact of the blue ox's assault radiated golden ripples. Engulfing the ground entirely, bang! A thunderous explosion erupted. The blue at this moment, Su Qing crossed his arms and gazed at the azure bowl, declaring, "Come again, and I assure you, I shall not hold back." However, the azure bowl showed no intention of ceasing its assault. The crimson hue in its eyes intensified, erasing even the last trace of clarity. Su Qing's gaze sharpened. Could it be that his words had provoked the azure bowl? Was this creature truly so petty? Suddenly, the azure bowl charged at Su Qing once more. This time, the force it unleashed was extraordinarily pure, causing even Su Qing to focus intently. Such raw power, he feared, would be beyond the capabilities of 10 formidable sheep. Su Qing inhaled deeply as he regarded the azure bowl before him. At that moment, the bowl had completely transformed into a monstrous entity. Since it could not be reasoned with, he felt no need to restrain himself further. With this thought, Su Qing erupted with true energy, creating a series of explosive auras in the AT that instant. A resonant sound akin to a flute echoed through the space. The melody possessed a unique rhythm, seemingly capable of clearing the minds of those who heard it, dispelling their inner fury. Under the influence of this sound, even the earth beneath them began to shift. The ground heaved, mountains reflected in the wilderness. Waterfalls cascaded from the peaks, and the celestial stone beneath Su Qing lifted him towards the summit. Not only Su Qing, but the azure bowl was also carried along. Yet, the bowl, now restored to its original state, gradually regained clarity in its eyes. This flute sound had remarkably returned the azure bowl to its senses. Su Qing looked at the bowl in astonishment. At that moment, the celestial stone had already brought him to the celestial peak. Upon disembarking from the celestial stone, Su Qing's gaze fell upon a modest dwelling, a thatched cottage, a barn, a fence, and a pine tree growing from the mountainside, under which lay a chessboard. There, a man clad in simple clothing sat. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his silver hair framing a youthful face imbued with a hint of heroism. He held a jade flute, playing it gently, while the azure bowl flapped its ears. Obediently approaching the man, Su Qing furrowed his brow. He sensed that this man was not his true self. Yet, judging by the aura he exuded, he possessed strength comparable to that of one transcending tribulation. What kind of terrifying power would his true form possess? To his surprise, after all these years, he encountered an outsider once more. The man placed the jade flute on the table and raised his starry eyes to Su Qing. Smiling as he spoke, "My friend, your aura is extraordinary. At such a young age, you already possess the strength of transcending tribulation. I fear the entire Qingcang realm must feel ashamed in your presence." Su Qing approached and said, "I prefer to speak plainly, but by my intuition, you must be the previous sect leader of Ziyang's sect, Mu Jianying. Am I correct?" The man smiled lightly and nodded. "Indeed, but it is not entirely so." Mu Jianying chuckled. "What do you mean?" Su Qing casually took a seat opposite the chessboard. At present, I am merely a fragment of consciousness remaining here. As for my true self, I estimate it has already departed from the Qingcang realm. Mu Jianying replied with a relaxed smile. Such strength from just a fragment of consciousness? Su Qing narrowed his eyes. Mu Jianying shook his head with a chuckle. "You truly jest. I perceive that your cultivation level is likely far beyond that of transcending tribulation. The reason you have not ascended is that you have yet to leave the Qingcang realm. Were you to depart, you would have long since ascended. You are far more formidable than I." Mu Jianying smiled again. Hearing Mu Jianying's words, Su Qing felt somewhat surprised. No wonder his cultivation had been rising, yet he felt something was hindering his advancement. Could it be due to this? Gazing at Mu Jianying, Su Qing leaned against the chess table and raised an eyebrow, saying, "By the way, why has the Yin Luo's secret realm changed so drastically? And what of your azure bowl? Clearly at the combined body stage. How could it roam freely to attack others? If it were not for my presence today, who else could have contained your bowl?" At this, the azure bowl turned its head, regarding Su Qing with a curious gaze. Seemingly innocent. Mu Jianying's face also bore an expression of helplessness. "This is a long story. In fact, I only learned about it approximately a century ago. The Yin Luo's secret realm connects to the entrances of other realms. which is why I left a fragment of consciousness in the Azure Bowl here, to guard the breach between the two realms. However, I did not anticipate that within a mere century, the breach in the Yin Luo secret realm would expand drastically, with increasing numbers of entities from the outside attempting to enter this realm. Over time, the old bull's consciousness was worn down. Had it not been for your powerful true energy awakening me today, I fear I would have remained in slumber. Mu Jianying's expression grew somewhat troubled. Su Qing squinted and asked, the breach between the two realms? What does that mean? Mu Jianying slowly rose, hands clasped behind his back, his face taking on a serious countenance. Finally, he turned to Su Qing and explained, it seems you are not aware of these matters, but given your strength, it is indeed something you should know. The Qing Tsang realm, in truth, was isolated from other realms by an ancient power millennia ago. Here, life has been relatively peaceful, free from external intrusions. However, a century ago, just as I was preparing to break through to transcending tribulation, I unexpectedly sensed a voice calling me from the Qing Tsang realm. When I traced that voice, I discovered that the seal of the Qing Tsang realm had deteriorated significantly after 10,000 years, with a smaller breach hidden within the Yin Luo secret realm. Upon hearing this, Su Qing could not help but inquire, is the outside world truly that dangerous? Mu Jianying nodded gravely. From his demeanor, it was clear this was no trivial matter. As far as I know, our world is divided into 9 realms. The Qing Tsang realm resides at the very bottom, being the 9th realm. The ancient power exerted its utmost effort to create a vast sealing area, which allowed the Qing Tsang realm to remain untouched by external forces for millennia. The 8th realm, closest to the Qing Tsang realm, is dominated by an entity known as the Death Clan. They are neither human nor demon. They are simply monsters. In the 8th realm, the Death Clan occupies a staggering 70% of the territory. Mu Jianying spoke with a grave tone. Hearing this news, Su Qing pondered deeply. 70%. Who occupies the remaining 30%? Su Qing asked. The remaining 30% is primarily inhabited by the human race, overseen by several powerful beings, managing to allow humanity to survive in such a desperate environment. Mu Jianying replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Su Qing finally grasped the terrifying nature of the 8th realm. According to Mu Jianying's account, venturing into the 8th realm could shatter the bottleneck of transcending tribulation and lead to a new realm. However, entering the 8th realm also meant facing enemies that were exponentially more formidable than those in the Qing Tsang realm. Even the numbers would far surpass those of the Qing Tsang realm. With his current cultivation level, he had no idea what level he would encounter in the 8th realm. At this moment, Mu Jianying looked at Su Qing again and said, currently, the Death Clan of the 8th realm can no longer contend with the remaining powerful beings of the human race. So they occasionally attempt to strike against the Qing Tsang realm from its weaker points. At present, I have no means to stop this. I can only watch as the breach in the Yin Luo secret realm widens. If this pace continues, it is likely that within 10 years, the breach will be fully open. 10 years. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's expression gradually grew serious. 10 years is neither long nor short, but it signifies that the offensive of the 8th realm against the Qing Tsang realm is imminent, and he must take precautions. With this thought, Su Qing turned to Mu Jianying and asked, is there a way to reseal it? Mu Jianying pondered for a moment and replied, indeed. I left a demon sealing crystal box within the Yin Luo secret realm, specifically designed to suppress malevolent entities. As he spoke, Mu Jianying waved his hand, and a phantom appeared on the chessboard between them. Su Qing focused intently and realized it bore some resemblance to his own Tong Xian mirror. Then, Mu Jianying pointed to a box emanating a dark aura amidst a cloud of smoke and said, the Death Clan is able to interfere with the Yin Luo secret realm because the infiltrating death energy is continuously damaging the secret realm. As long as we can reseal the death energy, the Yin Luo secret realm will automatically repair the breach between the two realms. Su Qing inquired with determination, are you unable to seal it now? Mu Jianying chuckled wryly, at present, I am merely a fragment of consciousness. The death energy has a particularly terrifying effect on spiritual entities, which is why I fell into slumber. Upon hearing this, Su Qing asked, then how can I seal it? Mu Jianying replied, it's quite simple. Just open the box, collect all the death energy inside, and then close it. At this, Su Qing's expression turned quite peculiar. Is it really that easy? Yes, it is indeed that simple. I may be young, but you cannot deceive me. Rest assured, my friend, Mu Jianying said with a bitter smile. He was not lying. The method of sealing was indeed that simple. However, how to contain the death energy was a question even he could not answer. He was merely a fragment of will, and his main body had only encountered the Death Clan. The memories of his time after leaving the Qingsong realm were not within him. So he was at a loss regarding the sealing process. He could only assert that the procedure was as stated. He truly did not deceive anyone. Su Qing scrutinized Mu Jianying with suspicion for a moment before ultimately conceding. After all, it was just a few clusters of death energy. He was also curious to see the means employed by the Death Clan of the Eighth Realm. Gaining some prior knowledge would serve him well in case of any unforeseen circumstances in the future. Where is that box? Su Qing inquired again. At the base of this mountain. Mu Jianying replied. Su Qing nodded, and in an instant, he vanished from the spot. Watching Su Qing disappear, Mu Jianying gazed at the jade flute in his hand and then gently stroked the nearby green ox. Ah, old ox, I once calculated the heavenly mechanism and thought that only my master's fate was inscrutable. I never imagined I would encounter a second person today. This Qingsong realm truly harbors some unexpected figures. Mu Jianying said lightly. At that moment, Su Qing leaped down from the peak. Upon reaching the mountain's base, the surrounding mist was more overwhelming than before. Fortunately, the black light emanating from the box stood out prominently amidst the fog, allowing Su Qing to quickly locate its position. As Su Qing reached for the box, the black mist around him seemed to sense a terrifying presence and swiftly burrowed into the box. Huh! Su Qing was bewildered. He intended to use this box to seal the death energy, yet the death energy seemed to voluntarily converge into the box upon his approach. This was the first time he had encountered such an obedient malevolent force. Mu Laozu, are you sure this is how we seal the malevolence into this box? Su Qing communicated back, astonished. After all, the behavior of the death energy had shaken his confidence. At this moment, Mu Jianying relayed his response. Indeed? Is there a problem? Su Qing tugged at his lip. Not exactly. Since this is the confirmed procedure, I might as well take the box. The next second, the surrounding death energy seemed to respond to a call. All rushing into the box. The dense death energy that had initially adhered to the box's perimeter swiftly dove inside. In less than 2 breaths, the surrounding mist cleared significantly, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated entirely. Is this it? Has it been resolved? Su Qing stood there, somewhat dazed, holding the box. Was it really that simple? Just then, Mu Jianying descended from the peak. My friend, I did not expect you to work so efficiently. I could already sense the dissipating death energy from above, Mu Jianying remarked. Su Qing looked up and smiled, choosing not to mention the earlier incident. Where shall I place this box? Su Qing asked, cradling it. Since you have already sealed the death energy within, I shall handle the reinforcement of the seal, Mu Jianying replied with a smile. With that, Mu Jianying focused his gaze, forming hand seals, and a golden light surged forth from his eyes. The entire box was enveloped in this golden radiance, as if countless iron chains were binding it. In the next moment, he waved his hand, drawing forth the lake water from the area. A water dragon leaped from the lake, the trailing water patterns carving a radiant path through the surface. Subsequently, Mu Jianying clasped his hands together, and the water dragon grasped the box, plunging into the lake. Boom! Instantly, the entire lake erupted in towering waves. However, as the water settled, the surface of the lake appeared smooth as a mirror, as if everything that had just transpired had been but an illusion. Well, with this, the death energy within the Yanluo secret realm has dissipated. Within a year, the breach here should gradually restore. Mu Jianying sighed with relief, as if he had not felt such joy in many years. Su Qing remained silent, still in a daze from the sight of the water dragon. Being at the tribulation stage himself, he wondered why he had not learned such an impressive technique. At that moment, Mu Jianying turned to him with a smile. Do you have any plans for the future? Su Qing shook his head slightly, numbly replying, none. I was sent here for confinement. Today is merely the first day, and I still have 29 days to go. Upon hearing this, Mu Jianying looked at Su Qing with an expression of disbelief. With your strength, you are still confined? Su Qing was indeed at the tribulation stage. He had only left the 9th realm a century ago. When had it become a norm for even those at the tribulation stage to be imprisoned? How rapidly times had changed. Su Qing sighed. Yes, the one who sent me here, Mu Laozu, should still recognize him. Mu Jianying frowned. Who is it? Su Qing answered, your disciple, Dao Chun. Meanwhile, within the Ziyun Hall, Qiu, Dao Chun wiped his nose and murmured, what is going on? I'm already at the Great Ascension stage and I'm still sneezing. Does anyone have some tissue to spare? Chapter 30. The Greatest Calamity. During his contemplative period within the Yinluo secret realm, Su Qing occasionally played chess with Mu Jianying and sometimes vented about the current state of the Ziyang sect. After hearing about the current circumstances of the Ziyang sect, Mu Jianying sighed frequently. Upon inquiring further, he discovered that the strength of the Ziyang sect's successive leaders had almost always been at the tribulation stage, and Mu Jianying had been no exception. He had thought himself to be the weakest leader, only to find that Dao Chun had succeeded him at the bottom. Fortunately, during these days, he had come to know Su Qing. With Su Qing's presence in the Ziyang sect, Mu Jianying felt reassured. Additionally, Mu Jianying entrusted Su Qing with an item to be handed over to Dao Chun once they exited. He also entrusted the Green Ox to him, as the current Yinluo secret realm did not require many powerful figures to oversee it. While the Ziyang sect was in need of strength, the Green Ox would indeed be a significant asset. While Su Qing remained in the Yinluo secret realm, the Heavenly Demon Palace began to take action. On this day, countless forces from the demonic path surrounded the mountain gate, with two black tigers dragging a palace suspended in the air, casting a shadow that nearly obscured half the sky. Within the central palace, the faint auras of several fusion stage experts emanated, and the pressure that surged forth made even the disciples of the 36 Peaks raise their heads in awe. Boom! In an instant, when the two black tigers halted, countless black chains descended from the palace, swaying in the air, and the muffled sounds emanating from the palace released a visible purple light that enveloped the Ziyang sect. The next second, the 36 Peaks of the Ziyang sect began to tremble. Boom! At that moment, a bell tolled from the heart of the Ziyang sect. As the bell rang, the encroaching purple light receded, forming a protective barrier that shielded the Ziyang sect. In an instant, all the powerful figures within the Ziyang sect rose into the air, forming a confrontation with the demonic army. Even Dao Chan emerged from the main peak, standing before the elders, gazing ahead. Upon seeing the palace and the two black tigers, Dao Chan immediately recognized the identity of the intruders. Shi Huan Tian, you have quite a nerve to dare to rampage on the territory of my Ziyang sect. As the sect leader, Dao Chan exuded an overwhelming aura, his voice resonating throughout the space. At this moment, Shi Huan Tian stepped out from the palace, accompanied by several others, each emanating the aura of fusion stage strength. Sect leader, it has been many years since we last met, and your strength has indeed improved, Shi Huan Tian said, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Well, it's just that I broke through to the Great Ascension stage a bit earlier than you. However, your visit to my Ziyang sect surely isn't just for a reunion, is it? Dao Chan observed the 6 fusion stage experts, but remained undeterred. Ha ha ha, brother Dao, you are indeed forthright. I shall speak plainly. Shi Huan Tian boomed. Today, if your Ziyang sect hands over my Heavenly Demon Palace's Holy Maiden, everything can be negotiated. If not, I would very much like to experience the profound heritage of the Ziyang sect that has persisted for millennia. With this declaration, Shi Huan Tian's intentions were abundantly clear. He sought the sacred maiden, Shi Feng. This caused the elders of the Ziyang sect to turn pale. Though the Ziyang sect had experienced a decline in strength over the years, it remained a top-tier force within the Qingtsong realm. Yet today, Shi Huan Tian brazenly invaded the Ziyang sect, marking the first time in its long history that such an affront had occurred. Were they truly underestimating the Ziyang sect as if it had no defenders? Humph, do you really think you can challenge me with just a few fusion stage demons? Dao Chan's gaze narrowed, the sword behind him already humming with anticipation. However, Shi Huan Tian merely shook his head with a smile. Brother Dao's strength, of course, I do not dare to underestimate. That is why I have specifically invited a senior to assist us today. Shi Huan Tian proclaimed loudly. I summoned Senior Tun Yang to lend his support. With that, a dark figure soared from the valley. The moment it stood in the air, even the sky flashed with several bolts of black lightning. Not only that, the moment the elder arrived at this place, countless dark clouds began to converge above his head, creating an otherworldly phenomenon. This compelled the elder of the Ziyang sect to look up. Gazing at the figure in the sky and the flickering black thunder, everyone was taken aback. A tribulation stage powerhouse. How could this Sahunshan summon a tribulation stage expert? At that moment, even the usually calm Daochen felt the weight of the situation. Although he had encountered tribulation stage beings before, the strength of this elder was indeed formidable, and it had indeed invoked the might of heaven and earth, yet in comparison to Su Qing, he still fell short. However, this also indicated that the elder before him was at least half a step into the tribulation stage, a force that he alone could not contend with. The name Tunyang lingered on Daochen's lips, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be that you are the Tunyang Taoist who went missing 300 years ago?" Upon hearing this, those with some experience in the Ziyang sect all displayed expressions of horror. The Tunyang Taoist, the one rumored to have obliterated countless immortal sects without leaving a single survivor. Ha ha ha. I never expected that after 300 years, the renowned sects would still recognize my name. Hee hee, Ziyang sect? I must ask, is that fellow Mu Jinying still alive? The Tunyang Taoist stroked his beard, revealing a mischievous smile. Daochen replied solemnly, "The sect master has ascended to the upper realm and is not." Shi Feng spoke softly. "If you don't speak, no one will consider you a mute." Yi Jian cast a cold glance at Shi Feng. The latter's expression darkened as she snorted softly, crossing her arms, and remarked, "Good intentions mistaken for foolishness." After slightly adjusting Lin Wenyi's breath, Yi Jian finally helped her to her feet. "Junior sister Lin, what on earth has transpired in the sect?" Yi Jian inquired once more. Lin Wenyi glanced at Shi Feng and the others standing at a distance, then whispered, "The Heavenly Demon Palace has summoned the long-missing Tunyang Taoist from 300 years ago. The sect leader is trapped, and various peaks are under siege. I saw several formidable demonic practitioners on my way here. You must be cautious, senior brother." Upon hearing this, Yi Jian felt a weight in his heart. The Heavenly Demon Palace was making such a bold move, daring to invade the Purple Sun sect? He quickly asked, "Have you seen Su Qing?" At this, Lin Wenyi appeared puzzled. Nevertheless, she replied truthfully, "Senior brother Su was sent to the Yanluo secret realm by the sect leader and the Grand Elder half a month ago and has yet to return." Yi Jian was taken aback. What? Recalling that half a month prior, Su Qing had come to inform him of certain matters, yet had never mentioned the Yanluo secret realm. He had thought Su Qing was merely occupied, not realizing he had been confined. No wonder the Purple Sun sect was in distress. Su Qing was unaware of the situation. Realizing this, Yi Jian hastily said, "Junior sister Lin, you must go to the Yanluo secret realm at once and inform senior brother Su of what has transpired in the sect." Lin Wenyi was still uncertain as to WHY.AT that moment. Over a dozen figures had already arrived at Wuming Peak.IT. Seemed this was indeed the forbidden ground of the Purple Sun sect. Chapter 32. Even I, Yi, can strike it down with a single sword. The White Hall Master, leading a group of powerful practitioners from the Heavenly Demon Palace, arrived at Wuming Peak. Observing the blood jade in his hand, his gaze fell below Dai in an instant. The White Hall Master locked eyes with Yi Jian. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He was well acquainted with nearly all the strong practitioners above the Void Return stage in the Purple Sun sect. Yet here stood a remarkably young Void Return cultivator, someone he had never heard of before. Fortunately, he had brought along 2 strong practitioners at the Void Return level and a full 7 at the Transformation God level. He never expected to encounter such a young powerhouse within the forbidden grounds of the Purple Sun sect. "Are you the demon suppressor of the Purple Sun sect?" The White Hall Master coldly surveyed Yi Jian. "If you're here to find senior brother Su, the timing is rather inconvenient. I am merely a prisoner confined here," Yi Jian replied nonchalantly. "Dado?" The White Hall Master raised an eyebrow, a Void Return cultivator so young. Yet merely a captive. What then of the demon suppressor tasked with overseeing them? Just then, 5 individuals approached from the side, led by Shi Feng, who couldn't help but look up. "Lady Saint." The White Hall Master's eyes brightened. He had come here specifically to find Shi Feng and was pleasantly surprised to locate her so easily. Soon, he realized he wasn't merely in the presence of Shi Feng. Also present were the recently missing Wu Yu and the long-lost Zhang Yuntian. The Hall Master Zhan. The White Hall Master's expression shifted. He never anticipated such a significant haul on this trip. At that moment, upon seeing the White Hall Master, Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wonderful! The Hall Master has not abandoned us. Wu Yu turned to Zhang Yuntian beside him and said, Hall Master Zhang, if we do not escape now, when will we? Just right, Su Qing is not here. We can flee together. Zhang Yuntian furrowed his brow, remaining silent. This time. Shi Feng raised her head and asked, White Hall Master, are you here to rescue us? The White Hall Master laughed heartily, Lady Saint. Your talent is the most extraordinary the Heavenly Demon Palace has seen in centuries. I would forsake everything to rescue you. Hearing this, Shi Feng shook her head and sighed. She looked up at the sky and said, White Hall Master, I advise you to return. This statement. Not only the White Hall Master but even the other strong practitioners from the Heavenly Demon Palace were taken aback. What did this mean? They had mobilized such significant forces to rescue Shi Feng, and now she was telling them not to? The White Hall Master was utterly confused. Lady Saint, what do you mean? He asked, perplexed. There exists a person within the Purple Sun sect whom my Heavenly Demon Palace must never provoke. Trust me, otherwise, it will bring endless calamity upon the Heavenly Demon Palace, Shi Feng said solemnly. This left the White Hall Master even more bewildered. Wasn't Dao Qian the strongest figure in the Purple Sun sect? Could anyone possibly rival the Tunying Daoist? Moreover, even if a battle ensued, the Purple Sun sect would have to weigh the potential losses. What could his Heavenly Demon Palace possibly fear? Seeing that Shi Feng had no intention of leaving, the White Hall Master and his companions were left in a state of indecision. That moment, Wu Yu stood up and declared, the Saint and Hall Master Zhan must have been bewitched by the Purple Sun sect's people. White Hall Master, you need not hesitate. Just proceed with the rescue. Upon hearing this, the White Hall Master and the others exchanged glances, beginning to formulate a plan. Noticing the aggressive stance of this group, Yi Jian also drew his sword at Wu Yu. You have been at Wuming Peak for some time. Have you not learned your lesson? Wu Yu sneered. Stop trying to intimidate me. That Su Qing has been missing for over half a month. Even if the White Hall Master does not come to rescue, I will find a chance to escape. Why would I remain in this godforsaken place? Yi Jian's gaze sharpened. Wuming Peak does not permit your insolence. As soon as he finished speaking, not only Wu Yu but also the White Hall Master and the others closed in around Yi Jian. The White Hall Master coldly glared at Yi Jian, disdainfully replying, You are perhaps overly confident. Have you forgotten that we are still here? Yi Jian smiled lightly. Just a bunch of insignificant characters. Even in the absence of senior brother Su, I can still strike you down with a single sword. Upon hearing this, the White Hall Master's expression darkened. Arrogant with that, the White Hall Master summoned his life-bound treasure. In an instant, a dense black mist surged from his sleeve, enveloping the entire Wuming Peak. Within the black mist, chilling screams and wails echoed, with faint skulls shimmering with a dark green glow. Enveloped in the black mist, it felt akin to entering a realm of the dead. This is my Heavenly Demon Palace's treasure. The soul-eating bag. Shi Feng's beautiful eyes flickered. She hadn't expected the White Hall Master to bring such a treasure to rescue her. Unfortunately, Su Qing's strength was not something the Heavenly Demon Palace could contend with. She could not leave. At that moment, Yi Jian confronted the ghostly mist, his eyes radiating golden light, and the sword in his hand surged with brilliance, a wave of pure energy shooting into the sky. Break! Yi Jian shouted, and a beam of sword light pierced through Wuming Peak from top to bottom. The golden light scattered across Wuming Peak, the powerful sword energy ruthlessly slicing through the ghostly mist. Even the White Hall Master's soul-eating bag was torn open by Yi Jian's sword. The White Hall Master quickly retreated, shaken by the sword's might. He had found it challenging to withstand. He had summoned his life-bound treasure. Yet it had been so easily shattered by this individual before him. Hadn't Yi Jian just recently broken through to the Void Return stage? How could he possess such terrifying strength? Is this your method for robbery? You should be embarrassed to speak of it, Yi Jian declared from above. The White Hall Master was furious, his face reddening. Do not act rashly, White Hall Master. This person is named Yi Jian, and his talent and strength are exceedingly extraordinary. His swordsmanship has reached an exceptionally high level. In a one-on-one confrontation, I fear none will be his match, Wu Yu whispered from the side. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally calmed down. A void-returned swordsman with his swordsmanship at such a high level at such a young age was indeed terrifying. Everyone, this child is formidable. I implore you to join me in slaying him. The White Hall Master bellowed furiously. In an instant, over 10 individuals launched an attack, each wielding their most lethal techniques. The sky echoed with thunderous roars. The clash between true energy and sword energy resonating, causing even the heavens and earth to tremble. After only a few exchanges, the rolling black clouds above were dispersed, and gusts of wind swirled like blades through the space. The sound of swords howling reverberated through the heavens, as Yi Jian single-handedly overwhelmed 3 void-return cultivators and nearly 10 transformation god practitioners. The demonic practitioners retaliated fiercely. The terrifying aura nearly suppressed all living beings around Wuming Peak. The two sides engaged in a second round of combat. Yi Jian's strength was indeed formidable. Shifeng felt a tremor in her heart. In truth, my greatest concern is still Su Qing, Zhang Yuntian remarked quietly. Standing beside her, Shifeng nodded. It was precisely due to her apprehension regarding Su Qing that she had refrained from returning with the White Hall Master. Even if she were taken away, as long as Su Qing intervened, she could be captured again at any moment. At that point, the repercussions would not fall upon her alone, but would embroil the entire heavenly demon palace. Just then, Shifeng suddenly sensed something amiss. What is it? Zhang Yuntian inquired. Uncle Zhang, where did that female disciple from the Purple Sun sect go? Shifeng asked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntian was taken aback. They had previously focused their attention on the White Hall Master, and with the two sides engaging so quickly, they had failed to notice when Lin Wenyi had vanished. Could it be that the female disciple went to find Su Qing? Zhang Yuntian spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Chapter 33. Su Qing takes action. In the mysterious realm of Yanluo, nestled within a valley behind the main peak, strange beasts roamed amidst the forest, and heavenly materials and spiritual treasures thrived within. Lin Wenyi hurriedly dashed into the valley. Without the pursuit of the demonic sect, she felt relatively safe here. Upon reaching the entrance of the Yanluo secret realm, she fumbled for quite some time, only to realize that she had no idea how to activate the Yanluo secret realm. Senior Brother Yi instructed me to seek out Senior Brother Su. There must be a compelling reason for this. However, it seemed that only the sect leader or the elders could activate the entrance to this secret realm. What am I to do? Lin Wenyi continuously searched for other means of entry. After a lengthy search, she found Yi Shixiang has more than 10 formidable practitioners of the demonic path, and the situation is exceedingly dire. Lin Wenyi anxiously stated. Su Qing nodded in agreement. The mention of more than 10 likely refers to a handful of those at the returning void stage, accompanied by a multitude of demonic cultivators at the transformation god level. Yi Jian possesses exceptional strength and foundation. If he were to exert himself fully, he might very well stand against that group. However, the concern lies in the potential betrayal of the other individuals from Wuming Peak, which would significantly escalate the pressure. With this thought in mind, Su Qing remarked, in that case, you should take Lao Niu to assist Yi Jian. Lin Wenyi paused in surprise and asked, what about you, Su Shixiao? Aren't you coming along? Su Qing chuckled. Naturally, I am off to seek trouble with that Sun-Eater Taoist. Oh, do not underestimate Lao Niu. He is, after all, a practitioner at the integration stage, more than capable of dealing with those petty thieves. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenyi's mouth fell open in astonishment. This Azure Bull is surprisingly formidable? At that moment, Su Qing patted Lao Niu and said, Lao Niu, I entrust my junior sister to you. Show no mercy when confronting those demonic cultivators. Lao Niu nodded slowly. Rest assured, senior. Hearing Lao Niu speak, Lin Wenyi's heart raced. This bull can actually speak human language. It has undoubtedly reached the level of a demon immortal. With that said, Su Qing moved swiftly, unleashing his true energy with a speed so swift it was almost imperceptible, darting toward the other side. Meanwhile, Lin Wenyi rode atop Lao Niu, soaring through the air toward Wuming Peak. Wuming Peak. Every strand of sword energy posed a significant threat to the adversaries before him. The clash between both parties was capable of shattering the barriers of heaven and earth. Were it not for the constraints of the formation, Wuming Peak would have long since been reduced to a mire. Faced with more than 10 formidable foes, Yi Jian unleashed his full strength without reservation. Sword cry of the Azure Dragon. In that moment, an ethereal aura enveloped him, seemingly elevating his very being. Several afterimages circled around him, resembling a coiling dragon behind him. In the next heartbeat, as Yi Jian's sword struck down, the space trembled violently. Even Bai Tangzhu and the others felt their hearts race. What kind of divine ability is this? At this moment, the entirety of Wuming Peak was engulfed in a sense of suffocation due to this strike. The last time they witnessed such terrifying power was during Yi Jian's spar with Su Qing. When this sword cultivator displayed his formidable might, back then, Yi Jian had merely reached the pinnacle of the transformation god stage. Now, he had stabilized his returning void cultivation, and the might of his sword was even more terrifying. Although Yi Jian was still only at the early returning void stage, with this move, he was likely invincible against those below the integration stage. Confronted with this overwhelming sword might, Bai Tangzhu's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately shouted, "Everyone, do not hold back any longer. Summon your treasures, or we shall not only fail to rescue the Saintess but also perish at this man's hands." With his words, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Thus, they all employed their lifelong learnings. The auras of the gathered practitioners surged dramatically. Originally, there were only 3 powerful practitioners at the returning void stage, but after employing secret techniques, 6 more now joined their ranks. Moreover, everyone summoned their treasures, launching a barrage toward Yi Jian's dragon-crying sword energy. The capabilities unleashed appeared as though they could tear apart the very fabric of space. An endless ripple of true energy threatening to engulf the heavens. At this moment, Bai Tangzhu and the others found themselves retreating step by step. Even with so many people attacking together, they were still forced back. Yi Jian is truly terrifying. Fortunately, the Hall Master provided me with a secret treasure. Bai Tangzhu steeled himself. Initially, he believed the number of individuals he brought was sufficient, yet now he found himself needing to summon the secret treasure. With this thought, Bai Tangzhu retrieved a compass from his storage bag, inserting several flags atop it. In an instant, dark energy coiled around the space, and a blood shadow emerged from the black mist. "What is that?" The eyes of Shi Feng and the others widened in shock. Only Zhang Yuntian exclaimed, "The infernal blood shadow!" At this moment, Yi Jian tightly gripped the sword's edge, a flicker of difficulty flashing in his eyes. That previous strike had already consumed a significant amount of true energy. The appearance of this blood shadow giant was undoubtedly another blow to him. The means of these demonic cultivators truly seemed to be inexhaustible. Just relying on these abilities might not be enough. Yi Jian gritted his teeth and swung his sword once more. He had long cast aside any concerns, as the sword intent continued to stimulate his meridians. If his true energy was insufficient, he would wield his own body as the sword. In an instant, a resounding sword cry erupted from Yi Jian's body, an overwhelming sword might, carrying pure sword intent that was utterly unstoppable. With this strike, Yi Jian cleaved toward the blood shadow giant. With this one blow, the blood shadow giant roared, raising a hand to clash with Yi Jian's oncoming strike. PFF. The blood shadow giant's arm transformed into a mist of blood, comparable to half a mountain, yet it was directly severed by this strike. Witnessing this scene, Bai Tangzhu and the others couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. Yi Jian is far too extraordinary. His sword path has likely already reached a saintly level. If we do not eliminate him today, he may very well become our greatest adversary in the future. Bai Tangzhu's expression darkened. It is important to note that the blood shadow giant possesses strength comparable to a half-step integration stage practitioner. The fact that Yi Jian could sever an arm of the blood shadow giant with a single strike, while still in the early returning void stage, speaks volumes about his terrifying talent. However, Bai Tangzhu remained unperturbed. After all, the blood shadow giant is not so easily vanquished. As long as his compass remains intact, the blood shadow giant can swiftly recover from any damage it sustains. As expected, not long after the sword might descended, the severed arm of the blood shadow giant began to regrow as if nothing had happened. Yi Jian looked on, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This blood shadow giant possesses an astonishing recovery ability. He also realized that this blood shadow giant must be Bai Tangzhu's doing. Yet, At this moment, his true energy was nearly exhausted. He had reached a point where even a transformation god stage cultivator could contend with him. Yi Jian gripped the sword tightly. He understood very clearly that he must persevere. Junior sister Lin has already gone to seek out Su Qing, as long as he can hold on until Su Qing intervenes. All crises will be resolved. What he needed was to fight until the very end. The demonic path is insignificant. Let us continue. Yi Jian's sword intent erupted once more. Even Bai Tangzhu and the others gasped in awe. Is Yi Jian truly indestructible? At such a moment, he still possesses the strength to unleash a surge of power. Bai Tangzhu gritted his teeth and resolutely waved the compass once more. Why, Yi Jian? Since you seek death, I shall not hold back, Bai Tangzhu shouted. In the next moment, the blood shadow giant roared to life. Its massive form shook the very heavens. Suddenly, just as the blood shadow giant leaped into the air, a flash of azure light surged forth, causing the space to tremble. Before anyone could react, the azure light landed atop the blood shadow giant's head. Boom! In an instant, the blood shadow giant shattered, its massive body disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist. The overwhelming force was beyond what Bai Tangzhu and the others could withstand. The moment the blood shadow giant dissipated, even the compass in Bai Tangzhu's hands shattered, causing him to spout a mouthful of blood and be thrown back over 100 zhong. At this moment, the entire scene fell into silence. Chapter 35. The rescue. What was that? Everyone looked up at the sky. That was a blood shadow giant of half-step integration strength, yet they couldn't even discern how it was dispatched. In the next second, they beheld a blue bull slowly moving through the air, carrying a woman in white robes upon its back. The earlier tremor must have been caused by this individual. At this moment, Yi Jian looked up. Upon seeing Lin Wenyi seated upon the bull, he was momentarily taken aback. Junior sister Lin? Yi Jian asked in astonishment. Senior brother? Lin Wenyi exclaimed joyfully, waving her hand. Su Shixiang sent me and Lao Niu to assist you. It seems we have. Upon hearing this, Yi Jian nodded slightly. As for the elder in the sky above the old ox, it was likely Su Qing. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wenyi leaped down from the ox's back, assisting Yi Jian as they made their way to Wuming Peak. At that moment, the sight of a single ox facing more than 10 masters of the demonic path was simply ludicrous. The despair in the face of Master Bai was palpable. His attempt to rescue the Saintess had already backfired. Yet this did not mean complete defeat. He looked up at the old ox, gritting his teeth as he declared, I concede this round, but do not think it is over. We have also invited the Sun-Eater Taoist. The Sun-Eater Taoist? With such meager abilities, he thinks he can stir up any waves? The old ox scoffed, exhaling a puff of white mist. Upon hearing this, Master Bai's expression changed dramatically. What did that mean? Could it be that Mu Jianying was still alive? Before he could ponder further, the old ox struck the air with a hoof. The impact shattered even the void itself. The earth trembled incessantly, and the sky seemed to darken in response. The might of a demon immortal at the integration stage was revealed in its full glory at that moment. With a resounding boom, the old ox's foreleg came crashing down, and Master Bai and the others were utterly unable to withstand it, instantly spitting blood and retreating 1,000 miles. The fate of over 10 masters of the demonic path was left uncertain after a single blow. At Xiang sect, atop various peaks, within a mere half hour, the vulnerabilities of each peak had become evident. Not only were the peaks besieged, but the elders were also rendered defenseless against several masters at the integration stage. Merely 3 integration experts had set up a formation that trapped all of their elders within. The elders were in disarray. Even the Grand Elder Wei Xian was single-handedly restrained by Shi Huitian. Unable to gain even the slightest advantage, Wei Xian, being at the mid-integration stage, was no match for the peak integration expert Shi Huitian. The gap between them was not trivial. From the very beginning, Wei Xian could only barely hold his ground. Shi Huitian, today you attack my Xiang sect. Do you not fear my sect's revenge in the future? Wei Xian shouted, his eyes trembling with anger. Ha ha ha, Grand Elder. You are mistaken. I am merely rescuing my daughter, which is only right and just. What issue could there be, moreover, without Mu Jianying? Even if you wish to annihilate my Tianma Hall, you ought to consider whether you truly have the appetite for it. Shi Huitian replied with a laugh. Very well, since you are so arrogant, I shall accompany you today. Wei Xian bellowed. In the next moment, his fury erupted as he unleashed the secret techniques passed down through Ziyang's sect in all their glory. Shi Huitian raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. The great sage's divine ability? Shi Huitian's expression grew somewhat solemn. The so-called great sage's divine ability was a technique bestowed upon those who were conferred as great sages of the Qingsong realm. Ziyang's sect had once had two great beings who seized the earth veins of the Qingsong realm and successfully attained sainthood. However, the most recent one was over 1,000 years ago. I thought that by your generation, the great sage's divine ability of Ziyang's sect had long been lost. I never expected that you had also learned such a technique. How fortuitous. I shall have the pleasure of experiencing your Ziyang sect's great sage's divine ability. Shi Huitian said, completely unfazed, as he approached the divine might head-on. Meanwhile, within the blood mist, Dao Qian and the Sun-Eater Taoist clashed countless times. And no matter what means Dao Qian employed, the Sun-Eater Taoist effortlessly countered. Dao Qian found it curious that, regardless of his attacks, the Sun-Eater Taoist did not take the initiative to strike. This left him feeling somewhat suspicious. Sun-Eater Taoist, since you do not strike and merely confine me here. What is the purpose? Dao Qian calmed himself and asked in a deep voice. That is because I have yet to find a reason to strike against you. Furthermore, I once received a favor from your Mu Jianying brother. If he were to learn that I killed his disciple, I would feel quite uneasy, the Sun-Eater Taoist said with a chuckle, stroking his beard. Then why do you still act on behalf of the Tianma Hall and offend my Ziyang sect? Dao Qian pressed. Alas, the Sun-Eater Taoist scratched his head, adopting a troubled expression. Yes, I said. I find no reason to act against Ziyang's sect. However, I cannot help it. They are quite generous in their dealings. And simply confining you suffices. It would be foolish not to engage in such a business. Dao Qian seethed with anger, wanting to question further. Yet, given the current circumstances, there was little else to be said. He could only lament that Su Qing was still trapped in the Yanluo secret realm. A month had passed, and they were only halfway through. He wondered if the commotion here could be sensed by Su Qing. It was probably too difficult. Just as Dao Qian contemplated how to break through the blood mist, the thick blood mist suddenly tore open a gap. A beam of light pierced through the mist, illuminating the faces of both individuals, causing even the Sun-Eater Taoist's expression to change. Impossible! The Sun-Eater Taoist exclaimed, his face shifting. In the current Ziyang sect, no one should be able to breach his blood mist formation. It could be said that beneath the tribulation, no one could accomplish this. Could it be that Mu Jianying had not left the Qingsong realm? At that moment, a figure stood before Dao Qian. The person appeared youthful, clad in training attire, with eyes as calm as still waters, yet the pressure emanating from him enveloped the hearts of all present. Su Qing's gaze fell upon the Sun-Eater Taoist as he spoke with indifference. You are the Sun-Eater Taoist? Chapter 36. Repelling the Demon Sect. Chapter 37. The Death of an Experienced Baby. The incident with the Tianma Hall had reached a conclusion. Dao Qian dealt with the captured practitioners of the demonic path with a swift hand and entrusted the matters of the various peaks to the elders. Wei Xian intended to inquire how Dao Qian had managed to escape the clutches of the Sun-Eater Taoist, but Dao Qian remained silent, claiming he had urgent matters to attend to, and thus departed for the Ziyun Hall. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, Su Qing was seen dragging the Sun-Eater Taoist inside. Dao Qian approached with measured strides, respectfully stating, "Thank you for your timely rescue. Had it not been for you, our ancestral heritage would have been obliterated by my hand." Su Qing nodded nonchalantly. Subsequently, he casually tossed the Great Sage Order he held to Dao Qian. Dao Qian received the Great Sage Order. His face filled with astonishment as he looked at Su Qing. There is no need for excessive gratitude. This Great Sage Order was entrusted to me by Ancestor Mu to give to you. It contains a formidable power. Unless absolutely necessary, do not take it out recklessly, Su Qing remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Dao Qian dared not play with it carelessly. After all, it was the Great Sage Order belonging to his master. Mu Jianying. It had once symbolized Mu Jianying's identity. He had heard that this Great Sage Order was passed down from the last ancestor of Ziyang's sect, the demon-slaying Great Sage. The presence of the Great Sage Order signified that this sect had once been protected by a powerful being who had attained sainthood. Holding the Great Sage Order in his hands, Dao Chun was filled with excitement. Meanwhile, the Sun-Eater Taoist beside him bore a dismal expression. With the Great Sage Order now in Dao Chun's possession, even if a tribulation stage expert wished to act against Ziyang's sect, they would have to think twice. Of course, the most terrifying presence remained Su Qing, who was so young yet had reached the tribulation stage, utterly reshaping the Sun-Eater Taoist's understanding of the cultivation world. At that moment, Dao Chun put away the Great Sage Order and asked, "By the way, you mentioned seeing the sect master Mu in the Yinluo secret realm?" Upon hearing this, Dao Chun let out a sigh. He had once believed that he would have the chance to meet his revered master again in this lifetime, but now it seemed unlikely unless he were to venture to the 8th realm himself. Noticing Dao Chun's troubled expression, Su Qing decided it was best to take his leave. "Very well. I await your return solely to hand you the Great Sage Order. It seems you have much to attend to today. So I shall return with my companions," Su Qing remarked with a hint of detachment. "Agreed. The matter you entrusted to me will be addressed personally once these affairs have concluded," Dao Chun replied. Su Qing nodded, relieved that Dao Chun had not forgotten his responsibilities. Departing from the Ziyun Hall, Su Qing chose to leap down from the back mountain to avoid drawing attention. He took a winding old path, leisurely leading the Tongyang Taoist towards the direction of Wuming Peak. As dusk approached, gazing at the golden sunset, Su Qing was suddenly reminded of the times he had escorted various offenders into this place. Unbeknownst to him, he had been performing this role for 12 years now. He mused quietly, "Predecessor, when you can find me later, shall I need to put on a display of defiance?" The Tongyang Taoist said with a grin from behind. "What do you mean by a display of defiance?" Su Qing asked, slightly puzzled. "It's a state of unwillingness." The Tongyang Taoist adjusted his demeanor, dramatically exclaiming, "Release me at once, or I shall annihilate your Ziyang sect." After finishing, the Tongyang Taoist effortlessly shifted his expression. One couldn't help but admire his acting prowess, far superior to the young performers Su Qing had encountered in his previous life. Perhaps it was true that this old fellow had lived for over 1,000 years? Not necessary. Those who are alive are already aware of my strength, Su Qing replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down the Tongyang Taoist's spine. If the living were aware of his strength, did that imply there were still some who had perished? The Tongyang Taoist shuddered, realizing that once imprisoned, he must never provoke this formidable being. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the two finally arrived at Wuming Peak. Following the familiar procedure, Su Qing led the Tongyang Taoist to a courtyard adjacent to where Zhang Yuntian and the others resided, which could almost be dubbed the male dormitory. At that moment, upon seeing Su Qing return with an additional person, the gathered crowd displayed expressions of curiosity. Yet, when they beheld the bound individual, Zhang Yuntian and the others gaped in astonishment. "The Tongyang Taoist?" they exclaimed. As seasoned travelers of the Qingtsong realm, they were well acquainted with this notorious figure. 300 years ago, it was said that this being had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, and now boasted strength just shy of transcending tribulation. Tio think he had been captured and brought to Wuming Peak. Truly, the demon suppression envoy held significant authority. Hearing his name called, the Tongyang Taoist merely smiled and nodded, following Su Qing into the courtyard. "All right, let us proceed with the formalities," Su Qing said as he retrieved a small black booklet from his robes. When he opened it, he was astonished to find that the page once belonging to Wu Yu had transformed entirely into a crimson hue. Having overseen the list of evildoers for many years, Su Qing understood the implications. Wu Yu was dead. However, he was not surprised. Wu Yu had never witnessed his true strength, and with the heavenly demon palace sending agents deep into enemy territory, Wu Yu had likely been eager to conspire from within to escape Wuming Peak. Unfortunately, his abilities were lacking. Whether it was Yi Jian or Old Niu, either could have easily dispatched him. Flipping to the next page, Su Qing felt no sorrow. After all, new opportunities were on the horizon. Name: Chapter 38. The vegetables were pillaged. Chapter 39. The mischievous little demon. Chapter 40. Rabbit, I must send you off. Chapter 41. A dream shattered. Chapter 42. Each generation weaker than the last. Chapter 43. Gifts for the disciples. Chapter 44. Am I joking? Chapter 45. Teaching the Adorable Junior Brothers and Sisters. Chapter 46. One Person Still Perseveres. Chapter 47. The Arrogance of Genius. Chapter 48. A Display of Clumsiness. Chapter 49. Su Laoma finally becomes human. Chapter 50. Salutations to the Demon Suppression Envoy. Chapter 51. The Curiosity of Women. Chapter 52. I have it right here. Chapter 53. Su Qing's Training Plan. Chapter 54. Meng Wan's Past. Chapter 55. The Ziyang Sect Never Lacks Talent. Chapter 56. Shifeng's Training Speed. Chapter 57. Sect Examination. Chapter 58. I am Yi Jian. Chapter 59. Here's your chance to call for help. Chapter 60. Is he really Yi Jian? Chapter 61. The Ziyang Sect's Most Ruthless Character. Chapter 62. Underlying Currents. Chapter 63. A Single Punch to Annihilation. Chapter 64. Smooth Promotion. Chapter 65. I have waited too long for this day. Chapter 66. A Gem Cannot Be Tarnished. Chapter 67. What more is there to explain? Chapter 68. A Single Finger Breaks the Move. Chapter 69. What are you waiting for? Chapter 70. Is this even human speech? Chapter 71. A Being Without Past or Future. Chapter 72. The Mantra for Becoming Stronger. Chapter 73. The Inheritance is Actually Myself. Chapter 74. How to Manipulate the Laws of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 75. The Roar of the Tiger and the Chant of the Dragon. Chapter 76. Equality Among All Beings. Chapter 77. The Sacred Land Opens. Chapter 78. This Matter Cannot Be Disclosed. Chapter 79. You Do Not Control Me. Chapter 80. They Have Come Knocking. Chapter 81. Shall You Go or Shall I? Chapter 82. The Choice of the Sima Clan. Chapter 83. Who Dares Make Me Kneel? Chapter 84. Why Do Villains Speak So Much? Chapter 85. I Shall Not Accept Your Apology. Chapter 86. I Want to Bring Someone. Chapter 87. Let Us Set Off. Atop Wuming Peak. When Yi Jian heard the news Su Qing had brought back, his expression shifted in astonishment. Is Su Xiong speaking the truth? Can I truly accompany you? Has the sect master given his consent? Yi Jian inquired incredulously. The sect master and the grand elder have both permitted it. You may join me when the time comes, Su Qing replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Jian's heart surged with joy. In his previous life, he had indeed ventured to the ancient Tuashan sacred land. But at that time, his strength had been feeble and his character reclusive. Coupled with the Ziyang sect's decline, he had faced many troubles alone within the sacred land. It was during this period that Lin Wenyu had cared for him, and together they had weathered numerous tribulations. Regaining his focus, Yi Jian realized that the circumstances were now vastly different. The Ziyang sect still possessed strength, and he had reached the third realm of Returning Void. Furthermore, with his knowledge of the sacred land, he was certain that this journey would yield great rewards. Not to mention Su Qing leading the charge, significantly diminishing the threats they would face. With this in mind, Yi Jian gradually said, By the way, Su Xiong, I have read in ancient texts that the Xianyu Palace sacred land is not only home to relics of inheritance, but also numerous immortal herbs and spiritual medicines, as well as a variety of celestial treasures. It is said that there are even essence and blood essences beneficial for the cultivation of demonic beasts. Upon hearing this, Su Qing immediately grasped Yi Jian's implication. With the vegetable garden now featuring Old Nyo and the rabbit Ziyun, they could indeed serve as substantial assets, especially regarding Ziyun's ability to seemingly bypass his formations, a mystery he had yet to unravel. If they brought them along, not only could they potentially uncover the secrets surrounding Ziyun, but they could also enhance the strengths of both Ziyun and Old Niu. In any case, the entire Ziyang sect had only these two demon immortals. Knowing that treasures awaited in the sacred land, it would be a waste not to take advantage of them. I didn't expect you to be quite knowledgeable. I'll inform Old Nyo and Ziyun shortly. Su Qing remarked. Yi Jian nodded with a smile. After a casual exchange, Su Qing took his leave, while Yi Jian's gaze turned toward the direction of the sacred land. The opening of the sacred land represented the best opportunity for him to swiftly elevate his strength, and he must seize this chance to the fullest. In a few years, that event will come. A touch of weariness flickered in Yi Jian's eyes, but soon they sparkled with determination. The regrets of the past would not repeat in this lifetime. No matter who it was, none could wrest you away again. This time, I shall surely accompany you to the Tianhuang realm. Yi Jian resolved firmly to eye in the vegetable garden. upon hearing about the trip to the sacred land. Old Nyo and Ziyun were both elated. Old Nyo was thrilled at the prospect of discovering resources to enhance his strength, while Ziyun was simply excited at the thought of an outing. Su Qing felt relieved. By then, the disciples would have their own opportunities, and these too would also reap benefits. As for Yi Jian, he would be evaluated upon entering. For himself, his primary objective was, of course, the Cold Moon Ice Marrow. With all preparations in place, they awaited the opening of the sacred land in a month's time. In the following days, Su Qing observed the disciples of the Cultivation Academy as they continued to participate in competitions. Notably, due to the overwhelming majority of the elders' direct disciples abstaining from the contests, the strongest competitors only reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. The disciples of the Cultivation Academy shone brightly in this competition. It must be said that they had indeed gained substantial experience during their half-year at the Academy, with 3 out of 12 entering the top 10. The trio comprises Meng Wan, Hu Tao, and Lu Sandao. Their performances within the Cultivation Academy are undeniably exceptional. Lu Sandao, for instance, possesses a raw vigor that aligns perfectly with the relentless and invincible philosophies of martial arts and supernatural abilities. As for Meng Wan, her reputation precedes her. She has risen to prominence as one of the foremost figures in the Ziyang sect, embodying a flawless Dao heart and the formidable Haoyang Gong. These two attributes alone are sufficient to ignite fierce competition among the elders present. Hu Tao, on the other hand, presents a somewhat different narrative. Previously, Hu Tao was considered the most gifted disciple in the academy. Although Meng Wan's mastery of Haoyang Gong later overshadowed his brilliance, he chose to remain silent, instead dedicating himself to quiet diligence, gradually honing his skills. His current display of strength may appear conventional, yet it conceals a once unbridled spirit that has since been tempered. This transformation is the most unexpected of all. Ultimately, all three are regarded as coveted talents by the elders. After all, they were once disciples rejected by other peaks, sent to the Cultivation Academy, and may eventually ascend to other immortal peaks in the future. Before that, however, they must forge strong connections. Over the past few days, numerous elders have approached Su Qing in private, each invariably requesting that he consider their sects when the Academy's disciples choose their immortal peaks in the future. Su Qing has dealt with these requests nonchalantly. What a joke! After all, the experience I painstakingly cultivated cannot simply be handed over. If I do so, what will remain of my own cultivation? Yet, this has served as a wake-up call for Su Qing. Given his limited experience in mentoring disciples, largely relying on his own past methods, he excels at laying a solid foundation but realizes that guidance from the elders would be beneficial for subsequent stages of cultivation. However, the Nameless Peak is inhabited by a motley crew, and none dare to approach. Perhaps I should consult Dao Chen and Wei Xian to see if they have suitable candidates. Su Qing shook his head. Dismissing the idea as too cumbersome, he adheres to the philosophy that things will naturally resolve themselves as they arise. Ultimately, during the final match of the sect's grand competition, it was Meng Wan who claimed the title of champion. The defeated disciple, possessing peak Golden Core strength, acknowledged her superiority. Under the influence of Meng Wan's Haoyang Gong, his true energy seemed perpetually restrained, and despite his higher strength, he could progress no further. Meng Wan's victory filled the disciples of the sect with joy, as they saw a reflection of themselves in her. Even an ordinary individual can achieve greatness through sheer effort, becoming the best within the sect. This undoubtedly invigorated many disciples, igniting their aspirations for next year's competition and the desire for even greater accolades. With the conclusion of the sect's grand competition, the lively atmosphere within the Ziyang sect swiftly transformed into a period of diligent practice among the disciples. Some are striving to become stronger, while others await the dawn of tomorrow. Meanwhile, beneath the Nameless Peak, the atmosphere within the Cultivation Academy is one of jubilation. Even with only a handful of individuals present, the air is thick with celebration. A month later, Su Qing rose early to prepare for his journey, calling for Yi Jian to join him. A few days prior, he had specifically instructed the demonic cultivators on the Nameless Peak, particularly the sun-eating Taoist, to maintain a low profile during this period. In truth, those who have survived until now have been quite obedient, showing no signs of defiance towards Su Qing. Once he had gathered Lao Nyo and Ziyun, Su Qing cast a glance at the Cultivation Academy before turning his gaze towards the direction of Zixiao Peak. Let us depart. It is time to set forth. Chapter 88. Have they colluded? Chapter 89. The Ancient Tua Mountain Range. Chapter 90. You lack the qualification. Chapter 91. A bunch of common fowl. Chapter 92. Go all out. Chapter 93. Subdue all. Chapter 94. A fish in a barrel. Chapter 95. The Carefree Sword Sect. Chapter 96. The opening of the Xianyu Palace. Chapter 97. Vast Fields of Millions. Chapter 98. It seems you have chosen the wrong opponent. Chapter 99. One Last Inquiry. Chapter 100. A Way to Clear Misunderstandings. Chapter 101. A Sudden Shift in Circumstances. Chapter 102. Suppressing Sima Long. Chapter 103. Feng Chongqing. Chapter 104. Fishing Enforcement. Chapter 105. The Day of Harvest. Chapter 106. Cold Moon Ice Essence. Chapter 107. Su Qing's Fury. Chapter 108. The Old Ginger is Spicier. Chapter 109. The Old Fool. Chapter 110. The Secrets from 2 Millennia Ago. Chapter 111. Opening a Zoo. Chapter 112. In the Midst of Planning. Chapter 113. Sacred Artifacts. Chapter 114. The Theft of Sacred Artifacts. Chapter 115. Snow Crane. Chapter 116. A Casual Gesture. Chapter 117. Shocking the Entire Sect. Chapter 118. The Dead Clan Puppets. Chapter 119. It is Indeed I. Chapter 120. The Divine Beast Xuanwu. Chapter 121. Assist Me in Ascending to Sanctity. Chapter 122. Guidance from the Ancients. Chapter 123. The Summit Conference. Chapter 124. Journey to the Royal Capital. Chapter 125. The Impetuous Youth. Chapter 126. Young and Powerful in the Royal Capital. Within the palace, several ministers are frantically addressing the recent myriad affairs plaguing the city. Since the demise of the Holy Yuan Emperor and Pavilion Master Fan, both the imperial courtiers and elders within the Sunlit Pavilion have begun to seal off all information, striving to prevent any detrimental news from circulating. Nevertheless, the atmosphere within the palace remains tense, with rumors of the Holy Yuan Emperor's disappearance spreading like wildfire. Sighing, one minister expressed his helplessness. When the Xintian treasure land was opened, they had dispatched the Tianyuan Lord, a figure of considerable might within the Holy Yuan dynasty. Subsequently, upon hearing of the Tianyuan Lord's demise, the Holy Yuan Emperor personally led a force to besiege the Ziyang sect. Yet now, the outcome is dire. Not a single one of their people, be it from the Holy Yuan dynasty or the Sunlit Pavilion, has returned. They have even heard that the Holy Yuan Emperor allied with the 3 factions of the Zongling dynasty, and none have survived. Conversely, the scouts they sent reported that all members of the Ziyang sect returned unscathed. It is evident that the Ziyang sect has annihilated their forces. The Holy Yuan dynasty is currently in a state of severe disarray. Even if they wish to avoid the most pessimistic outlook, they must concede that the likelihood of their dispatched forces returning is minuscule. What shall we do now? The Emperor has taken nearly half of our strength. And with none returning, our existing forces are unlikely to remain concealed for long, one minister lamented, anxiety etched upon his face. The remaining personnel in the palace are predominantly civil officials. Although they possess some strength, they pale in comparison to the peak powerhouses. At this moment, the elder with a long beard spoke from the head seat. For now, we shall conceal this matter for as long as possible. At the very least, the Holy Yuan dynasty still has a master of formations overseeing affairs, and ordinary individuals cannot harm us in the slightest, unless those from first-rate sects take action themselves. After a moment of contemplation, the elder fell silent. The other ministers also appeared troubled. In the past, the Holy Yuan dynasty had been aggressive towards the Ziyang sect, mocking them during their downfall, and had even suppressed the disciples sent on missions. Now that the tides have turned, they can only pray that the Ziyang sect does not come knocking at their door. Otherwise, relying solely on formations, they will find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of the Ziyang sect. After all, with both the Holy Yuan Emperor and Pavilion Master Fan deceased, what confidence do they have to resist the Ziyang sect's advances? Other ministers sighed in unison. Yet this is not a sustainable strategy. Our expedition to the Xintian treasure land has cost the Holy Yuan dynasty a significant portion of its youthful bloodline, resulting in catastrophic losses. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other ministers grew even more haggard. Not only had their top-tier combatants fallen, But the demise of so many exceptionally gifted young disciples also signifies that the Holy Yuan dynasty will endure a vacuum period of at least a century. For a grand dynasty, a century is bound to alter numerous power dynamics. This cannot be concealed any longer. With this thought, silence enveloped the assembly. The current situation appears utterly devoid of hope. They can only endure one day at a time. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cabinet. A military officer strode in, clasping his fists before the ministers. The elder with the long beard turned to the newcomer and inquired, "Su Wujuan, what brings you here?" The man addressed as Su Wujuan replied, reporting to the esteemed officials, "Today someone has intruded into the city, injuring over 10 city guards, and remains within the royal capital." This revelation caused the expressions of all the ministers to darken. With the Holy Yuan Emperor slain, they were already overwhelmed. Now, someone dares to invade the royal capital, showing blatant disregard for the Holy Yuan dynasty. However, the long-bearded elder did not exhibit anger. Instead, he asked in a grave tone, "Do you know the characteristics of the intruder?" Su Wujuan nodded. "It is said to be a very young man, accompanied by a green ox. These two distinctive traits are undeniably striking. Yet, the more conspicuous they are, the greater their astonishment. How could a young man dare to act with such arrogance? Even the features were so pronounced, as if he feared that others might not recognize his handiwork when events deviate from the norm. There must be something amiss. The Shengyuan dynasty of today is far from its former glory. They must exercise utmost caution and prudence. However, the dignity of the Shengyuan dynasty cannot be so easily trampled upon by a mere youth." With this thought in mind, the elder with the long beard pondered for a moment before stating, "Su Wujuan, take 300 elite guards to apprehend this ruffian. If you cannot subdue him, return to the palace and report to me immediately." Upon hearing this, Su Wujuan was taken aback. Why should 300 guards be necessary to deal with a young man? Surely, this seemed an excessive use of resources. Yet, since the elder had commanded it, he had no choice but to comply. Suddenly, just as Su Wujuan was about to depart, a shadow burst through the door, crashing into the center of the gathered ministers, who cried out in pain. In an instant, all the ministers fell back in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Who is this?" they exclaimed, their voices rising in pitch. Su Wujuan, too, quickly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready for action. "Who dares to act violently within the palace?" Su Wujuan shouted. At that moment, a figure slowly approached from the doorway. Su Wujuan's brow furrowed, the gleam of his sword reflecting ominously in the room. However, before he could draw his weapon, the figure moved like a specter, reaching Su Wujuan in an instant and gently pushing his drawn sword back into its sheath. Immediately after, a surge of force emanated from directly in front of Su Wujuan. Bang! A dull thud resounded, and Su Wujuan spewed forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground like a kite with its strings severed. This scene caused the color to drain from the faces of all the ministers present. Such a nonchalant display of power had effortlessly overwhelmed Su Wujuan, who nearly possessed the cultivation of a transformation god. The elder with the long beard trembled, recognizing the youthful visage before him, which immediately brought to mind the young man Su Wujuan had mentioned, the one causing trouble at the city gate. To be able to repel Su Wujuan at such a young age indicated that his strength was far from ordinary. The background capable of nurturing such a formidable young talent must be equally extraordinary. With this realization, the elder composed himself and inquired, "Who might you be? The Shengyuan dynasty has not wronged a talent of your caliber. Why have you harmed our people?" In response, Su Qing gazed at the elder and calmly remarked, "When the Shengyuan Emperor and Pavilion Master Fan besieged my Ziyang sect, did they ever consider whether they might offend someone from Ziyang sect?" The moment these words were uttered, the ministers were rendered speechless in shock. People from the Ziyang sect. Their greatest fears had come to fruition. He Wei's gaze was fixed intently on Su Qing as she inquired, "What is your purpose for coming here?" Su Qing seated himself and replied with calm composure, "Madam, please do not rush. I harbor no ill intentions. In fact, my encounter with Uncle Wang here is purely coincidental. And encountering you is yet another stroke of luck." At his words, He Wei fell silent, yet the wariness in her eyes did not wane in the slightest. Su Qing continued. I have come here solely for one matter. Might you have heard of the Blood Shadow Organization? Blood Shadow Organization? He Wei murmured, pondering for a moment before responding. Is it related to the Eighth Realm? Astute, Su Qing remarked, snapping his fingers. I was pondering what their objective could possibly be in this small town of Shurian. After meeting you, it seems I have discerned their intentions. He Wei furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Given her understanding of the Death Clan, she was well aware of the Blood Shadow's ambitions. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Su Qing and asked, On what grounds should I trust you? Leaning back slightly, Su Qing replied, Whether you trust me or not is inconsequential. My sole purpose here is to eliminate the Blood Shadow. If you truly do not believe me, I can simply take my leave, but I must inform you that the target of the Blood Shadow organization is undoubtedly you. He Wei stood at the doorway, her silence lingering. If Su Qing's words held any truth, then it was highly likely that she was indeed their target. Shurian was a secluded town. The Blood Shadow, being a representative organization of the Death Clan, had no reason to mobilize such forces in a place like this unless their aim was her. After a tense standoff, the wooden door creaked open, and Uncle Wong's voice echoed in Datha, Good thing I ran fast. I nearly missed the closing of Old Sun's shop. Upon hearing this, He Wei finally relaxed. She turned to Su Qing and declared, I will trust you this once, but I hope you do not deceive me. Otherwise, even if you are transcending tribulations, I will ensure you pay the price. Su Qing let out a bitter smile. He hardly bore the visage of a villain. Why was there such distrust directed at him? Chapter 154, The Bone Dragon Hidden Beneath the Earth. Chapter 155, As Clever as a Cow. Chapter 156, Su Qing's Timely Rescue. Chapter 157, Those Who Are Doomed from the Start. Chapter 158, The Pungent Stench of Love. Chapter 159, The Visiting Guest. Chapter 160, The Honest and Simple Demon Cultivator. Chapter 161, Redirecting Evil to Virtue. Loyalty is Evident. Chapter 162, The Shopkeeper Selling Protective Talismans. Chapter 163, I Already Suspected He Was Not Human. Chapter 164, The Stronghold of the Heavenly Earth Sect. Chapter 165, The Purple Old Ghost. Chapter 166, Striking Ruthlessly. Chapter 167, Fellow Cultivators Do Not Deceive Each Other. Chapter 168, The Number One Enemy of Blood Shadow. Chapter 169, The Malicious Spirits. Chapter 170, A Place Unfit for Humans. As he spoke, Su Qing crouched down to examine the lifeless white arm. There were no visible veins. Apart from some decayed flesh, it bore no resemblance to that of a living being. Just as Su Qing was observing, the pair of deathly white arms suddenly rose from the ground, unannounced, reaching out towards him. To this sight, everyone's hearts leapt to their throats, fear gripping them to the point they scarcely dared to breathe. However, Su Qing merely reached out and tore the arms from their place, allowing the blood to spill onto the ground. The severed limbs began to writhe chaotically like spiders, yet no matter how they struggled, they could not break free from his grasp. Quick, get this ghastly thing away! A female cultivator exclaimed in a panic. Other cultivators shared her sentiments. The situation was too bizarre. They were all gathered together. This male cultivator was in the midst of the crowd, which should have been the safest position. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly secure individual who had inexplicably drawn such a fate. This was undoubtedly the strange tactic of the undead. In an instant, some began to reconsider their participation. Where have we come? Someone has died in such a peculiar manner. If we continue on, how many of the 20 of us will still live to walk out? At that moment, He Yuan spoke up, Everyone, remain calm. Wherever there are treasures, there are bound to be risks. Even in blessed lands, there are monsters and spirits to impede us. We have come this far, merely a step away from the treasure. Shall we stop here? He Yuan's words served to steady the group. Most present were rogue cultivators, willing to tread dangerous paths for the sake of treasures. However, the unknown nature of death in this place left them hesitant. Sensing the situation was precarious, He Yuan approached Su Qing to shift the topic. Fellow Taoist, have you discerned anything? Others leaned in, eager for Su Qing's insight. He surveyed the newcomers, replying nonchalantly, Nothing specific, likely just the undead causing mischief. Upon hearing this, they were somewhat irked. Even a fool could see it was the undead at play. The critical question was how to counter such inexplicable phenomena. They had no desire to walk along only to find two arms sprouting from their own waists. It was too unsettling, nevertheless. He Yuan did not dismiss Su Qing's remark as mere nonsense. It was Su Qing's unnaturally calm demeanor that left him feeling uneasy. Fellow Taoist, what do you suggest we do now? He Yuan inquired. Su Qing chuckled. Aren't we here to seek treasures? Now that we are many, the undead would hesitate to act. If someone strays from the group, do you think those undead will not seize the opportunity to capture the isolated? At this, the expressions of the other cultivators shifted dramatically. Almost instantly, the notion of stealthily escaping vanished from their minds. The female cultivator's voice trembled as she asked, "Then which way should we go?" "Let us continue forward. Besides, isn't brother he the leader?" Su Qing replied. He Yuan could only manage a wry smile. After Su Qing had shattered the corpse of that male cultivator, his standing among them had likely risen above He Yuan's own. Fortunately, Su Qing still recognized him as the leader. In that moment, He Yuan spoke solemnly. "What this fellow Taoist says holds merit. We must not be shaken by this incident. We have half an hour left. We must swiftly locate the hiding place of the undead's treasures and retrieve them." The crowd nodded in agreement. With no other options available, they steeled themselves to press onward. However, the deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere of the Copper City became. Some cultivators regretted their decision to enter such a cursed place. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred along their journey. Yet several cultivators remained on edge. Suddenly, a female cultivator let out a piercing scream, causing the majority of the cultivators to turn pale. "What happened? What is going on?" they exclaimed, their vigilance spiking. The female cultivator, trembling, stammered, "I am sorry, I was too tense. I saw a mouse." The others exchanged exasperated glances. "Really? Do you need to be so jumpy? It was just a mouse. Not even enough to frighten a mortal. I was just overly anxious. It's south, this cursed place." "And none of you are speaking," she replied. Relieved that nothing was amiss, the crowd waved their hands dismissively. However, Su Qing held a different perspective. This was the Copper City, now transformed into a den of ghosts. Any living creature could not possibly exist here, let alone a mere mouse. It was likely that the female cultivator had seen something other than a mouse, perhaps another form of the undead. Yet he chose not to voice this, for fear of igniting further panic and wasting precious time. In truth, Su Qing's golden eyes scanned the surroundings, and he saw not merely a mouse, but also a severed arm navigating the rooftops with its 5 fingers. A head, adorned with an eerie grin, leaped about atop a bamboo pole. There was even a mouth affixed to the wall, murmuring to itself. Everything appeared exceedingly grotesque, yet the surrounding cultivators remained confined within their limited vision. Unable to perceive these bizarre occurrences, even Su Qing felt somewhat queasy. These sights were truly repulsive. Nevertheless, Su Qing remained most concerned about the nature of this place. His spiritual sense seemed greatly restricted. From the outside, it was impossible to probe into the situation within the Copper City. Inside, his spiritual sense could not be released either. It was as if this place existed independently from the Qingcang realm. As this realization dawned upon him, Su Qing suddenly contemplated a possibility. The moment they stepped into the Copper City, they had ceased to be within the Qingcang realm and had instead arrived at the other shore of the present world, the confluence of the living and the undead realms. If that is the case, Su Qing glanced at the crowd beside him. At this moment, there was undoubtedly no turning back for them. After another half an hour of wandering, the group had indeed acquired some treasures along the way. Admittedly, the quality of these treasures was not particularly high, yet it served to confirm that the rumors they had previously heard were indeed true. At this juncture, someone voiced their concerns. "Brother He, we have already ventured deeper for an hour, and noon has passed. Shouldn't we consider returning?" Others also expressed their unease. This was a place that had claimed the lives of countless cultivators, and with noon now behind them, it was said that during the hour of the dead, spirits would face some hindrance, yet returning would also require time. He Yuan remained silent. The others began to grow restless. Though their gains were meager, they were well aware that one must first have life to enjoy such rewards. "Brother He, please say something," someone urged impatiently. However, He Yuan continued to remain silent. "Brother He?" At that moment, Someone sensed that something was amiss. A cultivator who was on friendly terms with He Yuan approached and gently patted his shoulder. Yet, in the next instant, with a dull thud, He Yuan's body collapsed as if he were an empty shell. As he fell, an innumerable swarm of black worms erupted from his mouth, crawling all over his body in a macabre display. Chapter 171. Everyone Falls Victim. Chapter 172. What can you do to me? Chapter 173. Unable to alter a whiff. Chapter 174. What can you do to me? Chapter 175. I must be serious now. Chapter 176. The Indestructible Su Qing. Chapter 177. The Invincible Spirit Sovereign. Chapter 178. I have no limits. Chapter 179. Let you run another lap. Chapter 180. The Arrival of the Death Clan Strongman. Chapter 181. The World Immortal. Chapter 182. The Stone in the Latrine. Chapter 183. How did he win? Chapter 184. To fully exploit the free ride. Chapter 185. You have a scheme too. Chapter 186. The Existence Beneath the Sword Lake. Chapter 187. The True Immortal. Chapter 188. What if I release you? Chapter 189. The Released Deities and Demons. Chapter 190. The Tremor of the Qing Tsang Realm. Chapter 191. The Battle to Destroy Heaven and Earth. Chapter 192. Li Xuanyuan's Determination. Chapter 193. The Dullest Method. Chapter 194. Just Revived and Already Killed. Chapter 195. The Purple Sun Sect in Distress. Chapter 196. The Last Resort. Chapter 197. The True Sacred Artifact. Chapter 198. Is he the great saint of demon slaying? Chapter 199. The Most Aggrieved Sect Leader. Chapter 200. The Only Opportunity. Chapter 201. The Su family will not agree. Chapter 202. The Power to Annihilate Heaven and Earth. Chapter 203. The entire sect is freely riding. Chapter 204. Working for free yet getting paid? Chapter 205. The Strange Affairs of Zhengzhou. Chapter 206. The Purple Sun Sect on the Brink of Ruin. Chapter 207. A Glimmer of Clue. Chapter 208. I Am Steady as a Rock. Chapter 209. The Best of Friends. Chapter 210. May I Have Your Heart? Chapter 211. An Encounter. Chapter 212. Difficult to Escape Death. Chapter 213. Ruthlessly Beating the Doll. Chapter 214. The doll's memories above the small town. Su Qing's kick had nearly rendered the doll utterly useless. The doll had been charred black by the flames and fell to the ground, failing to create the anticipated crater. Instead, it merely tumbled down as if it were an ordinary object, turning over with scarcely a sound. Observing this, Su Qing gently descended to the ground, sensing the flow of deathly energy within the doll. As expected, the deathly energy within it persisted, valiantly resisting the flames and seeking to repair the doll's form. Not understanding this, Su Qing pondered. Previously, the deathly energy he encountered would immediately drain the host of any remaining value before fleeing into the earth, once the host had lost their combat ability. However, this time, the deathly energy seemed intent on mending the doll's body, showing no inclination to escape, starkly contrasting his prior experiences. Could it be that the doll's obsession could influence the deathly energy itself? A peculiar thought emerged in Su Qing's mind. Such an object, unlike a living being, inherently lacked flesh, and logically, deathly energy should not reside within it. Just as the villagers of Lianyun City only required a trace of deathly energy to control hundreds of people. The essence within this doll could potentially dominate even more. Yet, this particular doll possessed an abundance of deathly energy and displayed a self-preservation instinct, with its consciousness still firmly rooted in the doll itself. Matters had indeed taken an intriguing turn. Su Qing mused with narrowed eyes. At that moment, the doll's form restored to its original state, albeit with lingering signs of charred marks, merely appearing somewhat aged. The doll then floated back into the air, wearing that same smile, seemingly devoid of any resentment. Yet, the obsession emanating from it was now even more terrifying. You lost my things, the doll said with a creaking voice. In response, Su Qing calmly stated, you needn't concern yourself with saving the person you wish to rescue, for the deathly energy within you has already brought about her demise. Upon hearing these words, the doll trembled as if it were human. No, I was just about to obtain the medicinal catalyst. I can surely save her, it insisted, resembling a child shaking its head. Su Qing remained silent for a moment before speaking again. Deathly energy is fatal to mortals. While I am indeed curious about how a mere doll can contain so much deathly energy, it is regrettable that for ordinary beings, even a trace of it is sufficient to claim their lives. At this, the doll raised its head and retorted angrily, "No, it told me that I just need to use a powerful heart as a catalyst for my mother, and it will cure her illness. You are deceiving me." Upon finishing, the doll's emanating obsession surged to an apex. In that instant, Su Qing's eyes narrowed. The very space he occupied began to be consumed, as if his surroundings were being ignited and transformed into another illusory realm. Witnessing this, Su Qing crossed his arms over his chest, gazing at the peculiar space before him with a frown. This power was— Su Qing looked around. Could it be the power of the laws? During his encounters with deities and demons, he learned that those who transcended tribulations often grasped a form of law. Now, the space he inhabited was under the influence of such laws. Could it be that the doll, driven solely by its obsession, had attained the tribulation realm and was now able to wield the power of the laws? Just then, Su Qing suddenly turned his gaze forward. The space around him had morphed into a village. A path traversed the entirety of the village, surrounded by scattered households. Su Qing recognized this place. It was originally the village he was meant to guard. Yet, within this space, there were numerous people moving about, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Not fully focusing on this, Su Qing's thoughts were occupied with the doll's abilities. Could its power be related to spatial laws? He mused. As he pondered, a familiar girl, clutching the doll, dashed past him towards a small courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard stood a woman. Her long hair coiled around her neck and draped over her shoulder, her gentle demeanor disarming any sense of wariness. Watching the girl return, the woman bent down, tenderly stroking the child's head and asking, "Why have you come back so late?" The little girl, holding the doll, replied with a hint of grievance, "I accidentally scratched the doll's face by the stream." As she spoke, her eyes reddened, clearly distressed. This doll had been a gift from her mother on her birthday, and now, having accidentally damaged it within half a year, her sorrow was palpable. Upon hearing this, the woman smiled tenderly, saying, "It's all right, dear. Mother will help you sew it back together. The doll will surely look even better than before." Hearing this, the little girl lifted her gaze, her large eyes filled with caution as she inquired, "Really?" The woman nodded, smiling gently. "When has mother ever lied to you?" "Yea." Observing this heartwarming scene, Su Qing remained calm. What did this signify? Memories of the doll. As he contemplated this, the space shifted once again. This time, they were no longer at the village entrance, but inside a house. Within the room, the woman sat on a chair, a solitary candle illuminating the modest space. She meticulously stitched up the doll's torn face, her movements fluid and uninterrupted. Just then, the woman cleared her throat lightly. Glancing at a pile of unstitched coats on the table beside her, she murmured, "I wonder how Lang is faring in the city. I still haven't delivered his winter clothing." As she spoke, she coughed a few times. Even at this moment, she was clad in thin garments, oblivious to the chill that had settled upon her. Su Qing silently observed this scene. Such is the fragility of mortals. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, he was acutely aware of how easily one could succumb to illness in the absence of cultivation. At that moment, the space around him twisted once more. This time, he found himself in a room yet again. However, the woman lay on the bed, her complexion somewhat pallid. A girl awkwardly entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup, while a cloth doll sat quietly by the bedside. "Mother, perhaps we should seek the physician," the girl suggested softly. "It's nothing serious, just a slight ailment. I shall recover in a few days," the woman replied, caressing the girl's cheek with a smile. "Then I shall let the doll keep you company. It will surely help you feel better." Indeed, Arguer has become quite understanding. The mother and daughter exchanged words. Unbeknownst to them, the cloth doll inexplicably stirred slightly. Noticing this, Su Qing's eyes gleamed with a trace of golden light. In his gaze, he could distinctly perceive the deathly aura within the woman, which was being incessantly absorbed by the doll. What? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. The deathly aura was not merely parasitizing the doll but was actively drawn in by it. The demon sovereign slightly narrowed his eyes. Should a new sovereign truly emerge, he wondered whether his plans might undergo any alterations. Humph. Even if a new immortal sovereign rises, the grand scheme of my Death Clan cannot be swayed by a single individual. If one dares to obstruct my plans, I would not hesitate to suggest that humanity could afford to lose an immortal sovereign. With a cold snort, the demon sovereign transformed into countless black crows, vanishing into the night sky. The following day, in Tianhe City, Lord Marshal King, the situation is precisely as I have described. I discovered Cheng Xiao sneaking away from Tianhe City and followed him, only to find that he had colluded with the Yingou sect, even luring forth the malevolent entities from Yinlong Valley. Fortunately, a powerful immortal sovereign wielding celestial fire intervened. Otherwise, I would likely have perished in Yinlong Valley. Alas, that formidable being departed in haste. And I could not discern their true identity, only knowing that the divine fire they unleashed seemed capable of igniting the very heavens. They must be a master of the fire element. At this moment, within the Path Protection Academy, Wu Xian conversed with the Marshal King and 2 other immortal lords. Surrounding them were over a dozen true immortal-level experts, all attentively listening as Wu Xian spoke. Upon hearing his words, each of them displayed a hint of astonishment. After all, they had heard early this morning that a malevolent dragon resided in Yinlong Valley, subdued by a powerful being. Furthermore, the true identity of the Chaos Lineage's immortal lord, Master Ji Gue, was revealed to be a member of the Yingou sect. Each of these revelations was sufficient to stir the cultivation world. What was even more shocking was that, according to Wu Xian, the one responsible for both subduing the malevolent dragon and capturing Ji Gue was the same individual. Could it be that there exists a concealed immortal sovereign within this vast Tianhuang realm? At this moment, the Marshal King, along with the other 2 immortal lords, fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Wu Xian's heart was tumultuous. He could not fathom why he had heeded Su Qing's words and truly managed to suppress Ji Gue and the malevolent dragon. Most of what he relayed had been communicated to him by Su Qing. As for why Su Qing refused to reveal his identity, he had not stated it directly. He merely mentioned that exposing his identity in Tianhe City would likely attract unwanted attention. Wu Xian was perplexed. Given Su Qing's strength, he was undoubtedly a top figure within Tianhe City. If he displayed his prowess, who would dare to target him? After all, he was someone capable of vanquishing even a malevolent dragon. On the other side, in the separate courtyard, Su Qing wiped the tip of his nose and gazed toward the higher echelons of the Path Protection Academy. They were likely beginning to discuss the malevolent dragon and the vice-master of the Yingou sect. He murmured with that, he glanced at the Book of Villains in his hand. Anyone subdued by him could be inscribed within its pages. Regrettably, it had yet to bolster his cultivation, indicating that these 2 had not been imprisoned just yet. And thus, he could not reap the benefits of their confinement in the short term. How slow, Su Qing sighed, resting his chin on his hand. He looked up at the sky. The primary reason he wished to conceal his identity stemmed from Yi Jian's words. If there were indeed traitors from the Death Clan lurking within Tianhe City, once his identity was exposed, they would undoubtedly inform the Death Clan of his location immediately. For safety's sake, it was prudent to maintain his anonymity. He trusted Wu Xian, so informing him posed no issue. However, the others in Tianhe City were another matter entirely. As long as he remained undisclosed, no one could possibly deduce that a newcomer from the Qingcang realm had already attained the strength to defeat immortal sovereigns. Now, he merely needed to observe who among the inhabitants of Tianhe City was most likely to be a traitor from the Death Clan. By utilizing the Path Protection Academy's meeting, he could inquire with Wu Xian and discern identities while remaining vigilant. As for the days ahead, he simply needed to wait for the malevolent dragon and Ji Gue to be imprisoned, thereby allowing his cultivation to rise. These 2 were indeed prime targets. They would hardly be eliminated so easily. Right? Su Qing licked his lips to that moment. Yi Jian scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was present before speaking. Su brother, the events of last night were not your doing, were they? He inquired, what's your take? Su Qing replied with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Hearing this, Yi Jian could only chuckle wryly and shake his head. Given Su Qing's response, it was highly probable that he was indeed the orchestrator of those events. Moreover, Su Qing had left the separate courtyard with Wu Xian the previous night, and such occurrences had transpired shortly thereafter. It would be foolish to assert that they were unrelated. I never anticipated that your strength would advance so rapidly. Su brother.it seems I will never be able to catch up to your footsteps in this lifetime. Yijin remarked in resignation, Do not rush. With your talent, you too can become a top figure in the 9 realms in the future. There is no need to concern yourself with others, Su Qing replied calmly. Yi Jian took a deep breath, casting a grateful glance towards Su Qing. In truth, Su Qing felt equally helpless. He was not being deceitful. Had he not appeared in this world, the true protagonist would likely have been Yi Jian. Rebirth, oppression, vengeance. This narrative was unmistakably that of a protagonist. Yet, fate had introduced him as a secondary character in this world. Even Su Qing himself could not comprehend the reasoning behind such an arrangement. The Wind and Thunder True Monarch retracted his thoughts and continued speaking. Upon hearing this, Su Qing began to ponder. If what the Wind and Thunder True Monarch said were indeed true, then the future achievements of Zhong Yuan would likely not fall short of Yi Jian and Shi Feng. Furthermore, if he were to take him under his wing, it could potentially yield additional benefits in the evil person register. However, therein lies the dilemma. He had previously conducted experiments, discovering that individuals who had never harbored malice towards him could not have their names inscribed upon the evil person register. Despite the Wind and Thunder True Monarch's current amiability, he had initially harbored ill intentions towards Su Qing. Conversely, Zhong Yuan had never entertained any such thoughts, thus his name could not be recorded in the register. In this light, what purpose would there be in nurturing him? There would be no gain whatsoever. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from further discussion for the time being. Su Qing waved his hand dismissively. The Wind and Thunder True Monarch, understanding the unspoken sentiment, chose not to press further. With Su Qing having made his intentions clear, further conversation would be futile. Moreover, he had already conveyed everything of importance. And what he most eagerly anticipated was the secret realm within Yunxian City. The following day, Su Qing opened the door in the morning. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Moments later, Zhong Yuan came bounding up the stairs, enthusiastically carrying a basket of buns. Big brother, you're awake. I heard you just arrived in Yunxian City not long ago, and there's a bun shop here that serves the most delectable buns. Would you care to try some? Zhong Yuan exclaimed, brimming with energy. Seeing this, Su Qing smiled and nodded, casually taking 2 buns before turning to leave. Witnessing this, Zhong Yuan's joy intensified. The fact that Su Qing accepted the buns indicated that he bore no anger towards him. This meant that he still had the chance to become Su Qing's disciple. With this thought in mind, he eagerly grabbed a bun from the steamer and hurriedly followed behind Su Qing. Meanwhile, today marked the first day of the competition for 5 slots in the Secret Realm Trials, the initial round of selection. Armed with an invitation, Su Qing brought Zhong Yuan to the martial arena. Observing the crowd of over 100 people encircling the arena, Su Qing scrutinized the individuals, assessing their varying levels of strength. Beside him, Zhong Yuan munched on his buns while also discerning Su Qing's thoughts. Big brother, the factions participating here predominantly consist of true celestial beings, but in comparison to your might, they pale significantly, Zhong Yuan remarked, savoring a meat bun. He then pointed towards a group of 5 individuals, stating, those 5 over there are the frontrunners for the 5 slots, led by the head of the Tang family, who possesses peak true celestial strength. The team includes 3 late-stage true celestials, with the weakest being at the early true celestial stage. Hey, big brother, look over there. I heard that the Ding family even invited their supreme elder this time, who seems to be a celestial king, making him a formidable opponent, And let's not forget the Qin family. Zhong Yuan continued. Listening to Zhong Yuan's insights, Su Qing filtered through the information, realizing that he had accurately captured nearly all the details. It was worth noting that Zhong Yuan was merely at the tribulation stage, and in battles of this caliber, he would likely be overwhelmed. Yet, he seemed well informed about the opponents. That moment, Su Qing also noticed members of the Han family taking their seats on the high platform. The leader possessed strength comparable to the Prince of Chunha City, accompanied by a fair-skinned man who faintly reached the peak of celestial kings, closely rivaling the martial king. Upon spotting the Han family, Zhong Yuan nearly spat out the bun he was eating. They're here. They're here? Zhong Yuan exclaimed, pointing at the platform. That man with the full beard is the head of the Han family, likely at the late celestial king stage. But the white-clad man beside him is undoubtedly a peak celestial king. For the past 2 decades, the Han family has consistently held the top position among the 3 families, primarily due to that individual. Su Qing nodded silently. The androgynous man's strength was indeed formidable, and considering what Ling Xian had mentioned, that he hailed from the Chaos lineage, Su Qing knew he had to be cautious. Just then, 2 groups of people walked onto the platform. One of the groups was familiar to Su Qing. The Ling family, goodness. I recall that they typically only appear in the 3rd round. Why are all 3 families present in the 1st round this time? Zhong Yuan exclaimed, clutching the steamer and momentarily forgetting to eat. Not only him, but the onlookers around them were equally astonished. Why are the Yin and Ling families here as well? I have no idea. They usually come in the 3rd round to gauge their opponents, so why are they here in the 1st round? Look, it seems the Ling family has brought someone along. It appears to be Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan? He has emerged from seclusion. It seemed that the Ling family had gathered the confidence to contend for the top spot this time. The crowd murmured in awe. Lin Yuan's reputation in Yunxian City was quite formidable. Among the Celestial Kings, he held a prominent position. The Ling family's inability to secure good standings in previous trials was due to their overly conservative approach, failing to invite sufficiently strong leaders, which allowed the Han and Yin families to surpass them. This time, it appeared the Ling family had opted to enlist Lin Yuan's assistance. Upon hearing the chatter around him, a look of surprise crossed Zhong Yuan's face. I didn't expect that to be Senior Lin Yuan, he exclaimed. Su Qing also cast a few more glances at Lin Yuan, then sighed and turned to leave the martial arena. Observing this, Zhong Yuan followed closely behind, occasionally asking, "Big brother, shouldn't we take a look at our opponents for tomorrow?" Knowing oneself and one's enemy is crucial. Su Qing remained silent, departing at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Ling Xian stood beside Ling Shan, gazing out across the arena, his gaze sweeping from the center to the periphery. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, causing his heart to race. Brother Su? Hearing the words of the Wind and Thunder True Monarch, Su Qing felt an unsettling sense of familiarity with the tale. The Lord of the Azure Sky had once played music beneath a tree with a friend. Was it not the very tree situated in the Lake of Boundary Peaks? Moreover, why did this story's essence resemble the one recounted by the celestial sage? Continuing, the Wind and Thunder True Monarch elaborated, that tree possesses an extraordinary vitality, which, during the time of the Azure Sky Lord, enveloped the entire divine peak. After a full 100,000 years, the vitality emanating from that divine tree has likely reached an unfathomable level. In response, Su Qing remarked coolly, "You have never witnessed the vitality of that tree. So how can you be so certain?" The Wind and Thunder True Monarch's face flushed crimson. Ahem. While I may not have seen it, I have heard tales, he chuckled. Additionally, I have been informed that when the great Emperor of Jinwu departed from the Azure Sky realm, he broke off 3 segments of celestial wood, each possessing immense life force capable of revitalizing a dying individual. At this juncture, the Wind and Thunder True Monarch's gaze fell upon the depths below, clearly indicating that the vitality within this secret realm was abundant, echoing the qualities of the legendary celestial wood. Moreover, Zhong Yuan had also mentioned that the celestial beings residing here had used celestial wood to suppress the Qi Ling Yun. What other celestial wood could possibly exude such overwhelming vitality, save for the 3 segments of celestial wood that the great Emperor of Jinwu brought from the Azure Sky realm? After all this discussion, it seemed futile. We should descend first, Su Qing suggested. The Wind and Thunder True Monarch nodded in agreement. With that, Su Qing leapt into the cave. Upon entering, he found the interior did not resemble the extraordinary growth he had anticipated, but rather bore the appearance of an ordinary cave. The only distinguishing feature was the exceptionally potent vitality permeating the cave. Notably, as Su Qing walked through the cave, he surveyed his surroundings. There were no rare treasures or unique spiritual herbs, only walls cloaked in moss and wild grass in the corners. Even the stones beneath his feet were sparsely adorned with plants, rendering the cave seemingly distinct when compared to the lush wilderness outside. However, Su Qing's smile only widened. "It appears we have truly stumbled upon a treasure this time," he remarked, amused. The Wind and Thunder True Monarch furrowed his brow. He understood Su Qing's implication. Though the space lacked extraordinary treasures, the vitality here had nurtured even the weeds with a semblance of divine essence. It was likely that even the moss on the walls, if harvested and soaked in water, could extend one's lifespan. At this level, the potency of the vitality within this cave was indicative of the treasures it harbored. This journey has indeed been worthwhile, the Wind and Thunder True Monarch concurred. Nodding, I can sense that the essence of the spirit is just ahead. Upon entering this hidden realm, not only did I perceive the presence of ethereal energies, but the vibrant life force surrounding me serves as ample evidence that this place is home to a richly infused celestial tree. Perhaps it truly is the very tree that the great Emperor Jinwu brought from the Qingcang realm. At this moment, Su Qing continued his journey deeper into the cavern. As his consciousness swept across the surroundings, he suddenly sensed a stone door that stood firmly shut, effectively severing his mental reach. It appears this is the place, Su Qing remarked calmly. Having said that, Su Qing placed one hand upon the stone door. In the next instant, a thunderous rumble resonated throughout the cavern, followed by the stone door emitting a series of deep, archaic sounds. A faint, primordial aura began to seep forth from within the stone door. Su Qing's gaze sharpened slightly as he slowly ventured inside. What lay beyond the stone door was truly a realm of wonder. Inside, life flourished abundantly, with purple flowers adorning every corner. The center. A small pool of water cradled a divine tree that emitted a soft blue glow, exuding an overwhelming vitality. Could this truly be the legendary Qingcang celestial tree? Chapter 455. Illusory Moon True Monarch. The first to succumb to impatience was the true monarch of wind and thunder. The Qingcang celestial tree? Su Qing's eyes narrowed. Although this was the first time he had heard the name, he could hazard a guess about its significance. At this moment, the true monarch of wind and thunder inhaled deeply and spoke. The Qingcang celestial tree is the very tree I mentioned in my previous tale. I never imagined I would witness such a celestial marvel one day. Upon hearing this, Su Qing inquired, does this celestial tree serve purposes beyond bestowing new life to the dying? The true monarch of wind and thunder nodded. Indeed, the Qingcang celestial tree possesses not only that ability but also aids in cultivation, can be forged into flying artifacts, and even, when infused with spiritual essence, can transform into a human form. The true monarch elaborated on the capabilities of the Qingcang celestial tree. After listening to his description, Su Qing gained a clearer understanding of the celestial tree's extraordinary powers. He had not anticipated that the tree atop the realm peak would possess such divine capabilities. Why was it, then, that when the great Emperor Jinwu departed from the Qingcang realm, the realm's celestial being granted him 3 segments of celestial wood, while he was left with mere riddles? The disparity was too profound. Surely, the great Emperor Jinwu could not be the celestial being's illegitimate child. When I return, I must question that old celestial being. Su Qing resolved quietly. At this moment, with a casual gesture, Su Qing summoned the Qingcang celestial tree, which seemingly possessed a consciousness of its own, and it flew into his hand. This unexpected ease took even Su Qing by surprise. He had anticipated some form of resistance in acquiring the celestial wood, yet it had been remarkably smooth. Once the celestial wood rested in Su Qing's grasp, he could finally discern its true appearance. The faint blue luminescence that had initially emanated from the celestial wood dissipated, revealing it to be akin to a charred piece of wood. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any of the typical grain one would expect from wood. Who would have imagined that the Qingcang celestial tree would be so unassuming? If one did not examine it closely, they might easily mistake it for a mere firewood stick. The true monarch of wind and thunder was utterly astonished. At that moment, a faint white silhouette began to emerge from the celestial wood. Gradually, this silhouette coalesced into a human figure before them. Su Qing realized that this must surely be the former owner of the celestial wood. Once the figure had fully materialized, Su Qing was taken aback to discover that the celestial wood's owner was, in fact, a woman. The true monarch of wind and thunder's expression was one of sheer disbelief. You are the illusory moon true monarch? Upon hearing these words, the woman smiled serenely, her smile possessing a charm capable of captivating the world. I never anticipated that after so many years of slumber, my first sight upon awakening would be an old friend. It is a small comfort before my departure, she remarked with a gentle smile. In response, the true monarch of wind and thunder seemed to sense something. Could it be that your soul was indeed shattered after the confrontation with Chiya? He inquired. The illusory moon true monarch silently nodded. While Chiya's spiritual essence was not enough to render me so wretched, it was the Qingtsong celestial tree that required my own vitality to wield. As I suppressed Chiya, I inadvertently poured all my life force into it, forcing my own soul to merge with the celestial wood, thus allowing me to linger on until now. But this young friend, the illusory moon true monarch's gaze shifted towards Su Qing, her eyes now filled with curiosity. Celestial wood does not willingly recognize a master. Even if someone attempts to forcefully claim it, the wood would extract their life force. It seems that this young friend has not been affected by the celestial wood. Might there be some connection between you and it? Upon hearing this, the true monarch of wind and thunder could only manage a wry smile. Initially, he had contemplated whether Su Qing's identity was genuine. After the illusory moon true monarch's words, he could now conclude that Su Qing was likely the reincarnation of the Qingtsong realm's lord. At this time, Su Qing spoke calmly, so the celestial wood possesses such formidable threats. After saying this, he turned his gaze toward the ethereal true monarch of wind and thunder. The true monarch, too, felt helpless. He had only heard of rumors regarding the Qingtsong celestial tree, without witnessing it firsthand. How could he have known of its terrifying side effects? Considering this, it became evident that, apart from Su Qing, anyone else wishing to utilize the celestial would first have to pay a price that ordinary individuals could scarcely bear. At this moment, the illusory moon true monarch appeared to grasp something, her face adorned with a serene smile. Since you have managed to find this place, it is likely that you, wind and thunder, required Chiya's spiritual essence as well, she stated. Indeed, but I never expected to see you again in such a manner, the true monarch of wind and thunder replied, his demeanor slightly despondent. No matter. Rather than remain in this dark and desolate place for eternity, I would prefer to reunite with a few old friends, the illusory moon true monarch said with a smile. Meet again, I believe, is a testament to the bond between us. The true monarch of wind and thunder fell silent, unsure of how to express himself. They were now but a fragment of will, however, considering the illusory moon true monarch's current state. It seemed that even with spiritual essence, there was little hope of salvaging her fading vitality. Contemplating this, the true monarch felt utterly powerless. At that moment, the illusory moon true monarch extended her slender hand and gently tapped the surface of the pool within the cave. In the next instant, a golden spiritual essence gradually surfaced from the water, casting forth a radiant brilliance that invigorated the senses. It was hard to believe that this essence belonged to the legendary beast Chiya. Under the nurturing of the Qingtsong celestial tree, Chiya's malevolence had been completely eradicated, and now, its spiritual essence was most effective for enhancing the soul. Having said this, the illusory moon true monarch raised her delicate hand. Presenting the essence of Chiya to Su Qing, I entrust this spiritual essence to you, she declared. Su Qing furrowed his brow as he gazed at the essence before him. He then looked up at the illusory moon true monarch and asked, "Why do you bestow such a precious gift upon us without inquiring about our motives?" "Because the celestial wood has recognized you," the illusory moon true monarch replied calmly. "Having coexisted with the celestial wood for so long, I am well aware of how rare its recognition is. Since you have been chosen by the celestial wood, it signifies that your origins are extraordinary." As she spoke, the illusory moon true monarch regarded Su Qing with a meaningful gaze. Su Qing sensed the weight of her scrutiny, imbued with significance. "I ask that all?" Su Qing inquired again. "I trust the celestial wood's intuition, as well as my own," the illusory moon true monarch stated. "Moreover, since wind and thunder is accompanying you, I suspect there is indeed something unique about your power. Furthermore, given the current chaos within the Tianhuang realm, we are unable to exert our strength, and all we can offer is this meager assistance." Having said this, the illusory moon true monarch waved her hand, and in an instant, countless rare spiritual herbs emerged within the space. In terms of spiritual potency, They were not significantly inferior to the treasures nurtured by the true monarch of wind and thunder using sea roots. Chapter 456. After the human race during my time coexisting with the celestial wood, I have cultivated numerous premium medicinal herbs, all preserved here. They hold little value for me, so I wish to bestow them upon you. The illusory moon true monarch said serenely. Upon hearing her words, even Su Qing was somewhat moved. This was undeniably the epitome of affluence. I no longer wish to strive. Wait, have I ever truly endeavored? Su Qing composed himself and remarked, You have granted me such generous gifts. Do you not wish for us to assist you in return? The illusory moon true monarch paused for a moment before raising her gaze towards the stone door. Remaining silent for an extended period, after what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke, her voice tinged with emotion. I hope you can help me find someone. Who? Su Qing inquired. Xiang Xian. Upon hearing this name, Su Qing's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at the true monarch of wind and thunder. At this moment, the true monarch too remained silent, seemingly aware of who Xiang Xian was. The illusory moon true monarch then smiled gently. My time is limited. If you have any questions, you may consult windandthunder.as for this place. It can be considered a treasure land, even in the absence of the Qingsong celestial tree. The accumulated spiritual energy over the years surpasses that of an ordinary blessed land. Upon hearing this, Su Qing silently nodded. Was there truly no other way? At that moment, the true monarch of wind and thunder furrowed his brow and inquired. The true monarch of illusory moon slightly shook her head. With a smile, she remarked, To have encountered you all, I am already exceedingly content. As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards the true monarch of wind and thunder. Your presence here signifies that your fate is not destined to end here. May it assist you in your martial endeavors. As her words fell, the form of the true monarch of illusory moon gradually began to dissipate. Unlike the true monarch of wind and thunder, her essence was inherently ethereal, like mist, and life could vanish at any moment. The utterance of her final words signified the complete cessation of her vitality. At such a juncture, not only they, but even an emperor immortal would be powerless to reverse the situation. Observing this, the true monarch of wind and thunder let out a long sigh, yet his expression soon returned to its original state. It seems you are not particularly sorrowful, Su Qing remarked casually. Sorrowful? The true monarch of wind and thunder chuckled lightly. Having lived for so long, I have long since come to terms with life and death, parting and reunion. Rather, embarking on the path of cultivation is a struggle against mortality. Only those who survive possess the right to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. As he spoke, the true monarch of wind and thunder appeared to recall something. Martial fortunes shall flourish. Martial fortunes shall flourish. At this point, perhaps she was the only one who still remembered those initial words. Contemplating this, a flicker of emotion arose in the eyes of the true monarch of wind and thunder, though it quickly dissipated. Just then, Su Qing gathered the herbs from the ground and asked, Speaking of which, who is Xiang Xian that the true monarch of illusory moon mentioned? You should know him as well, right? The true monarch of wind and thunder nodded. Indeed, that fellow is an extraordinarily formidable existence. As he spoke, he seemed to ponder how best to describe this individual. If we were to speak of the strongest human cultivator after the lord of the Azure Song realm, it would undoubtedly be the Emperor of Martial Suppression. After the Emperor of Martial Suppression ventured into the ancient starry path, among those I am aware of, I fear only Xiang Xian possesses comparable strength. Upon hearing this, Su Qing was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated the true monarch of wind and thunder to hold Xiang Xian in such high regard. Just how strong is Xiang Xian? Su Qing inquired. How strong? The true monarch of wind and thunder contemplated for a moment before responding. Perhaps he is on par with the demon sovereign. Chapter 457. Selection of spiritual bodies. Su Qing appeared somewhat astonished. He had not expected such a powerful figure to exist among the human race. Zhuo Li had followed the Emperor of Martial Suppression for many years and, relying solely on his own strength, had managed to maintain control over the Third Realm, preventing the Death Clan from daring to encroach upon it. With such strength, Xiang Xian, as a rising star among the human race, should have an exceptionally renowned reputation following the Emperor of Martial Suppression. Why had he never heard of him before? Why is it that someone so formidable has never crossed my ears? Su Qing questioned. The true monarch of wind and thunder sighed. If he had always been in the public eye, his fame would naturally not be insignificant. However, Xiang Xian is wholeheartedly devoted to the path of cultivation. A true martial fanatic, in pursuit of the ultimate martial arts, he ventured to the first realm, seeking the essence of martial truth, and to this day, no news of him has emerged. As he spoke, the true monarch of wind and thunder appeared somewhat helpless. Had Xiang Xian still been present, he would undoubtedly have led the human race into a new era, revitalizing the might of the emperor. Yet the current situation is such that after Xiang Xian's journey to the first realm, human cultivators have fallen one after another, and even the Death Clan has pushed humanity into a remote corner, leaving the entire Tianhuang realm devoid of even a single human cultivator possessing the strength of an immortal monarch. The current state of the human race is indeed precarious. Nevertheless, the true monarch of wind and thunder did not believe that humanity would thus decline. At the very least, before him, there still existed a being even more extraordinary than Xiang Xian. At this juncture, Su Qing asked, "What is so different about the first realm?" The true monarch of wind and thunder furrowed his brow and replied, "Strictly speaking, the first realm may not even be regarded as a realm, but rather a unique space. In there, time and space seem to be at a standstill. If one remains too long, they may even lose themselves." As he spoke, the true monarch of wind and thunder appeared somewhat ashamed. "When I first went to the first realm, I thought I had been there for many years, only to discover upon exiting that I had not even stayed for 3 months. Such a place exists?" Su Qing exclaimed, slightly startled. "Indeed, it is said that if one can remain in the first realm for 100 years, they may discover the essence of martial arts. Unfortunately, Mywell has no knowledge of what transpired thereafter." The true monarch of wind and thunder stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Su Qing had a general understanding of matters pertaining to Xiang Xian. It was likely that considerable time had passed since those events, and uncovering subsequent details would yield no clarity. With this in mind, Su Qing tidied up everything in the area and said, "In that case, let us take it step by step. We shall exit first and discuss further." The true monarch of wind and thunder nodded. However, he found it somewhat peculiar that the spiritual energy in this place was exceedingly rich, yet Su Qing chose not to absorb it while others were absent. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it. After all, Su Qing had exhibited so many bizarre traits that this was hardly surprising. After all, he had claimed that even while sleeping, he could achieve breakthroughs, which was indeed nothing to be astonished by. Upon exiting the cave, the surrounding vitality had indeed diminished significantly, yet it still could not be compared to the outside world. However, should another battle of that magnitude occur, this secret realm would likely collapse entirely. Soon after, Su Qing arrived at the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. At that moment, Zhong Yuan was still within the barriers set up by Su Qing, the aura within him continuously surging, as if he were about to break through the final barrier at any moment. This lad is actually about to break through? The true monarch of wind and thunder was slightly taken aback. Zhong Yuan had originally been at the tribulation transcending stage, not even having reached the semi-immortal realm. To think that he was on the verge of a breakthrough after such a short time in the secret realm. "It seems he is indeed quite fortunate," Su Qing murmured. Zhong Yuan's aptitude was not lacking. What he lacked were cultivation resources and an opportunity. The abundant spiritual energy within this secret realm, combined with the pressure he had previously experienced, had indeed awakened the potential he had suppressed for so many years, allowing it to fully burst forth. Henceforth, his cultivation speed would benefit greatly, yielding twice the result with half the effort. Speaking of which, this lad's physique is rather peculiar, the true monarch of wind and thunder mused. "What is peculiar about it?" Su Qing inquired. "Typically, the prerequisite for awakening the void space immortal body is to enter the immortal realm. Moreover, prior to awakening the void space immortal body, there should be a spiritual body within him, which would facilitate a quicker attainment of the immortal realm and the awakening of the void space immortal body. However, upon closer inspection, it appears this lad does not possess a spiritual body. Furthermore, lacking a spiritual body, directly awakening the void space immortal body poses a considerable threat to his current physique. the true monarch of wind and thunder elaborated. Is there such an ocean? Su Qing raised an eyebrow. The true monarch of wind and thunder nodded. After all, the void space immortal body is destined to rank among the top 10 sacred bodies in the future, and its power is not something an ordinary physique can withstand. The true monarch of wind and thunder pondered, but why does this lad lack a spiritual body as a foundation to this? Su Qing calmly replied, so what if he lacks one? With a spiritual body technique in hand, isn't it easy to refine a spiritual body? The true monarch of wind and thunder chuckled, you are not wrong. But the void space immortal body requires the ability to bear immense power of time and space. The spiritual body cultivated should ideally be of the wood attribute as a foundation, of course. A sword spiritual body with its inherent resilience is also a good choice, though it seems the sword spiritual body is more challenging to refine. Upon hearing this, Su Qing contemplated for a moment and asked, do you have any decent spiritual bodies? The true monarch of wind and thunder smiled wryly and shook his head. I am merely a fragment of will. Please refrain from trying to take advantage of me. Su Qing let out a helpless sigh. He decided to pull out some spiritual body techniques from his storage, in an instant. The true monarch of wind and thunder was left utterly dumbfounded. Brother, you have so many spiritual body techniques and still come asking me? Are you even human? At this moment, Su Qing was equally perplexed. These spiritual body techniques were collected over time from his encounters with others, gradually accumulating such a collection. Among them, a small portion also came from the collection of Wang Yuan. In this moment, Su Qing's consciousness scanned through these spiritual body techniques, searching for those related to wood attribute or sword spiritual bodies. Greenwood body, low-grade spiritual body, requires the technique Greenwood Sutra to assist in refinement. Cultivating to perfection allows the awakening of the divine ability Qing Xian Qi method, enhancing comprehension of wood attribute divine abilities, and possessing the method of rejuvenation. Everlasting body, mid-grade spiritual body, requires the technique Everlasting Sutra to assist in refinement. Cultivating to perfection allows the awakening of the immortal body Everlasting body, granting longevity in the realm of immortality. 100 Refinement sword body, mid-grade sword spiritual body, requires relentless honing of the physical body to render it far stronger than an ordinary spiritual body, achieving the resilience of a magical treasure. Upon mastering it, one can cultivate primordial sword chi, condensing one's true energy into sword radiance, surpassing even magical treasures in power. Chapter 458. The Spirit Body Techniques. Gazing at one book after another of spirit body techniques, Su Qing furrowed his brows and sighed as he perused them. Whether it was the Qingmu body, the Changchun body, or the Balian sword body, these seemingly straightforward methods all came with prerequisites. The Changchun body could indeed awaken the Changxing body, which was quite commendable. Yet it conflicted with the void-skimming immortal body, making it evidently unfeasible for cultivation. The Balian sword body held promise, but regrettably, Zhong Yuan was currently cultivating the sword spirit body, which would significantly slow his progress and impede his breakthroughs. This was not the extent of the limitations. Su Qing scrutinized numerous spirit body techniques, some of which even required specific cultivation environments, abundant wood-type resources, and even the essence cores condensed from high-tier spirit creatures. The constraints surrounding these spirit body techniques were exceedingly numerous. Su Qing remarked with a frown, after all, these are spirit bodies. Cultivating them is inherently challenging. Moreover, for many ordinary cultivators, acquiring a spirit body is akin to scaling a mountain. To present so many at once makes me suspect you may have plundered several sections beside him. The true monarch of wind and thunder observed these techniques as well. Su Qing remained silent. If he were to voice his thoughts, they would likely be quite similar. However, those were merely self-inflicted troubles, people who sought to trouble him, and he had reluctantly accepted their burdens. Just as Su Qing pondered which technique to select, his gaze suddenly fell upon an inconspicuous manual in the hands of the true monarch of wind and thunder. The withered spirit body? Su Qing murmured. He then took it from the true monarch's grasp and began to read. The withered spirit body, a low-grade spirit body, required the extraction of true qi from the sea of energy, infusing powerful wood-type true qi to replenish vital life energy, thereby reshaping the physical body. Once the withered spirit body was mastered, One could conceal their aura and harness the energies of heaven and earth to bolster oneself. Su Qing surveyed the effects of the withered spirit body. Simply put, its cultivation was remarkably straightforward. It merely required the expulsion of internal spiritual energy followed by the infusion of wood-type true qi to reconstruct the physical form. The reformed body would possess a strength comparable to that of the sword body and could even absorb the energies of heaven and earth. This technique is quite impressive. Why is it merely classified as low-grade? Su Qing inquired with a furrowed brow. It can only be deemed low-grade. The true monarch of wind and thunder replied calmly. Firstly, extracting true qi from the sea of energy poses a significant risk. A moment of carelessness could render a cultivator utterly incapacitated. Furthermore, wood-type true qi is not easily obtainable. The reshaping requires vital life energy. Otherwise, the body cannot withstand the influx of wood-type true qi, resulting in explosive demise. Moreover, even if one succeeds in cultivation, the future achievements of the withered spirit body are rather limited, lacking any accompanying divine abilities. Hence its low classification. Upon hearing this, Su Qing remarked nonchalantly, however, at present, it seems that the withered spirit body is indeed the most suitable choice for me. The true monarch of wind and thunder pondered thoughtfully upon hearing this. Su Qing continued, given my strength, extracting from the sea of energy presents no challenge. Additionally, the celestial wood in my possession not only contains powerful wood-type true qi, but should also possess the most potent life energy in existence. As for future achievements, Su Qing smiled lightly. The purpose of cultivating a spirit body is merely to lay the groundwork for my void-skimming immortal body. Why should I be overly concerned with the future? Upon this statement, the true monarch of wind and thunder nodded in agreement. From this perspective, the withered spirit body indeed appears to be the most fitting technique for this foolish boy. With that said, when do you intend to have this foolish boy learn the withered spirit body? Su Qing smiled lightly. The wood-type true qi here is excellent. Naturally, the time to begin is now, at this moment. The secret realm was devoid of other presences. Although he had taken the celestial wood, the residual spiritual energy remained unmatched by the outside world. Coupled with the celestial wood in his possession, both wood-type true qi and life energy here provided the optimal conditions for refining the withered spirit body. Despite being merely a low-grade spirit body, as a foundation, it could rival high-grade spirit bodies. Furthermore, Zhong Yuan was on the verge of breaking through to the half-immortal realm. His true qi had yet to fully integrate into the sea of energy. Now was indeed the perfect moment for a transition. Before long, Zhong Yuan's true qi completely broke through the bottleneck. A powerful aura erupted, enveloping the area in an instant. At that moment, Zhong Yuan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of murky air. Instantly feeling rejuvenated, even his limbs and bones crackled with clarity. Zhong Yuan sighed in relief. When he turned to survey his surroundings, he suddenly spotted Su Qing standing beside him, startling him to his core. "Big brother, what are you doing here?" Zhong Yuan asked timidly. "Having finished my matters, I naturally remain here," Su Qing replied, arms crossed nonchalantly. "Speaking of which, you have indeed broken through to the half-immortal realm. However, your foundation is unstable. You may need to refine a spirit body to solidify your future advancements." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan trembled slightly, his expression shifting at the mention of a spirit body. Noticing his reaction, Su Qing sensed something amiss. "What is it?" he inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. Please continue, big brother." Zhong Yuan forced a smile. Observing this exchange, Su Qing calmly remarked, "You haven't previously cultivated a spirit body, only to have it forcibly taken from you, have you?" At these words, Zhong Yuan's eyes widened in shock. "How did you know?" he exclaimed, astonished. Su Qing's lips twitched in disbelief. Isn't this a typical story of a waste male protagonist's beginning? A spirit body seized. Yet with a more powerful immortal body yet to awaken, his future achievements will undoubtedly surpass others. After rising to prominence, he will return to flaunt his success, truly the child of destiny. In that moment, Su Qing gazed at Zhong Yuan, feeling a sense of unrealism. Why had he encountered so many characters embodying the male protagonist trope? Were there truly so many protagonists in this world? At that juncture, Zhong Yuan clenched his fists and spoke, "In truth, I was originally a branch member of the Zhong clan. not valued by the main family. It was only when I awakened the Zhantian body at the age of 16 that I garnered their attention. Back then, I was naive, believing that talent alone would earn me respect and allow my parents to join the main family. However, I discovered they were merely grooming me to reach the tribulation phase, to perfect the Zhantian body, and then forcibly extract my spirit body to bestow it upon the main family's heir. I was unwilling, yet without a spirit body, I was swiftly discarded by my clan. I yearned for revenge, and my only hope was to forcibly break through to the immortal realm, attempting to defy fate. As he spoke, Zhong Yuan took a deep breath. He could now truly feel the part of him that had once been hollowed out seemingly filling back in. Only then could he one day return to the Zhong clan and seek vengeance against those scoundrels. At this moment, Su Qing, having listened to Zhong Yuan's tale, stepped forward slowly and said, "I offer you an opportunity to regain a spirit body, and I can awaken the immortal body within you that has yet to manifest. Do you desire it?" Chapter 459. No destruction, no establishment. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Zhong Yuan's expression was one of profound emotion. As a branch disciple of the Zhong clan, he understood well what it meant to refine a spirit body. Achieving a spirit body before reaching the immortal realm would undoubtedly pave the way for a smooth journey in cultivation. Yet, how easily could one obtain spirit body techniques? Whether innate or acquired, spirit bodies were treasures of immeasurable value among all cultivators. Generally, spirit body techniques were considered the prized possessions of sects or families. Yet Su Qing was telling him that not only could he help him refine a spirit body, but he could also awaken an immortal body. To be clear, only the most formidable figures on the continent possessed immortal bodies. Those who awakened such bodies were invariably powerful entities of great significance. Big brother, can I truly achieve this? Zhong Yuan's throat felt dry. Throughout this journey, he had received countless favors from Su Qing. To break through to the immortal realm was his most pressing goal. Now that he had reached the half-immortal realm, he had no more extravagant desires. However, to claim that his ambitions ended there would be utterly untrue. To seek vengeance against the Zhong clan, merely attaining the half-immortal realm was insufficient to shake their foundations. He needed to grow stronger. At that moment, Su Qing gazed at him calmly. A man must not say he cannot. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan suddenly knelt down, bowing deeply as he declared, "Big brother, I wish to grow stronger. I can endure any hardship. I want those who once wronged me in the clan to receive their just retribution during the clan's annual meeting." As his words fell, the space seemed to halt in that instant. A gentle breeze rustled the new green shoots sprouting beneath their feet, brushing aside Zhong Yuan's hair to reveal the youthful vigor in his face and eyes. After a moment, Su Qing nodded silently, casually handing 2 spirit body techniques to Zhong Yuan. "I have 2 manuals suitable for you. One is a high-grade spirit body, the Tongxian Miaoling body, and the other is a low-grade spirit body." The withered spirit body. Su Qing spoke in a calm tone. Zhong Yuan took the 2 volumes of spiritual bodies and examined their descriptions. The Tongxian Miaoling body, classified as a superior spiritual body, offers immense benefits once successfully cultivated. Furthermore, upon achieving mastery, it can bestow no less than 3 divine abilities. In stark contrast, the Ku-Ling body is fraught with difficulties, even if one manages to cultivate it. It not only lacks accompanying divine abilities but also renders future achievements exceedingly bleak. While the techniques practiced beneath the realm of immortals may suffice, having already transcended the semi-immortal boundary, it seems that refining the Ku-Ling body would yield little effect. "Brother, why would you present me with this Ku-Ling body?" Zhong Yuan asked, perplexed. Given that Su Qing had provided him with these 2 options for selection, there must be a rationale behind it. Yet, he found it hard to comprehend what benefit the Ku-Ling body could offer him. At that moment, Su Qing replied calmly, "Although the Ku-Ling body is deemed inferior, it can be cultivated rapidly and will stabilize your foundational strength. Moreover, there remains an unawakened immortal body within you. To awaken it, the foremost requirement is to refine a spiritual body to solidify the surrounding energy, allowing for a powerful surge." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan immediately understood. Awakening the immortal body is no simple feat. Those who achieve great things are often those who have navigated the gates of hell. While the Ku-Ling body may not hold much value for him, the potential to awaken the immortal body is invaluable. Regardless of whether it is a superior spiritual body or a potent innate spiritual body, none could compare to an immortal body. If he were to choose the Tongxian Miaoling body, he could proceed steadily, step by step. However, the innate spiritual body is superior. Even with the Tongxian Miaoling body, he would never catch up. If he wished to grow stronger swiftly, how could he entertain thoughts of an easy path? A life of ease is reserved for the privileged scions of great families. As someone from the lower echelons of the cultivation world, without daring to tread dangerous paths, how could he achieve greatness? No pain, no gain. Reflecting on this, Zhong Yuan picked up the Kuling body and declared, "I choose the Kuling body." Su Qing squinted and asked, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Zhong Yuan replied with a serene smile. "My progress thus far is entirely thanks to you, brother. If you can help me awaken my immortal body, I would be overjoyed. It would surely be a boon for me." Su Qing smiled and nodded. Even the true Lord of Wind and Thunder couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "It seems this foolish lad possesses a measure of ambition. You have certainly gained a commendable junior." Without responding, Su Qing retrieved a pill from his storage bag and began to gather the surrounding spiritual energy around it. In the next moment, the pill radiated an incredibly rich essence of wood-type true energy. "Sit down. I shall assist you in refining the Kuling body. However, this process will be painful, so prepare yourself mentally," Su Qing advised. "Bring it on." Zhong Yuan inhaled deeply and settled down cross-legged. Su Qing nodded and extended his hand, summoning a powerful force of absorption within his palm. Zhong Yuan's true energy transformed into wisps of white smoke, continuously gathering towards his crown and gradually condensing into a silken thread, flying towards Su Qing's palm. This force of absorption astonished the true Lord of Wind and Thunder, who floated nearby, observing the power Su Qing was wielding. As a seasoned immortal lord who had traversed the 9 realms, he had witnessed many phenomena. The absorption force exhibited by Su Qing bore a slight resemblance to the void laws he had encountered before. However, the void laws were difficult to comprehend. In his lifetime, he had only met a handful of individuals who grasped it. Even the once outstanding prodigy, Xiang Xian, had failed to fathom the void laws. Su Qing truly was an unparalleled genius, he mused. Yet, recalling that he was the master of the Qing Tsang realm, he felt somewhat reassured. At that moment, wisps of white smoke continuously emerged from Zhong Yuan's crown. The true energy within his dantian was nearly depleted. Simultaneously, Zhong Yuan's complexion grew increasingly grim, his brows knitting tightly, and even his hands, resting on his thighs, clenched so tightly that they turned pale. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his body felt increasingly feeble. When a cultivator's true energy is completely drained, it poses the greatest danger to their life. A moment of carelessness could result in Zhong Yuan's demise. Yet, Su Qing would not permit such an accident to occur. At this juncture, Su Qing casually produced a piece of smooth, black celestial wood that emanated a life force, enveloping Zhong Yuan. Instantly, Zhong Yuan's complexion improved slightly. With the overwhelming vitality of the Qing Tsang celestial wood, even in his weakened state, Zhong Yuan could recover from the brink of death. "We shall now transition to the wood-type true energy. Do not let our previous efforts go to waste," Su Qing instructed. "Understood." Zhong Yuan gritted his teeth and nodded. As soon as he spoke, Su Qing tossed the spiritual pill into Zhong Yuan's mouth. In the next moment, a surge of true energy erupted around Zhong Yuan. The overwhelming life force and abundant wood-type true energy surged through his body. Ugh! Zhong Yuan's face turned ashen. Compared to the sensation of having his true energy stripped away, the current eruption of wood-type true energy felt like a roaring ocean. Suddenly, an explosive wave of true energy erupted from Zhong Yuan, releasing a massive torrent of wood-type true energy and vital essence, instantly creating a powerful shockwave that enveloped the entire forest. The surrounding spiritual herbs, already vast in size, swelled even further, exuding a vibrant life force and fragrant aroma. Witnessing this, Su Qing summoned the Qing Tsang celestial wood, channeling its potent life force into Zhong Yuan. At this moment, the meridians within Zhong Yuan surged with vigorous energy, and the immense wood-type true energy flowed into his dantian, infusing his entire being with the essence of the wood element. After completing these actions, Su Qing finally withdrew the celestial wood. To be honest, he had somewhat underestimated the Ku Ling body. Although it was classified as an inferior spiritual body, Zhong Yuan now radiated an overwhelming vitality. It was as if every step he took would blossom into a flourishing lotus, with myriad flowers vying for attention. Even his hair was imbued with a robust wood essence, and his eyes sparkled with a hint of green. Such a transformation indicated that the power of the inferior spiritual body depended primarily on the strength of its cultivator, as well as the abundance of wood-type true energy and life essence infused into it. The better the resources, the more powerful the refined spiritual body would be. Su Qing mused. This type of spiritual body seems more suited for large sects to invest their resources into. With sufficient resources, the resulting spiritual body will naturally be stronger. If resources are lacking, the effectiveness of the spiritual body will also vary. Moreover, the Ku Ling body's limited potential and inherent dangers might explain why it has been categorized as an inferior spiritual body. At this moment, Zhong Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of green light flashing within them. He was astounded as he sensed the true energy within himself, barely able to believe is this truly the true energy within me? Zhong Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Su Qing silently nodded. At this point, after refining the Ku Ling body, Zhong Yuan's strength had directly reached the peak of the semi-immortal stage. Perhaps due to the prolonged accumulation of energy within him, coupled with the previous loss of his innate spiritual body, he had amassed an excess of energy. Furthermore, the aura emitted from the Ku Ling body was also remarkable, leading to a significant enhancement in his overall power. Moreover, this was not the end. The true energy within his Dantian was now extraordinarily pure, a quality that could only be appreciated through personal experience. His current strength had not only surpassed the peak of the semi-immortal stage. The enhancement of true energy in his Dantian solidified his foundation, paving a smoother path ahead. This feeling was even more invigorating than when he had obtained the Zhantian body. Feeling this transformation, Zhong Yuan excitedly bowed to Su Qing. Brother, from this day forth, I, Zhong Yuan, shall steadfastly follow your lead. I pledge to repay this kindness tenfold, he declared with sincerity. Let us not dwell on such matters. Should you achieve greatness in the future, simply remember me. Su Qing replied nonchalantly. Brother, you speak as if you doubt my loyalty. While I may lack in other areas, I am steadfast in my principles. I shall never forget your kindness to me, as long as I live, Zhong Yuan proclaimed, thumping his chest. Su Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Now that you have successfully refined the Ku Ling body, the next step is to awaken your immortal body. However, awakening the immortal body requires a gradual approach, and since you have only recently refined the Ku Ling body, do not rush, Su Qing advised. Understood. Zhong Yuan nodded earnestly. Seeing this, Su Qing raised his hand, bringing his fingers together, and swiftly unleashed a beam of golden light that imprinted itself on Zhong Yuan's forehead. In an instant, Zhong Yuan felt a warm current flowing through him, spreading warmth throughout his limbs and bones, enveloping him in a comforting sensation. All done, Su Qing remarked as he withdrew his fingers. Brother, what was that just now? Zhong Yuan inquired. Zhong Yuan was somewhat bewildered. I have just awakened the celestial body that lies within you, Su Qing remarked with a faint smile. As for the subsequent awakening process, it depends on your own destiny. Zhong Yuan was perplexed. Is this truly the awakening of the celestial body within me? But I haven't learned anything. For a moment, he felt utterly lost. However, a peculiar thought soon crossed his mind. Could it be that I possess an innate celestial body within me? Zhong Yuan mused silently. Yet, he found it hard to believe. To have an innate spiritual body is already a prodigious talent. An innate celestial body. That was simply beyond imagination. Now that you have successfully condensed your body, we should make our exit. We have already delayed for quite some time, Su Qing said nonchalantly. Delayed for quite some time? Zhong Yuan questioned, filled with curiosity. Indeed, it took you over 10 days to successfully condense the withered spiritual body. Were you not aware? Su Qing replied. Zhong Yuan's expression was one of astonishment. He had thought only a day had passed. How could it have been so long? Su Qing glanced at him and casually conjured a strand of true qi, transforming it into a flying sword, beckoning Zhong Yuan to follow. Let us go. Just a moment, Zhong Yuan said with a silly grin. seemingly preparing for something. In Yunxian City, chaos erupted. A sudden rift tore open in the secret realm guarded by the three clans. And all the masters from the three clans stood on high alert, guarding the exit to prevent anyone from escaping the secret realm. Coupled with the earlier escapees who spoke of the events within, the city's attitude towards the Han family began to waver. After all, the call for external aid had initially been initiated by the Han family. Now that trouble had arisen, it would be rather unreasonable for the Han family not to provide an explanation. The head of the Han family found himself in a precarious position. With all eyes turned towards him, whether justly or unjustly, it seemed that the future arrangements for inviting guests would have to be scrapped. Such a turn of events would severely undermine the Han family's monopolistic status. Why is it taking so long for them to emerge? The members of the three clans were growing increasingly anxious. Engaging in battle was not frightening. What was truly alarming was the knowledge that a powerful individual resided within the secret realm while they stood guard outside, constantly on edge, fearing that at any moment, the person inside would emerge and strike them down. Just as everyone was at a loss, a sudden disturbance emanated from the secret realm's exit. Chapter 461. Two conditions they're coming. In an instant, all the powerful figures stationed by the three clans became tense, their focus sharpening. Simultaneously, the heads of the three clans raised their heads, their gazes piercing as they fixed upon the secret realm's exit. At that moment, they were all ready, prepared to subdue Yuan Wang the moment he appeared with all their might. As they all stared at the exit, a figure leisurely stepped out. Everyone was poised for action. But upon seeing the newcomer's lack of overwhelming presence, they exchanged bewildered glances. Soon after, another youthful figure emerged. It was only when the shimmering veil dissipated that they finally recognized the newcomer. Su Qing? Ling Shan was the first to identify him. Ever since he learned of Su Qing's prowess, he had kept a watchful eye, recalling what his son had said. Yet, he could hardly have anticipated that the one emerging would be Su Qing. Where is Yuan Wang? In a moment, everyone else appeared equally confused. The individual Su Qing had rescued earlier now displayed excitement upon seeing him. In contrast, Su Qing chuckled, "You all are waiting here, but there's no need for such a grand display." Upon hearing this, the head of the Han family immediately inquired, "Is there no one else behind you? Who else could there be?" Su Qing retorted. "What about Yuan Wang?" The head of the Han family pressed. "Most likely, he is dead," Su Qing replied coolly. As the words fell, a collective gasp echoed among those present. How could this be? They had all heard that Yuan Wang had even reached the strength of an immortal sovereign, and many had witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, the rift torn open above the secret realm lent credence to this claim. Yet Su Qing asserted that Yuan Wang had perished within the secret realm. Who did it? Was it you? They questioned incredulously. Tio slay an immortal sovereign at the immortal king level? In all of Tianhuang realm, only someone of Mu Jianying's caliber could accomplish such a feat. How old was Su Qing? Achieving the rank of immortal king was already unprecedented. If he could also slay an immortal sovereign, their entire worldview would be turned upside down. At this moment, the head of the Han family continued. "We do not have time for jesting. Is Yuan Wang still inside?" Su Qing silently shook his head and said, "Think what you will." With that, Su Qing began to step down. Following closely was Zhong Yuan, who excitedly clutched his storage bag as he emerged. At this point, he was indifferent to the rewards offered by the Han family. Compared to that, the treasures within his storage bag were of far greater value than any reward from the three clans. Upon seeing the two rush out, Ling Xian, standing behind the Ling family, found himself at a loss. "Father, what should we do?" he asked. However, Ling Shan raised his hand, interrupting him, a hint of fatigue on his face. "Do as you see fit. If the family is needed, you can make arrangements yourself," Ling Shan said. As these words were spoken, Ling Xian's heart jolted. Could it be that father regrets this decision? But did Ling Shan truly regret it? Naturally, he did. Though Su Qing's demeanor was somewhat inscrutable, he had survived within the secret realm, a place where even the venerable Lin Yuan could not contend with Yuan Wang, and now he emerged unscathed with Zhong Yuan. Even if he had not slain Yuan Wang, this display of strength was beyond what the Ling family could aspire to. Yet, such a young genius, a potential future powerhouse, was turned away due to his own narrow-mindedness. How could he not feel remorse? In that moment, Ling Xian clasped his hands and hurriedly retreated, racing to find Su Qing. Fortunately, Su Qing had no intention of departing Yunxian City immediately, and Ling Xian quickly caught up with him. "Su Qing, my brother!" Ling Xian called out, approaching rapidly. Hearing someone call his name, Su Qing turned to look back. "Oh, it's you. Dio, you need something?" Su Qing inquired with a gentle smile. Ling Xian hurriedly approached, grinning. "Thank you for your help in the secret realm." Su Qing shook his head, replying, "It was merely a small effort. Besides, your Ling family owes me 3 conditions. If your witness were to perish, I would have no one to seek out." At this, Ling Xian chuckled, somewhat helplessly. In comparison to the 3 conditions, he placed greater value on Su Qing's potential. However, he recognized that even if the entire Ling family were mobilized, it would be impossible to repay Su Qing adequately. "My brother Su, you jest that I come to you not only to express my gratitude for the matter in the secret realm, but also to fulfill my promise," Ling Xian said with a smile. "I didn't expect you to be quite so earnest." Su Qing chuckled. This," Ling Xian replied. "After all, my Ling family has wronged you, and you saved us in the secret realm. Regardless, a promise must be kept." Su Qing nodded. After pondering for a moment, he finally said, "Here's the deal. You need to fulfill 2 tasks for me." Ling Xian's expression grew solemn. "What do you require?" Su Qing replied coolly. "From now on, if I have any matters that require assistance, your Ling family must provide full support." Ling Xian nodded. "That is not an issue." Given the significant shift in Ling Xian's attitude and the fact that Lin Yuan was also saved by you, communication with the elders should not be complicated. This request is not too troublesome. Su Qing then continued. "For the second request, I require some high-grade medicinal materials. Here is the list. Gather as many as you can. Once collected, deliver them to the Peak of Tian." After saying this, Su Qing handed Ling Xian a list of medicinal materials. Upon opening it, Ling Xian's expression grew serious. Each item on the list was a top-tier material, and several were so rare that he had never even heard of them. He would likely need to consult his father to learn more. "We will do our utmost," Ling Xian replied as he took the list. However, he knew that some of these materials were exceedingly precious, even regarded as treasures within medicinal sections. Collecting them all would be a daunting task. Su Qing, however, remained unconcerned. "It's of no consequence. Gather what you can. For the remainder, I will find a way myself," he said lightly. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian sighed in relief. Young powerful figures who were as accommodating as Su Qing were indeed rare. It was a pity that the Ling family could have formed a beneficial relationship with him. But now their interactions were reduced to mere transactions. After Su Qing departed, a voice whispered in his ear, "Little Qingzi, are those medicinal materials intended for the divine transformation elixir?" asked Feng Lei Zhenjuan. "What else could they be?" Su Qing replied with a smile. "It would be quite difficult for me to gather these materials alone. Moreover, the materials are quite precious, and seeking them one by one would be far too tedious. It is much more efficient to leverage the Ling family's resources to collect the less rare materials, while I will devise a solution for the few exceptional ones." Chapter 462. The Void-Walking Immortal King. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, the true Lord of Wind and Thunder felt a flicker of emotion within him. Despite having traversed the 9 realms and having smoothed his temperament over countless experiences, he could not help but feel a tinge of sentiment when perceiving Su Qing's sincerity. Since surpassing his peers and galloping ahead of them, he had found it increasingly rare to encounter a friend who could speak from the heart. Consequently, in the days that followed, he became wary in all his dealings. Yet now, Su Qing was extending his assistance unconditionally. This sensation, even after living for tens of thousands of years, was a rarity for him. With this thought, the true Lord of Wind and Thunder took a deep breath. "If ever given the chance to live another life, I shall surely repay this kindness." With his resolve firmly set, he turned his attention to Zhong Yuan, who clutched his storage bag like a miser, fearful that someone might snatch away the treasures within. After watching Ling Xian depart, he finally spoke. "Elder brother, you know the eldest son of the Ling family as well?" Su Qing replied with a gentle smile. "The reason I came to Yunxian City is that he invited me." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan found himself momentarily bewildered. "He invited elder brother here? Would that not be for the secret realm trial?" he inquired. Su Qing nodded silently. "Then why did elder brother seek me out?" Zhong Yuan questioned, perplexed. "Because they have invited another, and I wish to enter and observe. With no other teams available, I asked Laoya to help me find suitable candidates. Su Qing explained. Zhong Yuan gasped in realization that it was due to the Ling family that Su Qing sought him out. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. How could it be mere coincidence that Su Qing, visiting Yunxian City for the first time, was also participating in the secret realm trial and finding him? With this in mind, he felt fortunate for his good luck. Otherwise, he knew not how long it would take to break through the bottleneck of the immortal realm, let alone refine a new spirit body or awaken the celestial body. Elder brother, where shall we go now? To the summit of heaven. Will you accompany me? Of course. Wherever elder brother goes, I shall follow. Just what do you mean? A sudden gleam of determination flashed in Zhong Yuan's eyes, a stark contrast to his previously vibrant demeanor. In a month, there will be a sacrificial ceremony for the Zhong family, and many of our kin will return to honor our ancestors. My parents were ruthlessly slain by members of our clan due to my affairs, and their remains were not even properly laid to rest. I wish to return to the Zhong family in a month to ensure my parents receive a proper burial. Zhong Yuan spoke calmly. In response, Su Qing's gaze fell upon him. Surely, you desire more than that? Su Qing remarked. Hee. Zhong Yuan chuckled. It seems I cannot hide anything from elder brother. But rest assured, I shall not act rashly. Su Qing smiled softly. Since you are willing to call me elder brother, then in a month's time, I will accompany you. It is also my wish to see what sort of entity the Zhong family truly is. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan felt warmth in his heart. With Su Qing accompanying him, he was certain this journey would pose no risks. His parents' remains would surely be laid to rest peacefully. Thank you, elder brother, Zhong Yuan expressed with a clasped fist. It is but a trivial matter. Su Qing replied nonchalantly. As matters settled, Su Qing and Zhong Yuan made their way back to the summit of heaven. Upon learning that Su Qing hailed from the summit, Zhong Yuan was equally astonished. For someone of his stature, the summit was an almost unattainable existence. In the entire Tianhuang realm, the demon-slaying peak stood as the foremost stronghold of humanity. The summit, in turn, represented the paramount force of the demon-slaying peak and the pinnacle of human martial prowess. It was no wonder Su Qing possessed such formidable strength. With Su Qing leading the way, the guards of the summit did not impede their entry. Observing the deference shown by the guards to Su Qing, Zhong Yuan felt an increased admiration for him. Master Su, at that moment, Elder N approached with a gentle smile. Upon noticing Zhong Yuan behind Su Qing, his gaze lingered momentarily before he swiftly returned his attention. Elder N, this is Zhong Yuan. His talents and roots are quite commendable. Perhaps we could have him train alongside Yi Jian and the others, Su Qing suggested. Whatever Master Su decides is acceptable, Elder N replied. Oh, have I attained such authority? Su Qing chuckled. Master Su is jesting, Elder N said, clasping his hands respectfully. Very well, please lead me to observe how they are currently training. With that, Elder N nodded respectfully and guided Su Qing toward Yi Jian's location. The place where Yi Jian and the others trained was known as the Floating Void Tower, the most sought-after training ground in the summit. Typically, disciples of the summit could only access this area through merit. Yet those brought by Su Qing were granted 8 hours of training time each day. The reason for the time limitation was that prolonged training within the Floating Void Tower could lead to a loss of self and an eternal slumber. Thus, the maximum training duration was strictly capped at 8 hours. Along the way, Elder N recounted the recent training progress of Yi Jian and the others in recent days. Young friend Yi Jian and Miss Shifeng have made remarkable progress. Young friend Yi Jian has already broken through to the half-immortal realm, while Miss Shifeng has faintly touched upon the celestial realm. Their rate of advancement is truly humbling for an old man like me. Although the other few have not progressed as swiftly, they too have seen significant improvements. The esteemed Xianke has recently achieved the true immortal realm, and Lord Haoyan occasionally offers guidance as well. Elder N elaborated on the recent happenings. Such rapid advancement? Su Qing expressed his surprise. Indeed, they all possess solid foundations. Furthermore, as they have only just begun to engage with the training methods of the Floating Void Tower, such rapid progress is to be expected. Once they adapt to the training style, their rate of advancement will likely decelerate. Elder N explained. Su Qing understood the reasoning behind it. Resembled the effect of consuming medicinal pills for breakthroughs. After excessive consumption, The medicinal properties would accumulate within the body, diminishing the efficacy of subsequent doses. Currently, the training methods appeared largely similar. For sustained progress, one must rely on their inherent capabilities. Naturally, he was an exception. At that moment, Yi Jian happened to emerge from the floating void tower. Upon seeing Su Qing, a rare smile graced his face. When he caught sight of the youthful figure beside Su Qing, a hint of astonishment flickered across his countenance. "Why, Yi Jian, have you completed your training?" Su Qing inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Yi Jian replied, regaining his composure. "The training effects within the floating void tower are indeed remarkable. Perhaps given another year, I could attempt to reach the pinnacle of the true immortal realm or even the immortal king realm." Having said that, he turned his gaze toward Zhong Yuan, feeling a sense of awe. In his mind, he mused, Su brother cannot possibly be a reincarnated being, can he? How could he have summoned the void-walking immortal king from his previous life? Chapter 463. Movements of the Dead Clan in his previous life. Although the void-walking immortal king only possessed the strength of an immortal king, he was the youngest and, alongside Mu Jianying, the most formidable immortal king. Even Lord Haoyan held Zhong Yuan in high regard. At that time, Yi Jian and Zhong Yuan had crossed paths several times, feeling as though they had met too late. However, later, due to Yi Jian's mission, he became trapped within the territory of the Dead Clan, unable to escape after a prolonged battle, leading him to wander in the desolate human hell of the Tianhuang realm. Ultimately, he found himself powerless to alter his fate. Now, having arrived in the Tianhuang realm earlier than in his previous life, he was astonished to find Zhong Yuan's strength comparable to his OWN.IT. Seemed that, in contrast to the demeanor of the void-walking immortal king from his past life, the current Zhong Yuan bore the semblance of a younger brother. At this moment, Su Qing introduced Zhong Yuan. "From now on, you shall train alongside Yi Jian. Should you encounter anything you do not understand, he will guide you." Zhong Yuan nodded fervently, understood. Immediately after, Zhong Yuan looked at Yi Jian. Observing the latter's sharp brows and bright eyes, the aura within him steady and profound. Even though their strengths were similar, Yi Jian exuded an unusual sense of pressure. Reflecting inwardly, after cultivating the withered spirit body, Zhong Yuan felt that his true energy had reached a level unattainable by ordinary individuals. Yet, Yi Jian's presence felt even more stable. Indeed, one could not underestimate anyone from the summit. "Brother Yi, I hope you will look after me in the future," Zhong Yuan said with a smile. "Just call me Yi Jian. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me anytime." Yi Jian replied with a calm smile. As he spoke, Yi Jian felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. Having the future void-walking immortal king refer to him as Brother Yi felt surreal. Soon after, Su Qing asked Elder and to take Zhong Yuan to learn the ropes, while he accompanied Yi Jian to catch up on their recent circumstances. Yi Jian recounted everything in detail. Training within the floating void tower indeed yielded remarkable results, but it also had a critical flaw. Yi Jian noted. "What flaw?" Su Qing inquired. "The optimal training duration provided by the floating void tower is limited to merely 1 year," Yi Jian stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Su Qing could grasp the gist of it. After all, Eldarin had previously mentioned some details. However, he wondered why so many still flocked to the summit despite the limited effectiveness lasting only a year. Given the number of individuals at the pinnacle of heaven, one would reasonably assume that those present here should have already experienced everything within a year, right? At this moment, Yi Jian discerned Su Qing's confusion and continued. While a year is indeed the optimal duration for cultivation, practicing within the floating void tower is notably swifter than in the outside world. However, this method of cultivation, though it facilitates rapid enhancement of strength, lacks solid foundation. The true measure of power can only be revealed through real combat. Upon hearing this, Su Qing nodded slightly in approval. It was no surprise that he regarded Yi Jian as his first commendable disciple. This observation was indeed astute. Since Yi Jian possessed his own understanding, there was no need for Su Qing to elaborate further. By the way, I noticed you seemed to recognize Zhong Yuan earlier. Have you encountered him before? Su Qing inquired, turning his head. The term before naturally referred to Yi Jian's previous life. In response, Yi Jian inhaled deeply and nodded. Yes. Once he confirmed that no one was around, Yi Jian transmitted his voice using genuine energy, saying, "In my last life, Zhong Yuan, much like the esteemed Mu Jianying, bore a unique title known as the Skywalker Immortal King. His power was formidable, and being relatively young, he was hailed as the future pillar of the human race. Even in my previous life, I could not compare to him. Yi Jian sighed. In his last life, he had awakened too late, wasting too much time. Coupled with the fact that he had only received half of the inheritance, his standing had merely been above average. In comparison to a top-tier potential figure like Zhong Yuan, he was still significantly lacking. Yet in this life, he was confident he could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Su Qing was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this foolish lad had possessed such strength in his previous life. It seemed he had indeed made the right choice in bringing him back. Unfortunately, Zhong Yuan bore him no malice, and thus could not be recorded on the list of evildoers, rendering him unable to provide any benefits for cultivation. This realization brought about a tinge of regret. By the way, Su brother, there is something I must inform you. Yi Jian said solemnly. Su Qing responded. Some time ago, I vaguely heard Senior Haoyan mention that the Death Clan has been somewhat active recently. Perhaps due to the events in Tianhe City, they have laid a tight net around us. However, Senior Haoyan implied that we may take the initiative to strike this time. Upon hearing this, Su Qing took a deep breath. He knew this day would eventually arrive, but he had not expected it to come so swiftly. You need not worry. Focus on your cultivation. Even if a battle arises, it is not yet your turn to participate, Su Qing replied with a faint smile. Hearing this, Yi Jian shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, his current strength was still vastly inadequate. Unless granted another year. With the experience of his previous life, he believed that within a year, with the floating void tower as assistance, he could certainly regain the strength he once possessed. At that moment, Eldarin returned with Zhong Yuan. Seeing this, Su Qing said calmly, "You may go back now if there is anything. You can have Eldarin relay the message if I have the time. I will occasionally come to check on your progress in cultivation." Yi Jian nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he led Zhong Yuan off to practice. Meanwhile, Su Qing returned to his dwelling. Sitting cross-legged on his balcony, absorbing the rich spiritual energy within his residence, it seems that during my absence, the spiritual herbs here have not only continued to grow but have even shown signs of thriving. Su Qing mused. With such abundant spiritual energy, he could place the sea spirit root in the pool, further nurturing this realm. Previously, he had refrained from placing the sea spirit root due to the land's inability to withstand excessive spiritual energy. Now, with these spiritual herbs nourishing the land, it could bear the power of the sea spirit root. At that moment, the true monarch of wind and thunder leisurely floated out from the ring. It won't be long before your residence transforms into a natural paradise. Even the medicinal materials acquired could potentially enhance in quality if placed here, the true monarch remarked. "Why gratitude is owed to you." Su Qing replied with a half-dash smile. In response, the true monarch sighed in resignation. Indeed, the medicinal materials, the sea spirit root, and even the pool's water had all been brought from his treasured land. It was hardly different from moving house. By the way, when you were conversing with that Yi Jian, why did you shield my aura? Was it that significant? The true monarch suddenly shifted the topic to this. Su Qing merely smiled and refrained from answering. It was evident that he did not wish to respond to that inquiry. Subsequently, Su Qing leisurely retrieved a radiant golden object from his storage bag. Now that the Ling Yun has been restored, let us fortify your will and spirit, Su Qing declared. I appreciate that you remembered, the true monarch of wind and thunder said, recognizing the cue. With that, Su Qing raised his hand to send forth the Ling Yun, and the true monarch's spirit gradually radiated golden light. Chapter 464, Journey to the Zhong family. A month later. Throughout this month, Su Qing continuously released the energy from the Qi Ling Yun, integrating it into the spirit of the true monarch of wind and thunder. During this time, the true monarch's spirit experienced a significant enhancement, transforming even the phantom into something nearly corporeal. Moreover, with the abundant spiritual energy in this place, the power the true monarch could currently wield was at least at the pinnacle level of the immortal king. After all, he was merely in essence a small remnant of his original self. Possessing the strength of an immortal king was already remarkable. Once the Qi Ling Yun was fully assimilated, Su Qing retracted his hand and exhaled deeply. Simultaneously, The true monarch of wind and thunder slowly opened his eyes, relishing the power he had not felt for a long time. Indeed, the spirit of the Chiya beast is extraordinary. I feel invigorated. If only I had a physical body, I could break through to the realm of a mortal sovereign. The true monarch confidently stated, "Do not squander your current strength. Remember, this Lingyun is meant to assist you in traversing to the third realm to seek the demon sovereign for the creation of the divine transformation spirit melding pill." Su Qing advised as he rose that, "Of course, I won't forget," the true monarch replied with a smile. With that, Su Qing stood up, took a deep breath, and gazed at the horizon. "Let us depart. It is likely that the time has come." Upon hearing this, the true monarch pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled. They had been merging with the Chiya Lingyun for nearly a month, which meant it was almost time for that foolish lad to return to his family. "I didn't expect you to remember this matter," the true monarch chuckled. "After sitting idle for a month, it's high time to stretch our legs," Su Qing remarked. "Indeed, I too wish to see the scenery of the Tianhuang realm," the true monarch agreed. With that, the true monarch dove back into the ring, and Su Qing strode out of his residence. A month later, the pinnacle of heaven remained unchanged in its beauty. The guards nearby greeted Su Qing with utmost respect upon seeing him. At that moment, one guard stepped forward and said, "Lord Su, Eldarin instructed me to convey that a youth named Zheng Yuan wishes to go out and requires your approval." Su Qing nodded and inquired, "Where is he now?" The guard replied, "The youth is with Brother Yi." "All right, understood." With that, Su Qing moved, traversing space in a single bound, arriving at the floating void tower almost instantaneously. At this time, Zheng Yuan was outside discussing something with Yi Jian and the others. Upon seeing Su Qing's arrival, Zheng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. "Brother, the Zheng family's ritual is about to commence. They must wait for your word before I can leave," Zheng Yuan said helplessly. Yi Jian then spoke up, "I also heard Brother Zheng mention that the Zheng family is ruthless, treating even their own kin with such cruelty. Why don't we accompany him to witness what kind of scorpions and snakes this so-called Zheng family truly comprises?" Upon this suggestion, the others chimed in agreement. "Hold on," Su Qing said calmly. "What are you all planning? Are you going to engage in a brawl?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Su Qing then turned to Zheng Yuan and said, "Do not worry, you may go, and I have already promised to accompany you on this journey." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, especially Zhang Yuntian and the others. When they heard that Su Qing would also accompany Zheng Yuan, they felt a strange sympathy for those in the Zheng family. They had witnessed Su Qing's methods over the years. They had initially thought that upon arriving in the Tianhuang realm, Su Qing might temper his approach. However, it now appeared that he had not only refrained from holding back but was, in fact, increasingly liberating himself. There seemed to be nothing to worry about. Rather, it was the individuals from the Zheng family who should be concerned for their safety. Zhang Yuntian forced a smile, and the others nodded in agreement. As his words fell, Zheng Yuan became animated. Over the past month, he had engaged in rigorous cultivation within the floating void tower, and his strength had now reached the level of a celestial being. He owed a significant debt of gratitude to Su Qing for refining his withered spirit body. The wood-type true energy within him now circulated several times faster than before, coupled with the already rapid cultivation speed of the floating void tower. He had swiftly progressed from the peak of a semi-immortal to the realm of true immortal in just a month. This sensation was something he had never experienced even during the time he was being nurtured by the Zheng family. Thus, the stronger his abilities became, the more he yearned to return to the Zheng family to prove himself and ensure the proper burial of his parents' remains. Hence, he was filled with anticipation. Upon receiving Su Qing's approval today, his heart soared with eagerness. "Let us depart," Su Qing stated calmly. Zheng Yuan nodded vigorously, and the two immediately took to the skies, vanishing at the horizon's edge. Watching the departing figures of the two, Zhang Yuntian and the others sighed. "You said we could go out to stretch our limbs. At the very least, we could find a few people to spar with," the sun-eating Taoist lamented. "If you wish to spar, why not all of you join forces? I shall be at your service at any time," Yi Jian replied, arms crossed, with an indifferent tone. The three exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. The sun-eating Taoist had indeed reached the level of a true immortal, while Zhang Yuntian and his companions were merely at the threshold of semi-immortal, and Yi Jian, a sword cultivator at the true immortal level. Even if they banded together, they would not stand a chance against him. Ah, I just remembered I have yet to attend to something today, oh. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. I bought some spices the other day and planned to cook a few dishes today. What are you cooking? Let me have a taste. The others quickly shifted the topic, daring not to engage with Yi Jian. Instead, standing a short distance away, Shi Feng's gaze was coldly fixed upon Yi Jian. Ever since Yi Jian's breakthrough to true immortal, Shi Feng had not hesitated to challenge him. With her current mid-true immortal strength, she had already surpassed Yi Jian by a notch. However, Yi Jian's solid prowess was still formidable. Out of 10 sparring sessions, she had lost 9, thus, the two were not only training partners but also equally stubborn rivals. At that moment, Shi Feng let out a slight snort and turned to enter the floating void tower. It was evident that she was increasingly devoted to her training in order to surpass Yi Jian. Observing this, Yi Jian could only shake his head helplessly. For some reason, he felt more pressure now than in his previous life. On one side stood the heavenly demon body Saintess, and on the other, the future void-walking immortal king. Additionally, there was the commanding Xianke elder and an unattainable Su Qing at the pinnacle, as someone who had initially followed Su Qing. He now found himself inexplicably burdened with greater pressure. Perhaps it is through pressure that one becomes stronger, Yi Jian mused. With that thought, his gaze fell upon Lin Wenyu, who was quietly meditating in the distance. At least in this life, they had successfully arrived in the Tianhuang realm, and with such a group of companions by their side, they felt considerably more assured about facing what lay ahead. Chapter 465. A visit to the Zhong family to the north of the demon-slaying peak. The land was perpetually shrouded in snow and wind. Beneath this vast expanse lay the buried remains of many cultivators. Yet, amidst this desolate whiteness stood a magnificent grand city atop the snowy peaks. The Zhong family resided within this grand city. Although the exterior appeared barren, within the city, life flourished vibrantly, with a perpetual spring-like atmosphere. In the north, the Zhong family may not be regarded as a prominent clan, but within Jiangxue City, they were deeply entrenched, commanding a certain level of respect from outsiders. Meanwhile, the Zhong family had been busy with clan affairs in recent days. The Zhong family's ritual was of great significance to the entire Jiangxue City. Even the family head, Zhong Tiandao, stood before the family hall, gazing at the bustling scene below. This year, our Zhong family has seen many outstanding youths rise. I believe our family will continue to thrive, Zhong Tiandao remarked with a smile. In recent years, the Zhong family had flourished, with the talents of the clan's younger generations continually improving, particularly his young grandson Zhongxing, who, after merging with the heavenly suppression body, experienced a significant boost in strength. At just 17, he had already reached the great ascension stage. Should he mature, he would likely break through to the realm of immortality. At that time, his grandson would become the youngest immortal powerhouse in the history of the Zhong family. Grandfather, who are you looking at? At that moment, a girl with a delicate face and lively demeanor approached. Hee, Shaoling, who do you think is the most outstanding junior in our Zhong family this time? Zhong Tiandao inquired with a smile. That goes without saying. It's definitely Zhongxing, Zhong Shaoling answered with a smile. Though it appeared somewhat forced, in truth, Zhongxing's successful refinement of the heavenly suppression body was a result of depriving Zhong Yuan of years of effort in refining his spirit body. This matter was orchestrated by her seventh uncle, and she was aware of some of the intricacies. However, most individuals in the family had tacitly accepted this situation, with only her grandfather Zhong Tiandao remaining oblivious. She knew her grandfather was a stubborn man, and if he were to discover that Zhong Yuan was sacrificed for Zhongxing's refinement, he would likely erupt in fury. Therefore, she kept the truth hidden. After all, Zhong Yuan was merely a collateral descendant. Even if he vanished from the vast Zhong family, few would care. As long as her grandfather was happy, that was enough. So much time had passed. She figured that even if Zhong Yuan were not dead, he could never step foot in the Zhong family again. Zhong Shaoling thought to herself. Though she felt guilty towards Zhong Yuan, everything was for the future of the Zhong family. However, just as the Zhong family was bustling with activity, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance. Zhong Tiandao, being a seasoned figure, quickly turned his keen gaze toward the entrance of the Zhong family. Shaoling, what is happening at the door? Zhong Tiandao asked In these days. The Zhong family had been preparing for the ritual, and the entire Jiangxue city was aware of it. Aside from the visiting guests, it was unusual for there to be a commotion at the entrance. Just as Zhong Xiaoling was about to inquire further, a Zhong family disciple hurriedly ran over to reporting to the family head. There is someone outside claiming to be a collateral descendant of the Zhong family seeking an audience, but our family does not recognize that name. Zhong Tiandao was somewhat surprised. Oh, what is that person's name? The disciple replied, the person is claiming to be Zhong Yuan. As soon as the words fell, Zhong Tiandao had yet to ponder, but Zhong Xiaoling trembled, her expression akin to seeing a ghost. However, Zhong Tiandao did not notice her demeanor. Instead, he pondered the name Zhong Yuan. It seemed he had not heard much about Zhong Yuan. Zhong Tiandao murmured to himself. At that moment, Zhong Xiaoling spoke up. He is probably just some rogue cultivator trying to infiltrate our Zhong family. There have been similar incidents in the past, right? Upon hearing this, Zhong Tiandao nodded silently. This was indeed the case. The Zhong family held a remarkable position in Jiangxue City, and every year, numerous individuals attempted to take advantage of their clan meetings to sneak into the Zhong family and share in their resources. However, such tactics were quickly uncovered and ultimately led nowhere. Well then, let us drive them away, Zhong Tiandao concluded. But the disciple's expression became somewhat troubled. At this moment, Zhong Xiaoling furrowed her brows. There's nothing to hesitate about. Just drive such people away. Does my grandfather need to repeat himself? Following this, the disciple of the Zhong family hesitated before saying, it's not that, Mississippi. There's not only Zhong Yuan outside. There's also a young man leading them, who possesses formidable strength. Even if we wanted to drive them away, we might not be able to. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoling's complexion drastically changed. Zhong Yuan had returned, and he was accompanied by a powerful individual? Could it be that he had returned for revenge? At this moment, Zhong Tiandao frowned slightly. Such a situation had indeed not occurred in the Zhong family before. However, since a powerful individual had come, as the head of the clan, it would not hurt to go and see. Take me to have a look, Zhong Tiandao calmly instructed. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoling quickly advised, why not let uncle and the others go instead? Grandfather, you should rest more. Zhong Tiandao smiled nonchalantly. What trouble is there in meeting a guest? Xiaoling, you should accompany me. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaoling's expression turned somewhat grim, but she found it difficult to refuse her grandfather's intentions. Reluctantly, she nodded and steeled herself to follow. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Zhong family, Su Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting at the grand entrance. Beside him, Zhong Yuan appeared somewhat anxious, gazing at the Zhong family gate, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Over the years, he had constantly envisioned the day he could return here to settle scores with those who had nearly ruined his life. At this moment, more onlookers began to gather at the entrance of the Zhong family. Zhong Yuan and the others were unfamiliar to them. After all, the handling of Zhong Yuan had been a covert arrangement by the family's upper echelons, and most people were unaware of his existence. However, it was the first time they had seen someone seeking trouble with the Zhong family in Jiangxue City. Moreover, the Zhong family disciples, upon seeing Su Qing, felt utterly devoid of the courage to act, merely glaring at them as they blocked the entrance. Yet none dared to confront Su Qing directly. The family head is coming. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind. Upon hearing it, all the scions of the Zhong family promptly parted to create a pathway. Following this, an elderly man, exuding vitality and vigor, slowly emerged, his gaze fixating on the two youths outside the door. When his eyes landed on Su Qing, even as the patriarch of the Zhong family, he could not help but be moved. A sage king. Zhong Tiandao's discerning eyes instantly recognized the formidable aura emanating from Su Qing. It is worth noting that he had spent over a millennium cultivating within the Zhong family to attain the Sage King realm. How old is this youth to already be at such a level? In the Tianhuang realm, when has such a prodigious talent emerged? Chapter 466, Your name is Su Qing. While others may be oblivious to Su Qing's true strength, Zhong Tiandao saw through it at a glance. What could such a young Sage King seek by visiting my Zhong family? Confusion swirled within Zhong Tiandao's heart. With his power already at the Sage King level, it was unlikely he would engage in any disreputable activities. With this thought, Zhong Tiandao's gaze shifted to Zhong Yuan beside him. This sight also surprised Zhong Tiandao. Although Zhong Yuan only possessed the celestial immortal realm, at his age, he was already among the elite talents. To others, Zhong Yuan appeared brimming with youthful exuberance, but in Zhong Tiandao's eyes, he was akin to a sharpened sword yet to be unleashed. Once released, he would surely stir the heavens. What is happening? A jolt of surprise coursed through Zhong Yuan. He glanced to the side, beginning to doubt whether the earlier report had been mistaken. Only Zhong Ling, upon seeing Zhong Yuan, exhibited a flicker of uncertainty in her gaze as she scrutinized him with disbelief. How could he have returned? Does he not fear the retribution from Uncle Seven and the others? Zhong Ling pondered in that moment. When Zhong Yuan's gaze fell upon Zhong Ling, his brow furrowed slightly. He recognized this girl of similar age. When he was expelled from the Zhong family, it was this very girl who, out of pity, had left him to fend for himself in the snow outside the city. However, he had ultimately escaped through sheer will, managing to survive until today. Yet, Zhong Yuan held no gratitude towards her. After all, Zhong Ling was just as complicit as the others in the Zhong family. I wonder what brings you two to my Zhong family? Zhong Tiandao spoke calmly. We have come to participate in the Zhong family's sacrificial rites, and additionally, there are some matters to address. Su Qing replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ling clenched her hands, her body trembling slightly. Although she could not discern Su Qing's strength or his origins, the mere fact that he had brought Zhong Yuan back indicated that he intended to resolve the incident from 5 years ago. You have no ties to my Zhong family. What business do you have attending our sacrificial rites? Zhong Ling suddenly interjected. At her words, Zhong Tiandao's expression darkened. Before he could respond, Zhong Yuan spoke up. What? Do you dare to deny the events of that year? Zhong Ling frowned. What are you talking about? I do not understand. Zhong Yuan scoffed. Do you not understand? Perhaps you should inquire about the origins of Zhong Xing's heavenly body. With this proclamation, Zhong Yuan's aura surged dramatically. Even those surrounding, eager to witness the spectacle, were taken aback. What does this mean? Is it possible that Zhong Xing's spirit was not self-cultivated? That cannot be right. Wasn't he Zhong Xing gifted from a young age? The crowd murmured among themselves. At this moment, even Zhong Tiandao detected an unusual scent in the air. Xiao Ling, who exactly is this person? Zhong Tiandao inquired sternly. Faced with Zhong Tiandao's questioning, Zhong Ling found herself at a loss. Just then, 3 figures abruptly strode into the inner courtyard of the Zhong family. Upon seeing Zhong Yuan, all 3 narrowed their eyes. A fleeting glimmer of concealed malice flashing within, however, they quickly suppressed that malice, and the leading man respectfully clasped his fists towards Zhong Tiandao. Father. Zhong Tiandao nodded, though his demeanor remained stern. Oh, you recognize this youth before the door? Zhong Tiandao asked again. No. The leading man shook his head in response. Su Qing chuckled. It seems you have quite a poor memory, but that is of little consequence. You will remember soon enough. Upon hearing this, the man frowned. Who are you to dare interfere in the affairs of my Zhong family? Su Qing smiled. The Zhong family's sacrificial rites. Am I not permitted to attend as a guest? Would you not agree, Patriarch Zhong? At this, the 3 men were momentarily taken aback. In contrast, Zhong Tiandao's gaze turned icy as he regarded the 3, then turned to Su Qing with a hint of cordiality. What the young friend says is true. I have always been hospitable, and it is common for friends to visit during family sacrificial rites. My Zhong family welcomes all with that. Zhong Tiandao cast a scrutinizing glance at the 3 behind him. As for you? In this manner today, do you wish to become a laughingstock for outsiders? Indeed, the 3 lowered their heads in acknowledgement. Then, Zhong Tiandao turned to Su Qing and invited. Young friends, please, come inside. With that, Su Qing, accompanied by Zhong Yuan, strode confidently towards the Zhong family's main courtyard, passing by the 4 with an air of nonchalance. Witnessing this, both the newly arrived trio and Zhong Ling, who had observed the entire exchange, found it hard to believe. Zhong Yuan, that foolish boy dares to return, even brought reinforcements this time? Xiao Ling, relay the entire sequence of events to me. The leading man's eyes glinted with a shadowy intent. 5 years ago, they had seized Zhong Yuan's heavenly body, intending to allow him to perish on his own. Little did they expect that 5 years later, this lad would dare to return. Surely he does not believe that with his meager strength, he could withstand the might of the entire Zhong family. Now that he dares to come back, it is the perfect opportunity to sever his final hopes and eliminate any future threats. In the Zhong family's guest quarters, Zhong Tiandao escorted Su Qing and Zhong Yuan to their lodgings. Normally, such trivial matters would be left to the servants. However, given Su Qing's youth and his Sage King power, he naturally would not treat them lightly. Moreover, he was acutely aware that what transpired at the front gate indicated that Su Qing's visit to the Zhong family was unlikely to be simple. Young friend, your visit to my Zhong family is not solely for the sacrificial rites, is it? Zhong Tiandao initiated. Su Qing nodded with a faint smile, refraining from answering. Seeing this, Zhong Tiandao furrowed his brow. You are indeed quite forthright, Zhong Tiandao remarked calmly. It seems the old patriarch is unaware. However, I have merely come to join the festivities. Unless someone acts rashly, I will not intervene, Su Qing replied with a serene smile. Is it related to Zhong Xing? Zhong Tiandao inquired. His brow furrowed. Su Qing remained silent. Instead, Zhong Yuan's expression shifted slightly at the mention of that name. After all, he was still a youth, and his emotions often played across his face. Zhong Tiandao, having lived many years, instantly discerned the underlying tension. Recognizing this, he opted not to pry further. Once they arrived at a bamboo grove, Zhong Tiandao finally turned to Su Qing. There are matters the old man cannot inquire about. Yet I am still quite curious about one thing, Zhong Tiandao began. Please, speak, old patriarch, Su Qing replied with a nod. Which faction do you belong to? Zhong Tiandao asked. Su Qing responded with composure. Tandina, this? Zhong Tiandao inhaled sharply. Tiandian. In the Tianhuang realm, Tiandian is known as a gathering place for the powerful among the human race. Yet he was somewhat astonished. When had Tiandian produced such a young sage king? However, as he recalled the notion of a youthful sage king, a sudden realization struck him. Is your name Su Qing? Chapter 467. The Patriarch's inquiry. Su Qing nodded. At this, Zhong Tiandao's expression momentarily froze. He had only heard rumors regarding Su Qing. It was said that a young sage king had recently emerged from Tiandian, dazzling at the Jin family's birthday banquet, earning widespread acclaim. Initially, he thought it was mere hearsay. Yet it turned out there was indeed a figure named Su Qing. The Jin family had invited him as well, but he had declined due to his advanced age, preferring not to partake, and thus had never laid eyes on Su Qing. To encounter this living embodiment today was truly unexpected. Young friend Su, your reputation has soared within the Jin family, and it won't be long before you achieve renown across the realm. It is indeed a blessing for our human race, Zhong Tiandao expressed politely. It is merely a reputation, nothing remarkable, Su Qing replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tiandao could only smile wryly and shake his head. The acclaim that could arise from both the Jin family and Tiandian could hardly be considered mere reputation. Nonetheless, Zhong Tiandao remained vigilant. Since Su Qing had come to his Zhong family, claiming no ulterior motives, he should still prepare for contingencies should anything unexpected occur. As it stands now, Su Qing does not harbor any malice, while the other youth appears somewhat reticent, seemingly holding a slight grudge against the Zhong family. It seems this stems primarily from the youth named Zhong. Su Qing nodded. After speaking, Zhong Tiandao silently departed from the courtyard. At the same time, a solemn expression gradually settled upon his face. Given the earlier circumstances, it seemed that the family was aware of certain matters concerning Zhong Yuan, yet hesitated to speak out due to various factors. To uncover the reason for Su Qing and the others' presence, it would likely necessitate an approach from their own side. Once Zhong Tiandao had left, Su Qing turned his back to Zhong Yuan and inquired, Have you contemplated how you intend to proceed with the forthcoming matters? Zhong Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, Yes, I understand that the old patriarch places great importance on reputation, valuing the Zhong family's name above all else. There will be many esteemed guests visiting during the family rites, and we can devise a plan when they arrived. Su Qing smiled calmly. Then what is our purpose in coming here now? Zhong Yuan's expression dimmed slightly. I apologize, elder brother M. My true intention in returning to the Zhong family was to locate my parents' remains, so that they may find a resting place. As he spoke, Zhong Yuan clenched his fists. If he were to confront the Zhong family about events from 5 years prior right away, it would likely hinder his quest to find his parents' remains. Although the Zhong family harbored a deep-seated enmity towards him, his foremost desire remained the peaceful repose of his parents' remains. Hearing this, Su Qing nodded silently. You should proceed according to your own judgment. Unless absolutely necessary, I will refrain from intervening, he stated. Rest assured, elder brother, I will not act recklessly, Zhong Yuan affirmed. With that, Zhong Yuan took a deep breath. It was time to return to his homeland. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Zhong family, Zhong Ling followed the three individuals back, each displaying a sense of indecision. These three were Zhong Ling's elder uncle, fourth uncle, and aunt. Elder uncle Zhong Ming was, at present, the pivotal figure overseeing the entirety of the Zhong family. Over the years, the Zhong family had steadily risen to prominence, with Zhong Ming wielding considerable influence. Furthermore, 5 years ago, he had been involved in the acquisition of Zhong Yuan's innate celestial body. However, such a trivial affair should have been resolved long ago. Yet now, that foolish boy had the audacity to brazenly return to the Zhong family. Were it not for his father's presence, he would have relished the opportunity to tear Zhong Yuan apart on the spot. Zhong Ling, what transpired just now? Why has that boy Zhong Yuan returned? Zhong Ming furrowed his brows. I am unaware. I was having a pleasant conversation with grandfather when a servant informed me of Zhong Yuan's return. Zhong Ling confessed, appearing somewhat flustered. The key issue is how he managed to survive. I recall you were instructed to deal with him, were you not? The aunt interjected. Upon hearing the aunt's inquiry, Zhong Ling's complexion paled slightly. I felt a pang of compassion and left him outside the city to fend for himself, Zhong Ling replied nervously. A woman's compassion? Zhong Ming rebuked vehemently. His voice carried a measure of authority befitting the family patriarch. Startling even Zhong Ling, they had always approached matters with caution, particularly concerning family affairs, which were handled with the utmost discretion. Given that the elder emphasized the importance of family reputation, they exercised extreme care regarding matters that must not be disclosed, especially those concerning family. However, now that Zhong Yuan had returned alive, even bringing allies, it was evident he intended to make a significant impact during the upcoming rites. At this juncture, fourth Uncle Zhong Yu spoke in a grave tone. What is Zhong Yuan but a mere boy? How much chaos can he truly stir? Moreover, now that he has come to our Zhong family, is the initiative not in our hands? With this, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhong Yu's eyes. Upon hearing these words, Zhong Ming tacitly agreed with the proposed course of action. Since Zhong Yuan dared to return to the Zhong family, they would not hesitate to act with cruelty. Having spared him once due to his ignorance of peril, they would ensure he did not escape the Zhong family a second time. With this resolve, the three reached a consensus. Only Zhong Ling remained uncertain. After all, should a killing occur within the Zhong family, it would surely incur the wrath of the elder. Yet, if Zhong Yuan were spared, the situation might spiral out of control. At that moment, Zhong Ming solemnly stated, Little Ling, if you do not act decisively, unnecessary troubles will arise. Had you been resolute 5 years ago, we would not be facing today's predicament. Zhong Ling lowered her head in silence upon hearing this. Just then, a figure approached like a tempest. Sensing the aura, Zhong Ming and the others immediately bowed respectfully towards the figure behind them. It was then that an elder, hands clasped behind his back, strode forward, exuding an intimidating presence that commanded respect. Father, Zhong Ming and the others greeted with clasped hands. Zhong Tiandao's gaze fell upon the four, his expression grave. He stopped before Zhong Ming, his eyes unwavering. Father? Zhong Ming inquired, lifting his head slightly. You still acknowledge me as your father? Do you? Zhong Tiandao's voice was cold. How could I ever forget your nurturing grace and guidance, which I shall carry with me throughout my life? Zhong Ming replied. Good, Zhong Tiandao said, placing a hand on Zhong Ming's shoulder. If so, then you must tell me precisely who that boy Zhong Yuan is. At this utterance, the expressions of the four shifted noticeably, particularly Zhong Ling, whose emotions were palpably tumultuous. Zhong Ming's gaze darted towards Zhong Ling. Realizing that this matter could no longer be concealed, he lifted his head and spoke, that Zhong Yuan was once a disciple of a collateral branch of our Zhong family. As the words fell, The hall fell into a profound silence. Not only that, but the air itself seemed to grow colder by several degrees. The silence lingered for a considerable time before Zhong Tiandao finally spoke. If that child is indeed of the Zhong family, why do you all reject him? What is the origin of this enmity? Zhong Ming explained, because that Zhong Yuan possesses an innate spiritual body. What? Upon hearing this, Zhong Tiandao's heart trembled that a genius with an innate spiritual body existed within the collateral branches, yet he had never heard of it all these years. At this point, he recalled his grandson's celestial body. Could it be? He could already foresee the implications of this revelation. Zhong Ming continued, he is merely from the most impoverished branch of the collateral lineage. Although he possesses an innate spiritual body, how can such a branch harness its power? Coincidentally, at that time, Zhong Xing had not yet condensed a spiritual body, and since the celestial body is of superior quality, why should we allow a useless child to squander such a treasure? Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the hall, reverberating with a sharp sound. This scene startled the three individuals behind him, causing them to look up in shock. At that moment, Zhong Tiandao's pupils widened, his breath uneven as he glared at Zhong Ming. So, you forcibly seized his spiritual body and imposed another's innate spiritual body upon Zhong Xing. Zhong Tiandao's voice quivered slightly. Zhong Ming fell silent. For what Zhong Tiandao described was no different from the events that had transpired 5 years ago. At this juncture, Zhong Yu interjected, Father, that Zhong Yuan is merely a member of a collateral branch. How could he possibly wield the power of the celestial body? You have witnessed Zhong Xing's growth over the years. Silence. In the next moment, Zhong Tiandao's anger erupted. As his words fell, Zhong Yu dared not speak further. Then, Zhong Ling's aunt stepped forward to advise, Father, since the events have already transpired, why cling to the past? Clearly, Zhong Yuan has returned for the sake of those events. We should address the issue, lest he wreak havoc once the rites commence and guests arrive. Zhong Tiandao, seething with rage, retorted, What? Do you wish to resort to murder to silence him, thus allowing the Zhong family to bear the infamy of immorality? After uttering this, the faces of the three darkened. They understood Zhong Tiandao's obstinate nature, yet had not anticipated his rigidity to this extent. At this moment, Zhong Ling stepped forward to placate, Grandfather, please do not be angry. Zhong Tiandao's gaze turned coldly towards Zhong Ling. Though his demeanor did soften slightly, little Ling, I must ask you, do you also know the intricacies of this matter? Zhong Tiandao questioned. Zhong Ling hesitated for a moment before quietly nodding. Seeing this, Zhong Tiandao closed his eyes and sighed in resignation. Observing the disappointment etched on Zhong Tiandao's face, Zhong Ling hurriedly urged, Grandfather, from my perspective, perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. Upon hearing this, not only did Zhong Tiandao turn his attention to Zhong Ling, but even Zhong Ming and the others wore expressions of curiosity. Zhong Ling continued, in my view, since Zhong Yuan has chosen this moment to return, it may not necessarily signify a desire to cause trouble. After all, our rites are still several days away. Returning now would be akin to placing himself at our mercy. With this, Zhong Ming and the others began to ponder. Even Zhong Tiandao regarded Zhong Ling with unexpected intrigue. At this moment, Zhong Ling pressed on. Since he bears no ill intentions, and we are all members of the Zhong family, why not receive him warmly and allow him to cast aside his grievances? Would that not be a mutually beneficial resolution? In response, Zhong Ming silently shook his head. The aunt then scoffed, naive. In those bygone days, the events transpired in such a manner that all of Zhong Yuan's kin were systematically erased, driven by the fear that the truth would be revealed. Having narrowly escaped with his life, Zhong Yuan's return is evidently fueled by a desire for vengeance after 5 long years. He is unlikely to relent easily. Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of spirit, let alone a living, breathing individual. Although Zhong Tiandao acknowledges that Zhong Ling's perspective might be somewhat naive, the current circumstances offer no superior alternative. Thus, he resignedly declared, let us proceed as Xiao Ling suggests. Upon hearing these words, Zhong Ming and his companions were struck with astonishment. They never anticipated that Zhong Tiandao would opt for such an innocent course of action, treating the matter as if it were a mere game. What, do you intend to defy my wishes? Zhong Tiandao retorted, his eyes wide with reproach. No. We wouldn't dare, Zhong Ming murmured, lowering his gaze. Humph. With that, Zhong Tiandao let out a long sigh and silently exited the hall. Observing his retreating figure, Zhong Ming and his companions wore expressions of profound dismay. They could scarcely believe that their father would make such a choice. Contemplating this, they looked toward Zhong Ling, their eyes filled with a mix of disappointment and frustration. Clearly, it would be necessary for Linger and the others to undergo further training. Such a mindset could potentially lead to grave consequences in the future. Zhong Ming sighed resignedly. At that moment, Zhong Yu and his younger aunt approached. Elder brother, what shall we do now? Zhong Ming pondered for a brief moment before narrowing his eyes and stating, since we cannot intervene directly, why not let the younger generations engage with him? Understanding dawned upon Zhong Yu and the others at this juncture. They had been cautioned, yet there are always unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, within the upper echelons of the family, aside from Zhong Tiandao, the majority were already aware of the events that transpired 5 years prior. Therefore, they would undoubtedly band together to confront Zhong Yuan. Listening to Zhong Ming's intentions, Zhong Ling appeared somewhat conflicted. Having promised her grandfather, she felt uneasy about undertaking such actions. However, as merely a third-generation disciple, what recourse did she have? In the back mountains of the Zhong family, in stark contrast to the bustling prosperity of the main estate, the atmosphere here was markedly different. Although this area also belonged to the Zhong family, it bore little resemblance to the thriving heart of the clan. Even with the presence of streets and pedestrians, most appeared gaunt and weary, making it hard to believe they were also members of the Zhong family. At that moment, as Zhong Yuan strolled along the long-absent street, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. Along the way, many gazed curiously at Su Qing and Zhong Yuan, for outsiders seldom visited this side of the family. It was rare to encounter youths dressed as they were in the back mountains. These two seem unfamiliar. Could they be from the main house? Some wondered aloud. I don't recall seeing them before. But that one seems vaguely familiar. Wait, is that Zhong Yuan? Suddenly, several seasoned individuals recalled something. Zhong Yuan? Who is he? One pondered, I think there was a prodigious youth from our branch named Zhong Yuan. Could he be the one from 5 years ago? Upon this realization, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. This was a forbidden topic within the Zhong family, a secret no one dared to mention. Chapter 469. Still pursuing me within the branch of the Zhong family? A deeply concealed taboo existed. 15 years prior, a youth from their line awakened a primordial spirit body, causing a stir among the higher-ups of the main family. Several members even visited, providing the best resources to ensure the young man's rapid development. He did not disappoint, advancing to heights unattainable by ordinary individuals in a mere decade. Even if his cultivation was propped up by elixirs, the speed was beyond what common folk could fathom. However, much like the fate of domesticated livestock, on the day the young man's spirit body reached its zenith, the main family suddenly turned against him, coercing him to abandon his spirit body by threatening the lives of his family. Even after relinquishing his cultivation for a decade, he ultimately met a tragic end. Everyone believed that youth had perished long ago, and even his name was spoken of in whispers, for it was tied to a dark secret of the Zhong family. Anyone who dared to mention Zhong Yuan faced severe repercussions from the main house. Yet, the very protagonist of this tale inexplicably appeared today in the back mountains of the Zhong family. At the moment Zhong Yuan was sighted, many rushed to summon those who had been close to his family back then. After all, the events of 5 years ago had been buried deep in many memories, and no one dared to revisit them. Even those who had once shared a bond with Zhong Yuan were reticent, fearful of repercussions. When they finally laid eyes upon Zhong Yuan again, terror was etched on every face. Is it truly him? A woman gasped, covering her mouth, her voice trembling. Hush, you mustn't speak of that day. Have you forgotten what happened 5 years ago? A man cautioned in a low voice. Etithis, the woman, known as Hunyang, felt tears prick her eyes. Just then, Zhong Yuan caught sight of Hunyang. He opened his mouth to speak, but, sensing the fear around him, could surmise the cause. Oh, so you truly dared to return? A voice interrupted as several figures approached from behind. Turning to face them, Zhong Yuan's gaze sharpened as he recognized the leader. Zhongan, he exclaimed, noting the 4 or 5 lackeys flanking him. Zhongan was well known in their branch. A bully who often ingratiated himself with the main family at the expense of his own kin and friends. His presence here likely signified an assignment from the main house. 5 years ago. Zhongyuan had been at the celestial immortal realm. One could only wonder how much he had progressed since then. Zhongyuan mused to himself. Sensing Zhongyan's intent, he glanced at Su Qing, who appeared unfazed, clearly not inclined to intervene. It was understandable, as such a weak opponent hardly warranted her attention. Zhongyuan swept his gaze over the gathering and spoke coolly. It seems your master's lackey has quite the keen nose. I trust you aren't here merely to test my strength on behalf of the Zhong family. At his words, the crowd quickly parted, creating ample space. Zhongyuan, however, merely chuckled. Boy, even when you had your spirit body 5 years ago, I held no fear of you. What could you possibly bring to the table now, after 5 years? To think you'd consider testing your strength against me is laughable. In response, Zhongyuan smirked coldly. So you were indeed sent by the main house. This. The disdain on Zhongyan's face faltered slightly. He narrowed his eyes, addressing Zhongyuan. Zhongyuan, you should have stayed far away from Jiangshui City after your narrow escape 5 years ago. Your return today is nothing short of foolish. Zhongyuan's voice grew solemn. For 5 years, my parents have remained unburied. As their son, how could I stand idly by? I, Zhongyuan, am not to be compared with a treacherous wretch like you. As his words echoed throughout the street, those standing behind Zhongyuan transformed, their expressions turning menacing. Engu, why waste breath on this brat? Just take his head and present it to the master. With that declaration, the murderous intent in Zhongyan's eyes became palpable. A sly smile crept across his face as he took a deliberate step toward Zhongyuan, his lackeys encircling them both. Zhongyuan, since you've returned today, you might as well surrender your life here. With that, Zhongyuan launched himself forward, the ground beneath him cracking under the force of his stride, a fierce gust of wind hurtling toward Zhongyuan. Unfazed by the impending pressure, Zhongyuan summoned the azure energy within him, unleashing it in full force. Zhongyuan, you cannot absolve yourself of the events from 5 years ago, if you wish to serve your master. Let us see if your life can withstand the weight. In that moment, a gleam of azure light flickered in Zhongyuan's eyes. The energy surged around him, lifting him as powerful waves of force coalesced between his hands, enveloping the entire area. What? Zhongyan's expression shifted. This aura? Celestial immortal realm? How could this boy, stripped of his spirit body and cast out from the Zhong family, possibly ascend from the tribulation phase to the celestial immortal realm in just 5 years? Yet, at that moment, Zhongyuan's speed was astonishing. Over the past month, he had not only enhanced his strength within the floating void tower, not only that, but the aura emanating from Zhongyuan was so powerful that even the houses lining the streets were not spared. Despite his efforts to control his strength within a certain range, the constraints of this narrow space rendered him unable to avoid the consequences. Damn it! At this moment, blood trickled from the corner of Zhongyan's mouth, and he distinctly felt several ribs crack. He could hardly fathom that Zhongyuan had elevated himself to the celestial realm in merely 5 years. Was this truly the first prodigy from the collateral branch? It seems your prowess is somewhat overrated. That moment, Zhongyuan's voice echoed in Zhongyan's ear, as if he were right beside him. Zhongyan's heart sank, and he immediately fled at lightning speed. However, behind him, Zhongyuan was hot on his heels, rapidly closing the distance. Zhongyuan is still pursuing me. Damn it. Zhongyan's expression changed drastically. If this continued, he might truly lose his life. In the next instant, Zhongyan felt an excruciating pain in his lower back, as if his entire body were about to disintegrate. Chapter 470. The Peerless Genius Boom. In an instant, Zhongyan plummeted to the ground like a shooting star, forcefully smashing the summit of the nearby low mountain. Witnessing this, Zhongyuan hastily followed, his hands forming a series of intricate seals. Azure Sword Qi. The next moment, numerous flying swords coalesced behind Zhongyuan, shimmering with a blue radiance. Upon seeing this, even Su Qing squinted his eyes. That brat Yi Jian actually taught him sword techniques. Su Qing was somewhat taken aback. After all, Yi Jian spent all his time either cultivating or on the path of cultivation. To think he even had the time to instruct Zhongyuan in divine techniques. Seems Yi Jian recognizes the immense potential in this foolish lad, especially with his Void Ascension physique. At this time, even the Thunderwind true monarch in the ring couldn't help but exclaim. This kid Zhong Yuan, although he has faced numerous tribulations, is now in the presence of individuals who will greatly benefit his future growth. Having tempered his youthful disposition, his future achievements are bound to be remarkable. Even the Thunderwind true monarch felt a twinge of envy and jealousy. This is youth. As he spoke, Zhong Yuan incessantly bombarded the rear mountain with sword energy. The entire mountain was assailed by this overwhelming force, as if the very peak were being ground down. Meanwhile, Zhong En's fate hung in the balance. It was only when the sword energy dissipated that Zhong Yuan gazed down into the deep pit where Zhong En lay. Simultaneously, the lackeys on the ground raised their heads, petrified and too frightened to move. When did Zhong Yuan become this formidable? And what was with that sword technique? Wasn't there no sword cultivator in the Zhong family? At this thought, they suddenly felt the chilling, killing intent emanating from Zhong Yuan. In their panic, they quickly turned their attention to Su Qing. Of course, they couldn't provoke Zhong Yuan, so they would use the people accompanying him as shields. With this realization, the four exchanged glances and made the same decision. In the next moment, they all rushed to Su Qing's side and seized him. Zhong Yuan, don't be reckless. If you do something foolish, your friend will lose his life, they shouted, brandishing blades at Su Qing's throat. Upon witnessing this, Zhong Yuan's expressions turned bizarre. Threatening Su Qing? Have they lost their minds? However, in their eyes, they perceived Zhong Yuan's demeanor as one of panic. Their faces lit up with joy. Indeed, their decision was undeniably correct. Are we done playing? Just then, Su Qing sighed helplessly and spoke softly. If you don't want to die, be obedient. At this, one of the lackeys threatened him. Su Qing rolled his eyes. In his mind, he could hear the Thunderwind true monarch's laughter. Ha ha ha! This is hilarious. A few brats who have just entered the celestial realm actually think they can use you as a shield. It's laughable. Absolutely laughable. Hearing the Thunderwind true monarch's laughter, Su Qing felt somewhat helpless. After all, he was not here to engage in combat. Get lost, Su Qing said dismissively. In the next instant, the four of them inexplicably experienced an unprecedented sense of dread. As if a demonic king had descended, the overwhelming pressure rendered their legs numb, causing them to kneel on the ground. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and their eyes appeared as though they had witnessed something utterly terrifying. Observing this scene, Zhong Yuan's lips twitched. He could not even comprehend what Su Qing had done to make these four collapse in submission. Indeed, the strength of the elder brother was beyond his estimation. Zhong Yuan mused. Without delay, he rushed down, observing the four in a daze, and then turned to Su Qing. Elder brother, how shall we deal with them? Zhong Yuan inquired. Do as you see fit, Su Qing replied. But since you have killed that person, the Zhong family will likely be in an uproar, using this as an excuse to eliminate you. Aren't you afraid? Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan's expression darkened. How could he not know? Yet, Zhong En had long been a tyrant, bullying the weak within their collateral branch, and had personally killed his parents. How could he find peace without eliminating him? Nevertheless, Zhong Yuan smiled and said, But isn't elder brother here? I have no concerns. Su Qing shook his head. I am not here to act as a henchman. Zhong Yuan chuckled, scratching his head, and then suddenly clapped his hands. Then we must hurry to find out where my parents' remains are, he declared. With that, Zhong Yuan hurriedly retraced his steps along the path etched in his memory, heading back to his ancestral home. Once Zhong Yuan departed, others gradually emerged. They gazed at the gaping hole in the rear mountain and the four who remained in a stupor. In an instant, their anger surged. It was these people who, day in and day out, acted tyrannically. I'd long harbored resentment against them. Zhong Yuan's actions were a boon to the people. Unfortunately, the main family would not spare him. Regardless, with Zhong En's demise, we have rid ourselves of a significant scourge. Indeed, should we not inform him of his parents' remains location? Are you not afraid of being implicated by the main family? They debated amongst themselves. Yet, upon recalling the conflict between Zhong Yuan and the main family, even if they wished to assist him, they lacked the courage to do so. Only Hunyang, at the back of the crowd, quietly slipped away, hastening in the direction Zhong Yuan had taken. The Zhong family, in the side hall, Zhong Ming occupied the main seat. Below him sat Zhong Yu and others, along with many who had participated in the events from 5 years ago. Each held their own stance, but their hearts were far from tranquil. Previously, they had arranged for someone from the collateral branch to test Zhong Yuan's depth. After all, for 5 years, no one knew what had transpired with him. Moreover, Zhong Yuan's return suggested he had some degree of confidence. Although the lackey from the collateral branch possessed only celestial realm strength, he was still at the pinnacle of their branch. If he could directly kill Zhong Yuan, that would be ideal. Then, they could easily deflect blame onto the collateral branch's internal strife. If he failed to kill him, the matter would fall back into their hands. At that moment, a Zhong family disciple rushed in, wearing casual attire. Upon hearing someone approach, everyone immediately looked up at the entrance. The next second, the disciple entered the hall, his expression slightly flustered, reporting to the elder master that Zhong had found Zhong Yuan. And he didn't even last 3 moves before being buried in the rear mountain. What? At this response, all present were taken aback. Although Zhongyuan was merely one of many lackeys, he was still at the celestial realm. In the collateral branch, dealing with a single person should have been a trivial matter. However, to think that he could not withstand even 3 moves against that little Zhong Yuan? Had that brat ascended to the celestial realm? Zhong Yu said in disbelief. That appears to be the case, the disciple replied, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, all in attendance sucked in a breath of cold air. 5 years prior, after having his spirit body taken, it was expected that his cultivation would stagnate. To break through to the celestial realm would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Yet, Zhong Yuan not only broke through the bottleneck in these 5 years, but also reached the celestial realm. Such talent had not been seen in the 1,000-year history of the Zhong family. Had they truly missed out on a peerless genius? Chapter 471. Returning to the old grounds 5 years' time. From the tribulation period to the celestial realm, he directly crossed 2 monumental barriers that are nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to surpass. Unless one possesses extraordinarily monstrous talent, how could an ordinary person achieve such a level in a mere 5 years? Let alone the fact that Zhong Yuan had previously been nothing more than a mere pill container, reliant solely on their medicinal concoctions. How good could his innate talent possibly be? This situation felt utterly surreal. This is troublesome. Zhong Yu inhaled deeply. If the elder family head were to learn of Zhong Yuan's talent, they might not hesitate to leverage the family's influence to bring him back. However, regarding the events from 5 years ago, how could any man with a shred of honor let go of the blood feud? At the very least, those of them who participated. Would he truly set aside his grievances? If Zhong Yuan were to return to the Zhong family, it would merely be nurturing a future threat. Once he had fully developed his wings, he would surely seek revenge against them. Why then? Would they possess the strength to contend with him? This is unacceptable. That Zhong Yuan must perish. One can predict how formidable he may become in the future, declared the ant with sudden conviction. Indeed, his current talents are exceptional. Should he grow even stronger, we would lose the ability to control him. I concurred. For the sake of the Zhong family, he must die to ensure our peace of mind. In an instant, every individual in the Grand Hall expressed a unanimous agreement. Contemplating these assertions, Zhong Ming fell into deep thought. Naturally, he wished to eliminate Zhong Yuan, but given the latter's displayed prowess, discreetly taking his life seemed an unrealistic endeavor. At that moment, the ant spoke again. Elder brother, I understand your hesitation. Pausing, she coldly continued. Why not use him as a scapegoat to eliminate Zhongyuan? Should the old patriarch lay blame upon us, we will have our justification. Furthermore, when have we ever needed to report every matter to the old patriarch? With her words, the assembly voiced their support. They all made their stance clear. Even if Zhong Tiandao insisted on a confrontation, why should they heed his wishes? After all, they were in the right regarding this matter. At this juncture, Zhong Ming slowly rose. Very well, since everyone shares this sentiment, let us make this decision. We must not allow that Zhong Yuan to cause any disturbances during the Zhong family's rites, in the peripheral branch of the Zhong family. At a familiar sight, Zhong Yuan pushed aside the clutter and entered a narrow path, revealing a dilapidated, lowly house. Outside, a modest courtyard lay flat, housing a wooden table that had succumbed to the ravages of wind and rain. The wooden door was missing a corner, and several holes marred the windows. Upon entering, a heavy dust cloud fell from the doorframe, revealing a chaotic interior where anything of value had long been stolen. The remaining items of little worth had been shattered, resembling a garbage dump. Witnessing this state, Zhong Yuan clenched his fists. He knew that this destruction was undoubtedly the work of that scoundrel, Zhong An. Zhong An's notorious reputation preceded him, and such acts were merely routine for him. How he loathed that he could not personally avenge his parents today. Contemplating this, Zhong Yuan suddenly knelt on the ground, even breaking through the floor beneath him. "Father, Mother, I have returned late, taking 5 years to exact your vengeance." His voice was steady, devoid of any tremor. He continued calmly, "Rest assured, I shall make the Zhong family pay for the grievances of 5 years past. That Zhan Tian body, they are unworthy of possessing." As he spoke, his tightly clenched hands began to tremble, blood seeping from his palms. Observing this, Su Qing chose not to watch any longer and turned to sit upon a stone in the courtyard. Savoring the gentle breeze of the forest, Zhong Yuan's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to the protagonists of the novels he had read in his previous life, yet he had merely glanced over them without much thought. It was only upon witnessing Zhong Yuan's emotions firsthand that he truly grasped their weight. At that moment, the ethereal figure of Feng Lei Zhenjun appeared beside Su Qing. "What's this? Are you feeling sentimental?" he jested. "Ha, since coming to this world, I have yet to meet my own parents, so what sentimentality could I possibly feel?" Su Qing responded with a serene smile. "Oh, then how did you become so strong?" Feng Lei Zhenjun inquired, intrigued. Su Qing merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. The events leading up to his encounter with Feng Chongqing were best left unspoken, for they were hardly worth reminiscing. Just then, a withered woman approached cautiously. Upon noticing Su Qing, she spoke with great care. Su Qing looked up and recognized her. Before arriving here, it seemed she had recognized Zhong Yuan, and Zhong Yuan appeared to know her as well. Though perhaps due to the crowd, they had not acknowledged one another. Now, it was evident that the woman indeed knew Zhong Yuan, for she had followed him here. "Young sir, may I inquire if that child Zhong Yuan has returned?" she asked. Su Qing nodded. "Yes, he is inside." Upon hearing this, the woman's heart tightened, and a look of sorrow crossed her face. At that moment, Zhong Yuan emerged from the house, his eyes lighting up upon seeing her. "Aunt Hu?" he called out. "Child." Aunt Hu's voice trembled. "You have suffered outside." "Oh, you have truly suffered." Saying this, she stepped forward and grasped Zhong Yuan's hand, her eyes already red-rimmed. Observing Aunt Hu's emotional response, even Zhong Yuan, filled with hatred for the Zhong family, felt a flicker of tenderness. Aunt Hu and his mother were childhood friends, sharing a close bond in his youth. Aunt Hu had cared for him greatly, often sneaking him a piece of fragrant cake or sweet fruit when he craved a treat. Now, after 5 years, returning to this land, Aunt Hu remained unchanged, with no hint of estrangement. Wiping her tears, Aunt Hu spoke again. "Child, you have returned this time to seek your parents' remains, have you not?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan nodded eagerly. "Aunt Hu, do you know where my parents' remains are?" Aunt Hu nodded in affirmation. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Your parents' remains were secretly buried beneath the peach tree on the back mountain. For 5 years, I have spoken of it to no one. Now that you have returned, it is for you to decide their resting place." Hearing this, Zhong Yuan's heart swelled with emotion. It turned out that his parents' remains had not been left to wander in unrest. He recalled how, in his childhood, his parents had loved to bring him to the back mountain, tying red strings and promising a bright future. To have them laid to rest there was indeed their best belonging. With this thought, Zhong Yuan immediately knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to Aunt Hu. "Child, what are you doing?" Aunt Hu exclaimed in alarm. "Aunt Hu, thank you for ensuring my parents rest over the years. This kindness, I, Zhong Yuan, shall repay in the future." He choked out, his throat dry. "However, I hope Aunt Hu can take me to see my parents." Chapter 472. The Division of Power on the Back Mountain, Beneath the Peach Tree. Guided by Aunt Hu, Zhong Yuan arrived at a small, raised mound of earth. There was not even a wooden plaque to mark the site, for Zhong Yuan's family was considered taboo in the peripheral branch, and no one dared to speak of the matter. That aunt who managed to arrange a burial here was the utmost she could do. As of now, even a tombstone was deemed too risky. Zhong Yuan was indifferent to this. He gazed at the mound silently, bowing several times. Aunt who stood beside him, observing the peach tree, seemingly relieved, at least, to her, Zhong Yuan was still alive, and now his strength surpassed that of 5 years ago. He had even slain Zhong'an, which was a cause for celebration. Zhong Yuan is becoming more accomplished. How wonderful it would be if you could see this, Aunt Hu sighed inwardly. Yet, faced with the formidable Zhong family, what means could they, the peripheral branches, employ? A mere Zhong'an had already stifled them to the point of silence. How much more daunting was the main family? Now that Zhong Yuan had killed Zhong'an, the main family would likely not let this child off easily. With this thought, Aunt Hu found herself gripping her clothing tightly. At that moment, Su Qing approached slowly, calmly asking, "Have you thought about what to do next?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan rose and replied, "I believe my parents would prefer this place. After all, they often brought me here in my youth to tie red strings." As he spoke, he looked at the red strings hanging from the peach tree. Feeling as if a knot in his heart had finally loosened, Su Qing nodded. "So, have you decided how to handle what comes next?" he inquired further. "Huh?" Zhong Yuan hesitated. In the next moment, he sensed powerful auras rapidly approaching from afar. Recognizing these presences, Zhong Yuan quickly said, "Elder brother, I beg you to assist me. Aunt Hu has done me a great service, and I do not wish for her to be drawn into this matter." Su Qing nodded in understanding. With this, Zhong Yuan felt a sense of relief. Before Zhong Yuan could catch his breath, the leading figure arrived swiftly, flanked by individuals whose expressions were grave, in stark contrast to those who had accompanied Zhong'an. Recognizing these newcomers, Zhong Yuan recalled his time in the main family when he had undergone training. Their attire marked them as the enforcement squad of the main family. The leader, he vaguely remembered, was the deputy captain of the enforcement squad, Zhong Jing. He hadn't anticipated the main family to act so swiftly, sending him directly. Zhong Yuan narrowed his eyes. Scanning the area, he noted Zhong Jing was a half-step true immortal, and the members behind him were at least late-stage half-immortals, with several possessing heavenly immortal strength. Their cultivation prowess could not even be compared to that of a ruffian like Zhong'an. Yet, he was more curious as to why the main family had dispatched them instead of the heads of the family to personally take his life. Was it disdain? There may be other reasons behind this. Before Zhong Yuan could continue his contemplation, the leader, Zhong Jing, raised his long spear and pointed it directly at Zhong Yuan. "Zhong Yuan, your act of privately slaughtering your kin is a crime deserving of execution. Do you have any objections?" Zhong Jing spoke in a deep voice. "Heh." Zhong Yuan smiled indifferently and replied, "When one seeks to fabricate charges, what excuse is lacking? Even if I had not slain Zhong'an, Zhong Ming and the others would likely not spare me, would they?" As these words left his lips, the expressions of all the law enforcement team members grew exceedingly grave. "Impudent. How dare you address the head of the family so casually? As if you were merely a minor branch of the clan," Zhong Jing rebuked sternly. "And what of it? Am I to be ignorant of their true intentions? 5 years ago, they failed to kill me, and now they wish for my swift demise." Zhong Yuan's expression gradually turned icy. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jing's countenance darkened, and he gestured to those behind him. "Since you wish for death, I shall grant it to you. Attack!" As his voice fell, 7 or 8 individuals surged forward in an instant. Their overwhelming power was far beyond that of Zhong, and Zhong Yuan's expression shifted. Behind him lay the resting place of his parents. Leaving him no option to evade, he braced himself against the onslaught of the 8 assailants. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the air above erupted with countless bursts of energy. Below, Hunyang observed this scene, her face paling in terror. "Little brother, this place is quite safe. Why not go help him? That child is no match for them," Hunyang urged anxiously. In response, Su Qing remained unperturbed. "Fear not, his strength is not so feeble as to be defeated by a few petty clowns," Su Qing said calmly. Upon hearing this, Hunyang felt confused. She was not a practitioner and thus did not comprehend the disparity in strength. However, she understood that these individuals hailed from the main family and were members of the law enforcement team. The law enforcement team held a position of great authority wherever they went, and even Zhongyuan would have to bow and smile before them. How could such a small child as Zhongyuan contend with so many? What she did not realize was how high Zhongyuan's potential truly was. Su Qing, however, perceived everything clearly. Such a level of combat would indeed be challenging for Zhongyuan, but it was by no means insurmountable. If he could emerge victorious, it would instead facilitate the awakening of his innate celestial body. Moreover, Zhongyuan was comparable to a child of destiny. How could he falter here? Su Qing held considerable confidence in this regard. Meanwhile, Zhongyuan staggered back several paces, barely stabilizing his form. He understood that he could not afford to engage in battle here. In contrast, Zhong Jing regarded him with some surprise. I did not expect that in these 5 years. You truly reached the celestial immortal realm, and the true qi you wield. Have you condensed a new spiritual body? A hint of astonishment graced Zhong Jing's face. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, recognizing my newly condensed spiritual body so swiftly. Zhongyuan replied with a smile. How could this be? Zhong Jing furrowed his brow. He had heard of the events from 5 years prior. Zhongyuan's heavenly suppression body had been stripped from him by several family heads. Logically, it would be nearly impossible for him to condense a spiritual body again in this lifetime. Even if he managed to do so, the results would be subpar. Yet the efficacy of the spiritual body Zhongyuan displayed was slightly inferior only to those who had reached great mastery. No wonder you are so fearless, Zhong Jing thought, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. This is all due to your coercion, Zhongyuan replied coldly. If I were you, I would never set foot in the Zhong family again. Zhong Jing declared, at least then, there would still be a chance to live. Zhongyuan chuckled. Since 5 years ago, I have lived solely for the purpose of avenging past grievances. I would sooner cast away the heavenly suppression body to dogs than offer it to any member of your Zhong family. Zhongyuan's voice resonated with conviction. Utterly audacious. With that, Zhong Jing moved, personally launching an attack. The long spear in his hand surged like thunder, unleashing a barrage of overwhelming sonic booms in the air. Seeing this, Zhongyuan quickly distanced himself, flying toward the opposite direction of the back mountain. Before taking flight, he turned back and declared, Since you wish to take my life, then I shall grant you this opportunity today. Let us determine our fates through battle. Chapter 473. If you are unwilling, then let us fight. Since you desire death, I shall fulfill your wish. Zhong Jing roared, a fierce crimson aura enveloping him. In the next moment, he thrust his spear forward, unleashing a multitude of energy blasts that spiraled toward Zhongyuan. Faced with this relentless assault, as Zhongyuan retreated further, the energy blasts closed in like the claws of an abyssal specter. However, as he distanced himself, a slight smile crept upon Zhongyuan's lips. This distance should allow him to unleash his full power, he mused. To defeat Zhong Jing was no simple feat, unlike with Zhongyuan. Not to mention Zhong Jing's half-step, celestial immortal strength. His position as the deputy leader of the law enforcement team endowed him with combat experience beyond that of mere ruffians. To triumph over Zhong Jing, he would have to exert himself to the utmost. As for contingencies, why dwell on that? With his elder brother backing him, he would fight without hesitation. With this thought, a glimmer of azure light flickered in Zhongyuan's eyes. In that moment, a ring of azure light enveloped him, rapidly blooming into a verdant pattern that rippled through the air. Feigning intimidation, Zhong Jing was undeterred by Zhongyuan's aura. Though it appeared formidable, it posed no real threat to him. Instead, he wielded his spear, piercing through the energy field Zhongyuan had unleashed, launching a sharp offensive directly at Zhongyuan's core. At that instant, Zhongyuan's eyes shimmered with brilliant azure light. As he clasped his hands together, the seal behind him erupted with unimaginable energy, crashing forward with the force of a tumultuous wave. Boom. In an instant, the entire space seemed to warp. Confronted with this energy wave, Zhong Jing's face changed dramatically as he felt a sense of impending doom. How could this be? Zhong Jing's pupils constricted. Just moments ago, the strength Zhongyuan had displayed was insufficient to contend with him. Yet in that fleeting moment, Zhongyuan had somehow harnessed boundless power, as if he commanded the very essence of the world. But he was merely at the celestial immortal realm in this moment. The onslaught released by Zhong Jing proved wholly inadequate to withstand the force unleashed by Zhong Yuan. The azure light swept everything aside, effortlessly obliterating the true qi Zhong Jing had released. Bearing down upon him, and he could make no reaction, forced to confront the overwhelming pressure that Zhong Yuan unleashed. In the next moment, the tremendous force engulfed Zhong Jing, who had no time to scream before being pierced through entirely. As Zhong Yuan's strike collided with Zhong Jing, it erupted in the air, unleashing a torrent of azure energy that radiated outward. When the energy subsided, the space remained infused with countless azure true qi. Lingering long after, below, the other members of the law enforcement team stood in stunned silence. The deputy leader of the Zhong family's law enforcement team had been defeated by Zhong Yuan, who had been discarded 5 years prior. Even Hunyang was left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Was this truly the same Zhong Yuan from before? In just 5 short years, he had attained such formidable strength. Did you see that? The child truly did not disappoint us. Hunyang felt a stirring in her heart. When Zhong Yuan awakened his heavenly suppression body, he had already carried the hopes of both their families. She had thought that after the events of 5 years ago, he had plunged into an abyss without end. Yet she never expected that Zhong Yuan had achieved such heights in just 5 years. In contrast, Su Qing observed the scene with an air of anticipation. The withered spirit body might appear ordinary, yet it possessed the wood-based true qi and life force bestowed by the azure sky celestial wood, rivaling even high-grade spiritual bodies. Not to mention, once the withered spirit body was successfully condensed, it equated to other spiritual bodies reaching great mastery. By absorbing the world's essence for his own, he could truly manifest the might of the withered spirit body. At this moment, Zhong Jing plummeted from the sky, crashing into a building with a force that left his life in question. Meanwhile, Zhong Yuan stood aloft, his breathing slightly hurried. Though the withered spirit body could harness the power of the heavens and earth, he had not anticipated that withstanding such force was not something just anyone could endure. Zhong Yuan exhaled. However, given the strength demonstrated by the withered spirit body, this minor cost was inconsequential. Simultaneously, the members of the law enforcement team surged forward. Zhong Yuan, you have the audacity to kill a member of my law enforcement team. In response, Zhong Yuan smiled serenely. Before we engaged, did you not hear me declare that we would fight to the death? Zhong Jing fell to my hand due to his inferior skills. What's the issue with that? Or is it only permissible for your law enforcement team to take lives while I am forbidden from resisting? Upon hearing this, the law enforcement team members glared at him with gritted teeth. In the next moment, 8 members of the law enforcement team charged at him in unison. He has killed Zhong Jing. We must not let him escape. Avenge our deputy leader. In an instant, all members of the law enforcement team drew their weapons, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy blasts. At this moment, Zhong Yuan had just finished his battle and had yet to fully recover. Faced with such a concentrated onslaught, he could only fight while retreating. But how could the law enforcement team allow him to escape so easily? Taking advantage of his momentary weakness, he immediately unleashed an overwhelming onslaught, relentlessly suppressing Zhong Yuan. After countless exchanges, numerous wounds marred Zhong Yuan's body. Faced with the offensive of 8 adversaries, he found himself utterly at a loss for a means to counter their attacks. He glanced down at Su Qing, and for a fleeting instant, he considered seeking Su Qing's assistance. However, the very next moment, he dismissed that thought. If he were to rely on Brother Su for every challenge, what would be the purpose of his arduous cultivation? A glimmer of determination flickered in Zhong Yuan's eyes. Regaining his composure, he surveyed the 8 opponents before him. Although they outnumbered him and included several with celestial strength, it seemed implausible that he was entirely without recourse. Contemplating this, he delved into the lessons learned from his communications with Yi Jian over the past month. Suddenly, a phrase from Yi Jian echoed in his mind. When engaging multiple foes of equal strength, one must avoid direct confrontation, seek out weaknesses, and dismantle them one by one to resolve the situation. With this thought, Zhong Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He observed the 8 assailants charging towards him, scanning their ranks until his gaze swiftly fixed upon a figure of merely semi-divine status, lurking at the rear and gathering strength for a decisive strike that posed a significant threat. Yet, without any defensive measures, This individual could not solidify their spell. Resolute, Zhong Yuan ceased his retreat and charged headlong into the assault of the eight. Is this fellow mad? One of the foremost attackers exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Yet they remained unperturbed. Zhong Yuan's current state clearly paled in comparison to theirs, granting them a distinct advantage. It was simply too sudden. As Zhong Yuan surged forward, despite their preparedness, they failed to target his vital points. However, the impact left Zhong Yuan with several grievous wounds. Suddenly, a dull thud reverberated from behind them. Ignoring their attacks, Zhong Yuan conjured a spell behind him, circumventing all of them, and delivered a decisive blow that pierced through one of their own. In an instant, blood sprayed forth. Chapter 474. The Sword God opens the heavens. The sanguine spray painted the sky. Two members of the enforcement team fell lifelessly to the ground, their spell formations incomplete, their abdomens gaping with wounds. What? The remaining 6 stared in shock as Zhong Yuan had inexplicably appeared behind them. Despite the searing pain from his wounds, there was no trace of fear upon his face. In fact, the moment he turned, it afforded him a brief respite. Azure Yuan's sword Qi. In the next heartbeat, a surge of potent wood essence erupted from within Zhong Yuan, manifesting numerous flying swords that radiated an imposing aura. Quick! Stop him! Panic set in among the enforcement team. They had maintained the upper hand, never anticipating that this audacious young man would dare to fight with such fervor. Even more astonishingly, their momentary daze afforded him the chance to unleash his formidable abilities. This was a precarious situation. In an instant, the celestial level members quickly converged, unleashing several blades of wind from the air. Faced with these inconsequential assaults, Zhong Yuan resolved not to retreat any longer. Sword convergence. With that declaration, Zhong Yuan brought his hands together, causing countless sword energies to coalesce above his head, resonating with a clear, melodious sound. Moreover, these sword energies did not merely form a divine sword above him. A protective azure sword barrier enveloped him, shielding him from harm. The wind blades struck the barrier but could not penetrate it. This is bad. In an instant, they grasped the gravity of the situation. The sword intent coalescing in the air had reached its zenith. The sword energy hovering above Zhong Yuan exuded an overwhelming presence, instilling a sense of dread even in the enforcement team members of equal standing. At that moment, Zhong Yuan gradually opened his eyes. A radiant azure light emanated from him, infusing the final vestiges of his essence into the divine sword above. Sword God, open the heavens. As his words resonated, the divine sword above him descended with such force that it seemed to shatter the very fabric of space. The world itself crumbled in that instant, leaving little hope for the 6 adversaries before him. What kind of divine ability is this? The 6 were struck with terror. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, a resounding silence echoed through the space, as if their minds had been emptied. Just then, a peculiar shift occurred within the void. A figure emerged from the ether, single-handedly grasping the divine sword. In the next moment, with a resounding crack, the immense sword fractured into countless shards in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the space was littered with scattered remnants of sword energy. Zhong Yuan himself suffered a backlash, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. As he raised his head, he found himself locking eyes with the newcomer. An intense loathing surging within him. Zhong Ming, the current patriarch of the Zhong family. Humphed at this moment, Zhong Ming let out a cold snort, clasping his hands behind his back, his gaze apathetic as it fell upon Zhong Yuan. Meanwhile, the surviving members of the enforcement team bowed respectfully towards Zhong Ming. Greetings, Elder Patriarch. Zhong Ming, however, couldn't be bothered to spare a glance in their direction. To be so thoroughly outmatched by a mere celestial-level child is quite pathetic. It seems the enforcement team's strength has much room for improvement, he remarked. They dared not utter a word in response. Zhong Ming then turned his attention to Zhong Yuan, saying, Yet you, in just 5 short years, have grown to this extent. You've refined a new spirit body and can wield sword-based divine abilities. It seems you've made significant progress during these years. In response, Zhong Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Thanks to you. Zhong Ming shook his head silently. You don't truly believe that with your current strength, You can inflict any significant damage upon the Zhong family, do you? Whether you are a celestial or even reach the true celestial realm. To my family, you remain as inconsequential as an ant. Zhong Ming looked down upon him as he spoke. In the next instant, a formidable pressure from his realm enveloped Zhong Yuan entirely. In that moment, Zhong Yuan felt as though a colossal mountain was crashing down upon him. Yet before this overwhelming force could completely crush him, an unexpected power surged from behind him, lifting the metaphorical mountain as if it were a mere hand. Zhong Ming took note of this anomaly, his expression shifting as he gazed below. At that moment, Su Qing approached leisurely, stepping through the air. With each step, the space rippled as if disturbed by waves. A celestial king? Zhong Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Upon seeing Su Qing's full figure, he could scarcely contain his astonishment. What a youthful celestial king! In a duel among the younger generation, your intervention as an elder seems a tad improper. Su Qing spoke calmly. In the next moment, the oppressive force emanating from Zhong Ming dissipated entirely. One word to sever the spell. Witnessing this, even Zhong Ming felt a tinge of pressure. You are the backing for that young man? Zhong Yuan? Zhong Ming furrowed his brow. And what if I am? Su Qing replied, Oh, not deceive yourself. At your age, I believe there is a place for you at the pinnacle of this continent in the future. Should you fall here, with your talent, you may not live to see that potential fulfilled. Zhong Ming's tone turned frigid. Oh? Su Qing responded, unfazed. Is it merely your Zhong family? Upon hearing this, Zhong Ming's expression changed dramatically. In the northern region, the Zhong family may not be regarded as a top-tier clan, but they held enough prominence to be recognized. Not to mention in Jiangshui City, if the Zhong family claimed second place, who would dare to assert they were first? This unknown young man spoke so brazenly. Did he truly believe that being a celestial king made him invincible? Zhong Ming's voice turned sharp. Boy, this is a family matter of the Zhong clan. If you insist on interfering, do not blame us for being ungracious. With that, Zhong Ming raised his hand. In the next heartbeat, the space behind him surged, and several figures emerged. Each boasted the strength of celestial kings. This was the backbone of the Zhong family. Seeing this, even Zhong Yuan was momentarily stunned. He recognized these individuals. They were all geniuses from the main family's direct lineage, and also Zhong Ming's sworn brothers. Yet, he had not anticipated that within these 5 years, 2 more had achieved breakthroughs. Apologies, brother. It seems I have brought you trouble once more, Zhong Yuan said with a slightly grim expression. In response, Su Qing merely shook his head. Zhong Yuan, I recall that you just utilized a sword-based divine ability called Sword God Opens the Heavens. Su Qing spoke slowly. Huh? Yes, Zhong Yuan replied, somewhat puzzled. Sword God Opens the Heavens is a life-saving technique taught to you by Yi Jian. It should not be employed unless absolutely necessary. However, you have yet to master it fully and have only grasped the basics. Yet Zhong Yuan could not fathom why Su Qing was inquiring about this. Continuing, Su Qing said, There were several deficiencies in what you just executed. I shall teach you once, and how much you comprehend from it will depend on your own efforts. With that, Su Qing formed a hand seal at his chest. A golden glow radiating from his fingertips, which instantly shot up into the clouds. In an instant, the clouds above parted, bursting forth a beam of golden light, as if the very heavens had been torn asunder. As the tempestuous winds swept through the expanse, even the newly arrived celestial sovereigns were bewildered by the unfolding situation. At that moment, Su Qing spoke calmly, Sword God, open the heavens. In chapter 475. What do you intend to do? A deep rumble reverberated across the skies above the Zhong family estate. The sensation was akin to a muffled thunderclap erupting directly overhead, as if the very heavens were collapsing upon them. In that instant, even Zhong Tiandao, who was fishing on the snowy lake, sensed an unprecedented threat. The fishing line on his rod snapped under the immense pressure. What is happening? Zhong Tiandao's expression changed dramatically. He looked up towards the horizon and saw a beam of golden light piercing through the clouds above the Zhong family, causing the surrounding clouds to part as if in retreat. As if they were avoiding something monumental. In the next moment, a golden radiance slowly manifested from the clouds, resembling a celestial phoenix yearning to witness the splendor of the world. This force made Zhong Tiandao exclaim in alarm. He had already deduced the answer. His foolish offspring must have provoked Su Qing. With that thought, he abandoned his fishing rod and swiftly traversed the space back to the Zhong residence. Simultaneously, the atmosphere within the Zhong family erupted into chaos. Gazing skyward at the divine sword, they felt as though they were witnessing the descent of a deity. Under the weight of this sword's might, as soon as the tip of the sword appeared, an invisible force cascaded downward from above. Boom! In an instant, the ground beneath the sword's trajectory was crushed into countless fragments by the overwhelming pressure. At that moment, Zhong Yuan stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the genuine power of the sword god opening the heavens? Zhong Yuan swallowed hard. Despite knowing he still had much to learn, and having been informed by Yi Jian of the strength one could attain at the pinnacle of cultivation, the shock he felt upon witnessing this scene was beyond words. On the other side, Zhong Ming and the others turned pale. They gazed up at the sky, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Zhong Ming, possessing some degree of insight, quickly regained his composure. Do not panic, everyone. Since this young man wishes to witness the depth of the Zhong family's heritage, let us show him why we have endured for millennia. Zhong Ming bellowed. With these words, the others regained their focus. In that moment, Zhong Ming stepped forward, confronting the descending sword's might. He immediately channeled his true energy, forming a barrier of energy to shield the entire Zhong family. Following suit, several others stood behind Zhong Ming, infusing him with a substantial amount of energy. Before long, the barrier of true energy glimmered with a deep blue radiance, resisting the overwhelming sword's might descending from above. Boom! The first wave of sword energy struck the barrier with tremendous force. The powerful shockwave bore down upon the entire Zhong estate, sending ripples of energy that surged outward, whipping up a tempest around Jiangsu City, causing its inhabitants to hurriedly protect their possessions. Faced with this force, Zhong Ming and the others turned ashen. Just the initial wave of energy left him feeling utterly drained. How could this individual possess such terrifying powers? Had he truly reached the realm of returning to simplicity? Yet, he appeared to only be at the celestial sovereign level. Zhong Ming struggled to comprehend Su Qing's overwhelming strength. However, before he could continue his thoughts, the divine sword above them lunged forward. This time, the sword's might was tenfold stronger than before. Boom! A dull thud echoed overhead, and in the next moment, a sonic boom reverberated throughout the Zhong family estate. Zhong Ming and the others were forcefully thrown back, and even Zhong Ming's arms trembled from the sheer power. What a terrifying force! Zhong Ming's heart quaked. This was merely the impending sword's might. If that divine sword were to hover directly above the Zhong family, it wouldn't just be the Zhong family at risk. The entire Jiangsu city would likely be cleaved in two. Zhong Ming's expression shifted drastically. Unless they all exerted their utmost strength to withstand this strike, the Zhong family alone could not endure the devastation it would bring. At that moment, he saw no other recourse. Yet just then, a ripple coursed through the An elderly figure swiftly appeared in the space above. Upon seeing this figure, Zhong Ming and the others felt a surge of relief. Father! In that moment, Zhong Tiandao paid no heed to them but turned to Zhong Ming, a hint of apology on his face. Young friend Su, there's no need for such anger. If my ungrateful sons have offended you, I implore you to spare them for the sake of this old man's face. Zhong Tiandao respectfully gestured to Su Qing. In response, Su Qing leisurely replied, certainly, I would grant the old patriarch that courtesy. However, these few were quite aggressive when seeking trouble with me. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tiandao immediately turned and scolded, you lot, hurry and apologize to young friend Su. At this command, Zhong Ming and the others hesitated. Observing this, Zhong Tiandao raised his voice further. What? Are my words no longer authoritative? He is a guest, and you, the hosts, are causing such a ruckus. Is this not enough of a humiliation? At this, the others fell silent. Daunted, they held significant positions within the Zhong family and were perceived as equals to the patriarch by outsiders. Yet, Zhong Tiandao, having single-handedly supported the family to this day, undoubtedly held the most sway. Initially, they had contemplated resolving the situation with Su Qing and his companion first, believing they would have grounds to defend themselves should Zhong Tiandao choose to intervene. However, Given the current circumstances, their prepared arguments bore no weight whatsoever. At this juncture, Zhong Ming could only suppress his discontent and look towards Su Qing. I apologize. This time, the Zhong family has acted inappropriately, and I have been rash in my actions, Zhong Ming said, lowering his head. You spoke so confidently before. Why do you now lack conviction? Su Qing replied with a smile. My elder brother has already apologized. What more do you desire? At this moment, Zhong Yu, standing behind, felt a sense of indignation. This was indeed the Zhong family's territory, and being repeatedly provoked before their eyes was intolerable. Yet Zhong Ming, being pragmatic, turned to Su Qing and solemnly inquired, What do you intend to do? Su Qing smiled lightly, placing his hands behind his back, and said, If you can withstand this strike from me, then all grievances between us shall be forgiven. What? Upon hearing this, the others were left in stunned silence. The strike Su Qing referred to was undoubtedly the very sword hovering above them. They had just experienced the sword's might, and merely the descending pressure was overwhelming. Gyo asked Zhong Ming to endure that strike was akin to seeking death. In that moment, even Zhong Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. This was clearly a death sentence. Alas, Zhong Tiandao sighed and slowly spoke, Young friend, how could these unworthy sons possibly withstand the might of your sword? If this is the only way to appease your anger, might I take my son's place and see if I can endure your strike? In chapter 476, Whose hand will the deer die in? This declaration startled everyone. They had not anticipated that Zhong Tiandao would proactively step forward to defuse the situation. Just moments ago, he had been so enraged, and even Zhong Ming appeared taken aback. Understanding dawned upon him. Now, Zhong Tiandao looked at Su Qing, a friendly smile gracing his features. Come, it has been many years since I have engaged in combat. I ought to stretch my limbs a bit. Otherwise, this old body may truly become unfit for use. Zhong Tiandao said with a smile. Have you made your decision? Su Qing inquired calmly. Indeed, as the head of the Zhong family, it is I who must take on this strike. Zhong Tiandao affirmed. Upon hearing this, Su Qing silently nodded. In that moment, he subtly shook his head and activated the sword seal behind him. In the next instant, the sword's edge pierced through the heavens, cutting through the sky, igniting the surrounding clouds in a blaze of crimson. In an instant, the entire skyline was set ablaze, and the snow outside the city, rare for its stillness, came to an unusual halt. Faced with this strike, Zhong Tiandao had adequately prepared himself. Yet, only when confronting this strike did he truly grasp its terrifying nature. The fact that this young man, Su Qing, possessed such formidable powers at such a young age confirmed the rumors that had reached him from the Jin family were not mere fabrications. Zhong Tiandao lamented the fact that his incompetent sons had so needlessly offended such a powerful being, bringing unnecessary strife upon the Zhong family. He shook his head in resignation, acknowledging his earlier fury had clouded his judgment, leading to this calamity. Thus, he would personally intervene to put an end to this farce. With this thought, Zhong Tiandao took a deep breath, and an overwhelming aura burst forth from his being, buzzing. A surge of purple true energy erupted from within him, radiating with an exceptionally rich essence as it ascended toward the heavens, creating a series of explosive sounds in the air. However, at the very moment his true energy tore through the void, directly confronting the strike of that divine sword, the sword astonishingly transformed into a mere phantom and abruptly vanished from sight. This left not only Zhong Tiandao but also those behind him, including Zhong Ming, utterly dumbfounded. What does this mean? Such a grand display moments ago, and now, with a mere touch, it has disappeared. Even Zhong Yuan, who stood further back, appeared puzzled. He could hardly believe that Su Qing's sword was so feeble. The oppressive force it had exuded was palpably real, making it implausible for it to be so easily destroyed. Only Zhong Tiandao sensed that something was amiss. He glanced at Su Qing, who displayed an indifferent demeanor. Enough. You have received my sword strike. Let today's affairs end here, Su Qing stated nonchalantly. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. At that moment, Zhong Ming tried to say something, but Zhong Tiandao shot him a glare, causing everyone to refrain from pursuing further. It was only after Su Qing had walked far away that Zhong Tiandao let out a sigh of relief. After all these years, how could he not recognize that Su Qing had merely held back? If he had truly unleashed his full power in that strike, even Zhong Tiandao himself would find it exceedingly difficult to guarantee he could withstand it. Moreover, it would only be a matter of withstanding. The unleashed might could easily level the entire Jiangshui city. This was no jest to it that moment. Zhong Ming approached, respectfully bowing to Zhong Tiandao. Observing this, Zhong Tiandao had already lost all patience. Regardless of your plans, this time, do not provoke Su Qing and Zhong Yuan, he declared sternly. I shall not repeat myself. With that, Zhong Tiandao moved and vanished into the ether, leaving Zhong Ming and the others with grim expressions. After all, Zhong Yuan had killed members of their enforcement team, and Su Qing had audaciously disregarded everyone in the Zhong family. Where did he find such audacity? Eldest brother, are we really going to swallow this grievance? Zhong Yu expressed his discontent vehemently. Not only Zhong Yu, but others also shared his sentiments. Only Zhong Ming, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. How confident are you all in withstanding that sword strike just now? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. It was then that the younger aunt interjected. That sword appeared formidable. Yet the old patriarch was able to sever it effortlessly. Was he not? Hearing this, Zhong Ming shook his head. It may seem powerful, but that alone is not enough for us to withstand it, he replied slowly. Upon hearing his words, the others were at a loss for words, for Su Qing's sword had indeed intimidated them. Eldest brother, even if that sword is indeed potent, with our strength, blocking it should not be an insurmountable task, Zhong Yu added. And if we block that sword, then what? Zhong Ming replied in a grave tone. The group fell silent once more. Zhong Ming continued, what price would my Zhong family pay, while Su Qing stands alone, unencumbered? The most he would lose is Zhong Yuan. Would he care about that? If we engage in a head-on confrontation, my Zhong family would only suffer a complete loss. At this point, even Zhong Ming sighed in resignation. Ultimately, they had underestimated Su Qing far too much. Who could have anticipated that such a young lad would possess strength rivaling that of a peak celestial king, which led to their plans being utterly thwarted? Just then, Zhong Yu furrowed his brow and asked, what shall we do now? Are we truly going to disregard them? Zhong Ming sighed once more. Let us proceed as our father previously advised. We will handle matters as they come to this moment. Even he found himself devoid of other options. If they were to confront Su Qing head-on, they would gain nothing but losses. Meanwhile, the others looked at Zhong Ming, who was retreating, growing increasingly agitated. If Zhong Yuan were to disrupt this sacrificial ceremony, would not the other factions laugh at the Zhong family? Zhong Yu voiced his dissatisfaction. Not necessarily, Zhong Ming replied calmly. What do you mean? Zhong Yu asked, puzzled. If Zhong Yuan were to expose the events from 5 years ago, all the disgraceful matters we have buried would be brought to light. Zhong Ming explained leisurely. The factions participating in my Zhong family's sacrificial ceremony have long established relations with us. Do you think they would trust us or this suddenly emerging brat? He continued, as long as we maintain our silence. If those two become desperate, the individuals arriving would be factions that have friendly ties with our Zhong family, which would ultimately serve as an advantage against Su Qing. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. They had overcomplicated the situation. Those guests would undoubtedly side with them. What was Zhong Yuan after all? With this thought, Zhong Yu finally began to smile. As expected of you, eldest brother. You've immediately thought of a countermeasure. Even if we let them attend the ceremony peacefully, the final say still lies with us, he exclaimed joyfully in response. A sense of satisfaction welled up within Zhong Ming, and no matter how many people came to the Zhong family, they would all do so under the reputation of the Zhong family. Just because Su Qing brought along that outcast, it remained uncertain who would ultimately prevail. Chapter 477. The Patriarch's concerns after Su Qing departed with Zhong Yuan. The latter's injuries began to manifest more noticeably. However, Su Qing merely cast a glance and calmly remarked, with your withered spirit body, recovering from such injuries is quite effortless. Moreover, it is an opportunity for you to refine yourself. You must absorb experience from this battle. In response, Zhong Yuan nodded in agreement. I shall remember my elder brother's teachings well. With that, Zhong Yuan began to cultivate his withered spirit body nearby. Instantly, a gentle aura filled the space. At that moment, the thunder and lightning true monarch also slowly materialized. Little Qing, that sword strike you executed earlier was quite exaggerated. Who taught you that? The true monarch inquired. Back in the Qing Tsang realm, a senior offered me some guidance, Su Qing replied nonchalantly. However, he had not anticipated that Yi Jian would also possess such abilities. It seemed that Yi Jian had secretly practiced a considerable number of divine arts beyond the sword howl Songlong technique. The true monarch sighed deeply at this revelation. He had thought that, after the suppression of realms in the Qing Tsang realm, the ninth realm would be filled with primitive beings. Now it appeared he had underestimated the talents across the realms. Speaking of which, this foolish child seems to have loosened his void-step celestial body after this battle, the true monarch remarked. Indeed, Su Qing nodded. I had already awakened the celestial body within him. However, fully unleashing the potential of the void-step celestial body still relies on him. Upon hearing these words, the true monarch regarded Su Qing with newfound respect. He had not expected such foresight from someone so young. It was indeed remarkable. In truth, Su Qing had not thought much of it. After all, he knew little about the void-step celestial body. Aside from awakening the other party's celestial body, how much potential it could unleash had no bearing on him. Let him recuperate in peace. We should enjoy a bit of tranquility in the coming days, Su Qing said indifferently. The true monarch nodded in agreement. After this battle, the Zhong family would likely learn their lesson. As long as they had sense, they would not dare to provoke Su Qing. In the ensuing days, the Zhong family indeed seemed more subdued. Zhong Yuan was able to fulfill his wishes, yet he ultimately decided against taking his parents' remains with him. After all, this was the homeland of his parents and their most cherished place. If they were to be laid to rest here, they would surely be pleased. The only thing that troubled him was the lingering conflict with the Zhong family. With Su Qing present, the Zhong family naturally dared not act against him. However, should Su Qing be absent, once they discovered that his parents' remains were interred here, who could say what they might do? Nonetheless, regarding this matter, Su Qing merely advised him to handle it with ease, not to dwell too much on other concerns, which allowed Zhong Yuan to feel somewhat relieved. Handling Zhong Yuan's affairs, Su Qing leisurely engaged in merriment among the Zhong family's collateral branches. Compared to the solemn atmosphere of the main family, the collateral branches possessed a more human touch. Su Qing casually found a shop, ordered a bowl of noodles, and just then, an elderly man clad in simple garb approached and took a seat at the table across from Su Qing. Without even needing to raise his head, Su Qing knew that the visitor was Zhong Tiandao. Young friend Su, are you here just to eat such fare? Zhong Tiandao inquired. For individuals of our caliber, eating is merely to satisfy our taste buds. Why concern ourselves with wealth or poverty? Su Qing replied nonchalantly. Why not give it a try, old patriarch? Zhong Tiandao did not decline, and Su Qing ordered a bowl of noodles for him as well. Once both bowls were served, Su Qing promptly began to use his chopsticks. Zhong Tiandao hesitated for a moment, still not touching his food. Observing this, Su Qing remarked lightly, "What's the matter? Do you not eat beef?" Zhong Tiandao chuckled softly, shaking his head before taking a bite. Since he had assumed the role of family head, it had been a long time since he had savored such unpretentious fare. Especially after attaining the realm of immortality, he had scarcely consumed anything at all, having only tasted morsels at grand banquets hosted by others, with food being a distant memory. However, upon that first bite, Zhong Tiandao was overwhelmed by a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the early days of his cultivation journey. Merely indulging in a single mouthful, he found himself reflecting, as if he had been transported back to his youth. When he regained his composure, he realized he had slightly lost his decorum. Who would have thought that after so many years, I would have forgotten the simple pleasures of life? Zhong Tiandao sighed. The elder, reflecting on his past, had spent his entire life managing the Zhong family, toiling tirelessly to build the current state of the family. Yet, this seemingly simple bowl of noodles made him realize that despite all his efforts, the warmth of human connection within the Zhong family had diminished significantly. Everyone seemed to wear their own unique masks, devoid of the openness and spontaneity of their youthful days. With this thought, Zhong Tiandao sighed softly. Su Xiaoyu, I must apologize for the wrongs done by my family to you in recent days. I hope you can overlook it, he said. The elder head is overthinking it. I am well aware of the grievances between us. As long as those few do not take action, I shall remain unaffected, Su Qing replied. Zhong Tiandao nodded silently. He had indeed learned the details of the incident. It was a mistake made by his son. Reflecting on this, Zhong Tiandao could not help but lament, "It is indeed my fault for having pursued the prestige of the Zhong family so fervently that I neglected to guide my children. My eldest son is lacking in wisdom, my fourth son is full of passion but lacks direction, and my youngest has achieved nothing of note. Just when I thought I had a promising grandson, I discovered that his talent was merely appropriated from others." With that, Zhong Tiandao sighed deeply. "I once believed that with the foundation of the Zhong family, passing on our legacy for 1,000 years would pose no problem. However, this time, I have come to see the serious hidden dangers that exist within our family." Upon hearing this, Su Qing remained silent. It was already commendable that Zhong Tiandao could recognize such issues. At the very least, in terms of family interests and the greater picture, Zhong Tiandao had demonstrated a remarkable clarity of thought. The direction of the future remained uncertain. After a moment of silence, Su Qing spoke slowly. In response, Zhong Tiandao could only smile wryly and shake his head at Su Xiaoyu. "I wish to ask you for a favor," Zhong Tiandao said, looking intently at Su Qing. Su Qing nodded. "Zhong Yuan is indeed a promising talent, and our family owes him a great deal. I'm also aware that his parents were killed by my unfilial sons. Now that Zhong Yuan has returned, he is likely in search of his parents' remains. I can't allow him to take them away or have them buried in the Zhong family cemetery, honored with the highest standards befitting the lineage. I only hope that during the upcoming memorial service, Zhong Yuan will not harbor resentment against the Zhong family." Zhong Tiandao spoke earnestly. "To this," Su Qing chuckled softly. "Perhaps it would be better to convey this to Zhong Yuan himself," he replied. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tiandao nodded in silence. That evening, Zhong Tiandao sought out Zhong Yuan. The two engaged in a lengthy private discussion, and it was not until the deep hours of the night that Zhong Tiandao returned to the family estate. As for the content of their conversation, Su Qing did not inquire further. After all, this was a personal matter for Zhong Yuan, and he felt no need to pry. Chapter 478. The Zhong family memorial service 2 days later. The Zhong family's memorial service commenced. The event was not held within the Zhong family estate, but rather at a private location outside Jiangxue City, known as Daoling. Rather than being merely a private ground of the Zhong family, it resembled a second home for them. The architecture and the area were not significantly smaller than the Zhong estate, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of attendees with ease. Since its establishment, the Zhong family's memorial service had been held here annually, serving as a day for the descendants of the Zhong lineage from various regions to return to their roots. Within the courtyard, tables laden with sumptuous feasts awaited the guests. Early in the morning, countless members of the Zhong family began to arrive at Daoling, including Su Qing and Zhong Yuan. Today, however, there were many unfamiliar faces. Even Zhong Yuan recognized few of them. "Look, isn't that Zhong Li?" Suddenly, voices from several young members of the Zhong family reached Su Qing's ears. Upon glancing over, he saw a brooding youth with an unstable and volatile aura. Zhong Li of Zhuimo Peak is said to have become a disciple under a celestial master. They whispered. In an instant, numerous guests began to express their admiration for Zhong Li's potential. To be accepted by a celestial master, his future achievements would surely rival those of the Zhong family. Among his generation, few could match Zhong Li's prowess. Soon after, a few more individuals approached. One of the youths appeared to be just past the age of 18, yet exuded a solid presence, hinting at a regal demeanor. The Zhen Tian body? At that moment, the voice of the thunderstorm true monarch emerged. "It seems this fellow is the one who stole Zhong Yuan's Zhen Tian body." Upon hearing this, Su Qing took a closer look, while Zhong Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, though he chose not to act. Zhong Xing has arrived, as well as Zhong Ling. They are all direct descendants of the family, truly extraordinary in strength. Zhong Xing has even refined his Zhen Tian body. He is likely to reach the realm of immortality before he turns 20. Many marveled at the emergence of yet another prodigy from the direct lineage. Compared to Zhong Li, Zhong Xing seemed more like a child of destiny. Since birth, he had sailed through life with ease, his strength growing effortlessly, with hardly any bottlenecks to speak of. He was likely to become the first genius from the Zhong family to reach immortality before the age of 20. Soon after, The crowd began to enter the hall. According to the customs of the Zhong family, direct descendants could proceed directly into the inner hall, while those with exceptional talent could also secure a place within. As for those with moderate talents, they were limited to the outer hall. Thus, the number of those allowed into the inner hall would not exceed 100. Even visiting guests could only enter the inner hall. In accordance with the Zhong family's traditions, upheld for countless generations. Rather than being merely a memorial service, it also served as a moment to showcase the Zhong family's prestige and status, this time. Zhong Ming and others also emerged from the outer hall. They scanned the outer hall's attendees, their gazes quickly landing on Su Qing. I didn't expect Brother Su to be interested in attending our Zhong family's memorial service. Zhong Ming remarked coolly, "Such an interesting memorial, of course. I wish to witness it." Su Qing replied with a light smile. That moment, Zhong Yu stepped forward, his eyes wide open. "You'd best behave yourself today. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Your confidence derived solely from the forces that come to curry favor with you." Su Qing retorted. "And if it is?" Zhong Yu scoffed. Hearing this, Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle. "There isn't a place in this world that I, Su Qing, would fear to tread. What if 100 or 1,000 celestial kings were to come? Perhaps they should be asked if they fear me." Su Qing responded with poise. "Arrogant brat." Zhong Yu's nostrils flared with indignation. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had never encountered someone so brazen. The most infuriating part was that this audacious youth was still so young, daring to speak so defiantly as if the Zhong family were insignificant. At that moment, Zhong Yu had already begun to gather a sphere of true energy in his hand. However, he was quickly halted by Zhong Ming's single hand. "Su Qing, I am merely offering you a word of advice. Do not think that just because you have a bit of skill, you are invincible in this world. There are always those stronger than you. And even if you are unmatched among your peers, it does not mean there is no one in this vast world who can subdue you." Zhong Ming warned. In response, Su Qing smiled serenely. "Is that so? I look forward to it." With that, Zhong Ming snorted coldly and led his group toward the inner hall. As Zhong Ming and his companions departed, the attendees in the outer hall grew increasingly curious about Su Qing. To be singled out for conversation by the family head was no ordinary matter. Meanwhile, seated within the inner hall, Zhongli regarded Su Qing, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity, though he could not recall where he had seen him before. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, for today, his senior brother would be representing their master at the Zhong family. This would undoubtedly elevate his status within the Zhong family. Once Zhong Ming and the others were assembled, the memorial service commenced gradually. Beginning with the most traditional rites, the entire Zhong family hall fell into a state of solemn silence. Even those guests who had arrived early could only wait outside the hall, unable to step inside. Only after the primary proceedings concluded did Zhong Ming turn to Zhong Tiandao. "Father, I believe we can allow the outsiders in now?" Zhong Tiandao nodded silently, his eyes closed, resembling a statue of Buddha. At that moment, Zhong Ming raised his head and waved toward the entrance. Soon, a servant conveyed the message outside. Before long, a voice echoed from beyond the door. "Zhan Yu Peak, Master Qin Feng pays his respects." As the door slowly opened, a dignified man strode in, his power evident as that of a celestial king. "To think it is the esteemed Chen Fengzhu of Zhan Yifeng. I recall that Chen Fengzhu previously expressed a desire to take Zhong Xing as his personal disciple. It appears he has come this time for the same purpose." Indeed, upon hearing Chen Fengzhu's name, Zhong Xing's father seemed to have anticipated this, greeting him with a smile. "It is unexpected that Chen Fengzhu has truly arrived. I have failed to extend a proper welcome to him. Why, dear brother, you are overly modest. Your Zhong family is renowned for its rituals far and wide, and it is opportune for me to pay my respects to the many ancestors of the Zhong family." "Ha ha ha, Qin Xiong, you are too humble. Come, please, step inside." The arrival of Qin Fengzhu marked the commencement of the gathering. Subsequently, numerous guests arrived in succession to pay their respects. Chu Tang, Li Tangzhu has arrived. Zi Yinmeng, Fu Mengzhu has arrived. Ji Ludian, Tong Hufa has arrived. In no time, various factions came in droves to offer their greetings. Their stated reason was to pay their respects, yet in truth, they all sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Zhong family, hoping to establish connections. After all, The Zhong family's heritage, spanning millennia, is undoubtedly extraordinary. Defan Xianzun's disciple, Xuelin, has arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li's eyes brightened in the inner hall. She has come. Chapter 479. The Ling family's visit. Defan Xianzun. When have we had any dealings with such formidable beings? Could it be she is here to seek out the old patriarch? That seems likely. Aside from the old patriarch, who else could attract the attention of a powerful figure like Defan Xianzun? In a moment, everyone became curious about the sudden appearance of Defan Xianzun's disciple. After all, aside from the old patriarch, the only other powerful figure of that caliber would be the long-deceased ancestor of the Zhong family. If that is the case, then it makes sense that Defan Xianzun would send someone here. Meanwhile, in the inner hall, Zhong Ming and the others were somewhat taken aback. They all looked to Zhong Tiandao, who, in turn, appeared perplexed. It was Zhong Li, seated lower down, who slowly rose and respectfully clasped his fists towards Zhong Ming. "Elder brother, my senior sister has arrived," Zhong Li stated. Upon hearing this, the entire inner hall erupted in astonishment. Especially those young talents who prided themselves on their abilities cast various glances at Zhong Li, filled with intrigue. Even some of the elders in the family regarded Zhong Li with newfound respect. To be recognized by Defan Xianzun in such a manner, his status must be quite significant. The talents of the Zhong family in this generation are indeed impressive. At this moment, Zhong Li adjusted his attire, feeling elated as he stood at the entrance of the inner hall, gazing at his senior sister. The term senior sister is merely a form of endearment. Among Defan Xianzun's many disciples, Xuelin is one of the closest. Her visit to the Zhong family serves as a testament to his standing. With this thought, Zhong Li felt a surge of pride. Soon after, Xuelin approached with firm strides. Her beauty was already striking, and with her perfect figure, she undoubtedly became the focus amidst the crowd. Ignoring those on either side, she strode to the entrance of the inner hall. Upon seeing Zhong Li, she slowly opened her eyes. "Little junior brother, I come to pay my respects on behalf of my master. I heard today is the Zhong family's ritual, and I specifically came to honor the ancestors." Xuelin spoke softly. "It is an immense honor for you to visit, senior sister," Zhong Li replied with a smile. Upon witnessing this, those present in the inner hall gasped in astonishment. It truly was for Zhong Li's sake. Moreover, though Xuelin appeared youthful, she possessed the prowess of a celestial king. Her steady aura suggested she had been a celestial king for quite some time. Among all the celestial kings of the Zhong family, few could rival Xuelin. Xuelin nodded silently, preparing to enter the inner hall. However, before she could step inside, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. "Su Qian?" Xuelin's frosty demeanor softened as she called out. Everyone was taken aback. Who could possibly warrant such respect from Xuelin? Surely, it must be a formidable being of Defan Xianzun's caliber? Quickly, as Zhong Li bore a puzzled expression, Xuelin hastened to the corner of the outer hall, her face adorned with a heartfelt smile, captivating all who beheld her. At that moment, Su Qian slowly raised his gaze to meet Xuelin's. For a moment, he struggled to recall her. "You are," Xuelin prompted. "I have yet to express my gratitude for the matter concerning the spiritual spring." Upon hearing this, Su Qian was enlightened. He recalled that during their expedition to seek the spiritual spring in Feng Lei Zhanjun's secret realm, he had been accompanied by Xuelin and her companions. However, he had been so preoccupied with the treasures that he had almost forgotten them due to their understated presence. "Ah, it is you?" Su Qian acknowledged. "What brings you here?" "By coincidence, there is a new junior disciple of my master with considerable talent, and today is the Zhong family's ritual, so my master sent me to pay my respects." Xuelin explained. Su Qian chuckled. "I did not expect Defan Xianzun, a person of such strength, to be so adept at navigating social affairs." Xuelin smiled in response. While Defan Xianzun was famously temperamental, he was deeply affectionate towards his own. This was why they firmly believed that Defan Xianzun could never be defeated by Su Qian, for in their eyes, Defan Xianzun was an invincible being. "Since Elder Su is here, I shall accompany you. Speaking of the spiritual spring matter, during our last visit to the peak, we were told you were in seclusion and could not meet. It seems fate has brought us together today." Xuelin smiled. Su Qian made no objections. Compared to the unfamiliar individuals of the Zhong family, He found Xuelin rather agreeable and accepted her company. At that moment, Zhongli hurried over, exclaiming, "Senior sister, why are you here? With your status, you could have gone to the inner hall for a discussion." Upon hearing this, Xuelin immediately donned a reserved demeanor. She looked at Zhongli and replied, "It is of no concern. My respects have been conveyed, and I shall simply stay here to converse with Elder Xu." At these words, Zhongli felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What was happening? Wasn't Xuelin here for him? Why was she now choosing to converse with an unknown junior in the outer hall? Wait a moment. If even Xuelin refers to him as elder, what extraordinary abilities does this young man possess? In an instant, both the inner and outer halls were taken aback. A disciple of Defan Xianzun and a celestial king-level powerhouse was willingly foregoing the opportunity to foster ties with the Zhong family for the sake of an outer hall individual. It should be noted that all attendees of the Zhong family's ritual were there to curry favor with the family for future cooperation. Yet, this Xuelin had disregarded the Zhong family's invitation due to a young man. What remarkable capabilities must he possess? Even those in the inner hall furrowed their brows, particularly Zhong Ming and others. Seeing that Xuelin had established rapport with Su Qian and evidently shared a close friendship, made him somewhat uneasy. After all, Xuelin was a direct disciple of Defan Xianzun, and her strength was not to be underestimated. Aligning with Su Qian placed them in a precarious position. Only Zhong Tiandao was aware of the entire situation, but he preferred to remain discreet. Su Qian, so young yet possessing such connections and means, could very well become a formidable figure in the future. Zhong Tiandao mused. However, the current heavenly sovereign still lacked in the realm of connections. His extreme combat-oriented mindset deterred many from wishing to collaborate with him. But Su Qian was different, perhaps in the future. Under Su Qian's leadership, the Tian Huang realm could indeed muster the strength to resist the Death Clan. In that moment, Zhongli could only awkwardly retreat to the inner hall. Nevertheless, he remained quite confident. He was still young, and the road ahead was long. Xuelin's arrival had already indicated her intentions. She came for him. Even though she was now accompanying someone from the outer hall, it did not diminish his standing among his peers. Meanwhile, after the absence of further interruptions, Xuelin grew more familiar with Su Qian. Coincidentally, she also noticed Zhong Yuan sitting nearby. Anyone sharing a table with Su Qian must possess some degree of connection. Additionally, her discerning eye quickly caught the potential within Zhong Yuan, even surpassing that of Zhongli. "Elder Su, who is this?" Xuelin inquired. "A newly accepted disciple from the peak. I brought him along to enjoy the festivities of the Zhong family's ritual." Su Qian replied casually. Upon hearing this, Xuelin astutely discerned the implications. It was likely that Zhong Yuan was also a member of the Zhong family. Given his youth and placement solely in the outer hall, it indicated he was not favored within the family. With this thought, Xuelin couldn't help but shake her head. The Zhong family, despite their illustrious reputation, failed to recognize such talent. It seemed she would need to bring this matter to her master's attention upon her return. Just as she contemplated this, the voice of a servant echoed from outside. "The Ling family of Yunxian City, young Master Ling and Elder Lin Yuan have arrived." Chapter 480. "Ah, please, take a seat." The Ling family? The Ling family from Yunxian City. They are quite distant from our Zhong family. Why would they choose to visit us this year? Lin Yuan. Could it possibly be the infamous killing god who once vanquished 8 powerful beings of the Death Clan? The scene erupted into a clamor. The Ling family and the Zhong family were worlds apart, having scarcely crossed paths. Moreover, the Ling family, hailing from Yunxian City near the demon-slaying peak, was renowned as a martial clan. Starkly contrasting with the Zhong family, if one were to compare combat prowess, the Ling family undoubtedly surpassed the Zhong family. Not to mention the esteemed Lin Yuan, a formidable figure known for his unparalleled strength. Within the Zhong family, only the venerable patriarch Zhong Tiandao could be considered his equal. Upon learning that the young master of the Ling family and the esteemed Lin Yuan had arrived, even Zhong Tiandao could not help but rise to his feet. "Father, why would members of the Ling family come here?" Zhong Ming was perplexed. "Isn't it obvious? It must be because our father's reputation has reached Yunxian City," chuckled his aunt with delight. Yet Zhong Tiandao's expression remained grave. Despite the Zhong family's gradual rise in status over the years, it was hardly sufficient to warrant a personal visit from the young master of the Ling family. let alone accompanied by Lin Yuan. The latter was a titled immortal king, and Zhong Tiandao had only crossed paths with him a few times in the past, which hardly constituted a close relationship. Even Zhong Yuan was taken aback, having spent 5 years in Yunxian City and being well aware of the Ling family's standing. Why would the Ling family visit the Zhong family? Zhong Yuan could hardly believe that Zhong Tiandao had such significant influence. Thus, he silently glanced at Su Qing, seated nearby. Only Xue Lin seemed to grasp the situation upon hearing the mention of the Ling family's name. Su Senior, it appears your reputation has drawn quite a few visitors. Xue Lin remarked with a smile. What do you mean by that? Su Qing inquired, somewhat confused. You may not be aware, but during your recent seclusion at the summit, many factions sought your audience, only to leave disappointed. In fact, even we sent someone to find you, yet we were unable to meet you. I suspect that upon your emergence, numerous forces are eager to find you, fearing you might disappear again, Xue Lin explained with a charming smile. Eliciting envy from those around, her words, Su Qing was left in a bewildered state. What do they want with me? Regarding the Spirit Spring matter, we have received your kindness, and it is only right that we do not take advantage of it. As for the Ling family, I believe it is also due to your past connections with them, Xue Lin succinctly articulated. Upon hearing this, Su Qing began to comprehend the situation. His spontaneous actions had unexpectedly led to a cascade of visits, which surprised him. At that moment, Xue Lin added, Su Senior, just wait and see. Since the Ling family has managed to find this place, it indicates that several other factions are also aware of your whereabouts. Su Qing silently shook his head. He had merely come for a leisurely visit, yet it seemed to have prompted these individuals to seek him out. In retrospect, he realized that he had either been on the road to other locations or in seclusion during this time, leaving little room for leisure. Very well, let them come as they wish, Su Qing stated nonchalantly. Upon witnessing this, Xue Lin looked at Su Qing with increasingly captivating eyes. Only a being of such caliber could speak of these influential figures so casually. In the future, Su Qing's standing would likely be comparable only to the likes of Defan Xinzuan, Jian Lao, and the esteemed Hao Tianzun. Such an exceptional man was hard to resist. At that moment, Ling Xian arrived at the entrance of the inner hall with Lin Yuan. They scanned the surroundings and had already spotted Su Qing in the outer hall. However, they did not rush, instead nodding respectfully at the approaching Zhong Tiandao. Young Master Ling, your presence is an honor, and I apologize for my inadequate hospitality, Zhong Tiandao said with a warm smile. You are too kind, Elder Zhong. I merely heard that today marks a sacrificial ceremony for the Zhong family, and I brought some gifts to pay my respects, so please do not refuse, Ling Xian replied. With that, Ling Xian stood tall and gestured toward the back. Several individuals promptly presented exquisite gift boxes, each lavishly wrapped. Observing these boxes, everyone could sense the extraordinary contents within. It seems our Zhong family is set to soar. Even the Ling family has come personally to present gifts. Zhong Yu remarked with a smile. The key point is not just the Ling family. Lin Yuan holds an exceptional status, one that ordinary factions cannot afford to engage, Zhong Ming responded gravely. Lin Yuan possesses remarkable strength and is known for his discerning nature. He is known to be difficult to persuade unless an immortal sovereign is present. To have Lin Yuan here suggests that their father has cultivated significant connections over the years. At this moment, Zhong Tiandao felt somewhat dazed. The gifts were indeed exceedingly extravagant. Brother Zhong, these are merely tokens of goodwill from the Ling family. Please accept them, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Very well, I kindly invite Lin and young Master Ling to stay at my humble abode for a few days. To allow the Zhong family to extend our hospitality, Zhong Tiandao replied with a smile. Elder Zhong, there is no need for such trouble, Ling Xian replied nonchalantly. We primarily came to seek an audience with Su Qing. It is said that Su Qing has recently emerged from seclusion and come to the Zhong family. The Ling family wishes to express our gratitude for the kindness we received from Su Qing. Upon hearing this, everyone in both the inner and outer halls exhibited expressions of profound bewilderment. Su Qing. That name sounded remarkably familiar. Realizing this, their gazes suddenly fell upon the corner of the outer hall, where a youth was engaged in lively conversation with Xue Lin. At that moment, the youth took a sip of water, seemingly indifferent to the attention surrounding him. Immediately after, the two men bowed respectfully to Zhong Tiandao before turning to approach Su Qing. Witnessing this scene, Zhong Ming and the others wore expressions so grim they could almost drip with water. The audacity of such powerful figures coming to seek out Su Qing was unfathomable. Not only were they astonished, but others who were unaware of the circumstances were equally taken aback. Watching the young master of the Ling family and the imposing Lin Yuan stride confidently towards Su Qing's table. Their expressions bore traces of deference. Younger members of the Zhong family stood in stunned silence, dropping the items they held in their hands. Not only them, but even Zhong Tiandao found it hard to believe. Initially, he thought that Xue Lin and Su Qing merely shared a close friendship. However, the status of the young master of the Ling family and Lin Yuan represented the entirety of the Ling family. From the conversation moments ago, it was evident that others had simply passed through the Zhong family, while the primary purpose was to seek out Su Qing. Had he underestimated Su Qing? Zhong Tiandao inhaled deeply. At this moment, Ling Xian and Lin Yuan approached Su Qing, bowing respectfully. Su Senior, I come on behalf of the Ling family to express our gratitude, Ling Xian stated. Please, have a seat. Su Qing nodded, indicating for them to sit. It was as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Chapter 481. So you have come. Su Qing could roughly guess Ling Xian's intentions for visiting. The list of medicinal materials he had entrusted to him was likely already being addressed. At this time, Ling Xian and Lin Yuan took their seats. Observing this scene, everyone felt as though they might faint. These two eminent figures had truly approached Su Qing's table? What was Su Qing's true identity? At that moment, Zhong Ming was equally baffled, questioning how Su Qing possessed the ability to summon someone of Lin Yuan's caliber to seek him out personally. Brother, what should we do now? Zhong Yu asked. Unable to remain composed. They had intended to leverage the Zhong family's connections to suppress Su Qing. Yet, the circumstances now suggested that everyone on Su Qing's side held considerable status. It matters not. They are merely two immortal kings, Zhong Ming replied with a stern tone. Though he did not comprehend how Su Qing had accomplished this, he was certain that given Su Qing's age, how many people could he truly summon? He even suspected that Su Qing had perhaps learned of the sacrificial ceremony procedures from Zhong Yuan, deliberately assembling this group to bolster his standing. However, even so, the individuals Su Qing could summon could never rival the entirety of the Zhong family. Meanwhile, the outer hall was in disarray, with nearly no one daring to approach Su Qing's table. The mere aura surrounding him unsettled them greatly. Indeed, the most unsettled of all was Zhong Yuan. Observing Ling Xian and Lin Yuan, he remained somewhat intimidated by figures of such stature. Su Senior, you are quite the elusive one, Ling Xian remarked with a rueful smile. Please, just call me by my name. Senior makes me feel rather old. Su Qing replied with a calm smile, setting down his cup. Upon hearing this, Xue Lin felt a pang of envy. The ease with which they conversed suggested that their relationship was quite close. Ah, it seems I have encountered my young brother Zhong Yuan, Ling Xian exclaimed in surprise. Has it only been a little over a month, and you have already reached the celestial realm? Lin Yuan also took note of this, but refrained from commenting. He could not help but marvel at how following Su Qing had brought such benefits. Zhong Yuan was indeed fortunate. All thanks to Su Degu, Zhong Yuan replied with a shy smile. Achieving such rapid progress indicates that brother Zhong Yuan possesses considerable talent. Many others misjudged you in the past, Ling Xian remarked. Ling Xian remarked, after all, he had heard of Zhong Yuan's deeds in Yunxian City. However, everyone regarded him as a mere clown, hardly paying attention to his actions. Little did they expect that after only a month of participating in the Secret Realm trial alongside Su Qing, he would achieve such astonishing progress. It was truly enviable. By the way, Su brother, the prescription you provided me earlier, I had the Ling family gather some of the ingredients. As he spoke, Ling Xian produced a medicinal ring and said, I have collected most of them, but a few very rare herbs are still missing, which may take some time to gather. Su Qing took the medicinal ring, sensed its contents with his spiritual awareness, and nodded silently, storing it in his spatial pouch. It's no trouble. Those herbs are indeed difficult to obtain, so take your time, Su Qing replied. In response, Ling Xian smiled and they discussed various trivial matters. Before long, a series of loud voices echoed from the entrance. President Jiang of the Shanhua Academy has arrived. The head of the Chu family from the Zhuma Peak has arrived. The Crown Prince and the Ming Prince from the Tiangi City have arrived. Hearing these names, everyone present displayed a peculiar expression, including Zhong Ming and others, whose faces turned ashen. These individuals hailed from distant lands, each with considerable influence. Although President Jiang's strength might be somewhat lesser, his status in Tiangi City is likely second only to that of the Immortal Kings. Furthermore, the head of the Chu family from Juma Peak is also a titled Immortal King, possessing formidable strength. Not to mention the Crown Prince and the Ming Prince, both of whom are veteran titled Immortal Kings. Though they are titled Immortal Kings of the Guardian Sect, they are certainly not figures that ordinary people can challenge. With their arrival, could it be that they are here to seek the so-called Su Senior? After all, having learned from past experiences, they now felt that this so-called Su Senior possessed a strange charm. Until the individuals at the entrance walked in, engaged in jovial conversation, despite their different origins, their expressions indicated they were united in purpose. Observing this, Zhong Ming and the others felt a sense of foreboding rise within them. The Zhong family was not familiar with these individuals, and their sudden visit today could only mean with this thought, he couldn't help but glance in Su Qing's direction. That moment, Su Qing remained unfazed, seemingly as tranquil as a meditating monk, indifferent to the enthusiasm of those beside him. The key was that these individuals continued to wear expressions of deference towards him. Has this world gone mad? Zhong Ming found it hard to fathom. Just then, 3 titled Immortal Kings approached. Upon seeing Zhong Tiandao, they all came forward to pay their respects. It has been a long time. Elder Zhong still possesses quite the demeanor. The Crown Prince remarked lightly. It is indeed a blessing for my Zhong family to have such esteemed guests. Zhong Tiandao replied courteously. There is no need for such politeness between us. The Crown Prince chuckled. The esteemed guests tentatively inquired about Zhong Tiandao's recent endeavors. After all, he still did not believe that he could command such influence on his own. He felt that their presence was largely due to that young man. As expected, we heard that Brother Su had come to the Zhong family, so we decided to drop by for a visit. After all, we have received considerable favors from Brother Su in the past. The Ming Prince stated, Indeed, we have just concluded our affairs in the city and wish to come in person to express our gratitude. The Ming Prince concurred. As for President Jiang, he merely stood to the side with a smile, not interjecting. Their objectives for coming were nearly identical, rendering further discussion unnecessary. The Crown Prince, however, had a slightly different motive. After all, his Chu family did bear some responsibility for the conflicts that had arisen with the Jin family. Moreover, he had recently learned that the Jin family sought assistance from Su Qing, who had successfully completed the tasks they entrusted to him. With this in mind, even if it meant swallowing his pride, he had to cultivate a rapport with this young immortal king. In that moment, observing the attitudes of the visitors, everyone ceased to doubt Su Qing's standing. If the arrival of 1 or 2 individuals could be deemed coincidental, then the presence of so many prominent figures surely could not be mere happenstance. Yet Zhong Tiandao had grown numb to it all from the visit of the Ling family and Lin Yuan to pay their respects to Su Qing. He had already sensed that he had underestimated Su Qing's influence. He had not anticipated that even the top figures of the Tianhuang realm would traverse great distances just for a brief meeting with him. It was utterly terrifying. That moment, the Crown Prince and the others approached Su Qing, and from a distance, they began to clasp their hands in greeting. Brother Su, it has been a while, the Crown Prince said. A look of joy gracing his features. If one were unaware, they might think that the youth seated in that corner was an exalted immortal. Su Qing slowly raised his gaze, shaking his head silently. What brings you all here? Chapter 482. A strong dragon overwhelms the local snake. Hearing Su Qing's tone of reluctant resignation, the others nearly spat out blood in exasperation. These were all renowned figures of the Tianhuang realm. Yet it felt as though they were approaching him like a bunch of beggars. The key was that the Crown Prince and the others appeared utterly unfazed, instead wearing smiles as they drew closer. Brother Su has been of great assistance to us in Tiangi City. We were recently preoccupied with sorting out matters in the city, and now that we have free time, we naturally ought to pay a visit. The Crown Prince explained. In agreement. The Ming Prince nodded. We attempted to visit you earlier, but Elder of Tiandian mentioned you were in seclusion a few days ago. We heard you had come to the Zhong family, so we hurried here, the Ming Prince added. President Jiang also nodded silently in affirmation. They had all come for the same reason. Even the Crown Prince, wearing a smile, remarked, "Brother Su's exceptional strength means there are naturally many who wish to befriend him." Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, Su Qing smiled and shook his head. "Were it anyone else, I might believe it. But since when did the Crown Prince engage in such flattery? I preferred your previous arrogance." Su Qing teased with a smile. "Ahem, the previous incident was indeed due to my lack of understanding of the circumstances. I have come today to apologize to Brother Su," the Crown Prince said with a wry smile. After saying this, the Crown Prince produced a gift to present to Su Qing. However, Su Qing waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for such gestures, Crown Prince. Your goodwill is appreciated, but please keep the gift." "I am not so petty-minded." In response, the Crown Prince felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as Su Qing harbored no prejudice against them, everything would be negotiable. After all, having met today, he realized how correct his decision to come had been. Meanwhile, within the inner hall, the members of the Zhong family gazed at Su Qing's position, their eyes ablaze with envy, as if they wished to consume him whole. As for the previous guests, they now hesitated to speak. According to the usual protocol, they would still be able to exchange a few words given their status. Yet with each newcomer being more formidable than the last, they found themselves at a loss for words. They even wished to learn more about this Su youth from the outer hall, who exactly he was. Subsequently, more guests arrived one after another at the entrance. Elders from the Xiao family of Juma Peak, the head of the Gong family from Juma Peak, and the young lady of the Lin family from Juma Peak. In an instant, numerous families from Juma Peak had arrived. But compared to Lin Yuan and the others, these individuals were not particularly powerful, mostly comprising secondary figures. However, their purpose for coming was almost identical. Observing these families, which had little connection to one another, Su Qing himself was quite perplexed. When did he become so influential that so many families would travel great distances to seek him out? Moreover, all of them were from Juma Peak. Couldn't they simply find him upon his return to Tiandian? Yet these questions could only remain buried in his mind. As these factions continued to arrive one after another, their politeness towards Su Qing grew increasingly pronounced. However, Su Qing did not reciprocate their cordiality with any warmth. He brushed aside their greetings, showing little regard for them. As for the Crown Prince and the others, they offered no further commentary on the newcomers. In that moment, the outer hall where Su Qing resided, which had initially been devoid of visitors, was now filled with esteemed guests. They began to wonder who was truly hosting a gathering today. Although many factions continued to visit the Zhong family afterwards,